Dude, it's so funny seeing people get brain broken on like all powerful, all loving God. It's like,
Mhm.
uh-oh, cancer's
It's like
good.
like I don't see a defense to that.
Uh-oh, little girls getting raped by Epstein is good. Uh-oh, you defend pedophile? Uh-oh. Yeah, it's so easy to just rhetoric these guys. I'm gonna go so hard on rhetoric against these turning point people, bro. Like, dude, I fucking love rhetoric. Bro. Have you ever seen like someone just get like just rhetoricked?
Not really. I don't. I mean, at least I don't remember off the top of my head.
You know who Andrew Wilson is, right?
The I'm bad with names. If I think it's the guy with like the beard.
Yeah, he sometimes has.
That
Usually
one.
he has a beard. Usually does.
He has like the full beard and the long blonde hair,
Has a
right?
beard. Oh, I'm gonna give me 1 second. I'm gonna share my screen. Wilson debater. He's the guy that like made this thing called forced auction really popular. Um, gonna where the fuck is Discord? Here we go, dude. I'm so happy for multiple screens. Amazing, amazing.
No, not
Stream.
blonde. He was the one where it was like, um, there was he was on a podcast and there was another girl who said, hey, your wife has like multiple babies on you.
Yeah, that guy. That guy.
Yeah, that's the right guy. Okay, okay.
This
Yeah,
little piece of shit, bro.
that's the same guy. Yes.
Um, you probably already know that Turning Point hired him, right?
Yes. You talked
Yeah.
about this already.
Okay, yeah, dude. Um, I can't wait for them to try to fucking run his shit. 'Cause it's so bad. Oh, the reason why I brought him up is because he got like hella embarrassed against my buddy Liam. It's like Andrew. Yeah, here it is. Dude, I love this fucking debate. Like he gets rhetoric so fucking hard here, like towards the end. It's like the funniest shit, bro. Like around like here. I don't know. Like I won't go into. Okay. Just for like some context, okay?
Mhm.
Um, Hitler hated Jews. Is that a fact?
I would say, like, based on what we know, yeah.
Okay. Is that a stance dependent fact or a stance independent fact?
I would say, like, what are the stances here? Like, I don't think that there's a stance that says it's.
I mean, it's either a stance dependent fact or it's not. You know, like so like okay, it's a stance dependent fact because it's dependent on Hitler's stance against Jews, right?
Oh, okay, sure. All right, sorry. Yeah, I
Okay,
understand.
so if hold on, let me do this real quick. 1 second, and then let me
Okay,
hit.
really quick. I need you to like. Okay, this is what I was talking about the tech stuff. Search up
Yeah.
Windows Power Toys Fancy Zones. I'll type it in DMs.
Okay. So I was like, search up what? Search up what?
So what you're gonna do is take the differentiation integration and
I'm gonna
compose.
shove it up my ass. What? 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 What is this? Power toys? Custom layouts for improved.
So what you can do,
Oh, okay.
rather than like having to perfectly drag your like the edge of your screen every time, you can just hold shift at the top of your a window, like
Hmm.
whatever window you're holding,
Yeah.
and it'll snap into place to like things that you specified earlier.
Oh, okay. I see. That makes sense. Because
So
right now,
like
I don't know if
if
you can
like if you have
see, like, just barely, like,
yeah.
right here, there's a little text document that I have that's like my marker. It's just like, boop. There we go. Done. It's a little marker for it.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. I'm
And
gonna.
maybe it's not worth having a text document as a marker. It might be a better way, you know.
Probably. Probably. Oh, let me make sure I got YouTube chat going. Sign. Auto activate that shit. Okay. I imagine it's probably good. If not, then womp womp. Oh yeah, but just watch this fucking
Yeah.
loser get rhetoric, bro. Okay. Oh yeah. So we understand that Hitler hated Jews, but that's a stance dependent fact, but it's still a fact, right?
Yeah,
Okay, that's all you gotta have in mind. Okay, they're gonna talk about
sure.
facts. That's all you gotta have in mind.
Okay, so it's tautological.
Yes, facts
So
are
it's not.
facts.
So it's not offering me any clarification on what one actually is.
I told you what a fact is.
What
A
is it
fact is
again?
an aspect of reality.
And is that stance dependent or not?
Is an aspect of reality fact stance dependent? Depends on the aspect of reality. Like the aspect of reality referring
this
to human
aspect,
nature.
the aspect of reality that is a fact.
Some aspects of reality are stance independent, some aren't.
Which
So for
ones
exa-
aren't?
The ones that are dependent on stances, boy, what's wrong with you? Like, what do you not get about this, man?
I'm asking
What do you think? What do you think it means? So when you say,
stance
okay,
independent?
look, take a step back. When we say stance independent, what do you think we're attributing the stance dependence to? We're attributing it to a fact. The fact is stance dependent.
Well, usually we're actually attributing it to a mind, right?
No, you're attributing. Oh my god, the stance dependence relationship.
It's so embarrassing, bro. It's so embarrassing, bro. I cannot believe like Andrew Wilson.
I don't know how this guy has a platform. It's like I have not seen one good like argument of his.
Which ones are stance
Like one win
independent?
of his.
The one's not dependent on stances, boy. Like what the fuck? What kind of a question is that, bro? What?
I told you.
Yeah, but that doesn't. Again, when I asked for something which was stance independent, you just gave me stance dependent
money.
stuff.
I told you the stat. Okay, maybe I'll help you out. The color of the sky.
Can I say something real quick?
Okay. Well, I gotta.
And I'll just shut up.
Hang on.
It-
I do.
his money
I do.
example
Hang on.
is
Hang on.
the-
Hang on. I do have to get rolling. Look, I do appreciate the conversation. It was fun,
Yeah,
and I do appreciate
likewise.
you guys having me up on the panel. So that was
Yeah,
awful nice
I
of you to
appreciate
do.
it. The deal. If I was hot and sexy like my ex-girlfriend, bro, I would be on your podcast.
I don't have a podcast.
Yeah, me neither, bro.
Or-
And I don't have an ex-girlfriend that's hot and sexy. You know?
Do you think that that the whatever podcast is mine?
Something like that, bro. Something like that.
Yeah, that's incorrect. It's
Is
not
that
my
stance
podcast.
independent though, bro?
No, it's a stance
Give
dependent.
it to be your podcast.
No, but if we
How does
will it
that
hard enough,
factor in?
if we all believe it, bro, it's gonna become your podcast. According to you.
Yeah, well,
The
I
reality
mean,
by
that would be
consensus?
that would all be stance dependent, right?
No.
What's the stance?
No?
That's the point where we're actually giving a counterexample to your worldview.
Yeah, but the example that you give is always just stance dependent again and again.
Right. The
That's the
fact that the
problem.
podcast isn't yours is stance dependent. Yeah.
By your view, it would be, yes, because every example you give
Not by
is,
my
is
view.
a stance dependent
Oh.
view. Yeah,
Not by my view. Not by my view.
Yes.
Like it's just
by your view.
No, bro, we've been through this, bro. We've been through
What's
the
the
mud
argument
already.
for that claim?
Hold
man?
on, no, we already been through the mud, bro.
can you like smell like the snark in their voice?
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
beautiful. And he deserves every fucking ounce of it. That piece of shit, bro. Oh my god, bro. Oh, I gotta change the stream name because we are no longer in the God debate. Now we are in the what's it called? The exposing pedophiles debate.
Debate?
P1. Use a bitch ass. Conclusion, use a bitch ass.
QED guys, we proved it. I'm proud of this.
Got him, bro. Got him.
Got him.
Fishing Ep style. Stream. Q&A. Alright. Let me save these puppies up. Okay. Where's my shit? Where's my shit at? God is something. True. Oh, is Duncan here? I don't know if Duncan's here or not.
No.
Oh, not like in the like in the
yeah,
stream
my
or
fault.
something.
I was thinking we're still on the stage channel. My fault.
Oh, we go. Boom. Boom. There we go. I think I got all my shit now. Okay. Epstein shit. Yo, what's the excuse me, like craziest thing or whatever, like on I guess like all the Epstein stuff. I don't know how much research you've done into it.
What's the craziest thing?
Yeah, or like okay, not like
uh,
not in a broad because obviously there's a bunch of like crazy broad things, but like there's also like hyper specific things that are pretty crazy, like certain specific events.
I like what's my favorite, or like I'm confused. Like one
Most
that's
notable.
like
most no-
Donald Trump like put their fingers inside of somebody.
I'll say
I
that's
think
not a
that
fact.
might.
Unfortunately, it's an allegation, but like there's not enough to
Yeah,
prove that. So I wouldn't
fair.
run that.
Stupid text.
God, bro. Fucking. Oh my god, bro. I want to kill myself. You're not explaining it. What do you mean I'm not explaining it? I'm done mulling over that. We're moving on. We're moving on, bro. Oh, did you see the abortion debate? That happened. I think that was yesterday.
No, I fell asleep. It was too late.
Dude, that one was a pretty big blowout. Oh my god. I did another one today that I recorded on TikTok while I was waiting for the fucking psycho wumbo
The other
jumbo.
guy, yeah.
He's a the guy ended up calling and talking to me, and he was a really cool guy. It kind of ended up being like a therapy session for like an hour, but like
Mhm.
he I'm not going to talk about, the stuff he talked about, but like, he clearly had been through some troubles, and I was like, hey man,
Mhm.
I think that's totally valid. Yo, Game Breach, thanks for the follow, brother. Can I share stream in a Kick community? The way you're putting that, it sounds like you're a bot. You can share it, but I'm not gonna just start adding random people on Discord and also earn like right now I'm good, thanks, bro. Pretty sure that's a bot though, but fuck it. Oh, bro.
What is a Kick community? I don't know anything about the Kick platform.
I think Kick is like between Twitch and YouTube, definitely is the most degenerate of the three, because that's where you got like Clavicular and all these other like IRL streamers who are some of the most degenerate fucks on the planet.
Okay.
But fucking Kick,
I could have sworn Kick was like a messaging thing.
I think it used to be. I'm pretty sure it used to be.
Mhm.
Oh, here it
K
is.
K right? Oh, KICK.
No, KICK.
KIK is a messaging thing. Okay.
Right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You know what I can't wait to do, bro? This is gonna be so fucking funny. Okay. So, you know how like almost every conservative in the US holds Christianity as like the foundation of their entire moral framework?
Mhm.
You know what I'm gonna bring with me on every trip I go to?
The Bible.
I'm bringing this fucking thing over right here. King James version, baby. There's like very clear, irreconcilable contradictions in it, and I'm gonna like just blow them the fuck out on that. They're gonna be like, I'm gonna be like, yeah, there's contradictions in the Bible, and they're gonna be like, the Bible's God's holy word, it can't be contradicted. And I was like, oh, you want to bet? And just like pull it out of like, I have a gym bag that I carry with me everywhere. It has my camera equipment. I'm just gonna pull this out and be like, you want to bet? And they're gonna be like, ah! It's gonna be so funny, bro. I can't wait for that shit.
Do you like record yourself? I'm pretty new to going to the gym, so like I only started like barely a month ago.
Nice,
Like
congratulations, man.
barely a month before I started. Went to India, but
Yeah.
Do you record your workouts?
I record certain like sets. If you know what I mean by that.
I know what a set is, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, like I won't record like the entire thing, but like I'll record myself on like individual sets sometimes, and sometimes it's for like social media purposes, and other times it's to try to like fix imbalances in my
So
muscle.
usually when you're like not feeling like super solid and like
Yeah,
some exercise,
like
or if okay, sure.
I've got like an injury in my glute. Tragically, I've had since like January, and it will not fuck off. But like I have a hard time like deadlifting because of it. So I'll sometimes record myself to make sure my form is good.
An injury in your glute, huh?
Yup.
Very, very interesting.
Got it from your
Not gonna
mom.
make any sense out of That means my mom was behind.
I
but
didn't
it still
stutter.
doesn't-
I didn't stutter.
Oh, okay.
I didn't stutter.
Teach their own.
But yeah, no, glute injuries suck, bro. That's okay though. Okay. Both sides are equally implicated. Official declassified Epstein, blah blah blah. Just court filings, photographs, unsealed. Confirm Epstein visited the White House multiple times. Yep, nothing received. And neck massage from adult member staff during a refueling shop in early 2026. Included that the House Oversight Committee. Okay, so it sounds like nothing crazy came out of it. Nothing crazy has come of it, but it is possible he knew of Epstein's actions. So I would say, like, I would grant that it is totally possible that Bill Clinton knew about Epstein, what he was doing.
Add the G and nothing.
Yeah. Add the G and then nothing.
That's-
Wait, what does that mean? I'm a
The
boomer.
word
What does it mean?
nothing.
Nothing?
The word that you said. You typed the word nothing, right?
Just
the
now?
beginning of that one sentence. The beginning of the sentence that you just typed. Is a typo.
Fuck you. I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, wait.
I'm not doing any me like completely straight, completely
Look.
like literal like.
I might be disabled, okay? Leave me alone.
That's-
It's logically possible I have a mental disability. Want
it's psychophysically necessary.
Under what flavor of modality? If people ever ask what kind of modality or what like branch or whatever modality, say your mom. I was just gonna say that. It's always going to be either gnomic, metaphysical, which usually also entails logical. But yeah, logical. It's usually gonna be like logical, gnomic, epistemic, and I think that's really gonna be it. I mean, you could say metaphysical, but like, I feel like metaphysical possibility and logical possibility are going to end up being the same thing. Because like gnomic just means this world. So like it's gnomically not possible for me to walk to the moon without, I don't know, something to walk towards the moon on or whatever. Like
Walk on.
you can't like walk on air, right? By itself. But it's logically possible because there's no contradiction, right?
Yeah, like a ladder in there. Just like attach it.
What if I just get a really big ladder? Okay, it's logically
Just a rope
possible.
ladder, you know? Like it's logically possible. You have enough. Stop.
I feel like the Turning Point kids are going to run. Do you know tag?
Yeah, the like God has to exist because like it's an argument for God. Yes.
God is a necessary precondition for logic and intelligibility.
Yes.
God, so stupid. So fucking stupid.
Duncan Crosby has joined.
Oh, Duncan. Oh, what's up, my dude? Did you see the God debate?
Hello, am I audible?
Yep, I can hear you loud and clear.
I heard parts of it. I was just working on something else, so I was just tuning in and out.
Yeah. Knew of the. What's I'm trying to type? Oh, of Epstein being with minors, and we'll see what evidence comes from this. What does the council say? I'm just gonna call these three the council, bro. Probably not.
There's so many better ways to do this, but I'm just not gonna. It's not worth setting up.
To do these to do research.
To like to do research, even if you're like using multiple AIs. Like, first of all, you could just run an AI on your own computer.
Oh, are we talking about in better ways? Are you talking about like better in terms of like the environment?
Yes.
Oh yeah, no shit.
Not
Yeah.
sorry. Wait, no. Yes, the environment, but also like your okay, that's my fault. When I say environment, I'm gonna be talking about like your computer is an environment per se. That's like that's like the tech lingo for it.
Are you talking about like
Yeah.
strain on my computer? Because my computer's good, bro.
No. So okay, let's say you have you're coding a notepad, right?
Mhm.
The notepad is the environment.
Yeah, I see.
So
Oh, so
when I
like
say
using
environment, your
Notepad versus
computer
like
itself.
Visual Studio, right?
Yeah. So I'm saying like your AI environment here is could be better in terms of like you can just type the same thing once and it just sends agents to three different things and then you can open three things at the same time without like having to copy paste three times.
Well, one, and I got you. One, I'm not gonna make my own thing. Two, do you know a thing that will just automatically punch it in? Because like I want to say, I like having three
You-
separate results. So ultimately, all this new thing would do is I would just paste it in once, and then it would give me all three separate results.
Yes.
That
So
that I
you
would
can
like,
have
but
Google's anti-gravity kind of do this.
Google's anti-gravity.
Yeah. It's mostly a coding thing, like Visual
Would I have to code it
Studio's kind of.
myself? I don't know, if I have to code it myself, I don't want to
No,
do it. Okay,
you
because
can
I
just
just
say use agents to. You have to have like a little bit of an extra prompt at the beginning, and you have to like write one prompt to save to the anti-gravity settings
I say.
or like preferences, but
Hmm,
and then you can just have agents going through each research system.
that's pretty cool. Okay, I see. It looks like stuff I have to look into. I don't want to do it. No, at least not right now. But I totally see what you're saying.
Yeah.
As a guy who literally my entire thing when I was working in IT was like working with like AI and Azure environments specifically. But
Oh,
yeah, I worked with
I don't love Azure as much as I should.
Azure is very frustrating. Okay. Specifically, oh, actually, I shouldn't even just say
It's
Azure, but
one.
Microsoft environments in general are very frustrating to work with. Okay, like
Yes.
have you ever like done something like SharePoint, for example?
Mm.
Dude, SharePoint makes me want to kill myself. Oh my god. But yeah, don't let
It's
me.
just Google's just better for like sharing
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. For
Like document sharing, it's just Google Docs is like so much more super.
Mhm.
It's so superior, I guess. That's the best way to say it.
Okay. Both sides are equally implicated. Bill Clinton's really implicated. Epstein file contents. I mean, I feel like relating to the contents of the Epstein files. Wait, actually, who are the people who seem to be most implicated in the Epstein files? And it's probably going to be a lot of the people listed here, as well as wait, do we have an arrest warrant for Prince Andrew?
He's already been detained.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like in what
In
country?
America? Oh,
In
he's
the
been arrested in Britain.
Okay.
I mean, he's been released after that, but
When he got with Virginia Giuffre and Ghislaine Maxwell, where did this happen? In the United States?
yeah, I think so.
It looks
I
like
thought it
it.
was in the UK, no?
Maybe.
He was taken into custody at his home wood farm in Norfolk, England.
Yeah, but the
So he
question
was
is, when
arrested
did he assault Virginia Giuffre? Or like, where did that happen? Because that would fall under that jurisdiction. London, New York, and his private island, which is United States territory. So in other words, he's also guilty of doing it. So like there should be an arrest warrant for him in the United States. Does Prince Andrew have an warrant in the U.S.? He absolutely should. He does not have a misconduct.
I actually just don't know the law enough for that, because if he was convicted of the same thing in England,
No, but the difference though is he also did it in London, which would fall under that jurisdiction.
yeah. So let's say like I don't want to say this. Let's say you
Not me.
touched some guy in the UK and then touched that person again in the US.
Mhm.
And then you were arrested in UK and did the time. Does it also have like? Do you also then go to the US?
Yeah, no, that's
And
not
serve
how.
time there.
You said if I. You said there's one crime, right?
There's like you've assaulted the person twice, right?
Oh, twice. Okay.
But you've done it in two different places. Are you going to serve time in both places?
I think the answer to that is yeah. That makes the most sense because like you're under two different jurisdictions and you did literally two crimes, right? So like if I punch someone in the face on like day one and then like a week passes and I punch them again, like I think that's 2 counts of aggravated assault, no?
That's fair, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's the case. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't, but I'm not a lawyer, but I would easily argue like if I had to bet money on that, I would bet that's true.
I don't think the Fifth Amendment works in this case, right?
If I
I just
punch
don't know enough about
someone in the face
how it
in
applies.
the US and then a week later punched that same guy in the UK, would I fall under both jurisdictions and be eligible for punishment in both for one crime each? Pretty sure the answer to that's like there's no way it's not. I'm betting money. I'm betting money. $10
On what, bro? On like a Calci?
D's
I always get ads to that.
on my mama. I knew it. There it is.
Okay.
Ha ha. The council agrees with me. The council
Your mom does
agrees
not
with
funny.
me. What?
You just bet against your mom.
Your mom, fuck your mom, fuck you.
No, you said bye, mama. Oh, no.
Yeah, you fuck you, bitch.
All bets are in. All bets are in. All bets are in.
He's all in. Have you seen that video of the cat?
Yeah.
He's all in.
Yeah, he's all in.
He's all in. I fucking love that video. Yup. Okay, so that means he should have an active arrest warrant in the U.S. Wait, when did it happen though? And I don't know if it falls under the statute of limitations. When did Prince Andrew allegedly that's gotta be 2 L's,
2001.
right? Allegedly. Wait, what? Is there only one L?
Yes.
No, I was talking about how many L's. Wait, what?
ELY.
Is it? Oh, I'm missing an. There we go. I'm disabled. Okay, so when did Prince Andrew?
Leg Ed lie.
So you said that he assaulted her in 2001 in the U.S.
I think so. That's what it's saying.
Allegedly assault.
Allegedly assaulted. Sexually
Also-
assaulted her on 3 occasions when she was 17 in 2001.
Yikes. Virginia Giuffre. Does it fall under the current statute of limitations federally and or state? Let's find out on that. So, yep, 2001, as you said. On limitations, the charge and jurisdiction. Okay, so for federal, it seems like it falls out of jurisdiction with longer or different periods.
Oh
for
no,
certain
I don't think it does. New York, it's 20 years.
Child Victims Act.
Do you see the news?
See the news? What?
Something happened recently.
Trump says Israel would not survive without US.
That's
That's true.
pretty true. Yeah, it's like, oh wow,
That's
broken
fine,
clock
yeah.
is right. You know, like oh, Trump. God, I hate this stupid fuck. Iran.
USA walks out and
Bro, how long is this?
USA.
I'm gonna say slurs, bro. How long has this fucking idiot been talking about this shit? Unbelievable.
What?
Sorry, I just read this thing. It says that Trump warns strong military action if Iran Strait of Hormuz talks fail. It's like, oh wow, oh
Are we still on that?
yeah.
Didn't we
The-
already give them money?
No.
The-
We never agreed to it. Remember, the memorandum of understanding, that's literally just the concept of a plan, okay? We have no plans,
Oh,
just
okay.
concepts of plans, bro.
Oh my god. The USA walks out and protests during France's speech at the UN Security Council.
Do what?
The delegate for the US at the UN during France's speech walked out
Yeah,
because
What was
uh,
France's speech about?
yeah, out of protest or something.
Fucking bet.
What was French's speech about?
No. I think he's saying that while a statement
No,
that was happening on
while
behalf of the US, the French delegate walked out, right? I think that's what you said.
Yeah, exactly. No, the
Yeah.
American delegate walked out.
No. The American delegate walked out
Yeah.
while the delegate for France was speaking.
Yeah. I don't know what they walked out over, but
Walked out for being a little
Okay, where are you
bitch.
from, by the way? Like, where's your accent from?
Duncan, did you hear?
yeah.
You've
Where's
been
your
asked a
accent?
question.
Sorry, my laptop, it's like the audio is like kind of messed up.
Oh, good.
What were you asking?
Where are you from? Where are you from?
I'm from India.
I'm in India. I'm in India right now.
You are? No.
Yeah,
Where are you from?
Kerala. I'm going home. I'm going to the US tomorrow.
Okay.
What about you? Which state are you in?
I mean, there's like every time I hear about Kerala, it's usually from like some communist who's like, oh, you have a communist state within India.
It's not communist anymore.
Exactly, and I
Yeah,
just
dude, this is the
I
worst
keep it-
example of communism you could use for Kerala because Kerala's consistently contributed,
yeah,
like consistently like lost infrastructure
But
due to
I-
communism and due to Vijayan.
so when I try to tell them that, they're just like, oh, you're just a liberal, you're this, you're that. So frustrating talking to them sometimes.
Fuck. Okay, criminal entry can't be prosecuted because
Yeah,
of
in
statute of
New York.
limitations. Yeah, or federally. Uh, the relevant U.S. federal limitations for most non. Yeah, usually. What is U.S. federal statute of limitations for child rape? Oh, it says there's
statute of
no. Oh, hello? For federal
That's not.
civil claim. Wait, so then why? That means the federal time bar is usually not the main obstacle. Exists over the well, obviously, because New York is under federal protection. So
But
in
isn't
theory,
isn't the age of consent 17 in New York? So it doesn't matter.
is it?
It's not considered child rape.
No way. Is it 17? Wait, what?
I think so.
Consent in New York. It is. When? Oh, God damn it, bro. Wait. Okay, under 17. That's so creepy. In my state, the age of consent is 16.
What?
Oh, wait, one second.
Yeah.
Additionally, New York raised the minimum age of marriage. Okay, never mind.
That's horrible.
Which state is it? 16? What the heck? What state is 16?
South Carolina.
What's
And
it-
a
what
few
state
other
is that?
southern states. But I'm in South Carolina.
You're right in the heart of the TPUSA. That's crazy.
Dude, yeah, dude, that's why I've been able to go against so many of these skinwalkers, bro. That's why. Because they keep going to University of South Carolina. Fuck. Okay, wait. Well, okay, what's the thing for... What is the... What are the possible charges that could have been brought against Prince Andrew for Virginia Giuffre? Let's try that.
How Trump is now saying the US and Iran are close to a deal. What? Why did you guys elect this guy?
Yo, do not blame me. Do not blame me. Okay?
Charlie Kirky. That's the only reason, bro. I don't know. For
It's so childish that I laugh at Charlie Kirk memes. I feel like 12 when I do.
ooh,
Like as much as I didn't like the guy. Like these jokes are not funny. This is like
now they're funny as fuck.
this is
Comedy's
brain
legal
rot.
again,
This
bro.
is brain rot.
They're Charlie
It's just
Kirk,
brain
dude.
rot.
Comedy's legal
It's brain
again.
rot. It's just brain rot. It's pure brain rot. He's
I like the ones where he's like a
level
rapper,
6'7".
bro. Oh my god, dude, like these Charlie Kirk rapper, Lil Kirk. These are the funniest ones, bro. Holy shit, bro. Look, I want to make it clear. Charlie Kirk's dead this bad and shouldn't have happened. But remember, the right, Paul Pelosi attack tweets. Don't forget, okay. The right wing were making fun of Paul Pelosi when they tried to when they were laughing at him. Oh wait, Paul Pelosi attack diaper tweet. Can I find it? I can't find it. Fuck. There was a weird ass conspiracy theory. Oh, do y'all know about the attack on Paul Pelosi?
Oh, the hammer one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Do you know about the conspiracies about like it was Paul Pelosi's gay schizophrenic lover or some shit like that?
All right. I have not heard of this.
No,
So,
unfortunate.
uh,
I don't know whether that's unfortunate or fortunate.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I was gonna say
it's fortunate. It is fortunate that you don't know it. Okay, well now I'm about to inconvenience you and tell you. But so Pelosi attacker gay schizo lover conspiracy. Hopefully it'll bring some evidence. But the conspiracy is he was actually just attacked by his gay, like it even says the claim is false. Wait, explain the conspiracy. I mean, that's literally just it. It's just saying that, like, oh, the guy who attacked him wasn't actually a crazy right-winger guy. Because the whole point of the conspiracy was a way for right-wingers to not take any accountability for their actions. So, like, the guy who attacked Paul Pelosi was, like, a crazy, like, insane, conspiracy-brained right-wing dude, okay? And the right-wing, so that way they don't have to, like, take any accountability for the crazy shit that they promote. We're like, no, he wasn't with us. He was actually Paul Pelosi's gay schizophrenic lover, okay? Everyone's like, no, he was one of you guys. Okay, all right. Like they just don't want to. They don't want to admit that. It spread online after the attack and was amplified by prominent right-wing figures, despite police saying they didn't know each other. Yeah. Pelosi and the guy supposedly were romantically involved. It happened during a drunken argument. Some
Is that
versions
what they
added.
like
Yeah.
immediately did with Tyler Robinson as well?
Yeah, exactly. Correct. And remember, Tyler Robinson. Y'all know his family's like MAGA as fuck too, right?
No, but he
Mhm.
has a trans
Oh yeah,
girlfriend. I don't know.
yeah. He has a trans girlfriend, or did have a trans girlfriend. They're probably not together anymore. But
I don't think they did. I think they were just roommates. I think that was just a rumor.
damn, all I can find are good tweets from Democrats. That's all you can find. Like you'll never find crazy unhinged tweets from Democrats in office, but Republicans will do it all the fucking time, bro. Let's say we got clear evidence that Prince Andrew participated in because the thing that I want to like the most important thing that I want to clarify is that two things should be happening. One, in the Epstein files, the people who are who we do have evidence of raping people who are victims of sex trafficking, like Prince Andrew, okay, those names should obviously be known to the public. And then two, for those who we can go after, we should be going after, which obviously we're not. So I need to get the case. Like obviously, Prince Andrew is someone whose name we all already know, but the question is, can we go after him? And I think the answer to that is yes, but I need to know exactly on what charges. So yeah, I'm trying to figure that out. So we got clear evidence of person, sex for Virginia and Frey via.
Oh my. Have you guys heard of Count Binface?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's just
Count
released a
Chad.
He's just released a manifesto.
He already had a manifesto, didn't
I think so.
No, he's released a detailed one.
Isn't he the only one running against Nigel Farage?
Yeah, because like no other party thinks it's serious.
he? We'll cut your taxes and raise everyone else's. Is so funny to me.
Cut your taxes and
Oh, yeah,
raise everyone.
and at least one affordable home.
How come no one is running against Nigel Farage otherwise?
Because it's just it'll be quite expensive and it's pointless.
I thought I guess
No, no, no,
uh,
no. I think other people did, but like it was funnier to vote Binface over
no way,
everyone
bro.
else.
Because like I feel like with Nigel Farage, I thought, is he still popular? I thought he was unpopular.
I have no clue.
But low overall favorability. Yeah, I thought about 32% is familiar with him. Yeah, he's got approval rating of -46. Yeah, he's not doing good at all. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, those are frauds.
And he's somehow not even the most unpopular politician in the UK. Starmer was even more unpopular than him.
Oh yeah.
Dude, if it's down account bin phase, bro. I'm gonna lose my shit. Bro, he kind of looks like a super villain. Like in some weird like 80s like Power Ranger thing or something. He looks like a Power Rangers villain.
Sanders wrestled him to the ground. One man.
It's kind of epic actually. Huh.
There's also, I don't know if this helps you or not, but there's just like 2 hours back there was a Vanity Fair article that was like released. They
Mhm.
spoke to like three people three victims, and they kind of interviewed them about it.
Wait, say again? I didn't catch that at all.
There's like a Vanity Fair article that just came out like 2 hours back, and they interviewed three victims who sort of told them how it was like and detailed it out.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Who did they
Vanity Fair
accuse?
article.
Do you know?
I mean, I cannot. I'm just trying to see the. Yeah, okay, it's not paywall. Say like Maxwell and Epstein. They were just talking about how it was like and everything. That's all. So
Yeah.
it's paywall, so
Ah, cringe. Paywall, more like paywall. Am I allowed to say things like gay wall as like a joke? I don't know if I'm allowed to do that.
everyone thought of that.
That's very much a joke, okay? It's a joke. It's a joke.
I
Comedy's
know, I
legal
know.
again. No, I'm just talking to viewers, not you.
It's a straight
If you
wall.
refresh fast enough, you don't get paywalled. Like I could control C, control V, and I have the entire thing. This is so
Got him. Oh shit for got him. Liberal destroyed.
the
Give me your
entire
knowledge,
thing.
right? And also, you could probably punch it into an AI, and the AI will like punch the site into like Grok or something, and then Grok will like you
Just disable JavaScript on it and just read it perfectly fine.
Lamau rip. What's the website?
What
Actually, I'm
say?
scared to click on websites after what was it yesterday? I'm scared. I'm scared, bro. Huh. Okay. So, oh, let me lock in. Okay. So you're on a raw. Looks Westerner. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. How do I want to? I guess put this in. Disinformation, reality. Oh, okay. Here's a go. Here's a go. Okay. Prince and oh, this is good. Should be prosecuted. That's what I'll do. I'll have like all your like people at the top who are pretty bad. And then down here we'll go over okay, who are the people that should be prosecuted or like
I
further
think
investigated into. I think that's probably
reading
cool.
into it, Prince Andrew did settle civilly with what's her name?
Virginia?
Whatever her name is. Yeah, Virginia. Giuff.
Yeah, but like doesn't
But
mean that you can't go
yeah,
after
you
him
can still
criminally.
do criminally. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
So it most likely into him should be under the following, all of which are under the statute of limitations as of 7/27/2026. Oh. Alrighty. Boom. Alright, that's easy. There we go. 2 coercion. Blah blah blah. Shit. 1, 2, 3. Federal. I'm not gonna memorize all these. I'll probably have my phone with me, like when I go debate these turning point losers, and they're like, huh, "What should we even charge him with?" I'm like, "Oh, yep, okay, that's about 18 USC 1591 sex trafficking of children, 18 USC 2422 coercion / enticement." Yeah, like yeah. Oh my god, and then they're gonna be like,
Pull out a
only
briefcase and like open it in front of them, you know.
yeah. That's why I've got Are you watching stream right now?
Gym bag. I'm
Oh
not.
yeah,
I'm
I was just
trying
about to
to have it
pull.
open.
Yeah, I was just about to pull out my gym bag and be like, "Yep, that's why I got the gym bag." It's my like magic pouch of just shit that I need. Easy dub. Easy dub. I don't know what I'm most excited for between like what 2241. The fuck is 2241? What is perplexity? You gotta tell me what it is, idiot.
So Trump can't run for office in 2028, right?
No.
Who is the Republican? Like, is it JD Vance?
It's either gonna be JD Vance or Marco Rubio. Probably JD Vance so
Mhm.
far though. But they're looking to stab each other in the back because they know that Trump is super unpopular. He's only gonna get more unpopular because he sucks fucking ass, and doesn't give a fuck about this country. And because of that, it's gonna be a question of who can throw Trump under the bus first and most efficiently.
Oh, liberal.
Shut the fuck up.
Liberal.
I hate you. I hate you so much. Okay, federal crimes. So 1591, we got that. Transportation 2423. Yep, got that. State criminal charges, sex trafficking involving a minor. But wait, are they still considered minors in New York?
The
Virginia?
there's a difference
Yes.
between minors and sexual and
Like being able to like age of consent. Was 17 when she was assaulted by Prince Andrew. Does she still count as a minor under New
you
York?
still count as a minor. Interesting.
You do?
Just realized
Oh,
all of a sudden
god,
you
so you
do.
can legally have sex with minors? That's so fucking weird, bro. Because I'm positive, like, you're still seen as a minor. Yeah, she still counts as a minor, yeah. Oh, it depends on the legal. Okay, so age of majority. Yo, age of consent, not a minor. So federal tracking, you have 18 as a minor. Federal being legal class of victim as a minor. Okay, this is not how. Okay, wait. So with if the state of New York were to prosecute Prince Andrew for, and that was, oh, he did it to her, and oh, that's right, because it's actually Little St. James, I think, is a thing off of Florida, and Florida could get him too. Okay,
I feel like the Florida's age of consent is not 18.
there's no shot it is. There's no way it is. I bet 16.
Yeah, it feels.
Oh, it is 18.
It is 18. What?
Wow. Wait.
Wait. What?
Statutory rape does not apply who are 16 and 17 if their partners. Okay. Oh,
He's
so
too old
it's
for
it's the
that.
Romeo and Juliet clause. So if you're
Yeah.
24, then you can have sex with a 16-year-old. But if you're older than that, then no. Which, I mean, 24 and 16 is like really, really bad. But at least it's a start.
You know, if someone clips this out of context, it'll look so bad. This looks so bad.
Dude, in South Carolina, you could be 50 years old and fuck a 16-year-old. I'm not kidding.
No, like the fact that like for 2 minutes you guys are just discussing age consent, it'll just look so bad out of context.
Hey, look, okay, we have to expose pedophiles, and if we're gonna expose pedophiles, we gotta know the state charges for each fucking like jurisdiction, and we gotta know if they qualify for those charges. It's the only way. It's the only way. I know what you mean, though. There it is. Oh yeah, there it is. And list exists, but anyone under the age of 17 years old is concerned about consent for sexual intercourse at 16.
We
There
have
it
to
is.
spice up the stream. So
There it is.
we have Ethan saying, "I love being in South Carolina."
Who the fuck
'cause
said
of
that?
TPUSA. 'Cause
Who
of
the
TPUSA.
TV? They're gonna like AI my voice. They're gonna like do like the AI generated like thumbnail.
I love being in South Carolina because a 50-year-old can get with a 16-year-old.
Yo, did you ever see the debate with Myron? Oh my god.
No.
Possible Myron Gaines debate. Dude, I saw this one thumbnail. It was kind of surreal because I was like, "Yo, that's me. What the fuck?" Like it looks like super like AI fucking. Obviously, like that's stupid shit. Let's see if I can find it. Can't find it. Dude, how many of these just are there on stupid shit ass channel, bro? Can I find
What
it?
am I looking at? I don't.
Damn it, I can't find it. I Dude, how many does this channel pump out, bro? Did they delete it? Because I fucking kicked his ass? No way they deleted it. Because, I mean, I know I blew him out, but, like, damn.
You spoke to him.
Yeah.
Did he like? Oh.
Bro, it's just not there. Like, I'm pretty sure I would have seen it by now. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. Oh my god.
Shipping as it was before the war. That's
Look
It's
at
like
that, bro.
your stream's catching up. Give it a second.
course of the fighting with words notwithstanding.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I remember shit. That was one of the
Scary.
most, like, weird things where I was like, is that me? Who's that? It's so fucking weird, bro. And why do
What
I
is it?
now have a
What
marriage?
are you about?
What's it about? What'd you say?
No, I just want to see what this video is about.
Oh,
Because I feel like I've seen your ears.
yeah, the video's cringe as fuck. The saddest thing is in the actual debate, like, I do stutter a little bit, but I definitely come out looking better than him. That's easily for sure. I just wish that I got into rhetoric him better. Fortunately, my headphones broke today because my... Oh, that's a bot. Get the fuck out of here, bot. I can't wait to fucking... Because once I'm done with 3 and 4 on this, the contents and then the cover up, then I'm hold on, let me... This is a fucking bot. Get out of here. Then we're gonna go into like the debate prep and shit for people who want to, because the whole point of this is to prep people on this shit. Okay, let's lock in on this again. Oh yeah, but yeah, this stuff is still pretty relevant. Not the Myron shit, but so then yeah, the 18-year-old stuff for Virginia definitely still applies. And Lil St. James, I'm pretty sure, is under the jurisdiction of Florida. The state of New York wants to prosecute Prince Andrew for criminal sexual involving a minor. She was 17 years old. Is this still applicable? I have no idea if this is still applicable.
You said you want to ask me, why are you not singing? So, do you feel like you're like less friends after that? Well, no, I'd say it's about the same. No, but I
Okay,
mean,
okay, so then the AI fucking hallucinated, which is why it's good to double check it. Sex trafficking of a minor. Okay, state criminal charges. I mean, sex trafficking is there statute limitations for sex trafficking? Is there a statute, a state statute of limitations in, yes, statute of limitations, York, for sex trafficking? 17-year-old. Dude, right now, the AIs are looking at me like, why are you looking up this? He's looking at me so fat. Dude, imagine being guys like, yo, what's this guy looking up, bro? I don't think any of the state ones are going to hold. I think all those have gone past.
It's so bad out like in bad context. Like your previous stream was debating these people is kind of like getting a girl to bed. Now
I know.
look
Oh,
at AP consent.
shut up. I hate you. I hate it, bro. I can't wait for the wokies to fucking come after me, bro. It's gonna be great. Dude, I've already had the wokies come after me before. I'm gonna kill myself. I'm not going into it, but wokies are like,
You mean the left?
yeah.
Okay. I mean like far left in this case.
Far left. Can I just call them like dipshit wokies? That's probably the best way to put it. Like in like real life, not like in like a violent sort of way, but like trying to destroy my reputation sort of way. It was the dumbest shit in the world, which I'm not gonna get into, but like Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Okay, so sex trafficking, minor. Okay, it was under 18. Wait, what? Fair club does not begin around until the age of 23. Oh well. Okay, so that doesn't apply. Out of state tolling. Criminal statute is paused, which the defendant continuously resides outside of New York State. I don't know. I kind of feel like it's just. I mean, we've got our federal charges right here, so I kind of like it's just the safest thing to do. I'll just stick with the federal charges. Those are pretty clear. And then we can look at what are these? What is in federal law? Two 2243, all these cool things. Aggravated sexual abuse, and sexual abuse of a minor or ward. All applicable if the conduct occurred within federal maritime. These less likely unless the location fits a federal enclave. Oh, okay, so these probably wouldn't. federal jurisdiction. That's still possible. Sex trafficking. Where must could a hotel in the state of New York be applicable for those given statutes? I can't wait to be done with the research streams on this, because once we're done with the research streams, it's nothing but debate prep. So like right now, like yeah, it's just like chill, like, you know, type in a bunch of stuff. But
Gotta put some lo-fi in the back.
yeah, I'm scared of getting TOS by Twitch though. So
You should probably look for like some kind of no copyright music in the back, because
yeah,
it's less watchable, especially in a VOD.
true, true. And I find those allegations. 2241 and 2242 federal jurisdiction. 337. So the answer is normal. Would not. Okay, so then I'm gonna mark these as a no-go. Images. C-spam. Coercion. Is there federal statute of limitations for? I'm pretty sure the answer on this is no. And okay, so 1591, no statute limitations. No statute limitations. Nice. Nice. I love it. I love actually protecting children. Good job, Congress. Proud of y'all. Imagine having a statute of limitations on trafficking children. Fuck you. Yup.
I don't know why there is one on sexual assault, but like,
Yeah, I don't know either. Shouldn't be a thing. Should not be a thing. All right. So Prince Andrew should be prosecuted. What is the evidence against Lex Wessner's another one? From victim. What is the testimonies? What are the testimonies against Lex Wexner? From victims of Epstein. What age? What criminal charges could be brought against him, assuming sufficient evidence existed to prove their statements? Because the thing is, we just have to like thoroughly investigate these people, but the investigations were killed, so we need to get more evidence on them. We need to be careful. Public record contain accusation, not proof. Yeah, I know, fucking idiot. Let's assuming sufficient. 1, 2. Prince. Federal. Federal. Sex trafficking. Yep, that's Les Wexner, not Lex Wexner. Oops. Les Wexner. What a weird name. So 1591. I feel like all these charges are basically going to be the same. So like 1591, 242, 2423. Yeah. Yes, 1591. Yup.
Yo, I'm gonna head out though. See
All
ya.
right. Yep. Later, man. Thanks for stopping by. 1594. Conspiracy aiding and abetting.
Sorry, you can stop streaming on Discord, by the way.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, thanks for that. I was about to forget that entirely, bro. All right, later, man. Forgot about that. Oh. Let's check chat.
Men and we had transgender for everybody. Men and women's sports came ravaging through our cities. We won Venezuela. We don't need the hormones. It was a word, made up by the Democrats. Affordability.
Are you serious?
Etymology of the word. God.
No, bro.
The word affordability is a Democrat. God, like, it's just everything he says is a lie, bro. Like, I'm so tired of this. Dude, Trump fatigue is real, okay? Like, TDS, TFS. Trump fatigue syndrome, bro. I'm so done with this stupid orange fuck, bro. Like, I'm so I just want him gone. Okay? Rhetorically. I just want him gone. Fuck.
Tremendous military facility at the White House. It's a ballroom, but it's also a big military facility. A drone port on top and tremendous things underneath. The communists want to take it down. They try taking Mount Rushmore.
Fucking Christ.
They want to blow it up. They want to take it down. You remember the word I made up? The caravan. I'm not a big cry.
I'm so done, bro. I was looking at fucking videos of cats and shit. Oh wait, Graham Allen? Who are you,
My
buddy?
question for you really is: isn't that gender role assumed?
When was this done? Graham Allen is a new name. I haven't seen anything from him.
Structure actually even harmful to men?
Is having what society would call a traditional wife.
Dude, oh my god, bro. I cannot wait to go against these people, bro. I cannot wait, bro. I'm like, yeah, premise one, boy. Oh my god, bro. I can't wait for this shit. Let me check some shit.
That stays home and nurtures and takes care of the children. Is that harmful to men? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I think that the austere view of gender roles and what what a male should do for a relationship. If this is the only paradigm for relationships, yeah, it would seem like that is a very limited domain for men.
What's the limited domain? Men should protect. Men should provide. Men should provide security. They should be the defining defensive force for their family. They should be the rock of which their family relies on. That's a lot of responsibility, and that's actually a lot of opportunity for men to do a lot of things. So what do you mean?
Well, yeah, exactly that. You're saying that women. First, you're saying women shouldn't work.
I did not say
well
that.
Defined
Rewind the tape. Where did I say that women shouldn't work?
No, you were presenting that it was an issue.
When did I say women should not work? When did I say that?
You said it was causing all these other wage issues.
No, I
you
didn't.
were presenting it was causing marriage issues. It was causing.
Rewind the tape. I said that every man should do everything in his power to provide a home of which his wife is not required to work. And if his wife chooses to work, that's fine. But every man should make it to where his wife doesn't have to work. That's what I said.
Yeah, isn't that a limited domain for men?
No, as a man, that's what you should want to do.
Should want to do, but what about men that don't have the means to provide all
Get
those
another
things?
job.
Okay, so
work two jobs.
Men should go to college.
I think college can be a big waste of time. Yes.
There it is. I love anti-intellectualism.
I didn't go to college. There you go. Thank you, my friend. Yeah.
I didn't go to college. Fuck. Bro. Oh my god. Yo, Liam, I love you. Okay, I love your. Okay, for anyone watching the VOD or watching whoever the fuck, whatever. Okay, there is this god tier pro-choice argument, and the premises are as follows: if the reasons for an action weigh in favor the most to do that action, then that action is justified. So if you've got like, if the reasons to eat healthy are the greatest when compared to the reasons to eat shit food, then eating the healthy food is justified. Very simple. That's like trivially fucking true. It's true in every fucking regard ever. And then premise 2 is abortions are the reasons for abortions weigh the greatest in the majority of cases. Therefore, the majority of abortions are justified. And now it's on them to say why it's unjustified. And then you can then talk about like, oh, well, the reasons for getting abortion are like, you can talk about the real problems that women have fucking go through, okay? Aaron's like, oh, but the fetus, oh, but the baby. And it's like, bro, like before 20 weeks, there's no experience, there's no person, there's no fucking anything. And that's why we talk about the conjoined twin example, okay? Because if you're going to talk about like, oh, it's a person, okay, well, if a person is a biological organism, then how many fucking persons are conjoined twins where there's two heads in one body? Oh, there's two persons. Oh, why is there two oh, there's two heads. Oh, so it's about having a mind? Well, no. That's what it fucking reduces down to, right? And it's way more intuitive instead to just understand you can have one biological organism, okay, that can be a vessel for multiple persons, and that personhood is simply just having the capacity of experience. That's it. So you could have one organism with like 3 heads. What if you have a hydra? Okay? Like a fucking hydra monster. Okay? Like you could say this is one organism, but like, bro, there are what, 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Bro, there are 6 things on this organism that are trying to fucking kill me, bro. I would not say that is one entity. I would say that's actually 3. Because there's 3 heads that are trying to fucking kill me, okay? If there's like a 3-headed god, all of which that have like their own individual experience or like takes, kind of like how I appeal to the council here, right? The council of Perplexity, Gemini, and Grok. If I'm appealing to the council, and the council has 3 different like experiences, like I'm gonna say it's 3 different fucking persons. It's just how we are intuitively. In other words, these guys are gonna get blown the fuck out, bro.
Look, hey man.
Look at the way he's like laying back. He's got his little sunglasses and his little cuck chair, bro. Dude. Oh man, dude, you're done, bro.
We can go over the college scam if you want to. Are there certain jobs that require certain further of skills, absolutely. Doctor, lawyer, things like that.
Yup.
A lot of classes in college are worthless. Yes, they are.
So, but what about the men who want to become doctors then? I mean, even in your own definition, they should be either not able to exist in the paradigm of relationship.
Go become a doctor before you get married. and or if you get
what,
married,
when you're like
you got to
40
work while
or
you got
50 years old. If you didn't have
doctors aren't becoming doctors at 40, 50 years old.
Some
That's
of them
not
are.
how-
Hey, some of
No, I'm saying in general, you're making it
How long
sound
does
like
it take to become a doctor?
6-7 years.
No.
You're talking about difference between surgeons, and then you're talking about general pediatrics and all this stuff.
No.
I'm rejecting that if you want to become a doctor, you're not coming out of all the school 40, 50 years old. That's not true.
You can. Yeah, that
if
happens.
you start at 30, perhaps.
Yeah, and plenty of people didn't have
But
the means before they were 30.
We're not talking about any of that. I didn't have means. What is that?
So they should be alone until they're 50?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
but
your goal as a man should be to get to a point where your wife doesn't have to work unless she wants to. I don't understand why that's so hard to comprehend.
May want to just presuppose the conclusion.
I did not
That's what men are supposed to. You're just supposed to do it, man. You're supposed to do it.
say, never did I say once that from day one of your marriage you should be financially set up. That is not what I said. I said every man should work as hard as humanly possible to present an atmosphere and a reality in their home to where if their wife doesn't want to work, she doesn't have to. And until you get to that point, you don't get to take time off as a man because that's your job and that's your role. That's what I'm saying.
Can I prove my senses without my senses? I don't think you can, bro. I don't think that's a thing. Can I prove my senses without my sense? I don't think that's a thing. There's no way you can prove your senses without using your fucking senses. Even dipshit religious fucks have to, yeah. Obviously. Yeah. It's circular. Of course. Obviously. What a stupid fucking argument, bro. How do you know you can trust your senses? Through my senses. Like, how do you know God's word is valid? Because it's God's word. Oh. Why didn't I think about that? Holy shit. So fucking stupid. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna let this dumbass play.
I'm saying.
Yeah, what I'm struggling with is how you can
Fucking
think that
5
that's ideal for even for the welfare of men.
Who said anything about it being ideal? That's your job as a man. You see, this is where we've gotten in trouble as a society, is this whole society owes me something. Society doesn't owe you a dang thing. Pick up, you put on your big boy pants, do your job, be a man, provide for your family, work harder than everybody else. This is the problem that we have in society today. Is that unfair to men? Nobody gives a crap if it's unfair to men.
So you're saying
it
that
is your job as a man to provide for your family, your wife, your kids, to where they should not want for anything. I understand that societal situations make it to where some people start off on a worse foot than others. But I reject the premise that in America, any man at any state, any city, any county can work as hard as humanly possible to achieve the actual goal, which is to make a home, again, to where your wife does not have to work.
Okay, so you just said that you just correlated the concept that I was presenting of that being bad for men with entitlement. So what are you saying? How is that statement entitled? How are these questions presenting entitlement?
Going back to the thing, isn't that like an unfair thing to men? Nobody cares. Work harder.
No. Well, entitlement to what? I mean, entitlement.
No,
to,
you
to
just said, isn't that unfair and isn't that emotionally not good for the man? You know what's emotionally not good for a man?
Not emotionally.
Not being able to provide for your family. That's not emotionally good for a man. You know what's not emotionally good for a man? Not getting up and stop playing video games and going to work that second job so your kids don't have to go into a daycare and your wife can stay home. That's emotionally not good for a man.
You've got all these stereotypes and assumptions about.
It's not a stereotype. That's the truth.
Okay. Oh, men can't do this because they play video games in the morning, and you know.
I don't think that you should play video games in the morning.
And it's entitlement
you should
to
get
think
up
it should be
before
possible
the
to have
sun
a
comes up. You
relationship.
should work out. You should take care of your body. You should go to work. You should work hard, and you should provide for your family before you even think about picking up a video game. You're right.
Okay.
You're right. I do believe that. You're right.
Entitlement.
How is that entitlement to get up before everybody else, work harder than everybody else, and earn?
You were saying it's
How is that
entitled.
entitlement?
It's
Entitlement is believing that you owe me something that I didn't work for. That's the opposite of entitlement.
Okay, so you're saying that relationships are something that you have to
Work for?
work
Yes.
for. Yeah, like
Yes.
like regards that they require currency.
Newsflash to anybody that's
So
not
you're
married:
saying,
marriage is
you're
work.
saying that
marriage is
basically
work every
relationships
single day,
are objects.
and you got to earn
No,
it
you're
every
presenting,
single day.
Okay, you're presenting relationships as objects that have to be purchased, basically. So
No,
you're saying,
no.
oh, if a man
Relationships are
can't
living,
provide,
breathing thing
then,
that
and they think they
require
should
work
still have
every single day.
possibly have a relationship, then they're entitled to like some sort of object or something.
An object? Nobody said an object.
You're presenting
making up
human
words.
relationships
What is the definition?
as
Hey, man,
as
you're
as a
worrying me
commodity.
just a bit. What is the definition of entitlement? What is that? Because you keep saying entitlement, and I'm actually saying the exact opposite of entitlement. Entitlement, I'll help you out. Entitlement is I'm owed something that I didn't work for. That's entitlement.
Okay.
What I'm talking about is
so you're
getting
saying
up
that
before everybody
you're
else,
owed like a commodity.
working all
That's what
day
you're saying.
long. No, I'm saying earn it. I'm saying earn
commodity.
everything. No, I'm saying earn
Human
everything in your life.
relationships as a commodity.
Yes, you have to work for human relationships. Yes, if you got a bum friend that you never do anything for, you're not a good friend, are you? If you've got a spouse that you don't do anything for, you expect them to do everything for you and you don't do it in return, you're a bum spouse. That's exactly right. You got to work every single day to nurture, to care for your marriage, your relationship 1,000,000%. There is no entitlement. It is a living, breathing thing that you have to work every single day for. And it is the hardest yet most rewarding thing that you will ever do in your life, and that is work on your marriage, stay married till you die, and raise your children.
Okay, I'm back. I need pasta. Ethan hungry. All right. Or as dipshit had to say, I guarantee it was worthless. Nothing useful here. Alright, okay. That guy's unquestionably a dumbass. Dude, I hate the drama shit. I could not care less about like all the drama shit, bro. Like I hate that Steven is going through the fucking like Hassan gistical stupid shit. Because I think it's all bullshit against him. No, I think it is all bullshit that's against him, okay? I want to make this clear. I stand with him. All the allegations against him overwhelmingly seem to point to being bullshit. The only thing that does seem to hold any weight to it is that he really likes sex, and if he can shoot a shot, then he'll do it. But you know what? That's not immoral, right? If you don't call it degenerate, then sure, but like I wouldn't call someone immoral for like trying to pursue sex. If that's what you like to do, and it's between two consenting adults, you know, like I don't care, such that, you know, there's no power dynamics or fucking like whatever, right? Like, and that's what you want to do, then fucking do it, right? I mean, that's shit. Like, I had a hoe phase, okay? I was like, yep, I'm gonna pursue as much sex as I possibly can. And you know what? It was great. Like, I get it. Now, in doing that, you do end up breaking a lot of hearts because people, if you're a successful guy when it comes to dating, okay, you know, to intimacy, then a lot of girls really do want to be with you, okay? Like once you're like in that club, you're in, okay? As a guy, once you're in, bro, you are in, you're in, right? However, in my experience and the experience of most guys who unquestionably do this, even if you make it super clear, like, hey, I want to have intimacy with you, but like I don't want to have a relationship, which is exactly what I did, he still ended up breaking a lot of hearts because girls will be like, I'm different, I can win him over, and then they can't because you knew that you knew what you wanted going in as a guy. You knew like, hey, I just want to have intimacy and no relationship, and then they're like, oh, I can change him, oh, I'm different, and then they're not. And then when you tell them that you don't want a relationship again, then like then they get their heart broken because they thought they were, I don't know. I don't want to use the word like special, but like, you know, that they could have like changed you. So, if you want to call that degenerate, I think that's valid. And that's why I stopped engaging that because I didn't like the fact that like doing that, even though I think I was engaging in a responsible way, it still was breaking hearts, you know, and I don't like that. So I stopped doing it. But if you don't call it degenerate, go for it, but I won't call it immoral.
You have to look at college as like a community. It's more than just guaranteeing you a job. And it doesn't guarantee you a job with more money. Right. That's true.
It definitely doesn't.
But it opens you up to a lot of new people. And I think it's an experience that a lot of young Americans
Like we heard this
can
guy talk already. I wonder how Monkey Boy shit's going.
Bias against your view. It just has like
Monkey
an
Boy's
epistemic
free.
prejudice that doesn't make you're talking about using a methodology that is actually in conflict with your own view. If your criterion for being justified is in something being proven is it being tested, then you can't prove God because it's not tested. That's not what I mean when I say to God believers, you can't prove God doesn't exist. Do you think that's like when a theist says, I have proof God exists, do you think they're talking about tests? Why would anyone ever be talking about that? Your view doesn't really make any sense. Look, all I'm asking for is some justification to believe God exists.
Well, okay, fair question, right? Now, I guess that would probably lead us into what do you consider or what is reasonable evidence for you to believe in a God? What would it take to convince you?
I don't really understand that question.
What is sufficient enough evidence for you to believe in a God? Like, what would you need to see?
Right. If you're asking what convinces me, I don't know what could convince me. I don't know. I'm not sure what's the purpose of asking that.
Because if you're talking about evidence, don't you think it's smart to understand and maybe dissect what you would take as evidence?
Evidence or argument.
Okay.
I can tell you what evidence means, but what counts as evidence is up for dispute.
Right.
Obviously, there's a definition of what evidence is, but I could say hippos existing is evidence for atheism. And then I can say, what's the reason why you think hippos are evidence for atheism? And you say, oh, you don't accept that? Oh, then what's your criterion for evidence? Like, how much evidence is sufficient? It's not like I'm saying that's weak evidence. Like, you can make false claims about something being evidence. And like this question never makes sense when anyone like what I could just tell you what evidence means, then we could dispute whether something is evidence, then we can compute the overall probability of theism updating on the evidence, and then we can see whether or not the probability of theism is over 50%, which rationalizes the belief if the reasoning is likelihoodist. If we're reasoning on the basis of probabilities, if you show the probability of theism given whatever thing we establish to be some evidence is over 50%, then you get theism. You just win. So
now, in other words, though, assuming that I'm a Christian, right? I believe in the God of the Bible. Assuming that this God of the Bible and this hypothetical exists, right? And these events actually took place, for example, 2,000 years ago. Which also keep in mind, because we have to take this into consideration as well. 2,000 years ago, most people at that time were illiterate. They couldn't read, couldn't write, nor did they write things down on papers. They wrote things down on papyrus, right? So it's completely different. But with everything that I just said, I'm sorry, it's a walkie-talkie. I'll move this for you.
Can you turn that off or something?
But yeah, so given all the circumstances that I just said, assuming that Jesus did the miracles that he did, let's say, and the specific one we're talking about is when he turned water into wine. How do you expect somebody 2,000 years ago to be able to prove that happened to you today? Like, what would you have expected him to do in order for you to believe it now?
I don't need to know that. I don't need to know what are the conditions for sufficient justification. When someone else is making the claim, they're warranted in believing. When they say they're justified, they should be able to show how that's justification enough to believe it. I don't need to do anything of the sort. I could just have no idea how you would go about justifying that, and since you think you're justified in believing that, show me how you go about justifying that. I don't know how that's like.
Now, based on everything you just said, though, would you blame me if I said maybe potentially there is nothing that can convince you that God exists?
Is it possible? Yeah, but that's possible of you too. Like the possibility talk is uninteresting. It's possible unicorns exist. Okay.
Well, I mean, I think you understand. You know what I'm really trying to get at, right? I'm not trying to be.
Like you're asking if it's just possible that nothing convinces me. If you're asking something else, I'm not sure I'm getting what you're asking.
Yeah, just.
Dude, I love this fucking microphone. It's so good. It's very affordable. 10 out of 10. There is, I love you, Monkey Boy. I love you so much. I don't even know if you know I exist, but just so you know, I love your arguments. Same for you, Ian, and Liam.
Stephen Miller
Y'all are
and
God
Marco
tier.
Rubio's deranged speeches the other day.
Wooby woo. Look at the kitty. I love you. Look at the kitty. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, do y'all remember the Meow Mix theme? Who remembers the Meow Mix theme, bro? Dude. Oh, my heart. I wanted this so oh.
That's the Meow Mix song, and this is the Mr. Meow Meow Mix cat clock. Every cat lover will want one. Its eyes move up and down. Its mouth moves side to side. Its tail wags back and forth. And it alerts you every hour on the hour by singing the authentic Meow Mix song.
Dude, every hour on the hour, the 24 times a day, I feel like I'd go crazy. I'd be like, okay, yo, listen, every hour? That's a lot of hours, bro.
This delightful clock looks great in any room. The special light sensor turns the sound off when it's dark, or you can
Awesome.
turn it off manually.
Okay.
This is a clock you can rely on, and it's yours for only $19.95. We'll even include 2 free coupons for your choice of Meow Mix wet pouches. But wait, call now and we'll also give you this Meow Mix alarm clock. It's yours free. Just pay shipping and handling. You get everything for only $19.95. So order now.
To order your Meow Mix cat clock and receive 2 free Meow Mix coupons and the Meow Mix alarm clock. Have your credit card ready and call 1-800-941-6723.
Dude, those are good times. Maybe I'm ready to watch a dog shit debate. Man, I miss my cats, bro. All you can do is love them.
Yeah. Premise 1 is if no necessary being is logically possible, and if possibly there exists a contingency, then said contingency could have an external or couldn't have an external explanation. Premise 2, possibly there exists a contingency with an external explanation. Conclusion 1, necessary being is possible. P3, necessary being is either impossible or necessary. C2, necessary being necessarily exists or ergo exists in Latin. There you go.
That's just the entire argument?
Yes, sir.
Alright. Just try to put it in a propositional variable syntax.
You want me to give you? I'll show you. I can show you the proof for the validity if that's what you're asking for.
You sure?
Okay, no problem. Let me just run upstairs to my laptop.
You said the goats. I heard you debated. Didn't you debate Destroyer, bro?
No, Cap debated Destroyer. I interviewed Destroyer. Okay, I'll show you the proof of the validity. Hold on. But I can just take you to inference for one. We can skip past all this.
Let me see, bro. How do I explain people?
Yeah, this is the propositional form.
I don't care. I don't care anymore.
Dude, why do you think the brightest
They're talking about left-wing terrorism and cracking down on the left. They are very worried about the rise of the left. There is a rise. You saw Stephen Miller and Marco Rubio's deranged speeches the other day talking about left-wing terrorism.
Yep, I can't believe he's talking to Hassan. It's a Mao outfit, bro. He's wearing a Mao outfit. Like, verbatim. Just like, well, one, here's Kim Jong-un. Like, Kim Jong-un, not to be equivocated with Mao Zedong, but both of which, not very good people. Like, it's verbatim, bro. Spot, like, this could literally be one of those little spot the differences shirt or like fucking pictures. And the difference is this one has a button and the little thingy down here. Otherwise, it's like verbatim the same fucking shit, bro. And then second, like, imagine a dude goes to a fucking political rally and like unironically has a Hitler stash. Like, bro, what? Like, oh no, it's just a aesthetic choice. Like, excuse me, dude. Look, he even has it. This one's it's literally the Mao fucking shirt, bro. What the fuck, dude? Unreal. It even has the little indents and the button in the fucking pockets, bro. Dude, imagine if Hassan wasn't a piece of shit. Can you imagine that?
And cracking down on the left. They are very worried about the rise of the left. There is a rise of the left. You've been part of it.
Unfortunately, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a patriotic American. I am
small C conservative.
I'm small C conservative. I always say the freer the markets, the freer the people.
You always say that.
I always say that. I also say, you know, socialism only works.
Mehdi, what are you doing? Mehdi, I love you. But what is this, dude? What is this?
In theory, until you run out of other people's
Yeah,
money, you know.
And people can't see off camera. You've got Ayn Rand books piled up. You've got with you to read on your flight.
No,
back
no,
to,
I'm such a small C conservative. I'm illiterate now.
You saw Stephen Miller and Marco Rubio's.
I love couch. I miss my couch, bro.
In 2017, with special.
We'll come back to vintage videos of cats.
Counsel Robert Mueller closing in, Trump raged, "Where's my Roy Cohn?" Cohn was a legendary lawyer, and not in a good way. He served as red-baiting Senator Joe McCarthy's hatchet man and Trump's mentor in the dark arts of weaponizing the legal system. Trump was furious that his first Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, recused himself from the Russia investigation because of his ethical obligations as a lawyer. And Trump never forgave Sessions for it. Trump wanted a lawyer who put the president's wishes above his professional obligations, his dignity, and even the law. A lawyer with no client but him. It took 9 years, 4 indictments, and 1 re-election, but it looks like Trump finally got his man. That is Todd Blanche, acting Attorney General of the United States, and in a couple of weeks, the Senate is going to vote on whether to promote him to permanent Attorney General. As Trump...
God, he's gonna get promoted. It's gonna happen. I think you just need to... What percent of Congress needs to say yes to Todd Blanche? Yeah, simple majority. That's what I thought. He's gonna get it.
Trump lawyers go, Todd Blanche...
It's unbelievable. Dude, never let Republicans get office ever again. I'm going to work, like, assuming I can keep doing this sustainably, okay? So it means please donate, because I need money, okay? Like, I need to be able to do this for my life, okay? Or at least for, like, some period of time, okay? Whatever. But either way. We can never let them get power again, because this is the byproduct of that. All right, this is the logical conclusion to conservative bullshit.
has a relatively normal resume. He started his career as a prosecutor in the Southern District of New York, one of the most prestigious U.S. attorney's offices in the country. He clerked for federal judges, and he worked in big law. 3 years ago, when we did a video ranking Trump's lawyers, we put Blanche in the A tier. At the time, Blanche had just left the law firm Cadwalader after his partners balked at him representing the man who tried to overthrow democracy on January 6th. So Blanche started his own shop, Blanche Law, to represent Trump in the hush money case in New York, the stolen documents case in Florida, and the election interference case in D.C. That turned out to be an extremely lucrative decision. Within 2 years, Trump's Save America PAC had paid Blanche's firm close to $10 million to serve as Trump's personal defense attorney. At the height of the hush money trial, he was billing up to $800,000 a month. When Trump was reelected, Blanche became deputy attorney general under AG Pam Bondi, and then acting attorney general when Bondi was fired, and now he's asking the Senate to make it permanent, a trajectory of roughly 3 years from criminal defense retainer to the top law enforcement job in the country. Along the way,
it's crazy.
Blanche transformed himself from a hard-charging white-collar defense lawyer into something else. And let's be clear, Todd Blanche knows exactly how the DOJ is supposed to work. He knows that going back to the Nixon era, there's been a firewall between prosecutors and the White House, and he knows the Attorney General is not supposed to be dumbing up garbage charges against the president's enemies that will never result in convictions. And yet, under his tenure, that is the main purpose of the Justice Department. In short, Blanche has turned himself into Trump's Roy Cohn, and he wants the Senate's blessing. If there's one issue that has defined Todd Blanche in the eyes of the public, it's the Jeffrey Epstein files.
The other thing that we did, Chairman, is we made unredacted versions of the entire database available to everybody in this body. And we did that because of transparency. Remember, for 4 years, there wasn't a peep about Jeffrey Epstein. The Biden administration did nothing to be transparent about the Epstein case. We have been extraordinarily transparent in not only producing the record.
It's almost like investigations were still going on. And also things were under court seal, which means they couldn't be released. Fuckhead.
But letting unredacted versions be available to anybody in this body. And if after reviewing unredacted materials, a member had concerns about why something was redacted, they brought them to the department's attention, and we addressed that. So I want to make sure the American people know that this...
Dude, the way he talks, he sounds like such a little cuck. The way
administration, when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, has been more transparent than any past administration, than Biden was, or anybody else. And what we did is we complied with the law. And if we learn a new material, we will most certainly review it and make it available.
No, not exactly. President Trump spent months publicly and privately fighting to block the release of the FBI's evidence on the notorious pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. House Speaker Mike Johnson slow-walked a floor vote until Kentucky Republican Thomas Massie and Democrat Ro Khanna forced a vote on the Epstein Files Transparency Act, at which point congressional Republicans in the White House decided that they'd always favored releasing the info. Then Trump torpedoed Massie's re-election bid to thank him. So when Blanche tries to take credit for how transparent they were to put all that stuff out there, that is some exceptional gaslighting. And not for nothing, but the act required the release of all Epstein materials in FBI custody with a few narrow exceptions to protect child victims. The DOJ is not in compliance with the law, which was most recently confirmed by a judge in D.C. in a lawsuit filed by the journalist Katie Fang. The DOJ has gone out of its way to redact accusations against Trump and other men who may have abused young girls. And on top of that, its redactions of victim information were so slapdash that they actually published the names of multiple survivors. Here's one such victim, Danielle Bensky, testifying at Blanche's confirmation hearing.
Today, Todd Blanche has been at the helm of the release of nude images of survivors, the outing of Jane Does, and the exposure of more than 100 victims identifying information and documents describing horrific acts of abuse, including my own. In December, before the document release, our attorneys submitted 350 victims' names to the Department of Justice as victims' names to be redacted prior to the release. In that first release, I found my name in 2 places. In that next release in January, my name appeared again, but this time the redactions were so far worse. The files displayed not only my name, but my phone number, my former addresses, where I worked, and other identifying information. When my name appeared in the 3rd file release, it became difficult to believe that this was not intentional. Despite my lawyer repeatedly contacting the DOJ, seeking protection, my information continued to be exposed. And it's not just my name, it's the identifying information. These documents contain disturbing yet incomplete accounts of
It's sad, bro. Everything about this administration is bad. Also, at 8 o'clock today, I'll be going on a stream with a bunch of other liberal content creators. I don't know everyone who's gonna be there. I think Destiny's gonna be there, along with just a bunch of others. But yeah, it's happening at 8 p.m.
my abuse. They were available not only for the entire world to see, but my child, my students, my friends, my employers, my colleagues, and my family. It was humiliating. Worse, my FBI 302 exposed a Jane Doe who had fought for decades to conceal her identity. It's been absolutely devastating. Outing survivors causes real and irrevocable harm. While coping with our emotional distress and psychological trauma, we also have lost our privacy and confidentiality, suffered reputational harm, lost jobs, and now fear for our personal safety. We are not activists. We are crime victims.
The victims appeared at the hearing holding up photos of their younger selves. It was a clear callback.
They're crime victims.
The victims.
Whoa, is that transgender man? Or is that Virginia Giuffre? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he's representing someone. Maybe that's Virginia Giuffre. I'm not sure.
Appeared at the hearing holding up photos of their younger selves. It was a clear callback to the image of Pam Bondi refusing to apologize or even look at the victims when she testified before the House Judiciary Committee. Under pressure.
Like, bro, she couldn't even look at those people.
From Republican Senator Tom Tillis, Blanche finally committed to meet with the survivors. It did not go well.
It had absolutely nothing to do with us, and it had everything to do with Blanche checking a box so that he can get a promotion. I don't think that we had high expectations going into this meeting. I certainly did not, but I didn't expect to walk out of the meeting feeling the way that we feel right now.
That was Liz Stein speaking on MS Now after the meeting. Her sister survivor, Lara Blum McGee, gave a statement calling it a scripted box-checking encounter designed to secure votes, accusing Blanche of repeatedly interrupting and dismissing survivors. She said he offered no explanation for how deeply personal materials were released, presented no credible plan to investigate anyone beyond Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and suggested survivors simply re-engage with the FBI to give statements careless shifting responsibility onto those who were harmed instead of committing to real, concrete action. That is a stark contrast to the attention Blanche lavished on Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, whom he met with for 9 hours over 2 days, after which Maxwell just happened to be transferred to a minimum security prison camp in Texas, a housing designation categorically unavailable to someone convicted of child sex trafficking under the Bureau of Prisons' own rules. Blanche told Senator Cory Booker this was because Maxwell had been receiving threats.
Well, just 1 week after your meeting, Ms. Maxwell was transferred from a low-security federal institution to a minimum security prison camp. Were you involved with that transfer?
When, as I've talked about before, in the time leading up to me going down to meet with her, we learned that she was receiving threats.
2 days of discussion with Maxwell produced 0 new charges and 0 new investigations, but the DOJ did manage to extract a statement from Maxwell that she'd never seen President Trump do anything illegal or inappropriate. So mission accomplished. And that's because he's inheriting the #1 legal issue in Trump's DOJ that his predecessor, Pam, what does it matter when the Dow is up, Bondi, failed to make go away. I'm talking, of course, about the Epstein files. Todd Blanche has always been Trump's go-to lawyer for the please make the Epstein files issue go away issue that keeps Trump up at night. So can Todd Blanche give...
And that's why we're going to press it. All right. If you're watching the VOD, if you're here on stream right now, which if you're in here on stream right now, I love you. But for everyone else who's watching the VOD, let this moment be. All right. July 27th, 5:30 EST. Okay. This is why we keep pressing it, because it's the right thing to do. These people are skinwalkers. They're ghouls. Okay. They're not human.
Give Trump what Pam Bondi couldn't deliver? Well, the first place to look for answers is getting a bird's eye perspective on the news media, which is why I always use ground truth when researching the videos. There, I will see you in court. Okay, so the Epstein files show Blanche's cruelty, but what about corruption? Well, the Justice Department seems perfectly fine with Trump accepting $1 billion jet from the U.S. government by way of the nation of Qatar. Plus, there's the stock trading and the crypto and the ballroom. And look, if we spend this video talking about all the illegal stuff Blanche lets the president get away with, we'll be here all day. So instead, let's focus on something the acting AG actually did, because the so-called anti-weaponization fund is an act of breathtaking corruption presided over by Blanche himself. Here's the sequence. In 2020, an IRS contractor leaked Trump's tax returns along with those of hundreds of other wealthy Americans. You can actually sue the IRS over the wrongful disclosure of your tax info, but you only have 2 years to do it, and your recovery is pretty limited. Nevertheless, in January of 2026, Trump rocked up to the Southern District of Florida and filed a lawsuit against the IRS demanding $10 billion. You want a video on it? Here you go. No lawyer for the Justice Department ever entered an appearance in the case. Instead, Trump's personal lawyers filed a notice of voluntary dismissal in May, at which point they put out a settlement agreement purporting to satisfy Trump's claims which are, again, totally barred by the statute of limitations. The settlement spun up a $1.8 billion fund for the benefit of the supposed victims of Biden DOJ weaponization, by which they meant mostly January 6 defendants who attacked the Capitol and got pardoned on Trump's first day back in the White House.
Remember, they tried to pay the people who attacked on January 6th. They tried to pay those people, bro. Like, that is obviously the condoning of the violence on January 6th. Okay? But he obviously is trying to signal, do it again. Because look how close we are to the midterms. He pardoned them, and then he tried to pay them when we're, like, at the time, I think, like, what, 3 months, 4 or 5 months away from the midterms?
The very next day, Blanche personally signed an addendum giving Trump, his family, and his businesses a free pass for any tax crimes or civil liability they'd committed on their tax returns up to that date, a gift worth potentially $100 million. Obviously, this presents about 100 different legal and ethical problems, the biggest of which is that Trump, the person, sued the government, which Trump himself controls, and his current and former personal lawyer negotiated a, quote, settlement, which is highly advantageous to him personally and politically. Blanche's defense of the IRS immunity piece is to say that this kind of settlement is totally standard.
What it says is like anytime the IRS settles with an individual taxpayer or another company as part of the settlement, it's standard, it's typical to get rid of past ongoing audits. It's not a forward-looking document. It's nothing that gives any sort of immunity in the.
He's such a little weasel, bro. God, the world would be better without people like him. Like, truly.
Future to the president or his family or his organizations, and so by you saying that, it's not true.
Okay. The slippage here is that Blanche is talking about IRS enforcement operations or prosecutions for tax crimes. Yes, if the IRS audits you and you negotiate a deal to pay your back taxes, it is indeed normal for the government to sign a global settlement releasing you from future liability. But this is a civil suit over the release of Trump's tax returns, or at least it's pretending to be, and that's got nothing whatever to do with potential tax liability. That's apples and oranges. The prospect of taxpayer money going to people who were convicted of assaulting cops was too much for congressional Republicans to stomach, though, and Blanche announced that the idea was being abandoned within weeks. But he refuses to put that in writing, and when asked by a judge in Virginia to supply an affidavit swearing that the administration is never going to seek to revive the fund, he said, no way. So you have a settlement, which is a contract, at which one side has purported to unilaterally cancel. And you don't have to be a contract lawyer to understand that is not a thing. So here's Senator John Cornyn, another Republican whose re-election bid also got trampled by Trump, laying out the problem.
Has there been a written agreement of the parties to modify the settlement fund?
No, the settlement fund's just not moving forward. There's no modification. It never started. No money went from the Treasury to any other account. There's no commissioners. It's not moving forward.
Well, so the settlement agreement remains as it was originally, but I hear what you're saying. Is a settlement agreement enforceable as a contract by the parties?
Well, yes, it's an enforceable document. So I suppose if President Trump's counsel sought to enforce it, they potentially could, but-
including the weaponization fund.
well, they could try to enforce the contract. They can't force the Department of Justice to move forward with the weaponization fund. They could potentially say that, I suppose, that we breached by not moving forward. They haven't done that, and I'm not aware that they're planning on doing that.
Meanwhile, in Florida, the judge who presided over the IRS case just dropped a scathing ruling calling out the lawyers here, including Todd Blanche, for engaging in what is essentially a fraud on the court. Basically, Trump, the guy, and Trump, the government, showed up pretending to be two adverse parties to give the faux legitimacy of a court settlement to an immunity deal for Trump and a $1.8 billion giveaway to his most ardent supporters. As Judge Kathleen Williams put it, the court finds that this matter was brought for an improper purpose to gain the imprimatur of judicial legitimacy for a settlement that had no viable basis in law or fact. The judge also called out Blanche and Associate Attorney General Stanley Woodward for using their government positions to negotiate deals benefiting their former clients. Woodward represented multiple J6ers and former Trump officials who have said they intend to submit claims to the slush fund. And Todd Blanche, he couldn't even remember to pretend that he's not still Trump's lawyer at his own confirmation hearing.
Are you and President Trump friends?
I'm his lawyer, was his lawyer, and now I'm the
Yeah. Well,
the Attorney General.
That's a hell of a Freudian slip. Judge Williams said, instead of either recusing because of their previous representations or vigorously defending this lawsuit as required to do so by DOJ policies and procedures, these lawyers agreed to a settlement involving a staggering amount of money, potentially benefiting former clients. Judge Williams referred Trump's current personal lawyer, Alejandro Brito, for bar discipline in Florida. She also sent a record of her ruling to the New York bar, where a complaint against...
not Israel Trujillo? Israel Trujillo? Oh no. Yeah, where were Myron's hands? Where were Alex Perry's hands when he got shot? That's what I thought.
Blanche is currently pending. I am pretty sure Blanche is the only Attorney General nominee who got what's effectively a bar referral the week of his own confirmation hearing. One of the ironic things about this weaponization slush fund is that under Pam Bondi and then Todd Blanche, the Department of Justice has been singularly focused on bringing charges against Donald Trump's personal and political enemies while studiously ignoring crimes committed by his friends. One of Blanche's first acts after Bondi was fired was to indict former FBI Director James Comey over an Instagram photo of seashells. A previous indictment of Comey, as well as one of New York Attorney General Letitia James, had imploded because the prosecutor Lindsay Halligan, another of Trump's personal attorneys, was unlawfully appointed as U.S. Attorney in Virginia. But Blanche made sure to fix that one up right quick. Whether this indictment of Comey survives is yet another matter. And Comey is not the only one on Trump's hit list to get attention from Todd Blanche. And Comey is not the only one on Trump's hit list to get attention from Todd Blanche. The DOJ subpoenaed California Governor Gavin Newsom's financial records. It tried to subpoena former Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell over cost overruns in the renovation of the Fed building. After Virginia passed new electoral maps, the feds raided the office and business of 82-year-old Virginia State Senator Louise Lucas, who spearheaded the redistricting effort. They even tried to prosecute E. Jean Carroll, who successfully sued Trump for defamation and sexual assault. Under Blanche, resources have been surged to Florida for what's been called the Grand Conspiracy Investigation, premised on the theory that everything that made Trump mad in the past 10 years is part of one giant unified plot. Special Counsel Jack Smith's indictments, the Mueller investigation, FBI inquiries into Russian interference in 2016, all part of one evil conspiracy.
Vast right-wing conspiracy.
They've even got a grand jury impaneled in the courthouse of Judge Eileen Cannon. This is an extremely unsubtle effort. They've even got a grand jury impaneled in the courthouse of Judge Eileen Cannon.
Dude, Eileen Cannon needs to go. She needs to go. This little skinwalking pick-me fucking... She needs to go. Get her out of here. Aileen Cannon, you are a skinwalker. You are not real. You are not at the heart of the American people. You are not here for the best interest of the American people. It is the case that you are a grifting evil piece of shit. You are stupid. I have nothing but evil, awful words about you. I think she was appointed under Biden, though, which is crazy. I think it was under Biden. Oh, just kidding. I'm dumb. She was not. Dude, I fucking wish.
This is an extremely unsubtle effort to get around the statute of limitations by claiming that it's a conspiracy.
Vast right-wing conspiracy.
They've even got a grand jury impaneled in the courthouse of Judge Eileen Cannon. This is an extremely unsubtle effort to get around the statute of limitations by claiming that it's all part of an ongoing crime. It is not going to work, but they have been able to leverage it to dump subpoenas on Comey, as well as former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper and former CIA Director John Brennan, both figures despised by Donald Trump. And Blanche is still at it. Here he is promising to investigate former Special Counsel Jack Smith for perjury.
Maybe there's some nuance I'm missing here, but it sounds a lot to me like this guy didn't tell the truth. Have you thought about investigating this guy for perjury?
We take testimony in front of this.
Investigating this guy for perjury.
Well, are you going to investigate for perjury?
Perjury.
We take testimony in front of this body very seriously. Yes.
Good.
Okay, so that's the enemies list. But what about the friends? Well, 2 hours after pardon attorney Liz Oyer refused to recommend restoring conservative actor Mel Gibson's gun rights, she found herself fired. Gibson was barred from owning a gun after he was convicted of domestic violence against his girlfriend in 2011, but thanks to Trump, he's now free to walk around armed again. The DOJ is also disappearing convictions for Trump's allies by walking away from cases on appeal. So, for instance, Steve Bannon, Trump's longtime advisor, was convicted of contempt of Congress and served prison time in 2024. He was still appealing his conviction in 2025 when Trump returned to the White House, at which point the DOJ told the Supreme Court that it no longer wished to contest the appeal. The conviction was then vacated, and the case was sent back to the trial judge to dismiss the case. That's a trick they've pulled with everyone from Alexander Smirnov, who was convicted of lying to the FBI in an attempt to frame Hunter and Joe Biden, to the Proud Boys gang members convicted of seditious conspiracy for attacking the Capitol on January 6th. At the same time, Blanche's DOJ has halted prosecutions of all manner of white-collar criminals in favored industries. Just this month, the DOJ dropped charges on the eve of trial against Matthew Getcha, an alleged crypto scammer who ran a Ponzi scheme that defrauded investors to the tune of $722 million. The DOJ ended a long-running criminal probe into Abbott Laboratories over contaminated baby formula. As for antitrust enforcement, the jury was already impaneled in New York when the Department of Justice decided that actually they didn't want to sue the concert promoter Live Nation for running an illegal monopoly. By sheer coincidence, Live Nation had recently hired Trump's former campaign manager, Kellyanne Conway, to lobby on its behalf. But while the Justice Department is very busy settling scores, they've still made time to take aim at the 2026 election. Now look, the prospect of Todd Blanche as permanent Attorney General may inspire one or two of you to crack open a bottle of wine tonight, and trust me, I am right there with you, but a girl has got to be prepared. So let me tell you what I'm going to drink before I crack open that bottle. This is pre-alcohol from Z-Biotics, and I'm absolutely thrilled that we'll see you in court. Under Todd Blanche's leadership, the DOJ Civil Division sued 30 states to force them to hand over their unredacted voter rolls. The plan is to hijack DOJ Civil Division sued 30 states to force them to hand over their unredacted voter rolls. The plan is to hijack the Social Security database and feed voter lists into it to search for non-citizen voters. The problem is that non-citizens with work permits are issued Social Security numbers all the time, and they have no obligation to tell the Social Security Administration if and when they become naturalized citizens. So using the Social Security database turns up hundreds of thousands of legitimate citizens and labels them as illegal voters. Another problem is that it's totally unlawful to use Social Security data in that way, and also no court has permitted the government to seize state voting lists.
Of those lawsuits have been resolved by federal judges. Mr. Blanche, did any of those 14 federal court judges from across the country agree with DOJ's legal position? Again, yes or no?
With some of the legal positions, yes.
Pardon?
The answer to the question is yes. Some of the judges agreed
14
with some,
judges?
Agreed with some of our legal positions, and most of those cases are under appeal.
Actually, that's not correct. The answer is actually no. These 14 federal judges, some of them were Trump appointees.
When Blanche told Senator Hirono that some of those courts agreed with the DOJ's position, he was just lying. No court has blessed this, and since that hearing, 2 more courts blocked the DOJ's effort to get state voter rolls. Now the Justice Department has resorted to sending letters to state election officials threatening criminal prosecution if they don't hand over their data. In this environment, it is hardly surprising that the senators sought confirmation from Blanche that the department will not be used to interfere in the midterms.
So since the Civil War, along those lines, federal law has made it clear that the president does not have the authority to deploy armed federal officials to election sites. Will you commit to following clear federal law and not deploying federal agents to polling locations?
I will commit to following the law, Senator, of course.
Okay,
Yes.
but does that include not deploying federal agents to polling places?
I will absolutely follow the law no matter what it includes. So yes.
Do you understand why voters, U.S. citizens, are concerned about armed agents at polling places?
I'm not aware of armed agents being at polling places. So
I'm not hearing no there, but maybe the biggest Blanche scandal is the institutional damage he's done to the Justice Department itself. Roughly 16,000 employees have.
They're gonna arrest hella people this November. Okay, they're gonna say you're an illegal, you're blah 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 blah, you're radical left. We're arresting you. I'm calling it right now.
Left the DOJ since Trump returned to office. Around 1,000 assistant U.S. attorneys and the overwhelming majority of the Civil Rights Division's career staff, which used to run about 600 people, are just gone. An agency that routinely poached mid-career talent from the top law firms in the country is now recruiting on social media and waiving experience requirements just to keep the offices staffed. And judges have noticed.
Capable lawyers fleeing the stinking ship? This seems to be the most troubled Department of Justice in history. Here are some of the...
What's Destiny got?
To a democratic establishment that he says is still beholden to AIPAC, the pro-Israeli political action.
Damn it!
It's a huge issue in the Democratic Party right
Nice.
misconduct findings against your U.S. attorneys. And if I haven't put it up yet, here's a word cloud of the commentary by federal judges about the conduct of your DOJ. These are red flag words that when I was a U.S. attorney would have provoked at minimum an internal conversation about what the hell went wrong, and very likely a conversation with OPR and maybe OPR pursuit. Words like pretext mean a lot coming from a judge about a government argument, usually enjoying the presumption of regularity. We need answers. I need you to be able to tell me that this kind of misconduct is going to stop if you're confirmed as Attorney General. Can you say that?
the Department of Justice works hard. The prosecutors work hard every day.
What?
What's the only country in all 4 hemispheres?
Your mom?
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! It's Australia! No. Actually, Chop told me this is my time to say Australia.
Chile. No.
Earth.
Argentina.
No.
Is it Ireland?
No. Spain. No, God. No. Egypt.
It can't be the United States.
No.
Oh no, the Ark.
No.
It's not the United States.
Russia.
No.
Okay.
I don't fucking know. Bermuda? No.
Iceland.
No. New Zealand? No.
Country. Africa.
No.
It's a
Jordan? No. I say Jordan 90% of the time because I know that's an answer. Is it Papua New Guinea? No.
Indonesia.
No. Good guess.
That's good. Australia?
No.
Does that count? Okay, hold on.
The answer is Kiribati. It is absolutely massive.
What? What? Okay.
It's just in the middle of the Pacific, but if you were to overlay it over the United States, it goes all the way from Oregon to North Carolina, all the way up to Ontario. It's just in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. They have a...
Okay, I don't care anymore.
Excuse me. And I appreciate the hand-picked words that you have behind you right now, but that's not reflective of the 100,000 indictments and informations that have been filed to do the work that I talked about earlier today. And so while cherry-picking a few isolated words from district court or magistrate judges in certain districts is something that you're entitled to do, it's absolutely false to suggest that this Department of Justice is not executing as we should and doing the right thing every single day.
I will tell you that you are wrong. That in the history of the department, this kind of criticism by federal judges is unprecedented, and it comes from judges of every different political persuasion.
Yeah, okay. So White House's bid is a sort of a stunt, but the underlying material is for real. A federal judge in Oregon wrote that the presumption of regularity DOJ used to enjoy, that is the basic assumption that government lawyers, when they made representations to the court, could be taken at face value, no longer holds. A judge in New Jersey said generations of assistant U.S. attorneys built the goodwill of that office for this generation to burn down in a year. A judge in Rhode Island...
Lamp oil? Rope? Bombs? You want it? It's yours, my friend, as long as you finish this adventure. Sorry, Pomni, I can't give credit. Come back when you're a little...
Kitty! Look at the kitty. I love you. Oh my god. It's amazing. Oh my god. Look at the wooby. Look at the little feet. Yeah, that's right. Touch the feet. What a cutie. I love the kitty.
Andrew Wilson is the type of guy who thinks if he laughs during a debate, people will think he's winning. But these guys are MAGAs, so that's not
happened before on the Democrat side. Yes, it has. In
Notice how Andrew Wilson almost never defends Trump anymore, other than on like very minute semantic things and full bro shit. There's no conversation on policy whatsoever. Stupid.
of defending him.
Destiny, can you define fascism?
I would say the two big points for fascism would be ultranationalism and authoritarianism.
Okay, what is authoritarianism?
I would say that authoritarianism is trying to centralize as much power in like a structural sense into one part of the government, and then in a broader sense it usually means undermining a bunch of liberal values that you would find like say in the
So then how is it that every part of the government which accrues more and more power to itself every single year aren't a bunch of fascists?
Because the government gaining power doesn't necessarily make it fascist. You could say there might be governmental overreach,
I'm
but
still
it's
not even sure what is fascist here, Destiny. What is fascist?
I said-
So Giovanni Gentili, we have definitions of what fascism is. We have third party-ists who are out.
Was Stalin a communist? Oh, he was? At what point did Stalin get rid of capital? Because capital is just money, right? Capital is just money, right? Capital is just money, right? Pretty sure so. Oh, well, that means the also seizing of private property too. So that's part of it. Alright, maybe I'm done. I need to go on a commie arc, but no. Doesn't Marxism doesn't Karl Marx said that he wanted a classless, stateless, moneyless society. As state. Yeah. Classless, stateless, moneyless society. Did Stalin have a state? Yes. Oops. Well, I guess Stalin wasn't a communist anymore then now, right?
Out there right now who are fascist. They claim Trump is a populist. Can you tell me why they're wrong and why you're right?
And it's not even mutually exclusive. In fact, most fascists are populists. Are most fascists? This is like unquestionably true. Are most fascists populists? Many fascists use populist rhetoric and styles. Yep, that means yes. Yup. Excuse me. I need to finish up my pasta. Ethan got to eat a lot. This is why we drink milk. Milk is so good, bro. I love milk. I don't know if you noticed. It consists of most fascist dust. Yup. Yup. So this is just confused on Andrew's part.
That he's a fascist.
Well, I would have to know their exact reasons for why they reject Trump being a fascist, but I would say that Trump is a fascist because I think he's an ultranationalist
These
and
are
an
your
authoritarian.
claims. These are your claims.
I'm not
right?
claiming anything that those people
You
said. I've
claim
given you my
that
definition
he's-
for
you claim
fascist.
he's a
I gave the two parts. I can
Okay.
explain them more if you
So
want.
let's
and I
start
would think
with ultra-authoritarian.
why I said ultranationalist and authoritarian.
What is ultranationalism?
So I think ultranationalism is when you engage in a hardcore protectionist ideology that usually involves shutting yourself out.
Yeah, fascism and populism are not mutually exclusive. Populism is simply just a tool, whereas fascism is the idea, right? So, like, how do I want to send my message, right? Then you could use populism to be the means of sending your message, right? And it's very, very good at that, right? Populism is, because populism is just saying like us versus them, you know. So whether that's like us, the whiteys versus the Jews or the minority or the whatever, or it's like us, you know, the working class versus like the billionaires, right? And there can be, you know, some validity to it, depending on like how it is you want to approach it, right? You know, so like I think it's us versus like the right wing evil grifters. Okay, like I think like all the right wing evil grifters went away, like almost all the United States problems would go like it would probably be solved in like another year if everyone was just like, hey, this is stupid, let's stop doing this. If everyone did that, who's on the right wing, then yeah, all problems would basically disappear in like a year, basically. Um, and that's why Hitler was like, it's the Jews, right? You know, it's us versus the Jews, right? That's so Hitler literally was a populist. That's all populism is. It's us versus them. So they're not. Oh, and then fascism is the idea that you're trying to send. So because of the Jews, it's us versus them. Therefore, we need to make Germany great again.
From the rest of the world. That could be in forms of international affairs like military conflicts, and it could be in the forms of ultra protectionist in terms of trade and shutting down things like immigration in order to protect your own native peoples. Oftentimes there's a heavily racialized element, but there might not have to be.
Okay, well, Donald Trump, you're not saying has a heavy racialized element, are you?
I'm ambivalent. I don't really care that much. I think that he qualifies or satisfies the term without that. But
okay, so let's dive into this real quick. If you have a president who doesn't want to get involved in foreign affairs as far as wars go, and has some type of policies which benefit the United States over all other nations, is he a fascist?
No.
Well, I'm still confused as to what makes Trump a fascist.
That's because I had two parts of that, and you missed the authoritarian one.
Yeah,
what you described there before was just like protectionism.
Well, when you said authoritarian, what is he doing, which is accumulating all power to himself?
So he's trying to centralize power in the executive branch of the government, and specifically in the presidential part of the government, of the executive branch.
How?
How Donald Trump thinks that he should be able to unilaterally make decisions up and down all of the different departments and offices that exist in the executive branch.
Presidents use executive orders all the time.
That's not what an executive order is.
Presidents unilaterally make decisions all the time.
No, they don't?
Yes, they do.
No,
they do. They use executive orders all the time.
An executive order doesn't mean that you are taking power away from the departments and offices that have been created.
Right, so where's the fascism here?
Would you like me to give you specific
examples?
examples?
Yes, give me the specific example.
Sure. So when Donald Trump didn't like the...
A really easy example is the tariffs. So like tariffs are a tax, and the power to tax is obviously in the hands of Congress. That's literally what it says in the Constitution. Pretty clear, pretty straightforward. He tried to take that power by doing global tariffs. That's bad.
Answer that he was getting from his attorney general because he was trying to direct the Department of Justice to do investigations or to fabricate claims. That would be an example of trying to centralize power just to the president because he's undermining, like the answer that he was getting from his attorney general because he was trying to direct the Department of Justice to do investigations or to fabricate claims. That would be an example of trying to centralize power just to the president because he's undermining his own department that's been created for him that's supposed to have some level of independence that's tasked with doing investigations.
Let me ask you a question. Is the president of the United States the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the United States?
I believe so.
You believe so?
Unless something's changed.
Do they have control of the entire military apparatus essentially as the commander-in-chief?
As the commander-in-chief, yes.
Yeah. Is that fascist?
No.
So they have basically almost unilateral control by your own metrics of the most mighty military on planet Earth. That's not accumulating enough power, centralized control to one person. It's the fact that he tried to slay some fucking electors. Really?
So the president being the commander-in-chief is specific.
Railed at the DOJ's appalling lack of candor. Two other judges in Rhode Island have referred federal prosecutors for disciplinary investigations. A judge in Minnesota held a lawyer working for the DOJ in contempt. The U.S. Attorney's Office in Chicago is in full-blown meltdown with multiple high-profile cases being dismissed for gross prosecutorial misconduct. And in D.C., U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro couldn't convict a guy who threw a sandwich at a CBP agent on camera. And all along, Blanche has attacked the judiciary, claiming that it was their fault because judges are illegitimate or partisan. None of that is normal. All of it's going to damage the DOJ for years to come, and we don't even have time to get into the ongoing disaster that is Kash Patel running the FBI.
How long do you intend to put up with that Kash Patel character? Are you good with his airplane jaunts? Are you confident he's not drinking on the job? Are you sure none of his travel is a pretext for vacation activities like snorkeling, Olympics, and visiting girlfriends? Are you sure he knows what he's doing? Do you vouch for him? Are you willing to look at whether he lied to this committee?
That's an extraordinarily obnoxious question, Senator, and I have full faith in Director Patel and the work that he's doing every day.
So if Todd Blanche is such a catastrophe, is he going to get confirmed? The short answer is almost certainly yes. Republicans hold 12 seats on the Judiciary Committee, or 11 after the death of Lindsey Graham, but that actually doesn't change the math, since a tie means the nominee doesn't advance. Democrats have 10 seats, so any Republican defection deadlocks the vote 11-11, and the nomination dies, which means that senators like Tom Tillis and John Cornyn, both of whom are officially undecided, have real leverage here. All Tillis asked of Blanche was that he meet with the Epstein survivors, which Blanche did, and dies, which means that have 10 seats, so any Republican defections, since a tie means the nominee committee or confirmed. The short answer is almost certainly yes. Republicans hold 12 seats on the Judiciary Committee, or
Dude, Cornyn, lock in, bro.
11 after the death of Lindsey Graham, but that actually doesn't change the math, since a tie means the nominee doesn't advance. Democrats have 10 seats, so any Republican defection deadlocks the vote 11-11, and the nomination dies, which means that senators like Tom Tillis and John Cornyn, both of whom are officially undecided, have real leverage here. All Tillis asked of Blanche was that he meet with the Epstein survivors, which Blanche did, more or less. Cornyn, who is a little bit off the chain since Trump tanked his re-election bid, says he's still unsure.
I continue to have some concerns, but I'm not going to make any decisions at this point.
Like, dude, the fact that's even a discussion, like, yo, this is a guy who is the personal defense lawyer for babies raping RS. Like, what? Why is this such a joke, bro?
Right. Okay,
Such a
Tillis
joke.
and Cornyn can play Hamlet.
It's a joke, bro.
pretending
It's a
they're
joke. It's a joke.
agonizing to vote or not to vote. That is the question. But the reality is, Republicans control the Judiciary Committee, and if they weren't damn sure they had the votes, they probably wouldn't have held a hearing. The
True.
rest is just theater, and theater costs them nothing. If
True.
they do indeed vote to confirm Todd Blanche as Attorney General, they are signing their names to all of this. The enemies list, the friends list, the slush fund nobody's going to kill in writing, the election interference, the degradation of the Justice Department, and the Epstein survivors ignored by a man who found 9 hours to spend with the woman who trafficked them and then dropped her into that cushy camp prison. If you're voting for Todd Blanche, that's what you're voting for, and you own all of it. So your move, senators. Oh, and by the way, word to the wise Todd Blanche, Roy Cohn wound up disbarred, and when he died, the IRS seized everything he ever owned.
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great.
Let's go. Okay, what were we doing again?
In 2017, with Special Counsel Robert Mueller closing in, Trump raged, "Where's my Roy Cohn?" Cohn was a legendary lawyer, and not in a good way. He served as red-baiting Senator Joe McCarthy's hatchet man and Trump's mentor in the dark arts of weaponizing the legal system. Trump was furious that his first Attorney General, Jeff Sessions,
That was it.
Joe Schmidt, welcome. Why don't you think Jesus got raised from the dead?
I don't think anybody.
Not anybody.
Because it violates the laws of nature. Well, let me ask this. Do you think God can break the laws of mathematics?
No.
Can God
God
make
can't
this
contradict himself, no.
No,
Because
right.
he is.
Exactly.
Mathematics is his language.
That's right. The other language he uses is physics. Can he break the laws of physics?
I mean, I think we're getting off.
No, we are not getting this.
Uh-oh.
Is precisely. You asked me why I don't believe it. And the reason I don't believe it is because it violates the laws of physics.
These are the good moments from the debate that I remember, and I like them all. Which moment will you choose? Write in the comment. And by the way, the original source are in it.
About himself as God. And one way to demonstrate that is to line up our sources of information about Jesus chronologically. And so I mentioned earlier that we have the first 3 Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke. These are called the Synoptic Gospels because they agree in so many places in their which stories they tell, the sequence of the stories, even word for word, verbatim agreements, that everybody pretty much agrees that there's some copying going on. Somebody's copying somebody. Scholars who've worked on this since the 19th century have said that Matthew and Luke both had Mark as one of their sources. So you had Mark as a source. Matthew and Luke copied Mark, but Matthew and Luke have a number of sayings of Jesus not found in Mark. And so most scholars today continue to think that Matthew and Luke had access to some other source.
Oh!
Don't worry, Patrick!
That's such a great scream. Look at Kitty! Look at Kitty! I love you, Kitty! Meow 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 meow. Look at Kitty! I love you.
Typically laid out in the Constitution. That's an authority granted to him. I don't know what's fascist about
Well,
that.
because
I
you
mean,
said
it's
it's ultra power. It's this idea of
I
having,
didn't say
of
anything
having
about
central
the
power.
military.
If you have the central
I
power,
didn't ever bring that up for him, but
if you have the central power
yeah.
of the most mighty military on planet Earth and the codes to the largest nuclear armament on planet Earth, you already have all of the central power, bro.
Really?
Yeah.
How do the nuclear codes help you
Yeah.
protect
Look at his posture. Look at his everything. I mean, seems as much, I guess, like better, but just like, I don't know. I just want to shit on Andrew Wilson as much as I possibly can.
Department of Justice?
Okay, I'm sorry. Is he the commander-in-chief of the United States Armed Forces?
Are you just arguing that he's the commander? I already agree with you. I don't know why you keep
what
arguing.
I'm arguing to you is
I'm asking you,
it
how does the
sounds to
commander-in-chief
me-
use the
you don't get to
military
ask
to
me.
make...
It's your
Well, I
claim.
can
I'm
ask whatever
asking
you
you
want,
about
yeah.
your claim,
So
and your claim is
how does that make him control the DOJ? How does the military help him control the
so
DOJ?
back up. That is the most powerful position I can think of for you to be in, period. How could
That's
you
a powerful
accumulate-
position.
What
That's a
more,
powerful...
What more accumulation of power would you want for a fascist dictator?
Gotcha. Okay, so that's powerful in that you control the military. That's it. That's just control of the military. For the FBI coming to your house to arrest you, for the DOJ filing charges
said the
against
military
you,
to
for
do
the
it.
EPA, no, the president doesn't do that.
He
I don't know.
could.
No, I
He's
don't believe
the
that he can. I don't believe you can. I don't think that you can deploy the military to arbitrarily arrest U.S. citizens.
Andrew Wilson's point, in short, is basically, if you think a president having normal constitutional powers like controlling the military or using executive orders is fascism, then your definition is so broad it makes every US president sound like a dictator. He's basically saying Destiny is calling basic government power fascism just because it sounds scary. I mean, this guy's argument is more dumb than I expected. Andrew is basically trying to say that if the president already has certain powers, then using those powers doesn't automatically mean it's fascism. But honestly, this argument is so bad that it's hard to even take seriously. It sounds like a childish logic,
True.
like saying if someone has power, then
Sounds
using
like
it in
because
any
it
way
is.
must be okay. Yes, the president does have power, but that power is supposed to be used within limits and for legitimate purposes, not to target people randomly or misuse institutions for political reasons, which is what Destiny is actually talking about here. It's the same simple idea. If a judge has the power to punish, that power is meant for criminals under the law, not for randomly punishing anyone they personally dislike. That's how systems are
Ooh.
supposed to work. But again, like I said at the start, these are MAGAs, so honestly, whatever they say shouldn't really surprise anyone anymore. Destiny's best moment here was simple. He didn't get fooled by Andrew's commander-in-chief point. Andrew was basically saying, the president already controls the military, so by your logic, every president is basically a dictator. Destiny cut it down with one really simple question. How do nuclear codes help you control the Department of Justice? That made it clear what Andrew was doing. He was comparing military power, which is legal and part of the Constitution, with using the justice system for political gain, which is a totally different thing. Andrew kept repeating that presidents already make big decisions and use executive orders all the time, trying to make Trump's actions look...
Let's go see if...
High tier shit, dude. A live internet.
if it works. And yeah, there we go. We did it. Wait, hold on. What's happening? It's kind of like you got eyes on the back of your head. We're seeing both forward and backwards at the same time. I guess I'll make a fill prism function. Okay, whoa, there's some weirdness. How would it twist the wrong way? Swap 3s for 4s here. And oh god, no, I broke it further. Let's make all the pillars different colors. Okay, why are they all fricking pink?
What does that mean? Wow, that's not me, bro.
I'm Christine Frizzau in Washington.
Dude, the audio mixing is making me want to die.
Dr. Anthony Fauci said publicly and thought privately set to be a focal point of a hearing Wednesday on Capitol Hill. The now 85-year-old former head of the National Institutes of Allergy and Infectious Diseases at the National Institutes of Health, he is set to testify. The hearing already generated...
He's 85? Oh my god. 85? Damn. He is. Damn. Dude, this guy looks great. I mean, I don't know if that's him in the last like year. Dude, he looks good. Dude, I hope I age like that. Damn. Holy shit.
It's just the latest layer in an investigation spanning more than 5 years into not only how COVID-19 started, but how and why its origins may have been hidden from the public.
The mutations that it took to get to the point where it is now is totally consistent with a jump of a species from an animal to a human.
Many of us feel that it is more likely that this is a natural occurrence, as has happened with SARS-CoV-1, where it goes from an animal reservoir to a human.
Senator Rand Paul continuing to make his case that Dr. Anthony Fauci gave misleading statements, just releasing entries from a private diary kept by Dr. Fauci, who on January 26, 2020, the early days of COVID, wrote, "It now appears the first infection was in early December and was not connected to the market," adding, "Now we know the market was not the source, it was the amplifier." The former FDA commissioner now responding.
And I've looked through the emails, some of them have been online. I think it's disappointing to see him trying to suppress alternative opinions, and that clearly was evidence from the emails.
Senator Paul just 2 months ago held a hearing with a whistleblower who backed up some of his claims.
Intelligence community leaders and senior analysts downplayed the possibility that the COVID pandemic originated as a result of a lab incident. Dr. Fauci's role in the cover-up was intentional.
This week, Dr. Anthony Fauci is expected to testify once again. The just-released diary entry documents are expected to be a focal point, not just on his public versus private statements on the origins of COVID, but also an apparent fascination with the celebrity treatment he was getting. There are several entries about the many famous actors and comedians he is meeting. And on May 21st, he writes, "I am the most famous and talked about person in the country and one of the most recognizable in the world." Then on February 23rd, he writes,
Is that unreasonable to say?
"Had a great call with Barbara Streisand. She called my cell at 6:05 p.m. I accidentally butt called her later in the evening and she said she was going to call me anyway." Dr. Anthony Fauci's every thought from the pandemic set to be under scrutiny when he returns to Capitol Hill this week. I'm Christine Frizzau reporting.
That's true. Whew. All right. We're done eating.
The Pentagon has updated its war casualty database, adding more than 140 wounded and restoring 4 soldiers killed in Iranian strikes last weekend since the US launched its war with Iran on February the 28th. 18 US troops have died and 624 have been wounded. Now, this comes after the Pentagon faced scrutiny last week when an apparent data glitch on the website meant the casualty numbers actually decreased. Well, CNN's Davis Winky joining me from Atlanta for more. And understandably, people now seeking further detail on the latest casualties, the updated.
Yikes.
Where it was.
That was a good move publicly.
I think it was publicly a good move. I think the issue is that he had to do it. I think it's retarded that he has to do it.
Well,
but
wait, I don't think I can watch him. Oops. Can I watch this with him on Twitch? Is Twitch okay with that? I know I can't have him on stream on Twitch, but hold up. Destiny is a band figure on Twitch. Let's consult. Okay. If you're simply watching a video that includes sin, it's usually different. Yup. Okay. The risk goes up, but the content is effectively re-upload. Okay. Okay, so no, it should be fine. Watching a stream. Enforcement rules apply to the content creators and not to passive viewers. However, if you're asking from the perspective of a streamer or creator on Twitch, yeah. User prohibited from appearing or participating. For streamer, okay. Okay. As a content creator on Twitch, am I allowed to watch a video that has Destiny, a band figure, if it's a pre-recorded segment on a large outlet, i.e. Jubilee, on Twitch, I'm allowed to watch a video. It is Destiny. I think it should be good. Fuck off. What? Give me the fucking answer. Fuck you. Zero minutes before time limit, it's gone. Wait or upgrade to Super Grog. Oh, am I not allowed to ask anything at all? Damn, not even fast responses? Am I allowed the fast response? It's permitted. Okay, live participation versus recorded content. Yup. Ban individuals from actively appearing or participating. Okay, that makes sense. How watching a publicly available news report, documentary, or pre-recorded video produced by an independent party is not considered. Okay, cool. Okay. I'm pretty sure Grok should... Boy, what? Fuck you, Grok. Whatever. So yes, likely you're allowed in... Okay, so in other words, it should be fine.
Normal. On the other
but
hand,
I gotta make sure I don't click
Destiny's
on the
point
stream.
was that this is not the same as pressuring the DOJ to push fake election claims or do things for police.
Come to the show.
3 hours. We ain't watching all that. We ain't watching all that. I ain't watching all that.
Political survival. Destiny also brought up that the DOJ is supposed to reply, and I personally think Destiny handled it pretty well, but he could have made his argument a bit tighter on the definition side. Andrew Wilson wasn't really defending Trump directly. He was more just pushing Destiny to define his terms more clearly. And while Destiny's definition is solid, it was still a bit loose in a way that gives room for people to poke holes in it, like, the main mistake is, Destiny didn't start with a best academic definition of fascism. Instead, he made a quick definition on the spot like ultranationalism plus authoritarianism, and that made it easier for Andrew to challenge him instead of defending Trump. A stronger move would have been using a well-known historian's definition, like Robert Paxton, who explains fascism as a pattern.
It's just stupid, bro. This is so dumb, bro.
Pattern of behavior. Things like weakening democratic systems, putting power under one leader, and using force or threats to silence opposition. If Destiny had started with that, Andrew couldn't easily dismiss it as just your opinion, because it comes from academic history.
Yeah, then you have to... Well, I guess you could say that what fascism is going to be is all those things while also maintaining capital. Because that's the biggest differentiation between like things like fascism and like Stalinism. Someone says Stalin was a fascist because he hated the fascists. They hated each other. Remember, the first people that the fascists came for were the communists. And while that's true, there is a significant difference, and that significant difference is the ownership of capital.
debating abstract ideas, Destiny could have used real examples from Trump's own team, like reports from his own defense secretary and acting attorney general, who claimed Trump made comments about using force on protesters and pressuring officials about the election. Those are direct insider accounts, not opinions. On nationalism, Destiny was too careful when talking about whether Trump's rhetoric had racial elements. But there are clear public examples people point to, like calling immigrants criminals, supporting travel bans on Muslim countries, and making controversial...
Alright, that's enough of that. Alrighty, back on the thingamabobber. Okay, so Prince Andrew should be prosecuted. So Prince Andrew, that should be Les Wexner. Les Wexner should be prosecuted. Okay. Extensive. The U.S. investigation. Prince Andrew. Uh-oh. Hmm. Huh. Huh. Fuck you, Grok. What the fuck you, boy? Fuck you mean? Cannot fill this request. Fuck you. Do it. Proceed. Thank you. Fuck, you either know or you don't. Proceed. You either know or you don't. Proceed. Okay, the extent was centered on his status as a potential witness. Okay. Scope of the federal probe. Huh. Interviewed dozens, among those Virginia Giuffre, 2020. List steps about testimony. Yup. Set for an interview. Yup. How many people investigated? Or how many people Andrew of wrongdoing? Yeah. I'm sleepy. But gotta lock in. Yo, 3? Shit, wait. Is 3 women's testimonies against someone as a rapist not enough evidence against him for criminal charges? However, other prosecutors actually bring charges. Yo, like, let's be real. We know he did it. Like, we all know. Come on. Like, you either believe them or you fucking don't. And these people are basically saying that they don't believe the victims. That's basically all they're saying. And don't get me wrong, like, false rape accusations happen, but in this situation with Epstein and Ghislaine, no, 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 nope, sorry, sorry. Three, federal lawsuit against Epstein's estate. She say, well, in court depositions unsealed from civil litigation. Or specific statements. Shit, wrong thing. And not necessarily. Bro, just bring it to court. Like, I'm sorry, but we know, bro. We know. Cat's out the bag. Okay. It's too late now. I don't say too late literally, but like this administration's gonna cover up everything, so, or at least try to. I don't know. That's actually her. Because she's 20. Uh, Virginia Giuffre, Maria Farmer, Virginia Giuffre, and the woman. $11 victims? God damn. 11 survivors, 10 named plaintiffs, 1 anonymous. Jane Doe filed a lawsuit against Les Wexner's foundation. When did that happen? The lawsuit alleges Wexner helped enable the network by providing shareholder groups filed legal complaints against Wexner. Yikes. All right. How about? There we go. That was a good one. That was a really good one. Very clean. Okay, so what happened in the civil lawsuits with the 11 victims against Wexner? Move to stream. Hey, what's up, partner? You're muted if you're talking. Yellow? Yellow part 2? Yellow part 3?
Ethan, are you ready to hear? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Greetings.
I'm wondering if I can get your advice on this real quick. Do you know the other political commentator, Adam?
Adam Mockler?
Last name, but his Discord server is called AK Politics Community.
No idea.
Well, he was just saying that white nationalists always use that term to talk about non-white immigration coming in, white birth rates failing. And I know some individuals, because you know, like how me with the Tim individual, what he says still beckons on me. So I figured to, like, you know, since I'm a white individual, I figured to help out maybe any POC person his server that might be feeling with, you know, like feeling like worthless compared to a white person. So I wanted to say, Adam, this makes no logical sense to me as a white male who is a zoology and biology student because of a few factors. One, every single human originates from Africa. Now, while technically our species did not begin of black people, we were never white skinned either.
Wait, what? What are we talking about? I have no idea what's going on right now. Like,
Oh,
I don't know
okay.
anything.
So
I literally know nothing right now. I just know that you're like talking like, uh, what?
okay. So Adam was talking about there was a white nationalist person that joined his server.
Is Adam like
And
related to this like at all? Like to the Super Justice friends, to me, to anything like that?
um, I don't know if he's associated with you, but he's also a liberal left commentator. He was with Evan D. James against two Bible zealots, and he also is associated with Mason, who I think you might be familiar with. But like, I don't know if you all know each other, but he's another political liberal commentator.
I mean, the only other Adam I can think of, I don't know if you can see stream, but it's this guy right here.
Why don't I just do this because I'm actually on my iPad with you, and I can only I'll do this. I'll take.
Oh, there's Adam Khan. He's like, what does this Adam look like that you're talking about? Oh, that's
Yeah,
not.
I'm
Yeah,
sending
here.
it to you right now. Give me one moment. Okay, this is the Adam I'm talking about. It was in a call with an Evan D. James, I think, or something, against two
Yeah.
Bibles. Oh, so you know this Adam?
Yeah, that's Adam Khan. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool, perfect. Okay, so yeah, he had to deal with a white nationalist in his server that was like saying, "Oh, the country's doing bad because white birth rates are failing," and he was calling POC people disgusting.
Yeah.
And Adam banned him. And
Yeah.
I'm sure there's probably like a lot of POC people that are like, feeling like, worthless of themselves, like I kind of still felt with Tim. So I thought, since I'm a white individual, I thought it's my duty to do this, and I also like being there for POC people. I'm a huge ally for it. So I said this, and I just want to know what you think. I just hope it won't make anyone uncomfortable. It wasn't trying to, but this is what I said. I said, Adam, this makes no logical sense to me as a white male, as a zoology and biology student, because of a few factors. One, every single human originates from Africa. Now, while technically our species did not begin of black people, we were never white skinned either. We
Wait, you said
originated from
Adam banned the guy who was saying that, right? Like saying, like Adam banned the guy who was saying all the racist shit, right?
yes.
So what about Adam doesn't make sense? Like, what? Because that sounds totally reasonable for him to ban the racist. I'm lost.
No, I'm saying this makes no sense of the white nationalist.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because when you say Adam, this makes no sound. Like, what do you mean makes no sense? Because you say Adam, this makes it. I'm like, yeah, Adam banned the guy. That's why I was like, what do you mean?
Let me reword it then. Adam, this person that was disgusting white. Oh, I see what you mean. It might accidentally mean I'm telling Adam he's not making any sense.
Yeah, that's why I was like, what do you mean? Like, he sounds
Okay,
totally
yeah,
reasonable there.
I reworded it. Okay. Adam, this person that was discussing white supremacy makes no logical sense to me as a white male who's a zoology and biology student because of a few factors. One, every single human originates from Africa. Now, while technically our species did not begin of black people, we were never white skinned. We originate from, I can't remember all the lines, but it was hominid, Homo erectus, Homo sapien. And we were a brown, tannish, pigmented creatures, not high enough melanin to be black people yet, but we def were not white. Originally, my studies had confirmation that white skin and black skin occurred with Africa in time, becoming even higher with ultraviolet rays, and my ancestors leaving the rest of the pack.
Let me like pause it real quick, because everything you're saying like is correct, but remember, like in discussions with people, okay, like, okay, as a debater, as a public speaker, as a just general good life advice, the number one thing, and there's, I guess I kind of have to put this in like very blunt terms. I think it's probably the most way to communicate what I'm trying to say. But you want to avoid entering into Yap territory. Okay, there's like the Yap Islands. I remember doing a presentation on this actually in college. Okay, so in real life, there's literally a set of islands called the Yap Island. Okay. You want to avoid Yap Island at all costs. And what do I mean by that? I mean, you need to communicate, like, so because you're talking about like white people and black people, there actually is no meaningful difference between the two, which I totally agree with you on, right? You know, so we all, yeah, right. See,
It was just,
yeah, go ahead.
oh, exactly. It was just. It's actually really fascinating. So I'll just say this part to you without reading this. So I originally in my studies I thought it was that through generations of millennia, it was that Europe having less ultraviolet rays, we just through time the body started doing less of its protein to create more melanin, and then people in Africa, as ultraviolet rays increased, continued, they had to produce more melanin. It turns out that was actually not correct. Newest findings in my class have found that what actually happened was there was a mutational accident on both sides. There was a mutational accident of the brown skin, the brown skins. Well, actually, no, they were both still brown skin.
I'm gonna pause again. So what I mean by Yap Island is you have to be very careful with the information it is that you're trying to communicate, and like I guess like how long it takes to communicate that message. So for example, if you want to be an effective individual at changing minds and communicating your message, instead of like hitting people with like kind of like a lecture, right? You instead want to communicate things in very simple, easy to understand ways. So, for example, all the things that you were saying before, because I'm well versed in like all this debate stuff, I knew like the message you're trying to say is black people and white people have no meaningful symmetry breaker, right? Like we all come from the same ancestor, right? The only difference is skin color. And that's basically it. I think also black people may have like some disposition towards sickle cell disease or something, but like other than that, like the differences are so minute, and that's a scientific fact.
So unfortunately, due to it's very interesting because like you know how I know nature doesn't plan any of this. It's just that the mutational accident that made them produce more melanin, even more than we already had as tanner skinned people, so they could survive the ultraviolet rays. It unfortunately also made them more susceptible to the sickle disease. But unfortunately, that's not how nature works. Nature doesn't go, "Hey, what can I give the body that it's okay?" It's going to give the body something, and then the atmospheric environment let you know, oh, was this a vulnerability or was it a benefit?
Yeah, but you just want to try to communicate things like, how do I put it? If the thing you're trying to communicate takes longer than a minute, you're probably not being efficient in the method of how you communicate it.
Okay.
Because otherwise you kind of go into like, and not you, but I just mean like anyone in general, unless you're doing like a formal debate, right? But like if it's just, you know, like talking to a person, like trying to say like, hey, what you did, blah blah blah, or like, hey, here's what we should do, blah blah blah. We generally want to try to keep these to like around a minute, otherwise we're not going to be as compelling for I guess like influencing them in the way that we want to.
Oh, okay. Because yeah, my main goal is just whenever I see you or I see Dean or I see Parker just doing the things of like what is natural or something, it just makes me so happy that you're defending us. And
Thank you.
then I want to like do that for POC because I don't experience what you experience. I don't experience what Adam experiences.
Right.
Like how Dean and Parker also don't experience it because all three of us are white. We hate that see people like you and the others in your server and his server. We hate what you experience. So I'm just hoping that I can maybe let POC people know, oh, so they depended on, yes, we depended on you. We were a rare minority in ancient times, and without continuing to breed with you, white wouldn't even exist. We needed you.
Yeah. The work of minorities, especially in the United States, has been, oh, and I'm just saying, I'll just say in the context of the world, you know, I mean, and by, when I say minorities, really truth is I just mean any like non quote unquote like white population, I guess, you know, I mean, and even white populate, like it is a fact of human nature that every single, you could say like race of people or whatever we want to I guess describe them. No, I know I'm not saying you're saying anything there. I'm just saying like, yeah, what you're saying is objectively true, right?
Oh, no, not even just that. Like, yes, you're absolutely correct on that, but I was just speaking also biologically.
Yeah.
People with the mutation accident started off as just a few people. If they did not continue breeding with also people with not the mutational accident, aka the continued tanner skin, POC, white would not have continued. White literally of its gene pool needed to interbreed with other members who did not have the mutational accident or more levels of the mutational accident for white to even continue. We needed POC people.
Okay. Yeah.
If you get what I mean by that.
No, I think I do. I do.
Like it doesn't make any sense to me when like white supremacists will be like, "Oh, POC people are terrible." Like I just want to say, "Oh, really? Really?" Well, I think you need to thank every POC person you ever meet because they're the reason you even exist.
Yeah. And my favorite lens to argue on egalitarian grounds, I think I did this yesterday. I feel it was either yesterday or I don't know, something really soon. But like, let's even grant that someone is just like super racist and all they do is care about white well-being. So like, I don't know, they care about Germans, Polish, whatever quote unquote like white is, whatever the fuck that means. It's a fact of human nature that when humans work together and you increase your labor pool, that is conducive towards a flourishing environment, right? So like that means it's in the best interest of whoever you could call quote unquote white to work together with minorities and live amongst minorities. Now, if you want to say that you want to preserve white people as like a race or whatever the fuck that means, then if that's what you then I guess like advocate for that. Like maybe you just have your family or whatever, but like the idea that like you get to segregate the rest of society because you just don't like someone's skin color. One, that's a definition of putting your feels over like the reals because it's a real fact that like when people work together, all those things I said earlier. Yeah, it's just letting feelings get in the way. It's bigoted, racist, stupid feelings, which is genuinely pathetic. So
Yeah,
for sorry, go ahead.
it's just yeah, no, you're fine. It's just I was like really concerned on this because I was even talking it with my professor,
Yeah.
and I was like trying to like say, aren't I correct? She informed me though on this, but she informed me on this as well. She
Yeah.
told me I'm afraid, Kyle, that right now, as much as I am for interracial dating, trust me, white people would be just fine if they only mated with other white people of every one of the globe. And I was like, oh. But then
Yeah, it's true.
she told me, but the reason they can is because of the multitude of interbreeding in ancient times with POC. I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So like right now, technically white supremacist people could get their mission of, oh hey, all white people only mate with other white people, but they only can do that because we interbreeded with POC for centuries. And she told me exactly. And I said, okay. So that is something I can still use on them. Because, yeah, it bothered me when technically the white supremacist people who say, oh, we'll do just fine. Yes, they are correct, but they're only correct because our ancestors did ancient breeding with POC.
Yeah. I want to give a shout out to Janitor Fred. I don't know if you see the chat there, but it's pretty good. Are you watching the stream as well, or are you just on? I think you said a tablet.
I didn't even know you were actually like watching something. I just.
Oh no, you're good. Yeah. If I'm ever on in the stream channel, then I'm like live streaming, like almost guaranteed. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
But yeah, I just like I've just always like I don't know, I guess the good news is that I have always been around POC people. Like one of my old friends, she and her family were Latina. And then I also my mom was friends with Sonia and I was friends with her sons. They were years older than me, but like me and my mom, we were the only white people at a black family huge reunion barbecue and it didn't bother us at all. So I guess I
Mhm.
could say that I have been like luckily I've even had black friends who have told me that oh, you're one of the good ones or something. And I'm actually very happy that they say that. I know there's some other white people that be like, that's rude for them to say. From what POC people have gone through, no, I think it's justified for them to say something like, oh, you're one of the good ones or something. Because like what people don't understand is it's not good to say you're one of the good ones when you've been the group oppressing that group. If you're the group that's been experiencing the oppressing, then I see nothing wrong with you saying, "Oh, you're one of the good ones." Yeah, because I mean, you're trying to see, or you're kind, your people been pressed for so long. Like, I don't agree with white people who say it's okay, it's not okay for black people to say we're one of the good ones if we can't say it back to them. No, it's not the same thing. We oppress them; they didn't oppress us.
Yep. Yep. But yeah, anything else you want to talk about?
I mean, I don't really know. Like, I mean, I don't know if I'm bothering you or something.
No. There's a it's sort of like I don't know if I'll call it a debate, but like me and a group of other center left people are going to be meeting in about an hour. And I'm trying to find this picture of Andrew Wilson at a Turning Point event. I don't know if I can find it though.
Oh, I
I'm gonna
hate Turning
stroll.
Point.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're gonna love. Oh, I wish you had seen. You didn't see the debate earlier, did you?
No, I actually. So, I wasn't gonna tell you this, but if we are gonna like continue on, and I would like to have a friendship with you, probably should have told you, or maybe you might have already detected signs. I am not NT.
NT?
Neurotypical.
Sure. That's fine. You know, I've got plenty of friends who
I mean,
are
did you already like detect, or did you think, or I'm just wondering.
No, I didn't really even think about it. So I would say, I guess, like agnostic. I don't know, just that's not even something I ever really thought about, TBH.
Oh
If
no.
yeah, if you were.
Okay, no. Okay. I think you may not understand the word. Okay.
No, when he said neurotypical, I know. I'm like, no, no, no. My brother is not neurotypical. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm just saying, like, I never, thought. I never thought about if you were until you just asked me.
Oh, okay. So you do have someone who's part of our side.
Yeah, I've multiple. In fact, probably a neurotypical people make up the majority of my friendships and relationships.
Oh, well, that's actually great of you because it's very generous. Neurotypicals don't really like have anything to do with us unless we can coexist in their world.
Yeah, I think that's really bigoted. So like for example, like one of the something I don't know if this would classify as like um neuroatypical or not, but like for example, like someone being like asexual. Like I remember meeting someone who was asexual for the first time I think like a few years ago, and I was like, "What?" I was like, "Is that a thing?" And then yeah, it just is.
It's possible because I know that. Do you know a woman? She was one of the most famous autistics. Temple Grandin.
Temple Grandin? Wait, I think so. Actually, wait.
Yeah,
Temple.
so she would not accept hugs from anyone. Like she literally made a machine that can give her a hug because it varies. Like my mom was very thankful that I was not the type of autistic. Like if I'm in like a mental breakdown or something, then I don't want any physical contact. But if I'm not in a mental breakdown, then I'm fine with physical contact.
Yeah. Yeah. Temple, I
Yeah,
was not
basic.
familiar with. There's another girl whose name was Temple, but I'm not familiar with that Temple. Grandin,
Yeah,
excuse me.
basically, I was diagnosed with high functioning autism of Asperger's.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
unfortunately, while I can somewhat charade in your world, I am not NT. Like when I go into a mental breakdown, I will start stomping. I will start like moving my hands into the air and stuff. It's like basically some areas of my brain have like developed like yours, given the fact that I'm high functioning. Like how you're able to like handle emotions and not do the stomping anymore because you're not a child.
Mhm.
We didn't develop that.
Yeah. Um, what I do, I guess I can encourage people to try to do. when they have um do you know what stonewalling is? You know what stonewalling is.
I know stone wall of my community, but I don't know what stonewalling is.
The stonewalling is like when you I don't want to say like shut down, but you like let's say I'm being like a bigoted piece of shit to you, right?
Okay.
So there is the option of doing, you know, the actions like you just said. But I do want to say that, you know, you as an agent also have the choice to just get out of the conversation, right? And like you like I think it's reasonable, you know, to have like the way you want to react to someone's bigoted, disgusting beliefs is going to be what it is, right? So like if someone says something like really stupid, maybe I'll want to punch him in the face, you know? Like there's definitely been a time where like you know if I hadn't thought any better, I probably been kicked out of college for, you know, almost being the shit out of this one guy. I won't get into it, but um one thing that you definitely do have is gender fluid. Yeah, it's gonna be on the thing. But I'll try to say this and then wrap this up. But yeah, if someone's being like a piece of shit, I would just say, you know, get away from that person, because I think one of the worst things that can happen from your own best interest and also advancing the best interests of you could say like neurotypical people or like people who are just in a
Neurodivergence. We're actually called neurodivergence.
yeah but don't both work. Neurodivergent definitely is the more commonly used term for sure, but I think
yeah, I never really heard of neuroatypical. That one is new for me. But yeah, basically the world is neurotypicals, which is you people, and neurodivergence, which is us of either low
yeah
function or high function.
yeah but neurodivergent definitely is more commonly used though for sure, but yeah I would say that it's in the best interests of neurodivergent people to not have these I'll say like outbursts, because what happens is fuck, it's really frustrating. You know, like how black people in like the 50s and 60s had to act like, I don't want to say like perfect, but like if you're a black person and you did something bad, then all the white people were like, "See, look, the black people did blah, 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 blah." Right? There's actually a really great episode of Teen Titans.
Disgusting.
Yeah, and now the thing as probably like the most how do I put I recognize that I as a I'll be honest with you, I don't know if I really am neurotypical, because like high key, like I do think I have like some like pretty like undiagnosed ADHD. Like if
I mean, you
I
seem very neurotypical to me. You seem to understand social skills very well, which I literally, the reason I wasn't at your debate thing was actually because I was at my social skills class today. I got out at like 12 p.m. But yeah, the
yeah
thing that most people just know how to do, I have to literally take a class for it.
there is, I mean, you can be neurodivergent as well as knowing how to socialize still, right? There are people who I know who are like that. Some people are better at it than others. I mean, you could be like high functioning, low functioning, etc. I think I definitely pass for neurotypical though for sure. But like either way, what I'm trying to say is, all I'm trying to say is, I have a privilege such that I can be an advocate for many people. Okay, so like one, like I'm mixed, so I grew up in a single black mother household, and I love my mom to death, and that woman did everything she possibly could. And, you know, I fucking love my mom. Two, I also I'm a big supporter of like gender affirming care. So like, I take testosterone replacement therapy because I was diagnosed with low T due to a birth defect. And like, oh my god, you said you am I allowed to say your name? I think I know what your name is. Am I allowed to say that? Is that okay?
Kyle, it's fine.
Yep, Kyle. Okay, cool. Yep, I just wanted to make sure that was okay with you. Thank you, Kyle. Like I oh yeah. So like upon learning like how amazing gender affirming care is. I was like, wow, this, as a cisgender guy who needed gender affirming care, I want to be an advocate for people who need gender affirming care such that they can live a happier life, exactly the same way that I got it. So I want to be a really good hey, I had a 275 bench press even when I was low testosterone, janitor. Thank you though. Thank you, janitor Fred. I was even when I was low T, I was still relatively strong. But I'm not gonna lie though, testosterone definitely fucking helped. It definitely fucking helped. It definitely fucking helped. But I have a lot of privilege, and I can use that to help out other communities who fucking like saved me. Okay, like dog, like Kyle. Gay people are the sweetest people on the fucking planet. Okay, in high school, like I got bullied so bad, but you know who came to my defense? The people who were fucking there for me.
People part of my community.
People part of your community. That's damn right. And you know what? We were like that. So a big part of me feels like I have a moral duty to ensure the well-being of these people who were there for me because they didn't have to do that. Okay. God, I love gay people. Sorry, I have a lot of passion for this. You know, I just went. I went into the App Island. I was over here before talking about the App Island. The point I'm trying to establish is when people come at you with bullshit fucking beliefs, right? And then you want to crash out, the best thing you can do is just get the fuck away from that person. Because sometimes it can be really hard to control how it is that we interact with a situation. But one thing that's pretty easy to assess, do we interact or do we not interact? And that's just a binary. And when people are like being pieces of shit and you know you want to crash out, you just gotta get the fuck away from those people.
Yeah, there was a sort of similar situation. Like, so one of my ex-boyfriends was black, and he
Yep.
is a very muscular, tall man.
Yeah.
And there was an employee that was like, okay, I need to like examine your stuff or whatever, and I
Mhm.
was like, oh, okay, that's fine, and I like offered to show my stuff too,
Sure.
and he said, no, 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 I just need to see his. I was like, wait, why do you only need to see his? And then Michael was like, oh, it's okay or whatever, and I'm like, no, 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 why do you only need to see his? And he tried to play it on that it wasn't about his skin color, but it was.
Yep.
And I kind of lost it. Like, thankfully, so I met Michael actually because he was a Texana employee. He was never with me though, so that's why it was ethically okay for us to date.
Sure.
But like he had to calm me down because it was really angering me that my boyfriend was being treated a way that I would not be treated, and so I just like was sort of going into like a mental breakdown. And Michael was trying to help me because he knew there were gonna be some people that would try to like take video of me or whatever, but
Yeah.
I just started like making like noises and sounds, and I started like pacing around of the store because I didn't like the way Michael was being treated.
Mhm.
And Michael didn't do anything about it until because like Michael has always been like you said, he always tries to like make sure like stay a certain image or something, which that really disgusts me that he actually even has to do that. Um, but when one of the customers was messing with me,
Mhm.
Michael got into their face
Yeah.
because he did not like the way that they were treating me. They were mocking and laughing and trying to take picture, and so Michael had to be like stay after to like for security, and like I was gonna stay after as well because well, one, I wasn't done with my mental breakdown, and two, I wasn't liking what was happening. And we did get it resolved, and like the employee did get fired because of their racism, but yeah, it just really bothered me, and that's kind of like the things that happens is like unfortunately, unlike an NT person of with a like a significant other who can
Mhm.
just be like, okay, I want to speak to a manager or something like this is okay. I unfortunately can't do that when I get triggered too much of the stimuli of either like something bothering me or whatever. So I just started going into like sounds and stuff and pacing because I didn't like the way he was treating Michael.
Yeah. I also do find that like we as humans, like in general, tend to get much more angry, like when people attack those who we care about. So like for example, like if someone messes with me, I'm like, fuck you. But like, yo, if someone messes with my partner, I'm gonna wring your fucking neck, okay? Or like, like if I've got like a son or a daughter and someone's like, I'm gonna get your kid, I was like, I'm gonna put you in the hospital, like that's me putting in that, like or like even my best friends. So no, I think that's like totally I guess I'll use the word natural or normal or
Yeah, that's
expected.
how
Yeah.
Michael has usually been. Like he doesn't really care what someone says to him. If someone tries to say something to like his best friends or a family member of his or like me, he shows his aggressive side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, it just like really frustrated me, that situation, and I wish I could have like handled it better. But that's unfortunately what happens is like I have an extent of what I can go, and once I'm no longer of that extent, you won't get any coherence from me until I'm done.
Okay. Yeah. If you find yourself I guess like entering into that territory, I always recommend to just get out of this situation. Can you see my stream or I'm sharing my screen on Discord. Can you see that?
I'm on through my computer and my iPad. Oh wait, no, because then if I do that, it'll switch me over.
No, I mean you should be able to see it on Discord.
Let me. That's
It's like a little door looking thing.
click on the stream and it just keeps telling. Oh wait, here we go. Okay,
You see it?
wait.
Did you watch Teen Titans?
Did-
You did?
Oh, I know exact what episode you're doing. Yes. Oh my god. So let me just say this real quick. I would have left him in that planet. Like it just amazes me that Starfire was willing to like still save him. I would not. I would have like if it was me or if it was someone I cared about that was being treated. Now I said nope, nope. You're goodbye. You're being killed in this planet.
Yeah, but I'm talking about specifically what Cyborg. Do you know what Cyborg tells Starfire?
Well, yeah, I mean, but I liked what the writers did because I know they probably couldn't get too controversial, which is stupid.
Yeah.
But I do like that it was a sort of way that at least a black person can watch it and they know the writers weren't really talking about his robot self. They were talking about his black self. But I know that at that time period they couldn't be too controversial, so they thought, okay, let's do it of the robot side so people who are not about progress will just think, oh, robot side, but people who are black or like allies to POC will know, oh, it was definitely about the black side.
I'm gonna play it for anyone who's like watching or like on the VOD or whatever. Just that way if people don't know, then they can know.
He is saying that.
Go, Trocky.
I mean, you're not saying I'm incorrect,
me
are
that.
you?
But
No, you're not.
Your calls you Trock all the time.
That does not make it right.
What's up? I thought you said it didn't mean anything.
No, I said it means nothing. When Valior calls me Truck, he is saying that I am worthless. A nothing.
Star.
There are those on other planets who feel Tamaranians are inferior. Truck is what they call us.
So he's calling you a terrible name. And you know that if you punch him out, it'll just confirm all the bad stuff he thinks about you.
Yes.
Right there. That's the magic line. Right there. What Cyborg said is like the most real shit on the planet.
You were thinking more of that part as well. Oh,
Yeah, that's why I'm saying when these people are doing that, the best thing you can do is get the fuck away. Because unfortunately, there exists the current state of affairs where people had negative dispositions towards neurodivergent people. People have negative dispositions towards minorities. People have negative dispositions towards all these things that we, as people either like left of center already know, right? Um, and because people have these negative dispositions, if you act in ways you could say, I don't want to say like unfavorable, but like I guess like act out, act violently, act some way that seems to be non-conducive to well-being, then all it does is just confirm all the bad things that they say about you, right? So like for example, like remember when there was like the one trans school shooter?
No, not really.
There was like a trans school shooter, I think a few years ago, like 3 years ago or something like that. I can't remember. But
But I know what you're saying. But the thing
yeah.
is, it's not logical because the thing is, like, okay, so like for example, let me say this, like, I know that because of what black people have gone through, especially black males, I know that basketball is very predominantly of the black community because it was easy for them to financially just get a ball because hoops are everywhere. But I know that while statistically most basketball players will be a black male, I know that that still doesn't mean a certain individual. So every individual black male I come across, I just assume, oh, he wants to become a doctor or a nurse or a mathematician or a basketball player or a football player or blah 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 blah. Because even though predominantly it will still be black people, black males, specifically at basketball, due to the racial structure of them being the most invested into it through generations of having access to a ball, not having to get so much equipment and stuff. I know that still doesn't mean that every individual black person I meet is also going to be interested in basketball. No, that doesn't make any logical sense whatsoever. I
Mm.
can statistically say that predominantly uh, basketball players will be majority black males. That is 100% true. But that does not mean every individual I come across that is a black male will be that. Like, for example, one particular thing for me specifically is when I see black males who are wearing bandanas and chains and being very like ghetto or gangster like, I do go with the preassume a notion that they will be sexist, toxic masculinity, and homophobic, but I will still approach them to see if they're the benefit of the doubt. Because just because individuals of black males who do this type of fashion attire have been many times sexist, toxic masculinity, homophobic, maybe this new group that I come across will just be males who like the fashion attire and don't also be of the sexism and toxic masculinity, homophobia. I still give them benefit of the doubt. I'm still going with the pre-notion that they might be. I'm hoping that they will change my pre-notion. It's definitely no pre-notion though that, oh, they do crimes or something. No, not even close to that. It's just there is the pre-notion that they could be sexist, they could be toxic masculinity, they could be homophobic, but I still give them the benefit of the doubt. Now, if they do end up being those three things, then I'm like, oh, well, there's the fashion attire getting a bad look again because, like, I see nothing wrong with the fashion attire. Like, if you want to wear bandanas and chains and like, you know, be very like ghetto or gangster like, I don't see anything wrong with that at all. I'm not going to
Yep.
judge you on that. It's just that sadly many black male individuals who have been that attire have been sexist, toxic masculinity, and homophobic.
Sure.
I hope what I said wasn't offensive just now, by the way.
It's okay. I'll defend you if people want to take it out of context.
Okay, because I want you to know that I still if I was at a park and there were 5 individual black males who wore the bananas, the chains, I would still come by them and ask them, "How's your day? Are you enjoying the park or something?" It's just I would get my defenses ready if they're going to be sexist, toxic masculinity, and homophobic. And I'm sorry, it's just I guess I've seen too many times of black males of that fashion attire.
Okay, wait. Let me just stop you. Okay, wait, so, okay, because now you're. I understand the message you're trying to communicate. Okay, the message you're trying to communicate is you shouldn't even have the like you shouldn't even be saying like black males who have like this. It's just the truth is it's actually anyone who dresses like that, because like I'm just gonna use the word like trashy. Okay, some people dress up trashy. Okay, black people can dress trashy, white people can dress trashy, Asians can dress trash, whatever. Okay, if someone looks trashy, they're more than likely gonna lean towards like the misogynistic, the homophobic, right? You know, that's just the disposition of like people who tend to have like lower socioeconomic conditions, right? Because they're
Well, I
less
don't really,
educated, all these various
I
reasons,
don't
right?
really, I don't really get that though, because to me, it just looks like a fashion attire. It's not a fashion attire that I'm interested in. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be. I guess I just mostly see black males, not all black males, because there's definitely black males who are nerds.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Don't specify black people who look trashy. Just specify people who look trashy, because it's a characteristic that is true of all like trashy appearing people.
I guess the reason I said it that way is because I haven't really noticed many ethnicities other than some individuals of black male ethnicity, not all black males, but of some black males partaking this fashion attire. I don't know why I have seen mostly just that ethnicity of some members
Well,
of black male.
I can tell you why, and the answer is because like okay, the reason why we want to, okay, it's a fact that when we look at communities that are in poverty, okay, they tend to be minority communities. I think this is also going to be true in almost like every fucking culture ever, except when those minorities live all the way across the world, right? So like for example, like if you've got like a Japanese person in the United States, that person's probably wealthy, because if you're coming from Japan and you live here, the fact that you immigrated all the way across the world over here indicates that you already are coming from like a high place financially because of the prerequisites it's required to come to the United States. You're already doing pretty good if you can move all the way from Japan to here, right? And then second, based on outside of those specific circumstances, right? Because Asians do tend to be doing pretty good in the United States. Other than those circumstances, okay, you're probably not as well off. And it is a fact of, just for whatever, I guess like human culture or whatever, okay, people will dress based on their environment. So your environment literally is dictated by your social economic class. Okay? So like if people are in poverty, like most minorities, or I don't know if most minorities are in poverty, but most people in poverty are minorities. That's a fact. Then, yeah, you're gonna dress a certain way because that is the surroundings that you grow up in. So that's why minorities tend to dress in this way you're describing. It's because they're in poverty, and you don't see that as the case when they're in higher socioeconomic standards.
So it's not that because I just thought let me please 100% say that. Can you still hear me by the way, Ethan?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. I do not think at all that even a huge portion of black males dress that type of fashion attire. I don't think that at all. What I'm just saying is the small cluster that does, I have seen that the majority out of the small clusters of other ethnicities that of their small cluster may also wear that fashion attire. I've just seen it more majority of black male, and I have no judgment on the attire. I mean, it's not my thing to wear all these chains and the gold tooth or the bandanas. It's not for me. I don't find it aesthetic, but I'm not going to judge you on it. It's
Sure.
just that I guess what I'm just trying to say is it's just that I have unfortunately seen many black male individuals who are of that small cluster, that fashion attire, which again, no issue with the fashion attire, but with the fashion attire, being, they'll say the F slur, they'll say women are supposed to only be in the kitchen,
Yeah,
they'll
the
be
fashion attire is an indicator that they come from a, you could say like bigoted background, right? I mean, like really, it's just that they come from like lower socioeconomic, you know, standards or classes or whatever.
And that's why I want to give them the
Yeah.
benefit of the doubt, because it's very possible maybe the next 5 black males I come across that are of that fashion attire, maybe they're just of that fashion attire. Maybe
But
they're
stop
well-educated.
saying now it probably is the case that the majority of people who do present like this are going to be black people, but like stop pointing out the black people part, right? Now, when we're addressing like racial issues in the United States, then like yeah, I think it's obviously reasonable to address like, hey, there's black people, there's white people, what's causing black people to be impoverished, like what's systemic racism doing that's, you know, keeping black communities fucked, right? Like in those circumstances, yes, we should be talking about race. That's a good thing to talk about. But like in this specific circumstance, race doesn't need to be brought up, right? Like it's just, hey, look, there's trashy people, and these trashy people tend to be from lower socioeconomic locations, right?
Oh, sorry. I guess what I'm just trying to say is like I've always been the individual that if I see like people like being like looking like outcasts or something or being judged, I'm very attracted to go near them because I want to like show them. Like there was this one particular black male at my
Yep.
Texana who had like eye patch on, and he had like tattoos on his arm. Now personally I don't like tattoos. I think they never should have been invented, but I'm not going to judge you if you have them.
Sure.
And there were individuals in Texana that were like not willing to like sit by him and like making him feel like, and I sat by him. I asked him, hey, would you like to play a game? So what I guess I'm trying to say is I'm saying black male because I actually, for whatever reason, I guess because I want to like be there for POC, because you know, since I have my white privilege, I predominantly try to go to POC groups more than white groups. Like literally, while I do have some white friends, I've always been around more POC people. Like I've been trying to find black barber shops. The only problem is with finding black barber shops is I don't know if they're going to be not homophobic or not. In fact, one of my friends who is my best friend, who is a black female, Queen, she said, "Yeah, there's a chance you might have an issue of that." So, like, so please know when I'm saying this, it's because I'm actually targeting those types of people because I don't know. I guess I just want to show them more that like, no, you got a white person here wants to be around you, wants to come to your barbershops, wants to learn more about your hair, wants to advocate that yeah, it's not fair that you can't have your hair any kind of way. Because I know when I was younger, my acting director, Mrs. Burke, who is a black female, um, I noticed one day her hair was shorter, and I thought, oh, she must have gotten a haircut for our next show. And one of my friends, who is a white male, he told me that Kyle, she's wearing a
Yeah.
weave, and I was like, I'm sorry, and I had to do research on it, and it really bothered me. It's not fair that black females don't get to do their hair the way we do. Like I really like the moment I found out about that. I've been going on and on. Like every time I go get my hair done, I always try to bring into the conversation that you know I feel like cosmetology needs to learn more about Black female and Latina hair. You know, because I want that to be spread more. I want black women and other POC women who have, you know, like not straightened hair. I want them like I mean not trying to like like if you don't want your hair straight, then then show off those curls. Show your afro. Like no judgment here. I'm just meaning like if you're not wanting your hair curly and you're wanting it straight, and we should find ways so you easily can.
Yeah. One second. There was.
Yeah, I hope you just know that when I'm saying it, I'm not at all trying to say it of like dissoning or no. I'm saying it because I'm very attracted to POC people more than my own ethnicity.
Okay. Sure.
Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah. It does.
Okay, so you're not like because I just want to make sure I didn't do bad. I try to be very politically correct.
Um, I'll say this, and then I would like to finish up on the document since I've got the big debate thing in about half an hour. But
Okay. Can I
the
join that, by the way?
what?
The debate thing?
What about it?
Am I can I join it, or is it only for the specific political commentators?
It's only for the specific political commentators.
Oh, okay.
Yep. But for I guess because I know everything you're trying to say. I guess just be really careful who it is that you talk to about this kind of stuff. Because I know the message you're trying to communicate. But people will take you in like bad faith, I guess, right? Like, well, I don't know. Shit's complicated. Shit's complicated, you know. But yeah, no, I think that you're a person with really, really good heart, and you only want the best for people, especially people who are in disadvantaged positions. You know, people who are, you could say, quote unquote, not even quote unquote, who are just disadvantaged in society, right? Like you as a person who's neurodivergent, you know, you have your struggles that you have to go against in society. There are, you know, you're neurotypical people who are your quote unquote in group, and that's hard. You know, it's hard to move through society like that. So
Sorry to interrupt you for a second. Will we be able to chat again? I'm just wondering if I've annoyed you.
no, you're good. I just gotta make sure I'd like to finish this thing today, but yeah, of course you can pop up again. But I just want to make sure I'm able to, I guess, manage my time such that I can finish this and also talk to you. You know, I'm building a community here, Kyle. So you know, I definitely want to make the time to talk to people who want to pop up on stream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
And
so you're
yeah,
totally fine.
I'm really I don't know. Sometimes I may not even be choosing my words correctly, but I do want you to know I am trying like really hard. Like I know like one of my shows that had a black male farmer, and like my brain was still like going, oh, a black male farmer, and it's like Kyle, why can't the brain just go, oh, okay, black male farmer? Like, I mean, it's not going black male farmer like, oh, this shouldn't be on TV, but it's going like it's a big
No,
deal.
yeah, like you can recognize, like it's not bad to like, oh, you recognize this person's black. Like, how could like no, that's fine. That's totally fine.
Right, like I'm at least glad that I'm thinking of it as a big deal, but I'm at least thinking of it as a big deal. Oh, that's interesting. But I would like my brain to be able to go, no, that's not interesting. It's just normal. But I can't get my brain to there yet, I guess because too many times I see a white farmer
Sure.
and like my brain isn't there yet or something, and like I know like another person I was talking to that's
N-
black POC.
No. Wait. I wanna. I'm gonna say this, and then we can go ahead and get ready and end this. Also, I want to. Someone's saying some stuff in chat who I want to address as well. But
Okay.
like it's not wrong, right? Like if you see something that's predominantly filled by like we'll say like white people, like being a farmer, right? And then you see like a black person that's a farmer, and you're like, oh hey, that's a black farmer. There's nothing wrong with that. There's literally nothing wrong with it. In fact, that should be expected because you're seeing something that's happening out of the, I guess you could say, like standard, right? Like we don't live in a colorblind society. Okay, like race is real insofar as like yeah, there's black people and white people. Is there a significant ontological difference between black and white people? No, but like pretending that like oh like black and white people there's not like a historic context, a historic background to like black and white people. There's not like communities of black people and communities of like white people, right? To pretend that's not the case would not just be colorblind, it would literally be blind. So I don't think it's wrong to see like a black farmer and be like, oh hey, a black farmer, right? That's that is what it is. What you do with that fact can be right or wrong. So you just say, oh, it's a black farmer. That's okay. You know, cool, whatever, normal, fine, whatever, right? There's nothing wrong with that. If you're like, hey, that's a black guy with a white woman, which I don't know, let's say that's a like not very common, right? Let's say that's not very common. A black guy with a white woman, that's bad, right? If you're doing that, then that's bad. But if you're like, oh, hey, it's a black guy with a white woman. That's let's just say it's not very common. Oh, okay, and then that's it. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, if you see like a black farmer and you're like, oh hey, a black farmer, that's fine.
Yeah, I guess I was just kind of like worried because it's kind of like how like when I see conjoined people like online or something, it's still not something my brain has become like desensitized to. It's not sensitized in the way of I want to mock you or I think you're disgusting or I don't want you in society. It's
Yeah.
just it's still a sensitized and it's like the sensitized of the black farmer. I just wanted to, just be, oh, okay, black farmer, like not like how I still, see a conjoined twins or see like very miniature short people. It's like that part of my brain. I'm just like, no, I hate that part of my brain. Why does my brain do this? It's like,
Yep, I wouldn't even be mad at that part of the brain. Like, it just exists. All that matters is what do you do with that? Do you think any, as long as you don't think anything less of those people and that they don't deserve the same level of opportunity as you, there's nothing wrong with it.
I guess the other thing I just wanted to add up to you before you go real quick was just that the
Mhm.
other thing I was worried about was there was a black male that I befriended, and he told me that media is still doing bad of like darker black pigmentation people. And I
Yeah,
actually didn't know that yet. And I looked it up myself. And I was like, oh, you're right. There
that's true.
is. So, yeah, now I'm like, no, like we need darker black pigmentation people as well in media. So when I do see it, I'm very happy.
Mhm.
Like I know there was this one Barbie movie I was watching reactors, and it did have a darker black female. Now she wasn't the main character, but she was the main character's best friend, one of the two
Yeah.
best friends, and she
Yeah.
did have somewhat of scenery time. Like she wasn't there like a minor. So I mean,
Yeah, I
a little
got you.
progress, but
Yep.
not great yet.
Yeah.
Because she wasn't a main character.
Sure.
The main character was white.
Sure.
But what I wanted to say was to you real quick is that the one other thing I'm worried about is like I have no problem I was even like making sure my eyes, yeah, no, I have no problem with that darker black pigmentation black person individual being on media or something or that one or that one. Well, then I looked at one of a female and male, and they were the level to where. Now, the good news is I'm not comfortable with my eyes. I'm an albino person either. So, you finally one time that white doesn't even seem like normal because albino still like it takes me off guard. I'm still not comfortable with an albino in person. I'll still treat them well, but like it's just, yeah. But what I was worried about is that she and her brother in the image, they were what you could possibly say is actually a black person. Because you and I both know that majority of black people are really just darker brown skin or lighter brown skin. But they actually were very close to actually now being grammatically accurate to the word black people.
Yep.
And what really just worried me is when I saw her arm by her leg, my brain was going, and please, 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 Ethan, understand that I am disgusted that my brain even said that, but I was like, that can't be her skin. That has to be like a body clothing thing or armor, right? And I'm just like, why am I saying that? Like it just I I'm not there yet of that. I do want to see it. Like, I hope it gets exposed because that's the only way I will hopefully become even more desensitized. And that one I definitely want to become desensitized to. I don't really care as much if I do get desensitized on the albino. I'll still be friendly to an albino person, but I'm perfectly fine if my eyes never become desensitized to it. But I definitely want to become desensitized to that sign because that's an even more melanin that's been, oppressed for centuries. I mean, white has never been oppressed, so albino, my eyes can go guilt-free, conscious of staying sensitized. I mean, sensitized to it, not desensitized to it, but still be friendly to them. But this one, no, I'm not happy that I literally just mentally said that, but it's the truth. That is a level of melanin that my eyes are still sensitized to.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and let me address the chat, and I'll wrap up the stuff on document number 3, and then number 4 is the last one, the cover up. So, but yeah, thanks for popping up, Kyle. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, bye.
Bye. I love Kyle. Oh yeah. So for the document, I've been working on this document for about a week now. I think about a week, and specifically, we've compiled the Jeffrey Epstein shit, which I want to make clear. I don't think Epstein. I think Epstein did kill himself. I do think that's true. Like the level of conspiracy that would have to be done to have someone kill him, I think is too great. I think there would have to be like some real, like you would have to like bribe like over a dozen fucking people, who all of which are like just schmucks. Like I think something would have leaked out by now. You know, like we're not talking about like government secret agents who have been trained for like a decade on doing no. Like the security guards, those were like just like random schmucks who really just didn't give a fuck about their job, or like the actual, I guess, like sanctity or whatever of it, whatever you want to call it. Like, you know, they were just there for a paycheck. And I mean, like, is it possible Epstein did kill himself, like, or didn't kill himself? It's possible, but from everything that's available, it seems like he probably did kill himself, and the amount of conspiracy that would take to cover it, I think, is too much. So we got the Epstein document, Trump's relation to Epstein, which is big. This is very, very, very big. And if you want to see this, it's on Project Lib. But this right here is just this is the timeline of stuff relating to Trump and Epstein, which you can see there's a lot of shit. There's the contents of the Epstein files. So these are the people who should be investigated. Oh yeah. Yep. That's right. As expected. That's fucking right, dog. And then we're going to go into the cover up, which is like Republicans trying to stop the release of the Epstein files. So here, this is basically everything incriminating relating to Trump. And this is proven stuff, right? This is like really strong. Everything listed here is very, very strong. Okay. There's a lot of stuff in the Epstein files, which are things alleged against him that cannot be proven or disproven necessarily. But like, for example, if we go back to like Virginia Giuffre's like testimony, right? Like, where are we at here? Timeline 2000. Yeah. So at this date, in the summer of 2000, at some point, Ghislaine poached 16-year-old Virginia Giuffre. Okay. Oh, here's our link. PDF page 9, 25 through 26. Oh, what's this? Oh, okay. Well, page 9, 25 through 20. Okay, page 26, page 25. I've been found out that through Mar-a-Lago records, it was actually summer 2000, not summer of 1999. It was an honest mistake. I know, but it was 2000. I was 16 when I met Ghislaine Maxwell, and this is direct quotes from Virginia Giuffre. So, yes. Yeah. All of the stuff here, when it comes to the records, are directly from the government records, okay? This is straight from it. Like this right here, this is a direct copy of the shit in the Epstein files. So like for another really good example, we can go to either A, it's going to be a news reporting. So like this is when they first became acquainted. And that just is a link that points to it. They go to a casino with an underage girl, and this was reported. When was that reported? Underage. Yeah, this was reported in like the 1989, bro. Slate.com. That's 25. For years. Oh, fuck, that requires your subscription. Fuck you. But yeah, dude, there's so fucking much. There's so much shit. What do you mean? Fuck, even that's paid for too. But still. Yeah, him and Epstein went to one with an underage girl. It's the Oh, and at the casino, Trump is like, yeah, Jeffrey likes him young. So like Trump is admitting that, yeah, he knows that Epstein's a fucking pedo. Or at least he's like, yeah, he likes really young girls. Wink wink. Oh, and for the stuff relating to the what all left-wing creators are pulling up, I think Destiny's gonna be there. I know Rinald's gonna be there. I don't know if I'm allowed to actually say all the people who are gonna be there, so I'm gonna stop. We'll see all the people who show up. That was an article 2. Let's say it's not. They literally will. They literally fucking will, dude. Here's another one at a Calendar Girl event. He assaulted this girl named Jim Harth, who filed a lawsuit against him in 1997. Okay, so this idea like, oh, they were just making shit up. It's like, fuck you mean? Okay, like this was 1997. That was like peak. Like I wouldn't say peak because women have been getting sexually assaulted by men in positions of power for all of human history. But this absolutely is in that time range, the 90s, absolutely. And then we can look at it here. This is the document that we just looked at. This one's really funny. Right here. So in the document that I showed here, originally, this is the one that we just looked at. Virginia Giuffre says that it was an honest mistake because she accidentally misremembered. Yeah, it was actually the summer of 2000, not the summer of 1999. So in a different interview, she misremembered what the actual fact was of when she met Ghislaine Maxwell. So she was like, oh, yeah, it was actually 2000, not 1999, right? So I was 16 years old, not 15, because in 1999, she was 15, 2000, she was 16. Right? And unironically, because she was like, yeah, I was actually 16 years old, Ghislaine Maxwell's fucking defense team, okay? These little skinwalking fucks. If we go to page 10 on this thing, document pages 2 through 3. Yeah, here we go. Because she misremembered by 1 year and was still fucking 16 years old, defendant's primary argument in support of her contention that she did not abuse and traffic Miss Giuffre as a minor child is that employment records at Mar-a-Lago, so at the year 2000 when Giuffre was 16 years old, was either 16 or 17 when the defendant recruited her at Mar-a-Lago. Not 15 years old, as we originally thought. Your Honor, Your Honor, I was 16, not 15, okay? Or, I'm sorry, Your Honor, the defendant was 16, not 15. Like, yeah. But the thing is, though, 16 is still fucking minor, bro. Like, and literally, the defense rightfully gets fucking, like, shit on rhetorically. And literally, fuck these people. With Epstein not 15 years old. Call this the... Yes, I'm a sex trafficker, but only a 16-year-old girl's defense. Your Honor, she was 16, not 15. Like, this is insane. Like, people bring up shit all the time in real life. Yeah. Dude. I want to make something like so clear, okay? Like, coming as like a regular fucking guy with, you know, like regular friends and regular, but like I'm literally just a dude who went to college. I worked a 9 to 5 like regular fucking job for about like 4 years ish almost. Okay, I did all just the regular shit, but I was kind of into the streaming stuff, and now I've stepped my foot in it. Coming in as a regular guy, dude, people in politics are fucking insane. Like seriously, like holy shit, like the level of like moral nihilism that people just engage with, okay? The level of like fucking narcissism that people engage, especially influencers. Because truth is, I think to be an influencer, I think it does necessitate, or not necessitate, but being a little bit narcissistic, I think definitely helps. Because if you're narcissistic, you're willing to do whatever the fuck you want to get clout. And obviously, getting clout is good for being a fucking influencer. So like that's going to be people like not Fuentes, like Clavicular. Clavicular is like a really easy, like Myron Gaines, that's a really Andrew Tate, that's a really easy example, right? Doing these things that get you all this controversy. Like if you're a narcissist, you don't give a fuck. You'll make controversy. It's good for you. Nice. All I care about, because that's all narcissists care about. But yeah, imagine being like, yes, I'm a sex trafficker, but only 16 years old. It's crazy, bro. Yeah, dude. Sorry about that. That's the thing for the stream to make sure I don't miss that shit. Shit scared the fuck out of me, bro. Yeah. Oh, and then we got the birthday card. We know that shit's real. Epstein harasses a Mar-a-Lago spa, gets banned. Like, yeah, there's just so much shit. And all of this stuff happens. All this stuff is documented.
Well, I knew him like everybody in Palm Beach knew him. I mean, people in Palm Beach knew him. He was a fixture in Palm Beach. I had a falling out with him a long time ago. I don't think I've spoken to him for 15 years.
And it was around like the mid 2000s. So yeah, they break up. Yeah, I guess I won't go like through all the stuff, but it's you can find the link in the Discord, and I can link that if necessary. Yeah, no, like literally they were best friends for about like 20 years. Yeah. It's so sad how they broke up, bro. Yo, you wanna know what's actually really funny? So this is it right here. Watch it. Okay, so in July. Okay. July 2000. Oh, that should say 2019, not 2009. July of 2009, in an interview in the Oval Office. Watch this. So it's actually very quiet. It's kind of hard to hear, but a reporter asks him, "Did you know that Epstein was a pedophile?" Okay. Shit, there's another guy that's talking in the background. It's super fucking hard to hear. But Trump is like, "No, I had no idea." He's not talking to... There's a guy who's talking, but Trump is not talking to that guy. Like, this is the only video I could find of this thing. But he's like, "No, I had no idea." And this is... The question is, was Epstein a pedophile? Yeah, and that's him saying, "I had no idea about Epstein." It's really hard to hear, but it's there. With regard to Jeffrey Epstein, do you have any suspicions he was molesting young women? I had no idea. And then, what is that? 2025? What the? He said he had no idea, but then...
Because he did something that was inappropriate. He hired help. And I said, don't ever do that again. He stole people that work for me. I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again. And I threw him out of the place. Persona non grata.
He says he knew. Maybe he just misspoke.
2 years ago. He took people that worked for me, and I told him don't do it anymore, and he did it. And I said, stay the hell out of here.
Maybe he just misspoke twice.
I don't want to say any number you're talking about many years ago, but yeah, he took people, and because he took people, I said, don't do it anymore. You know, they work for me. And he took, beyond that, he took some others.
Don't do it again. Hey, you're... Oh my god, wait. Oh my god, what the fuck was it? Hey. Bro. Unironically, this clip right here.
I now know the kind of man I want to be. The kind of man who stands up for what's right. Come on, guys. Knock it off. The kind of man...
That's the... He like walks in on Epstein like balls deep and is like, "Hey, stop." It's not even funny. Like it's so fucking evil and it's so pathetic. Like the circumstances that this is the situation we're in is nihilistically fucking hilarious. Like it's actually unfucking believable. But yeah, like it's just everything points to him. Everything this piece of shit fucking says is just a fucking lie. So yeah, fuck this guy. Dude, imagine what's gonna happen when he does die. I think it's gonna be on levels of like Hitler dead. Okay, you know, like Hitler dead, and like if you look at like the newspapers and shit, I think we're gonna have levels like this type of popularity when Trump dies. Like, I think the world is gonna stop. Yeah. Dude. I think, yo, exactly. The world is going to stop for a fucking day. Okay, that is going to fucking happen, bro. Bro, Google, you're pissing me off. Thank you. Hitler dead. Okay, that's obviously not. But just like, I'll say like Hitler death celebrations. Yeah. All this shit. We're gonna see this again. Easy. We're gonna easily see all this shit again when Trump dies, bro. 100%. Just don't OD. Okay. Back to this puppy here. Okay, so Epstein files. Oh, I need to capel. Oh, wait, actually, this needs to I need to mark these. Well, actually, I can just date these in the timeline. So I'm just gonna date all these things there. There's a bunch of files here, but I'll put that in the timeline. So both sides are implicated. Bill Clinton is severely implicated. It's not necessarily true. Reality, Prince Andrew should be prosecuted. Yep. Lex Wessner should be prosecuted. Yep. To testimonies, statements, victims. Who are the SA people investigated from the Epstein I'll say situation. I can't spell. I can't spell. Okay, there we go. Let's try like that. Okay. All right, Grok, you've entered the council again. Better not say some dumb shit. Glenn Maxwell, Prince Andrew. Yep. Oh, okay. Well, this guy's dead. Bill Richardson. This guy's dead. Let's track Thomas Pritzker. Thomas Pritzker. Wait, what? Thomas Pritzker? That's not the governor of fucking Illinois, is it? Okay, no, I didn't think so. Who? What the fuck is Pritzker's name? What's his first name? J.B. Pritzker. Right. Okay, dude. I was like, what? Because I like Pritzker. I like him, or at least I'm pretty sure I do. From the things I've seen of him, I like him. Okay. Oh wait, there's another girl too. What the fuck was her name? Because she was Leslie Groff. Leslie Groff. This girl needs to get fucking convicted, bro. Leslie Groff needs to go. 1, 2. Les Wexner. Leslie Groff should be prosecuted. Okay. I'll put some more stuff in that. So Leslie Groff. Yup. Who else? That one guy's okay. This guy's like super fucking dead. Sultan, he's fucked, but I don't think that he's in United States territory. Nadia, I think that yeah, she was likely groomed. Was she recruiter? Nadia was someone who worked under Epstein and facilitated like a lot of massages. So like I don't believe that, or I'm sorry, that's not, I'm gonna say Leslie. I don't think Leslie was ever like a victim of Epstein. I think she was kind of like a how do I put it? What are those people called? Dude, you're like a like a staffer, like a what's? Did you ever see Zootopia? Zootopia. Bellwether, was her? Bellwether? Bellwether? What the fuck was her role called? What was her role? Does it say her? What the fuck is it called? Bellhop? No, not a bellhop. But like, you know how like the original role that she took? Is it a secretary? I don't think it's a secretary. There's a assistant to the mayor. Okay, I'll say this. She was definitely an assistant. I mean, obviously, right? But like, she would schedule. Yeah. So lied, gave false testimony. Contradicted. Okay, so. She scheduled. So I guess I should put this in the thing, obviously. But what did Leslie Groff do for Epstein? It's gonna say that she scheduled massages. She paid people off. I mean, yeah, exactly. That's the main thing. Like, she scheduled his shit and was like the logistics behind a lot of things. Like, the idea that she had no idea what was going on is bullshit. No, that's not true. Yeah, no, I'm literally just gonna switch over to the thingamabobber. Actually, let me check the thingy. Oh yeah, people are in there. Okay, let me leave the we love you, Kyle. I'm going to disconnect from the thingy here. All right, and now I'm going to mute up. I'm gonna keep the stream going, but join the thing. But I'm just gonna make sure that everyone's cool before I do anything. So I'll be back. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the stuff here. Toothbrush review. Shut the fuck up. You fucking stupid, bro. Hate you. Do we know how many people are expected to come in?
I got
For the list,
was like
I
6
believe.
or 7. I don't know, sounds good.
6, 7? Okay, I got you. Thanks, Wick.
Yeah. Oh man.
Dude, we're champions of liberalism, okay? We're making 6, 7 jokes, and look, okay. At least I'll say this: I'm not the one who said it, okay? Fuck you. But you know what? I did engage with it. I don't know. Should I take accountability? Maybe I should be more like the right wing and just not take accountability for fucking anything, bro. I don't know. Oh, let me copy and paste what's her face's fucking shit though. Let me get that shit out of here. There we go. Ah.
Oh, gang, by the way, I am live on my end now. I'm going to be talking to my audience when we're ready to go. We'll be ready to
Okay.
go, but yeah. Anyway.
No one heard that. Alice. What's up, Alice?
Hi, I'm having a weird problem on my stream where this window is cropping weird.
Mm.
Oh well.
I don't. Yeah, I'd have to see it to be able to help you. I'm sorry.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another exciting episode of the RGR Roundtable. I am your hostess, Riley Grace Armstrong, and these are our wonderful panelists. Say hi, wonderful panelists.
Hi, wonderful panelists.
Hi, wonderful panelists.
Whoa.
Greetings.
Yay!
Hi, wonderful panelists.
Sorry, you can tell I've been on a dropout binge. Quick housekeeping. Everyone can hear me fine. Audio fine. All good on my end?
Loud and clear.
Good. Yep. Awesome. And I believe everything should be good in Streamlabs on my end, so I think we can go ahead and get started. We are missing at least one person who should be joining us here shortly, so I will message him in a second. Or if someone else wants to, just so I can go ahead and get started. Actually, no, here, I'll ping him real quick. And we are starting. Well, he's a little bit late, so whatever. He doesn't get the intro or the rules. So I will briefly catch him up when he does get here, if he does. Anyway, so today, what we're here to discuss is the subject of tankies infiltrating the Democratic Party. How this is going to work is I'm going to start by giving some brief background for context, and then I'm going to go around and ask each panelist to introduce themselves and say whether they agree that tankies are infiltrating the Democratic Party and whether that's a real cause for concern or if they disagree with that. If someone disagrees, the conversation will start there. And then if and when everyone agrees on the issue, we will move to discussing how we should address this. Sound good?
Yep, perfect.
Great. Here is the relevant context. On July 18th, 2026, political influencer Hassan Piker spoke as an invited speaker at the event hosted by the College Democrats of America in Washington, D.C. Notably, Hassan has a long-standing record of major controversies, including having said that America deserved 9/11 and that it doesn't matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th. And especially relevant here, Hassan has also said that he, quote, doesn't give a fuck about the Democratic Party, unquote, and that he's trying to infiltrate the Democratic Party to try and push
Tankies are like your Maoists,
when
your
Hassan spoke at the
communists,
College
like
Dems event, he also
Stalinists.
described
stuff like
himself as, quote, an outsider currently pushing for an insurgency, unquote, and concluded his speech by saying, quote, no more to the Democrats who compromise, who conciliate, and who betray us, unquote, while dressed as Mao Zedong, the Chinese Communist Revolutionary. Now, most relevant here, Hassan seems to also have been able to get Cameron Landon, the executive vice president of College Democrats, to deny entry to Destiny and other influencers who have been openly critical of Hassan for these stances. This is especially concerning because Destiny is an actual supporter of the Democratic Party with a proven track record of rallying his followers to canvass for Democratic candidates. With all of that context, I will go around and ask each panelist to introduce themselves and say whether they are concerned about tankies infiltrating Democratic Party. And I'm just going to go in order on my screen. Alice, could you please start?
Hi, I'm Alice at She's Right Show. I believe tankies are a problem in the Democratic Party. I think they are fundamentally illiberal, and I think a lot of well-meaning progressives don't understand the kind of threat they're facing, especially when they try to be in spaces they consider like the local TSA chapter party or whatever. And they have a lot of people in their circles who are very dangerous and don't respect minorities.
Great, thank you. Going to the right on my screen. Ethan, could you please go?
Yeah, howdy. My name is Ethan, handle at I'm officially Ethan, and it's an objective fact that tankies are trying to hijack the left wing, or the Democratic Party, and this proves to be a real threat for us as people who actually do champion things like the rights of minorities, right? People who want to actually progress society in ways that are beneficial towards like human well-being, and allowing, you know, someone like Hassan to go in interviews with like a Mao outfit is literally on the same level of like, imagine like JD Vance or someone, I don't know, someone else going on an interview with like a Hitler mustache. And the fact that we have vice presidents in notorious college organizations that represent Democrats, covering on behalf of someone like Hassan, who does the rhetorical equivalent of having a Hitler mustache, except for Mao, is absolutely insane. This is a real threat that needs to be addressed as soon as possible.
Thank you. Going around, North, could you please introduce yourself and give your position?
Hey, I'm Ryan, otherwise known as North online. You can find me at YouTube at youtube.com/NorthIsLive. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that tankies are starting to gain some momentum within the Democratic Party. Where this comes from, we can talk about it. I think it's probably due to some sort of reciprocal radicalization, as well as this general misunderstanding about like left-right dynamic, and when it should be like liberal versus illiberal, and we'll get into that. So.
Thank you. Moving on, Alish, could you please introduce yourself and state your position?
Hello, my name is Alish, and I definitely believe the DSA party overall is a problem for democracy. I've gone through their website and read all of their core beliefs, and essentially it reminds me of the equivalent of when I become school president, I'm going to put soda in all the water fountains and make homework
Horseshoe
illegal.
theory is
It
real.
essentially just like boils down to that for me. They're making a lot of promises and a lot of things that are kind of like contradictory. And a lot of the promises that they're making are essentially like a Trumpism to me. Like they're standing up making all these promises, and I hardly think that they're going to keep even one or two of them. So essentially, I find that, and this might be a little bit controversial, but I find that maybe some DSA policies can work in a microcosm, such as like very isolated, but overall it's not going to work for like large scale.
Great, thank you. I'll also make a note there. We can come back and circle on this about whether or not we're going to define DSA as being tankies, or like what's the scope of the problem, or the scope of like who are we classifying as a group of concern within the Democratic Party. But we can come back to that. Thank you so much. Rounding us off for introductions, Wick, could you please introduce yourself and tell us what your position is?
Yeah, as stated, my name is Wick. I'm at Wick TV on most platforms. I think that for far too long, people have downplayed the threat that illiberalism and illiberal actors are to the Democratic Party. In order to defeat Trump, many people within the party have decided to open the doors and open to tent to arsonists, people whose stated goals are to either burn the party down or build something new in its ashes, or to fundamentally change the face of the Democratic Party so that it is no longer a liberal institution or a liberal group. I think that these things are existential in nature. And while I would disagree with anyone who would characterize that these people have already taken over the party, they have not. This problem is still small. Small problems can often become big ones if they are not treated and we do not take them seriously.
That's true.
Tonight, my goal will be to convince people of the severity of the threat and also propose some solutions on how we can fix this threat. But I guess to answer the question, is taking infiltration a problem? Yes, it is, and we need to deal with it. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. The sooner we do it, the easier it will be. Thank you.
Based. I love you.
Thank you, Wick. Really appreciate it. Also, clarification of housekeeping. I turned my volume up a little bit because I was told it was a little quiet. Do I sound better coming through on y'all's end?
You sound the same to me, but
Yeah.
I never had any problems.
Oh, okay. So anyway, moving ahead, I guess I want to, before we talk about solutions, I guess I just want to make sure that we're all relatively on the same page, because it sounds like for the most part, we all agree on the fundamental issue of tankies infiltrating the party. I guess I want to ask the panel first, is there any question or is there any conversation worth having about the scope of it? So are we counting on concerns about socialists or members of the DSA? Like, is that a conversation that people would like to have? Or
Well,
if
I
not,
don't.
we can just go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know about like how long the conversation has to be, but I was I was telling chat this earlier, but I guess I'll tell you all. The reason why I think it's important to stress that and maybe have something on record from all of us that this is a threat and kind of define the scope of the threat. I was watching Live and Learn before I hopped on here, right? Just like 20 minutes ago, I would say. And they were talking about the same subject we're talking about, only in a very, very different manner, right? You had Pisco, Soy Pill, even IRI to some extent, kind of downplaying the threat that this was. It got so bad that they saw me in chat and Pisco was struggle sessioning Hutch to disavow me because I was disagreeing in chat, and Pisco was like, "Say you disagree with Wick. Say it. Say he's wrong. Say he's crazy." It was crazy. And I think that there are too many liberal creators, liberal influencers, liberal actors in this space. And again, I do think that Pisco is a liberal, but I think that he has, for whatever reason, decided that this isn't a problem, and he's, whether he intends to or not, running cover for really bad actors. He's acting as if we have been diagnosed with cancer, but it's only stage 1. So don't worry about it, gang. It's not really a problem. But everyone knows the best time to deal with cancer is when it's small. And so, yes, I think that there is a value in discussing what is the scope of this threat, because it's not just the DSA. I would include liberal creators who downplay the DSA, or downplay the threat, I should say. I would include people I would otherwise consider allies who are not taking this seriously. I think that they are also, in their own way, and not to the same severity or scope, a threat to the Democratic Party.
No,
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Oh, no, okay, I'll go. Thank you. He's right, especially in the sense of the complacency. Honestly, I'm very much reminded of MAGA in its early stages, or at least how the Republicans acted, right? Because what we're seeing is, you could say like two groups of people, right? And we're going to see like a repeat of this, okay? So in the early stages of MAGA, there were the people who saw Trump as like, oh, okay, like he's like a necessary bad to beat the Democrats, right? And then so they went with it. But then as they gave in more and more, then now we have the absurdity that we have today. And we're going to see that exact same thing with the far left if we don't do something to squash this as soon as possible, right? And then your second group is going to be people who are like your LARPers, right? They just don't care. They're just in it for like the political gain. So either A, you stand on some principles and know when to cut things, or I guess B, you really just don't care. And we need to avoid a repeat of MAGA, except on the left.
True.
Yeah, go ahead. Right now it's open discussion.
Sorry.
I'll ask
Yeah.
questions and simulate, but I don't want
Okay.
to be too active a participant.
So yeah, another example I noticed before MAGA, the one before that, was Gamergate. And I've written papers on this in classes about like new media stuff and all these kinds of things. Read books on like misinformation and memetics and how this stuff spreads. These movements tend to be onions. And I think it's very important to like separate
She's
this out
right.
and model what this looks like, because a lot of these conversations, people end up talking past each other. In the core, you have someone who's like intentionally
right.
so bought in to an ideology, typically like a hate ideology, that they will like say or do anything to make that happen knowingly. So they will like create propaganda or like manufacture stories. They think the ends justify the means because they truly believe in their goal. Then you have like layer 2 are people who are also bought into that ideology and will even like actually just believe and trust the examples of like racism fodder or whatever, or like actually believe the rhetoric and understand what it means. And they tend to also be kind of like giving their informed consent. They actually believe in it. Then the third level are people who also join in and will say those same things and share those same things and like represent those things without knowing it and thinking it's kind of like a joke or not super serious. And then the fourth level are people who aren't even a part of the movement, but they just see those people who say it's not serious or it's actually about something else, and they take their word for it. So like with Gamergate, there's like intentional misogynists and liars, like about women. There's like a disgruntled ex-boyfriend of Zoe Quinn. Then there were like the actual like sexists on 4chan. Then there were all of the normies on YouTube who said, oh, it's just about ethics and games journalism, and thought it was fake. And there's a lot of normal people who didn't realize they were carrying water for all of that, because they're like, what do you mean? Like, that's just, they just said it's about ethics and games journalism. That doesn't seem to be that serious. And so it's a macro structure for diffusing responsibility. And like no individual person is like actually evil, right? And then like they would say you're crazy, you point out like you're being misogynistic, when like a lot of them are like, what do you mean? It's just jokes. It's not like super serious or whatever. But like
I don't know if I would
at
make
a big
4chan
picture
servers
level,
today.
what is that machine they're feeding and what is it actually doing? And I'm really scared that's what we're seeing now with like Maoists and accelerationist communists at the core into kind of like good faith, kind of naive progressives who don't realize that it is serious and not a meme.
Yeah,
Yeah.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt. Finish.
Oh, sorry.
Finish
Yeah.
your
And
point.
then like, that's now penetrating the mainstream. People are like, what do you mean? Like, oh, they're liberals too. They like it too. And don't realize like that kind of actual core harm.
Yeah, I think it's important to kind of like, and maybe in this discussion, it might be important to kind of showcase what it is they are doing. Like, because a lot of people won't understand the threat unless you spell it out, right? There are different it's multivariable, right? There are different people doing different things, but they all end up intentionally or not kind of working together to the same ends. And I think that one of the things that we're seeing is a lot of people who claim to want to help the Democratic Party or help us beat MAGA do not actually want that goal. And unless, like Mike from PA famously said, I will continue to depress Democratic turnout until they bend the knee to the left, right? They are there to make it so bad, to make sure that MAGA wins so much that Democrats lose hope. Democrats think, well, we can't win doing what we're doing. We need to pass the torch to someone else. And again, the goal is for us to pass the torch to them so that they can have their shot. And they think that, oh, we'll once we get in there, of course people will vote for us because, they just don't vote for us now because they don't understand. They haven't actually lived under our rules before. It's all been APAC and the DNC establishment, blah, 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 blah. And so these people are actively hurting us on purpose, intentionally. Look at the Fox News interview that happened with the DSA. What was it? A vice president? I forget what position she had. It was high up in the organization. That was a friendly interview. Do you guys understand that, right? They were on this. It was the same team interview. The interview lady, what's her name? I'm sorry. I'm horrible with names. She was basically not contesting anything and saying, "Oh, you believe this?" And the DSA person was like, "Yes, of course we believe that."
I think I remember
Oh, you believe in
what he's talking
abolishing
about.
the police? Yes, of course we believe in abolishing the police. And some of the most like dog shit
That's bad.
policy positions you could possibly have that are severely unpopular with the American people. And again, this is going to be tied to the Democratic Party. They will point to Mamdani. They will point to Chevrolet. They will point to other DSA candidates, Valdez, I believe. They will point to AOC. They will point to other people who may or may not share these same positions. Like AOC, I don't think shares some of these positions, right? And they will tie it to us. They will hang it around our neck like a millstone, and it will drag us down. And that is a purposeful, intentional strategy. They are our enemies. I don't know how. I know. Look, I'm rambling, but no, it's just true. It's just correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me add something to that. One of the things that a lot of liberals or people that are more inclined on the left, I've seen them fall into, is this idea that we can't be punching left right now because MAGA is like this ultimate evil, and it is a very hard talking point to refute because MAGA is currently in power. They are the ones who are currently weaponizing our government against us and killing Americans on the streets right now. But just because we recognize the current threat, that doesn't mean that we have to ignore the new threat that's being birthed with the rise of the DSA within the Democratic Party currently. And if we can't fight against that, then everything that we've worked hard for in order to bring MAGA down, we're just going to have to do it all over again with a new DSA leftist, whatever they do if they manage to gain power. So.
On that point, actually, let me follow up. So I think that yours and Wick's point actually could tie together. In that I wonder, let me pose this to the panel. How do you all feel about framing the current divide that we're seeing emerge in politics, not as one of the right versus the left as much, as rather a liberal versus illiberal divide? So for example, with Wick, having people from the DSA being able to go on the Fox News and give like a friendly interview, that would, in my mind, explain why you could be able to see something like that, because they are on the same side. They're on the side of illiberalism. and then north to you saying like, well, there's a concern about punching left. Well, really, the concern is not about punching left. It's about punching the illiberals. It's about trying to defeat illiberalism. But that's just my opinion. What are the thoughts of the panel about that framing?
Yeah, look, first of all, that concern about punching left, it's not real, right? That's what they
True.
say. They don't actually mean it because they'll punch left all day. They'll punch Democrats all day, the establishment all day. They will, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Jim Clyburn, they will punch the shit out of those people, right? That are on the left. They do not care. The rule is don't punch them, right? They can punch whoever they like, but don't punch them. But to your question, yes, illiberal versus liberal is the correct dividing line here. And I think that that's why it's important to define what the Democratic Party stands for and to reaffirm to people that the principle that you have to have, and this is non-negotiable, if you want to be considered part of the coalition, right? Not just an ally who votes with us sometimes, right? Not just someone we sometimes work together with, but an actual part of the coalition, you have to have a liberal value system. You have to at least have some core liberal principles about you, and you cannot be an authoritarian. Those are the two, I think, what I would consider the one thing that is you have to have and one thing that you cannot have. And so, yes, liberal and liberal is a correct dividing line. And in order to stress that, the Democrats need to make it very clear that we do not accept illiberals into our midst. You can vote for our candidate, sure, we'll let you, but you don't get to steer this ship. You don't get to be in positions of influence or power. You don't get to be a staffer, even in my in to our politicians. And I want to, and the politicians should do that. They should require all their staffers, because a lot of people talk about the donors and how the donor class is messing us up and how PACs and super PACs and money in politics is a problem. And fair enough. But one problem that we don't talk about is the staffer class. The staffer class holds huge, immense, unelected, and unaccountable power in our political system and in our parties. And this is driving each party, it's not just a Democrat problem, to very extreme issues. Because what a politician will do is, a lot of politicians, they came into power, they didn't know about this social media stuff, especially Democrats. They don't really have a connection with new media, as they call it, right? And they rely on their staffers to kind of guide them and kind of like, well, you're young, you know these things. What should I be looking for? How should I be approaching things? What is it? What is it the kids want these days, right? And these staffers are driving them towards people like Hassan Piker. It's a problem.
That's kind of like what I was bringing up earlier. When I was saying that like they're making these unbelievable promises that they're definitely not going to be able to fulfill. I also kind of want to touch on the fact that you said, you absolutely have to have a dictator in order to carry any of this out, because under their voting structure, they want to eliminate the two-party system. And the elimination of the two-party system just simply doesn't work with the current voting system, because they also want to eliminate the popular vote. And the popular vote simply does not work without the two-party system. What would work is something called ranked choice voting, because if you have multiple different parties and everybody's voting for different things, you're going to have one party that's going to win out only because maybe it has a tiny more. So let me give an example. Have you ever heard of ranked choice voting? What it is?
I'm familiar, yes.
Okay, yeah. So the ranked choice voting is the only thing that is congruent with a multi-party system, and they have no plans of doing that. They just want to do popular vote only. So which means that essentially they're just going to elect a dictator, and since they're not going to, and since they're breaking down all of the normative structures for removing people, there's no way to remove them. So there's literally, because I mean, again, they want to abolish the Constitution, they want to abolish all of this other stuff. So essentially they just want to elect a dictator and then have them control everything and then not have a way to remove them, and then everybody's voting for like 500 different candidates.
I don't know if ranked voice voting does that.
No, I'm saying what do you mean? What do you mean?
Look, ranked choice voting is something that you can implement well or implement poorly.
No, I'm saying
go
right.
ahead.
I'm saying that if they eliminate the popular vote
I have no doubt
right?
ranked choice
If they
voting is.
eliminate, I'm sorry, if they
I
eliminate
was like,
the current electoral college and instill only
So
popular votes, and then also eliminate a two-party system where they have like 500 different parties that you can just run as whatever party you feel like it doesn't work. You can't have a popular vote with 500 different parties. It simply is incongruent with electing
Well,
somebody that represents the entire population.
I think the better thing to home in on there is that the policies that they are advocating for, one, I think are generally against like what we would call like the mainstream Democratic Party. So they're like anti-Ukraine, generally like anti-capitalists are way more extreme on anything else when it comes to like I think they want to basically remake the entire Constitution with like eliminating the Senate and eliminating the office of the presidency and all that. So I think something that we need to focus on is that these people don't believe in America as like we know it now. Their goal is to like fundamentally reshape America into something completely different, whether it's going to be like how the DSA platform currently is, or whether it's going to go even further than that, because it seems from like many of the interviews of like higher up people in the DSA and with their more extreme candidates now being elected, like Chevier, that they're more on like the like the tanky slash Maoist leaning, which is
Yeah.
extremely scary to have someone like that in our politics.
Has anybody actually enumerated what the enumerated? Is that the right word? Anyway, has anybody enumerated what actually the DSA proposes for their party? Have you been to their website, the program
Yeah,
that
they put out a recently kind of a platform that you
Yeah.
could, everyone can go through. And like I said, they were interviewed on Fox News the other day, and they were asked very simple questions: Do you support abolishing the Senate? Yes. Do you support abolishing police? Yes. Do you support abolishing borders? Yes. Right. And all this list of what I would consider very illiberal list of things that
Yeah.
is just
Also,
unpopular in
sorry,
America.
let me just interject because I don't want us to get like too down the weeds. Something that might be useful is to clarify what we mean when we're talking about liberal values, right? Because Alish, like, it's not so much what they're trying to push in particular. It's not like we're, the issues are like the particular ABC of what they're advocating for. I mean, some of them are crazy, but like ultimately when we're talking about liberalism versus illiberalism, in my opinion, people can disagree, is the how they want to accomplish those goals. Whereas illiberalism fundamentally is usually associated with imposing policies by force if necessary, despite or without the consent of the public. That's fundamentally, in my opinion, what's the difference between liberalism versus illiberalism. Whereas liberalism focuses on consent of the majority, democratic process, peaceful transition of power. Does anyone disagree with that? Or
Well, I think it's helpful to maybe expand on what liberalism is. I think that's a good cue, because a lot, like especially in American politics, everyone on the left is called a liberal by the right, when it's not true. Many people on the far left are not liberals. We do not claim them. And there are people who are on the center right, like maybe North would consider himself maybe moderate, center right-ish, who I would consider a liberal.
I mean, I
as
consider
well.
myself a conservative, but I believe in liberalism.
Yeah, and you can be a conservative liberal, you can be a progressive liberal. Liberal is something that you can be with many other types of ideologies, right? But you can also be an illiberal conservative or an illiberal progressive. And those are the people I have a problem with. So what liberalism is to me is like recognizing the rights of the individual that are more important, perhaps, than the rights of all, or when the wants of everyone. So, for example, a lot of the far left, right? A lot of these illiberal people will say something like, "Don't you love democracy? Don't you want democracy? Democracy's good, right? We want people to be able to have a say, right?" And that's true to an extent. But I think all of us would agree that we don't want people to be able to vote on whether or not we get the right to free speech, or we get the right to a fair trial, or we get the right to all these things. We don't want the majority, we don't want those rights dependent on a majority vote, right? And so, at least for me, I think liberalism recognizes that. So it's not just the consent of the governed, but a limited government power. And if you limit government power, that limits democracy to a certain extent. Rule of law, also important. Everyone is equal under the law, equal treatment under the law, right? And that we don't just blow up institutions that disagree with us. A lot of the people who are complaining about abolishing the Senate, I think it's very illiberal, right, to do that, because they're only doing that because the Senate disagrees with them, because it has a, as some have put it, a structural benefit to the Republicans. And while that is true, the Senate, at least in the American government system, performs a vital function to limit and put a check on mob rule. And I think that's important. And there's a whole political pluralism, allowing other parties to actually exist. That's also something that is a liberal value that we need to stress, because a lot of them, if they could, would just eliminate all opposition politically.
Yeah. Can I
Go ahead, please.
can I maybe focus in on something?
But before you do, does anyone disagree with my list here, or does anyone have a problem with my
No,
definition?
Like, yeah,
no.
democracy, individual rights,
Pluralism,
yeah,
due process, all that.
All the
or-
fun
I think a
stuff.
good like
yeah, due process, upholding the rule of law.
like a good
I can't wait to go
kinda
into the
question to think is
prescriptive on
like, all right,
things,
if they're in
because
the
like
if the tankies
right now,
or
like
the
yeah, we're kind
MAGA
of circle
people are
jerking,
in
but
majority
like
power, like if they could put people who disagree with them in camps,
when we
they
go
would
into the
try to,
prescript, like what do we do from here?
you know, that's I
That's what I'm
think
really
is
looking
usually
forward
a
to.
pretty
But yeah, we're gonna
decent
agree on like just
kind of
about
metric.
everything here.
What were you saying, Alice?
Yeah, that's fair. They would.
So I was going to bring up a specific policy, and whether you think it's liberal or illiberal. I think that this policy is illiberal. One of their policies is to end the U.S. war machine. That's the heading. They said defund the Department of War and all foreign wars and close overseas military bases. Support and fully employ veterans. I mean, that's fine. And immunity for U.S. war criminals, and support the International Criminal Court's mandate to prosecute war criminals. I don't think that's something that was ever a problem. But I think that defunding the Department of War is completely illiberal. I don't think that makes any sense from the standpoint.
I don't know if it's illiberal. It's just bad policy, though.
Well, no,
I mean, I don't know. Actually,
Oh.
I think when it comes to like maintaining the global like structure, I think it actually is illiberal, because when the United States or like some like large power isn't here to ensure that all the countries in the world play nice, right? Then you've got countries like Russia who come in and you know invade Ukraine, right? So like defunding that allows for bad faith actors who are not liberal to come in and like wreck shit, essentially.
Yeah, because I mean, there's no mention of defunding the military. It just says defund the Department of War. So like, who's going to control the military? They're just going to do whatever they want. I mean,
Well, I think it's generally accepted that these people hate like the military-industrial complex and would like basically either pull out completely of Ukraine and do things like nuke Israel, probably. So.
Also,
well, again, you can't nuke somebody without a Department of War, right? You can't just like.
You can. I mean, the
No,
executive.
how? Who's gonna?
Hold on. The
We can
president
check
has a
balances.
nuclear
Yeah.
code.
Quick interjection. Thank you for joining the stream, Destiny. Appreciate having you here. Just to catch you up briefly, we've been discussing the scope of the issue, so whether or not we would, instead of just focusing on tankies infiltrating the Democratic Party, if the real divide that's worth looking at is liberal versus illiberal people, and I guess in this case, illiberal people invading the Democratic Party. And then once we get to a consensus, we're going to move to recommendations of how to try to address that. Cool?
Cool.
Awesome. All right, everyone can hop back in. But yeah, so Alice, you were saying something.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying that it is completely illogical, illiberal to think that we can just stop wars. Like we can't just stop doing war. War is essential, even though people don't like war. Obviously, we don't want to start wars, but we can't just abolish war. That's a completely illiberal policy. It's
I think
it's a necessary evil.
Okay, this is bothering me. It's not a liberal. It's not a liberal.
Yes, it
but
is.
It's bad.
How is it
It's
not
bad
illiberal?
policy.
How is it
but
not
it's not
illiberal?
illiberal.
How is it
Not
not
wanting
illiberal?
more wars is not necessarily illiberal. It's just
No,
bad.
defunding the Department of War is illiberal.
Yeah, it's different. Because basically, if all freedom or voice or whatever is ultimately accountable to force, we need force to hold everyone accountable to democracy. That's why it's good to have things like NATO or like interventionism in general. Like that's how we keep that democratically accountable. When we defund our military and just leave it to the militaries of tyrants like Russia, that is carte blanche for authoritarians to operate.
Boom. She's right.
Well, yes, that is the result of the policy. That's what makes it bad policy. I just don't think it's necessary. Like the funding levels for different departments aren't necessarily individually an illiberal act. But if this this is semantics, we're nitpicking. I don't mean
No,
to.
sure.
I think the
Sure.
more
So,
important
like,
kind of
look, it doesn't matter necessarily if it's illiberal or liberal in order to like defund the Department of War. We just all understand that it's generally bad policy and going to be destructive to the United States of America, and also probably going to leave the rest of the liberal world, which we lead in a more defenseless position. It's just pretty simple as
I
that.
guess my major problem, and I want to come back to this now that Destiny is here, is the people who are ostensibly on our side, who continue to run cover for these bad actors who are helping in a very real way MAGA to win. And they may not intend to. They may not be doing this on purpose. But going on to Fox News and having an interview, a very friendly interview with the host, and then putting out some of the most unpopular policy positions and saying, yes, these are the things we're running on. And then at the same time, you have your other operatives, right? Influencers such as Crystal Ball, such as Kyle Kalinske, and others with a chorus of Democrats bad, establishment bad,
Chorus
the
mentioned.
Democrats can't win, the Democrats can't do anything. You need to give us the mantle, you need to give us the power so that we can run the party. This is going to end up in, unfortunately, a lance. Every time the DSA or a DSA candidate wins an election or gets national attention, our chances to control the Senate and the House reduce. It's a problem, and we need some way to address this problem. And we need to stop being polite with people who are running cover with this for this problem. We need to call them out, hold them to account, and call them what they are: Trump's strongest soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a question to the broader like panel? I guess. Do we think that like tankies and the DSA are a problem for like the country slash the Democratic Party because that they will decrease the chances that Democratic candidates will win, or do we think that they're a problem because like the policies that they promote are going to be like destructive to the nation if they do win? I'm kind of curious where everyone is on that.
I think that North's question there is really important because I feel like sometimes we get lost in terms of like, do we for what he just said, like, do we support these people because they're, or do we not support them because they're not electorally popular because they have some like core value clash? And I think that on two different levels we have to operate there. I feel like the first thing is that we have to understand like what the Democratic Party is. And we have to understand that there's like room for disagreement in our party, and then there's probably room for things that we probably shouldn't have disagreement on, or there's not room for disagreement on certain things. Like the idea that like black people and women should be able to vote, right? In every party in the U.S. right now, right? That this should be like, this is a non-negotiable. We wouldn't accept those people in our party. Probably the most like contentious issues maybe is like abortion. Is that really a thing we want to debate in the Democratic Party? Like as between being staunchly pro-life or not? Probably not. I think that's probably a core Democratic Party value. And then maybe things on like gun control, we might have differences there, or like in affirmative action, we have differences there. And then where we have differences, we can accept that there are going to be people that are in the party that are different. But then we move on to the next thing in terms of like what is electorally viable. Like we might not support a thing because it's electorally viable, but there's a difference between not supporting that thing because it's not electorally viable versus not supporting that thing because these people aren't like compatible with our party, right? I just answered
I think it's important.
what North is saying.
Yeah, I think it. Well, yes, we can recognize that a lot of these policies, if they are passed, would destroy this country or destroy our party, and they're just bad policies as a whole. While also kind of making the argument that because for a lot of people, they just want to win, right? We got to recognize that a lot of the electorate, a lot of the Democratic electorate, they just want to win. They don't really care
for those people. We should immediately dismiss those people as retards because you could test this with one or two hypotheticals, and like, what if somebody said, "Well, we have a no," but I'm saying that like if somebody were to say like, "Oh, well, this candidate can win because he wants to run on the idea of disenfranchising every Mexican from being able to vote, or every like person of Hispanic descent from being able to vote," we say, "Well, no, obviously that's not worth winning." When people say when like people like Josiah and Hutch say, "Well, we should do whatever we can to win," they're assuming, whether they realize it or not, they're assuming some baseline agreement and values there, right? Like, because we could technically win every single election if we were to just come in and support like the Republicans, right? We should say, oh, well, if a Democrat's going to run, they should just like support every single Republican position, and then we can win in some Republican primaries. Like, well, what's the point in that, right? So there's got to be some even if people don't realize it, there's some baseline. Like, well, sure,
Yeah.
we want to win, but we do want to win with like that are with something that's in our
Sure.
tent of values, right?
So for me at least, liberalism and like again we were talking earlier, liberal and illiberal should be the divide, right? I do not
No.
want illiberals in my party. I just don't. I think that they're
I
destructive.
agree that being illiberal should
Well,
be an
it-
out, but there's a lot of like we had slavery and we were still a liberal country, right? Like you
Well,
can have
I think
liberal things that are like
yes,
not.
in the context of that time, that's true. We were more liberal, but we are even more liberal without that now. Like we have gone from less liberal when we had slavery to more liberal without slavery. And I want to maximize liberalism, right, in a very real way. And I think that like you should at least, if you want to be considered in the party, in the tent, in the coalition, someone we work with, someone who can help drive policies that we promote, you need to have at least some core liberal values, and you cannot have certain illiberal values that I would consider disqualifying.
Yeah,
Such
I
as
don't disagree.
yeah.
I'm just saying that like
wait,
ideally,
hold-
like both parties should be liberal parties in the United States in a liberal democracy. Both of us, the Republicans and the Democrats. So that
Yeah, but
wouldn't be
they're
enough
not right now,
differential, isn't it?
unfortunately. Like
Sure.
ideally, yes, but they're
well,
not.
so
Well,
hold on.
moderate Republicans are.
So
but...
so I was talking with I was talking with Pisco about this last night on that X stream, and one of the things that he brought up, which is important, is like whether we think that these DSA people are going to be more or less, I guess, illiberal versus MAGA. So it's like, are we, if we have like a standard MAGA Republican running versus a DSA type, do we think that in a lesser two of evil vote, should we be supporting this DSA person at least just to win the election? Or is it worth it to just like either abstain or even maybe support the MAGA Republican, depending on whoever that person might be? I think that is also something important to bring up.
Also, Alish, I saw that you were trying to get a word in. Go ahead.
Oh, well, if we're moving the topic to Pisco, I want to bring up two things that he said today. I'm going to quote something that he said earlier today on stream. He said that, sorry. He said that it is congruent with liberal democracy to abolish the police and open borders. He said that those are liberal policies, or those are congruent with liberal democracy. Do you agree or disagree with that? He additionally,
I agree. I think it's, again, I think we have to be careful. Like, there's a huge range of stuff that could happen under a liberal society, but we wouldn't like want that in our party. But just because it's things that we don't want in our party, that doesn't make them illiberal, right? Like I
agree.
arguably pro-life and pro-abortion stances are both like congruent with a liberal society. Theoretically, like open borders where everybody gets the right to vote when they come out, like that. Theoretically, this is congruent with a liberal society. It would probably just be too extreme for that like immigration policy, but that would make it like illiberal, I think.
Yeah, we
if
just need
we,
to be. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, if we combine this with one of the proposed DSA policies, which they say abolish ICE, how does that work exactly? Because that's.
I mean, I think it's a dumb policy. I just don't know if I would necessarily say it's illiberal.
Maybe something that would be helpful is to get back, like, what are we saying is the issue here? So we're saying that tankies infiltrating the party are an issue, MAGA is an issue, there's some commonality there. Wick cited to the interview that the DSA representative recently had in Fox News that was very friendly, it was not adversarial at all, ended up hurting the Democratic Party more than it would help any Democratic candidate whatsoever. So like what is the issue that we're teasing out here? Because it doesn't sound like it's the policies particularly. Like,
Well, no,
what
it
are
is.
we...
It is the policies particular. Like,
okay,
these are both problems, right? And we got to address them both, in my opinion. I think that.
I would say, or
go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't think they're necessarily the policies. I think it's actually a more meta macro, like the political like goal is to kind of like infiltrate and then subvert the Democratic Party through like subversive means. It's like running under the Democratic ticket, kind of sort of pretending like you're a Democratic Party person, when in reality you're trying to dramatically change the entire Democratic Party, right? Like I would say that MAGA like dramatically changed the entire Conservative Party, right? So like the problem necessarily wasn't like MAGA, like policies. It was that they like, although or sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, there absolutely are arsonists, wreckers, people who want to go in and to just fundamentally redefine what it means to be a Democrat, what it means to be in the Democratic Party, what the goals we have. To Riley's kind of point here of like what is the fear, of what happens. So say we let okay, MAGA is really bad. We need to beat them. We let the DSA types in. We let them have positions of influence and power. What's the worst that could happen? Type of deal. It would still be better than if MAGA winning, right? I don't know if that's the case, honestly. And in fact, I wonder if in certain cases it might be worse. And maybe this is a hot take, but if we have no real liberal party left in America, that I think is worse than having a liberal party that loses sometimes to an illiberal party. And I worry that in our zeal or certain people's zeal to beat MAGA, that we are going to let people in who are going to hollow us out, who are going to turn us into illiberals. And that is a problem for me. Like the idea that we should, if the courts rule against us, we just got to get rid of them. If the Senate opposes us, we just got to get rid of it. If any institution stands in our way, we just tear it down.
Dude, wicked
I
spin,
find
bro.
that to be self-destructive,
Wicked spin.
authoritarian, and we even got El Said, right now, who's running in Michigan, who is playing with electoral denialism, trying to do this thing where, like, well, if I lose, it's because the election was stolen from me by APAC and those outside forces. I think that is damaging to the fabric of our society in a way that's going to, it's just going to destroy us. I don't
So
know
it's
how
like
to
a
put it.
MAGA, so it's MAGA playbook, in other words. It's just
Yeah.
the MAGA playbook, except, I mean, it's literally what they're doing, except the MAGA playbook was playing off of people's fear. What are they playing off of? Because that's how MAGA kind of got where they are now, is they created they created a fear, somebody to be afraid of, they fear mongered, and they made people vote because this thing is going to happen. They're going to turn your kids trans. They're going to turn your kids gay. They're going to, I don't know, put Satan in your school or whatever. So that's how they made them vote. And then they basically just lied about their policies and then kind of took over the party that way. How is the DSA going to do that fear mongering in order to gain there?
We have this like data on this. Their target audience are people who are high education, low income, looking to offset that like economic insecurity onto some other. So they've targeted a sense of kind of the elite, and are playing into a reskinned version of the JQ conspiracy theory from 4chan when they're alluding to like a Jewish control of the world through manipulating Black people to defang the white left, as one candidate put it.
Okay, so they're basically
So
like Jews bad. Okay.
I think we're all pretty much in agreement here that like the DSA is like a general threat to, I guess you would say, the Democratic Party, if they were ever to gain power, and the nation as a whole, if they were to be able to implement their policies. But they are still, I think they're running under like the banner of the Democratic Party, and they are running, assuming that they win a primary, they are running against like MAGA candidates. Assuming that they do win primaries, how should
wait, real
well,
quick.
like
Are they?
Xavier won.
Because this is a is it really though? Is that a competitive race?
It was not a competitive race. It's more so like how should the general question I'm going to ask is if you have sort of like these
I'm not sure it is.
DSA types, and if they were managed to win primaries, should we just ignore them, or should we just like support them insofar as that they win the election, or like how should we as
I can
like
answer this.
content creators address these people? I think this is a very important question.
Oh, as content creators or as a
ask.
party?
Yeah. Or well, I guess what we advocate for as content creators of how
Sure.
people should like
So
react to these
Chevalier
people.
or Chevalier, I don't know how to say her name.
Chevalier? Chevalier?
Chevalier. Whatever.
She's
We know who
French.
I'm talking about. She got elected. She goes to the House, but we don't seat her in any committees. I don't think we should. I don't think she's earned that. I don't think we should associate ourselves with what she stands for, even though the voters elected her. She can come and she can vote in the House, but she doesn't get a place on the committees. I think that we need to do things like that. We need to be ruthless in our separation of these wreckers from who we are. Don't seat her in a committee. Do not do it. Do not work with her. Have her, she can go and she can cast her votes, but we don't give her any air, no oxygen.
So you're going to divorce. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
let me hop in real quick because there's a lot of discussion on like how we should treat people and like identifying them.
Mhm.
I want to propose how where I see the fundamental divide and then see if people agree with this or not. So, Destiny, you weren't here at the beginning of this. We talked about specifically what happened with you and the other creators at the College of Democrats event.
We're about to talk
To
about
me,
Hassan.
what seems to be the fundamental concern really is with tankies and illiberal leftists infiltrating the Democratic Party. Comparatively, if we're in power, if liberals are in power, we give other people the opportunity to speak and advocate for policies, even if they're extreme. I may disagree with you. I may not think that you are fundamentally advocating for something that's viable, but I will let you have a voice. Whereas my concern is if you allow these people into power, such as Hassan at that event, then they will exclude voices that they disagree with from those kinds of events and from having a voice in those kinds of venues. That's my concern, is that they will take those kinds of opportunities and use them to exclude us from what we try to make into a fair process. How do other people feel about that as a framing?
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a thing they would do. They would also they would sabotage Democrats any chance they get. I really don't think people, because we take for granted so much of like a functioning country and a functioning political system. I really do think people take for granted trying to work with somebody who doesn't want to work with you. And like this idea of like we should extend to them this charity and do whatever. Like I was kind of almost cringing at like that we shouldn't seat them on any committees or whatever. But if they had a choice, they wouldn't. Like
Exactly.
these people will seek to exclude you from every single part of life possible because that's just how that's how their brand of politics works, right? Keep in mind that one of the issues with extremist politics is you leave absolutely no room for negotiation. Have you heard the screaming the discussion between me and Hutch and Josiah and Pisco last night? Like part of the issue is like, how do you work with these people in a way that isn't like excluding them and then all of the hand wringing that comes from that, but there's no reciprocation of that on the other side. Like they will never ever ever work with us in the way that people on our side say we should work with them, which means that it can only ever slide in one direction. And it's like, well, I mean that there's no moderating force ever in our party, it feels, on anything to the left. I don't like nobody can ever say like that's too far left for me.
Well, it's they're working, whether intentionally or not. People like Pisco, I'll just call him out, right? Pisco, and to a lesser extent, Josiah. Even though I like both of these creators on a personal level, and I agree with some of the things that they say, I think that their willingness to simply run cover for these bad actors and say, well, we got to let them in, we got to listen to them. They're not as bad as MAGA is going to be if the Democratic Party is taken over, that's what's going to be. And you have to treat these people like what they are. They are our enemy. They have stated they want to reshape or destroy the Democratic Party. Why let them in? Again, we can't stop them from getting elected. That's a liberal value, the consent of the governed. They were elected to represent their position, their state, or their congressional district. So I'm not for taking away their seat or anything like that, anything liberal like that. But we sure as hell don't have to work with them, and we shouldn't, because again, as you said, they won't work with us.
I mean, the way to deal with this systemically is what happened to Graham Plattner, where he spent the entire time campaigning, bashing the Democratic Party, and then he ran out of money, and then was at the point where he basically have to grovel on his knees and apologize and walk some of that back. Like, I don't think they're entitled to support, of a party that they insist on destroying.
Do you think that any of this is just denialism on the part of like Pisco and Josiah, for example?
I don't.
For Josiah, definitely not. For Pisco, I'm pretty sure not. I think one of the big issues is I feel like liberals in general just don't see, or at least some people just don't see like a macro economic gain. Like everything is a macro political game. Everything is being evaluated on like this short-term basis. So like I've got like a hate thread on me on my subreddit right now, and because Josiah and Pisco were trying to force this question on me of like, would you vote for AOC over JD Vance? And it's like if that election was literally held right now, today, like right now, and we had to vote, like it's AOC 1 trillion%. Like it's not even close, obviously. But the issue is like, are we talking about a world where AOC has been empowering like communists in my political party, and now she has managed to run a political program that's gotten her to the steps of the presidency? We're just now one election away, and it's like, well, would you support her or would you support JD Vance? Like, Jesus, That's a really fucking difficult question. Like, I don't want to live in a communist country. I can't, it sounds so goofy that I'm even saying this, but like, communism sucks, and I don't like. It's like it really is. Maybe not quite as retarded as like all the conservative propaganda was, but it really is like not good. It's not a thing that I have any desire to be a part of, and I can't believe I even have to fucking say that. But like, it has to be like these people have a subversive political program. They've been trying to run this subversive political program, and they're starting to have a little bit of success, especially now that they've got a foothold in the New York City mayoral seat or that office. So it's like to just infinitely make these like deals with the devil. I call them, you're just like saying, okay, we'll work with them in the short term. I think even Peace goes like, well, come on, it's not like they're gonna get more popular next election cycle. I was like, well, what if they do? I think
They
if
are.
they do,
What do you
you're
mean? They
gonna still
are.
yeah, and they're gonna
They
still make the
literally
same
are.
excuses. Like right now, you're saying, well, if you had to vote for AOC over JD Vance, who would you vote for? And it's like, well, probably AOC. It's like, but what if you ask that same question 2 years from now and they've got 20 seats? Or what about 6 years from now and they've got 50 seats or 100 seats?
It's
Like,
also-
at what point does it stop? Like
It's
there's
a
never
false
why-
question. It's a
Why
false
are we?
question.
Yeah, I was about
Hold
to say,
on, if
why
I
are
may.
why are we even granting that?
Yeah,
Why are
well,
we even
hold-
granting that
just
question?
real quick. Just
Go
real
ahead.
quick. It's a false question. They set up these things. Well, which would you vote for, AOC or Vance? Obviously AOC, but that's not the question that's being posed to us. The questions being posed to us is who do we want to be our representative or representatives to face Vance or to face these post-liberal actors, bad actors on the MAGA side. And I think that that's an important distinction because, yes, harm reduction strategies are important and we should choose the lesser evil when it comes to two bad choices. The false
I gotta look
kind
in
of
there. Actually
setup
jump into the
is
convo.
assuming that those are our only options. And that's what they smuggle in with hypotheticals like that, with questions like that. No, I don't want to vote for AOC. I don't mind her. She's probably the least bad of that whole crew, and she's growing on me to some extent. But if I'm going to choose someone I think will represent my values and the values of my party, and I think actually win in a sustainable level, so not just one election cycle and then we switch right back, but win consistently, Asif, Shapiro, Bashir, right? There's a whole list, even Pete Buttigieg, right? There's a whole list of, I would consider fundamentally liberal actors who, again, I don't agree with all the policies of these people. And I'm sure I would disagree on some positions that they have. But overall, these people are Democrats, and we want Democrats being the face of the Democratic Party. I don't know why that's crazy to say.
I mean, it might help to briefly philosophically define what the difference in goals are. There's a line on the left, which I would draw just past AOC, between Soc Dems, who would be liberal, and Democratic Socialists, so Dem Socs, who are not. Dem Socs, onward, believe that fundamentally they need to destroy capitalism, and that can only be achieved through revolutionary means, not reform means, which means any extent of their participation within a electoral system, within our electoral system, is with the purpose of destroying the government, is accelerationist. They say this as much. One of the biggest core central caucuses in the DSA is the Red Star Caucus, which says this outright, and they try to be involved in everything. That is fundamentally their purpose. Like, they are not trying to work with you. And their biggest threat will always be any candidate they see as feasible who could win, who could in fact make life better for the average American without the need for a communist revolution. That would prove that they are irrelevant, that their authoritarianism is not needed, and to fix the world without them, to fix the world under capitalism, is like the antithesis of their actual goal. So like that is the broader goal to look for. Are trying to make life better or trying to overthrow capitalism, in which case they will consent to any enshittification by Republicans or themselves.
So now that we've got I guess this really strong understanding that DSA is obviously pushing for things that are going to be counter to everyone's well-being. I really want to ask the prescriptive. We talked a little bit about this relating to what do we do as content creators, and as a content creator, I feel like our job is to try to push society in a direction that obviously is in alignment with our goals. I can't remember who was talking about earlier. I touched on this earlier too, but the whole thing about when we compromise ourselves to work with these very objectively evil people, like how MAGA did with Trump, right? Or the Republicans did with Trump, right? We saw where that got them when they compromised themselves. And we need to have litmus tests as content creators, right? For people who are not willing to actually stand against representatives in the DSA, right? So I genuinely don't know the answer to this, but for someone like Hassan, like I don't know like how openly I guess like people like Pisco or Hutch like straight up disavow Hassan and like say like he's like really like an awful influence. Are they like really open about that? I have no idea their position, for example.
Kind of. I think they think that it's bad, but they just don't ever want to deal with it or talk about it, I guess.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
like
right
complete
there. That,
nihilism. That's why
yeah,
complete
yeah.
nihilism.
I spoke
Okay,
to,
okay,
I
okay,
spoke
yeah,
to
yeah.
Josiah. Oh, yeah.
Oh
I
no,
spoke
sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. I spoke to Josiah on Twitter, right? So it's not a private conversation; it was a public one. And he asked a question like, "Well, in Josiah's view, Trump is the bigger threat, and he should be the focus. He's the presidency of the United States. They're the ones with political power. They're the ones with the control, the levers of authority in America. So they should be the focus. And fair enough, but he asked a question like, how much of my time should be spent focusing on Hassan? And I said, for every 100 videos you do on Trump, you should do one on Hassan or one on the left or the far left or one on socialists or tankies or something, right? And he laughed at me and said, "Yeah, well, that's probably the closest I've seen to an actual answer." But I don't think in his hundreds of videos I've seen one anti-left video.
There's
And
also
I
this
Yeah, that's a
issue too,
problem.
where this is what I mean when I also say like macro game, where like there's this idea of like this conceptual fungibility where it's like, why did Hillary Clinton lose the election? Was it because of Comey? Sure, it could have been. Like, it's like the straw that broke the camel's back. Was it because of email stuff? Was it because of Bill Clinton? Was it because of Benghazi? Like, well, any one of these things changing could have changed the outcome of that election. So it's hard to blame any one thing and say that's the reason why she lost. When we say that like the most important thing is beating Donald Trump, sure, but like, what if no Democrat had any legs and couldn't make it to the polling place? Well, the most important thing would be beating Donald Trump, sure, but the most important thing first probably be getting like nationwide prosthetics so people could walk, right? Like there's this idea that somehow these things can be separated from each other. The most important thing is beating Donald Trump, but what are some of the biggest things that stand in front of Democrats? We have a horrible and atrocious party brand, right? We have no way to message about the things that we believe, and the DSA people are directly oppositional to us in those two senses, and they are directly hurting and harming our ability to do that. So like, if beating Donald Trump is the most important thing, then we need like a party that is unified in beating Donald Trump or MAGA or JD Vance or whatever comes next. It can't be that it's like, well, here are people stabbing you in the back the entire time. Well, isn't the most important thing fighting the guy in front of you? It's like, yeah, but I'm getting stabbed in the fucking back. How the fuck am I supposed to fight the guy in front of me, even if he has 3 knives or 100 knives, And I think that's the big issue, is it's like this unidimensional, especially when it's something like attacking Trump. Like, if you've released 100 videos on a guy, is the 101st video going to be the one that really takes him out? Like, this is the one where it's like, finally, my audience understands, as opposed to doing 95 videos and like 5 saying like, hey, by the way, this ultra far left stuff, this isn't what we're about. This doesn't define us. Like, it's so hard to make those 5 videos, that one video, but on the far left, it is constantly attacking and shitting on the Dems, and that we just can't survive that, and it is going to hurt you. If you think that beating Donald Trump is important, then there should be a fight that is important to you, is defining who your party is.
Bro, I was gonna say I don't think Hassan is. I think if you keep putting pressure on him, if you keep needling at him, he's very whiny. He's gonna eventually just crumble because he has no standards. He has no leadership skills. He thought that he thinks that wearing a suit is like gonna get him where he needs to go while touting just like these awful policies that I don't even think he personally believes in, or maybe he does. I have no idea.
Yep.
but genuinely, I think,
terrible.
huh?
And his fashion is terrible.
Oh yeah,
I
it's
just
Got
want
him.
to. Yeah. Hassan's a symptom.
Yeah, he's a symptom.
He's not
However,
the
like,
problem, and I just think it's important to make that.
well, he's
clear,
causing
right?
the
Yeah.
problems. Is he not? Because
No,
he's the one
he is-
back
he's
on
contributing
the
to the
idea
problem.
of like,
Yeah.
can we push back against anybody to the further left than a moderate Dem? Is that possible for any Democratic person to do without getting their head bitten off? And it feels like the answer to that has been no for quite a while. And I'm not to play, and I don't even think this is the most important contributing factor, but like the woke shit, right? There was an issue there where it was like, no matter how far left somebody comes out with a take on something, I have a trans 4-year-old. It's like, or I have a trans dog or something, or whatever. Like, it's just like the most insane things that it's fine. There could be insane people, but when nobody can say, okay, maybe that's like a little bit too far for a national level position, nobody is allowed to have that opinion in the Democratic Party, and it hurts us. And
It's a trick. Like one of the most successful things Republicans have done is kind of convinced us to defend indefensible things, and they'll do that by nut picking. And what I mean by nut picking is they'll choose some crazy position. Libs of Tip Talk or someone else will platform that position, will put a megaphone to that position, and then well-meaning Dems wanting to oppose Republicans come out knee-jerk reaction to defend that crazy position, and it's insane. We can't push back because if you do, as I
Sure.
think all of us have probably seen, as soon as you come out against any of these far left people, you're actually a Republican. That's what they'll say. You're a Republican. You just hate universal health care.
True.
You just hate Medicare for all. Oh, why are you attacking the left when Trump's the greater threat? It's this structure that you can never criticize them, and they will always criticize you. And until we get people with the balls to say, fuck you, no, I'm actually trying to solve the problem, which is that, and we know this from the Ipsos polls, we know this from the Gallup polls, we know this from YouGov polls. Most of the Democratic Party, I'm not talking the general electorate, I'm talking the Democratic Party, most of the Democratic Party either doesn't want us to go further left or thinks we are too far left.
I'd like to make a point of agreement and then a little
go
bit
ahead,
more
go ahead.
nuance. Just really quickly. So, like, my observation on what you and Steven are talking about from the past couple of years, especially like early 2020s, when, for example, Republicans focused a lot on transgender issues nationally, with like the gender affirmative care bans nationwide. My impression was that it was really convenient for Republicans to focus on that for two reasons. First is that it's a really complicated subject. Gender affirmative care, any medical care subject as far as policy is just going to be complicated. So it's really easy for them to come out and say, oh, well, Democrats are advocating for crazy things X, Y, Z. And then people have to come in and give like the wall of text response to say, no, actually, that's not why. And here's 20 different sources for why, right? Like it's really efficient for them to be able to lob accusations without having to worry about as much pushback. So that's the issue from that side, to give a bit more nuance. But you both, I think, are correct in that during that period when people would try to give like reasoned and level-headed responses that are not perfectly along the hard left line, that then those same people who are liberal and advocating for good policies would then be attacked by people on the far left who are seeing them as exactly the same as the people in MAGA and the far right who are.
I also think
ultimately,
as hard as that is on the trans stuff, like now it's even worse because now it's not the trans stuff. Now it's fucking Israel Palestine, and like good luck trying to give a nuanced and measured take, which the Democratic Party, by the way, it does desperately need. Like the average Democrat needs to know that you don't have a party that seems to be completely and totally beholden to standing behind Israel and every atrocity you see on TV and everything having to do with Gaza Strip. There has to be a way to message that, but to do it in a way that separates you both from the Republicans, who brown people aren't even human to these people, and then to the far lefties, which are promising you like fucking world peace. Like how do you even? The Democrats are not able to navigate that right now, and that issue is even more complicated than
there's a problem. Yeah, there's a problem. I think that's also with like the, I guess you call like the moderate liberal side, is that the fact that whenever there is like a controversial opinion, according to the lefties, they'll go out there and they'll do the hate, but there's no like counter reaction on our side to like counter their hate. They have their hate mobs. They will go after people if you say the wrong opinion. But like, where are all these like liberal content creators besides maybe you, Stephen, going out there to like support, I guess, liberals for actually standing up for like nuanced, moderate.
Nobody.
This is why we need a
Like
litmus
that
test.
It doesn't exist in our space.
Did you see the Adam Smith stuff?
Oh man,
I know I haven't yet.
I saw the interview.
He went on Breaking Points. He went on Breaking Points, and he gave, I think, he gave a good Democratic position. This is the same criticism I made over and over again. The Democrats don't have a place to pilot their opinions out on like a really friendly news network before launching it into the mainstream. But he had a good Democratic position that I thought was holding Israel accountable while not just blindly saying we should abandon every single ally we have. And he got so eviscerated. I think vandalized his house. He got so eviscerated after this interview that I think he ended up flipping one of his votes on a recent funding bill for, I think it was related to Israeli stuff. He said he flipped the vote because it was too much. The insane amount of pushback and hate that he got in real life was way too much for it. Like that's crazy, and nobody will say anything about that.
Is that I hadn't heard that. Is that accurate? Is that something? Wow. This is what I mean by illiberalism being a fucking problem. When we have someone going on to a news show giving a measured opinion. I saw that debate or that interview, I would say, with Crystal Ball and Adam Smith or something. Yeah, I think that's his name. Reasonable. I didn't agree with him 100% on a few things, but reasonable guy, was able to lay out his positions correctly. And The fact that if this is true, and I hadn't heard this, I'll have to look this up, right? If this is true, that because of the reaction to that, he was targeted and vandalized and pressured by these illiberal hate mob to change his vote, that's a problem, and we have to fix it now. I don't want our politics to be constant haranguement by the most mentally ill motherfuckers that you could ever imagine coming at you if you don't agree with them 100%. That cannot be the future of America. It cannot be. We have to stop it now.
Can I ask who
And then just-
was? Oh,
Reading a quick
sorry.
thing here. Smith said his family's home was vandalized. A fire was set in his driveway. One of his staff members was assaulted. Activists shut down town hall meetings, and his neighbors' lives have been disrupted by late night demonstrations related to this. Yeah.
Yikes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm
And you
completely.
can look.
Sorry, North.
Okay,
1
wait.
second. Alish, go ahead.
I'm completely ignorant. You're saying that the Democratic Party is pushing it back against him? Like, it's specifically
No,
the
no, no.
Democrats doing this?
Well, it's probably progressives because I think most of this came or ramped up after his interview on Breaking Points with Crystal Ball, where of course it was really just a conversation about Israel Palestine, like it always is.
Yeah, no, because I'm wondering, like, because I'm curious if it was just Democrat. I mean, obviously that's a huge problem.
No,
but
I don't think these people are Democrats. Well, stop calling them Democrats. That's
Were
a
you
problem
asking
too.
if it was
They're not
Republicans,
Democrats.
or are you asking?
Well, no. I'm asking them like who do they support overall in terms of like, are they mad because of the things he said and they're voting for Democratic candidates, or are they Republicans who are going after Redsley?
No,
Who-
it's
who-
just it's like the progressive wing, or not, I shouldn't say the
Okay.
progressive anymore. It's like the socialist, like Israel Palestine single issue types.
They also set fire to Josh Shapiro's house, by the way, or at
my
least one of them did.
I think that was
and by the way,
that was a weirdo MAGA guy, wasn't it?
Well,
The cause was
people that-
anti-Semitism.
I feel like it was
Or it
MAGA.
might have been, yeah, it might have been anti-Semitism, but I think it was a MAGA guy, or at least I think he was explained. His brother said that he had told his whole family how he was voting for Trump or something like that.
Yeah, like,
Well,
the whole thing was manifesting over the sheer irresistible magnetic power of anti-Semitism.
Look, it's interesting. Not interesting. There's a discussion that sort of has happened, kind of among the right about like the abandonment of institutions and like how basically why did conservatives sort of get pushed out of institutions, and like why Trump like running everything through the White House is because they refuse to participate in things like universities or like middle management in like government and all that. I feel like it's something is similar when it comes to liberals versus leftists and participating in like saying their ideas, in which like I feel like liberals don't go online or they don't like support people enough to like say their ideas, and they're basically abandoning like the narrative to the leftists, because the leftists are always going to be out there and like spewing their hate and doing the shit where they're like harassing people and all that.
True.
There needs to
It's
be
like it's
I would say,
there's a
I don't know
meme, but
if
it's on a quick thing.
militant is like the right word. Yeah,
Sorry, keep
okay.
going,
I don't
keep
know
going,
if like, militant is the right word, but there needs to be a much more energetic response among the liberals in order to like just if you see something that is right, you need to actively praise someone for that. And if you see something is wrong, you don't just think, oh, that person retarded, I'm going to ignore them. You need to like actively call them out, and you also need to coordinate with other people in order to like make sure that it's like en masse and it can't just be like individual people as well.
True. Also, North, you're like
God.
crazy. Fix your shit.
No, yeah, sorry, I know. I'm testing out new internet. It's
Yeah.
fucked.
I was gonna come in and say that. Alice, did you want to go?
Hold on, I'm gonna end my live
if
stream
you wanna-
and then I'll just tell people to watch other people. So.
Ooh, me after.
If we want to go into the topic of like solutions, what to do about it, I've been reading books on like how disinformation campaigns work and how to stop them. Yeah, if someone lies, or says something bad or wrong, like just say that's not true. Call that out if you see it. If there's a bad faith attack. When someone does something good or right, do say something positive and encourage them. A lot of Democratic politicians only get negative feedback all the time, and any positive sentiment helps, as well as for each other. Like, we should be supporting each other more. When it comes to what to say on topics, especially controversial ones, frankly, I think we as liberals need to own, especially for lots of young people who consider themselves progressive or left-leaning and then pursue that, they end up down this tanky pipeline. They need to know that's not what the actual left is, or that's not, what more lefterer or more betterer is all the time. It should be us. We are the only faction. MAGA's not interested. The Marxists are not interested in protecting civil rights, diversity, like being inclusive on social issues and having a good reason for it, which is fundamentally liberal. We should own that more. And that means we need to actually own up to a lot of these topics, whether it's environmental rights, anything geopolitical, trans rights, feminism, or whatever, racial justice and inclusion. We need to be that party of diversity and find ways to talk about and promote and make those our causes in ways that do not alienate moderates or freak people out. We need to be able to positively make the case for things like trans rights without like the whole Tumblr xenogender shit. You don't need to transition to be trans or whatever. That ends up just like backfiring and tanking these issues. You know, we need to be like actual inclusive and diverse. This was working in the 2010s. Then the Marxists took it and said to be left is to be a revolutionary communist, and then have started punching all minorities out of their space, and then saying we're punching left if we call that out. That's not true. And then we all just need to all talk about the things all at once, so their bots can't attack all of us at the same time. That's it.
Yeah, I would just want to push back on one thing. Simply saying that somebody is not right or just like trying to say that's disinformation, that's never worked. I'm sorry, but like we went through what, like 8 years of just like saying nah and that's not right and that's a lie to Trump's faction, and that obviously that didn't work. All the lies still happened.
Well, I think with the strategy here has to do less with like when we say we're calling out misinformation, it's different because we're doing it on our side and we're not trying to convince like a Republican. So like when like people will trash Biden for a lot of shit, even on the left. Like I think it's worth defending, trying as hard as it is sometimes, like trying to defend parts of Biden's record or trying to defend the idea that like nobody says this on the Republican side, obviously, but like I mean, like Biden got more hostages freed than Trump did, even though Trump talks all the time about like freeing the hostages. And Biden and Kamala and Obama all talked about how Israel wanted them to do some like insane, wacky, like fuck shit, and they, you know, they refused that. So the idea that like sometimes I feel like as liberals, you end up in this weird world where you're like, okay, yeah, I guess like I'm gonna have to give them that point. And like the tankies fight on everything. Like I brought this up, I was gonna say this earlier, I brought this up to my fan base where for a long time, because I'm such a humble person, I was always fine with my fans saying things like, oh, like, you know, like I'm a fan of you, but like I don't think publicly I could ever say like, oh, I'm a Destiny fan. Like it's kind of cringe, you know, like there's a lot of crazy shit. And it's like I understood that for a long time, but now like the average Hassan fan will be like, he did not shock Kaya. That was her Dewclaw. And it's like, bro, if they're gonna lie on that level, if they're that shameless, if you know, you're gonna have people. I don't know who saw my Dinesh debate. Holy fuck, where every single thing Donald Trump does is actually like perfect and amazing, and it's God Emperor. We should probably be able to like say nice things about Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Like it shouldn't be that.
I wouldn't want to go.
Do we have any litmus tests?
Sycophant, right? Like I wouldn't.
No, you don't have to go full sycophant, but we're not even close to that. We're like
no, I
hater
agree.
mode right now. We're
I guess you don't need to lie or anything like that. You just have to say the truth and just be unashamed about it.
Just real quick, I think that the important thing there is we need to be proud of our accomplishments as Democrats and not do this weird thing where we say, well, yeah, Democrats aren't perfect and we're the kind of like the best of the bad options. And a lot of people have done that. A lot of people, one of the reasons the Democratic approval rating is in the toilet is because no one will defend Democrats. It's just not cool.
Yeah, do you see the common thread here though? Do you see the common thread on both sides though, is that they're just willing to lie about everything? Like
yes,
because lies are more effective and fear mongering is more effective. That's how basically the MAGA came into power. Is that they just say everything is bad. But like, how are we supposed to fight against?
Okay, just like lying works in the short term. It will destroy them long term.
We're aware of that.
I turned the Twitch stream off because Destiny is banned, and I'll get in trouble.
And if they lie enough to get that one,
no, we have elections every 2 years.
No, I understand that, but if the important election, if they lie enough for the important election, and then that's what I'm saying, they keep making up lie upon lie upon lie, and then we have to sit there and fight against, well, that's not right, and then like we just look like we're not able to fight for our own.
I think this point is like, I think that this can be a point, but the issue is that like I think that point would speak to an environment where we are like fighting for our candidates and the other side is like fighting against our candidates, and we're trying to figure out how to like fight the back and forth. We're not even at that part yet. We're at the part where it's like, can we please just say good things about our liberal candidates? Like that seems to be impossible right now. Like, yeah, we can't, like nobody speaks in the affirmative about the liberal candidates. It's like,
yeah, we have like libcuck, libtard.
Like nobody would defend.
It's all Trump is bad.
Would defend, but that's
Trump
the
is
only
bad.
unifying thing. Yeah.
I want to say
right
like,
now it's just like, can we say good things about our liberal people in office? That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, we need we need a sense of identity, and like to stop with like engaging with the rhetoric where we're like, oh, like libtard, libcuck, you know, etc. Right? Like there's no like libchad or whatever. Like no one does like hold it in like a positive sort of light to be, you know, a center left person. Right? Yeah.
I hear shitlib a lot. I don't know what that is, but
Well, it's bad, and we need to not have it
Yeah.
anymore. Yeah, we just need to establish a form of like rhetoric that encourages, embraces, liberal
Yes, we need
position.
liberalism to be cool again. Yes,
Boom.
absolutely. We need
And-
brave liberal
But,
warriors
like,
to stand up
it
and
can't
say,
just
"Hey,
not say
commie,
like
fucking cucks. Liberals are what got you every single right. The
Commie,
reason
more
that you're
like
able
cuck.
to complain and mauled and be very mad at the DNC and Trump and who else is because liberals fought for your right to
True.
do
Yep.
that. You can't do that.
That
in
is
commie
true. We
cuck
need to do
China.
that. But like these talking points are usually the ones you're giving me right now. Like I do agree, but like fuck, what fucking stupid movie was it? Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings or something, where the wise guy tells the young guy, it's like it's easy to stand up to your opponents, but it's difficult to stand up to your friends. Like there's a lot of people that have no problem, you know, giving an endless amount of criticism to the Republicans and all these other people, and it's like, well, actually, I think being liberal can be cool. They used to be, we had all the celebrities, but when you're talking to tankies, like the big problem is like categorically, for some reason, they've won this war, and that a tanky or an ML person or a Stalinist, whatever, they're like just a Democrat, but they're even further left. It's like the same thing as a Democrat, they're just like further left. So like we're on the same team, they're just a little bit or further or a lot of it like to the left, but they're not. They're like completely and totally different. And so it makes it hard to fight against them when they can, because they're part of your movement directionally, they'll co-opt every good thing you do, right? Every good thing a liberal's done has really just been leftists pushing for all these things. And it makes it really hard to stand up against those people at the end of the day. So we have to be able to do that.
That's why we need litmus tests. Do we have a litmus test? Okay. Do we have any litmus
I was going to
tests?
say there's something in the Republican Party. If you step too far a line when it comes to policy, what do? They call you a rhino.
Thank you.
There's, like
Yes.
like there are
Yes.
some people that say like dino, and it's not really that much of like a popular term, and I don't think anyone really says that when it comes to like really far left people.
I'd say a liberal.
They have one for us. They call us a fascist. But a liberal and a
True,
fascist.
yeah.
needs.
Like there
I would
needs
say
to be like a more mainstream like adoption of terms just to like refer to people who like claim to be Democrats, but like in reality their entire goal is to like subvert the rest of the Democratic Party.
it's
call
just
them
a
reactionary.
Just
It's
remember
social
the
issues.
Bitch asses.
remember every single time that socialists
Call 'em
and
bitch asses.
communists have had to choose between liberals and fascism, they have chosen fascism every single time. We have the Roltov in World War II.
Over at the top, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I forget
True.
the proper names here. Right? They even had a slogan: "After Hitler, our turn." Right? And that was their excuse for supporting Hitler. Right? It's these crazy socialists. They hate liberals more than they hate fascists. It's
Yes.
a problem.
True.
Well, they call
So
us
I think-
fascists, so I mean, there's no distinction there. So
Yeah,
Well, we should be
They
going
know
for
the
real-
difference.
they don't know the difference.
They think
so
that liberals are like 2 steps away from fascism. So
Now, keep in mind, we're talking about this as a broad, and maybe this is my fault too, but there are different groups of socialists, communists, etc., illiberal people. Some of them are just ignorant; they just don't know, right? But some of them absolutely do, and they are acting with intent and purpose. And we can't let them hide, because they'll do this thing where they hide behind each other, right? And they'll like. Yes, it's a problem, and we got to
when Hassan says, all I want is healthcare, right? Hassan is lying, but the average
Just what
person
ethics
that
and
watches
journalism.
Hassan and says that he agrees with him is not lying. They probably do just want like socialized healthcare. Like they're not all like super like less than 10% of Hassan's audience are like radical fucking tankies or even understand what that means. They just think it's like a fear mongering thing that conservatives say.
So let me.
But the more that we
reframe
let them
the question.
conflate, the more games they can play, and then the less we're able to fight it as it becomes a bigger and bigger problem. Yeah.
So let me
but
reframe-
Hassan would never ever
Hold on,
engage
one-
in any
I'm
sort of
sorry.
like critical
Okay.
debate. Sorry.
True.
True.
Sorry, 1 second. Let me just, Ethan, let me reframe your question perhaps as this. Maybe this is more helpful.
Thank
How
you.
do we know if someone is in? How do we know if someone is on the team, is in the coalition? How do we know, like, if they do this 1 or 2 or 3 things, then they are cool?
I think this is a question that would have been good to ask like an election cycle ago, but I think at this point, I think we're past that. So, for instance, like this is part of my big argument yesterday. Like if you couldn't vote for Harris over Trump, there will never be an easier political like thing in your entire life than that. Like if that was too hard for you, then I don't know what you are, but you're not on my team. That's just crazy.
I think we have to have a difference. That can't be the standard. It has to be more strict than did you vote for Harris over Trump. I think that's
I
a
mean,
good
that's
starting
that's a
point.
pretty strict and easy thing to figure out. The second bigger topic is that, like, but this is a much harder one to argue, and we've kind of, it seems like we've basically just given up the conversation. Israel Palestine can't be the be all and end all, especially with as like one dimensional as they've made it. It can't just be that. That can't be the only thing that matters to you. I think that's another, like, this is dumb.
That's true. I think the Omni cause has caused us so much political damage that it's going to be a real problem going forward.
Especially because of how radically they've presented it. Like, if you legitimately do believe, and I do think at this point, I do think there are some DSA people that believe that it's like a genocide. Like, when we say lesser of two evil voting, like, that only works up to an extent. Like, I don't know how much you can ask a person to sincerely vote for a candidate if you truly and sincerely believe that there is like an actual genocide going on, that these people are supporting. Like, when you say like support the genocide, you're like excited or enthusiastic about a group of people being genocided. How the fuck are the people that, you know, lost in the primary ever going to support these people in the general? Like, you're going to tell your audience now that the person you've been campaigning against, they're just going to have to like grin and bear it and support the guy who's an actual genocide? That's crazy. Damn.
Which
Alice,
again,
I
what?
thought you had your hand up.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah. One sec, catching up. First of all, yeah, in terms of a litmus test, I really do think this is the way out of this. Social issues. These people have reframed any conversation around the left to be around their radical economic models that involve a revolution. We had this. If you want continuity, if you want to stand by the actual achievements of the Democratic Party, social issues, making Israel-Palestine your only thing is at the expense of actual American minorities. You'll know who has not failed this test, this check, and fallen into this pipeline a lot. Are Black Americans who constantly on any other social media but YouTube are dunking on all of this shit and have never fallen for it from day one, and they saw where this was headed. Because, you know, if you actually have problems, that is more immediate. My litmus test is, sorry.
No, it's crazy how they treat them for doing that too. I think watching the socialists and the far left and what they say about Jim Clyburn and what they like, they're hoping he dies, right? They're out there saying this N word should die, right? And these are the people who claim to be purporters or supporters of human rights and all these things. It just gives the game away. If you are not on their team, they don't, on a fundamental level, they don't consider you human. And I want to, that can't be stressed enough.
And that is why I think that's where this needs to go. And a lot of the young people who tend to be disproportionately like white and highly educated who fall in that tanky pipeline, they're just being told one step at a time, this is what it means to be the purest and the most left. And how we can disrupt that image is by saying, hey, look around you. Where did all the minorities go? Why are you not trusted anymore? Your politics are abandoning lots of people. They say both parties are the same and it doesn't matter. These are the actual litmus tests that's saying that, like, the Civil Rights Act doesn't matter, that the Voting Rights Act doesn't matter, that the Affordable Care Act doesn't matter, that the Protection of Marriage Act, or whatever the one that enshrines gay marriage into law in 2022, doesn't matter. All of these things. And this is like where we need to do that. The only thing we need to do to safeguard that from the more anarchist sphere that happened a few years ago is to have reasonable ways to talk about these subjects to normal, moderate people, so we don't go off the deep end. Like, that was the kind of access in 2016.
The problem is that normal, moderate people, it feels like they're just falling who the biggest content creators are right now, and sadly, like,
God, this guy's pissing me off. Anybody else?
Am I dying?
He sounds he sounds okay to me.
It's like you're talking through a fan, buddy.
Oh my
Buddy
gosh, I
pal.
fucking hate this. Hold on, wait, let me read you on my phone. I want to be right back.
I'm sorry, to your point, Alice, it would be great if I could remember what I was about to say. Oh, right. So a lot of times these social issues, nobody thinks about them. And I might be completely wrong about this. Please correct me. But a lot of these social issues, people don't focus on them or think about them, or because they think that they're done. They think that they're done over. We don't care about this anymore. We solved racism. We solved gay marriage. You know, like, that's the reason why, like, when people fall back on like these racist ideologies, they're like, oh, I'm just being edgy. Oh, I'm just making a funny joke. I'm just being edgy. You know, you can take a joke because now we're all woke. We've gone over the line and looped back around into overt racism.
And that's something that puts liberals on one side and MAGA and Marxists on the other.
Yeah, but you'll see a lot of people in MAGA who do the same thing, who will say things like, oh, I'm not racist. And like, they'll be like, I have Black friends. And then they'll say something like, well, you'll be like, well, you said XYZ the other day, which was like a racist joke. And they'll be like, well, I was just making a joke. I said it to my black friend and they laughed. So it's like you're still being racist regardless. And they can't loop back around and just call it a joke. I'm sorry, I could be completely wrong.
when when we were talking about prescriptions and stuff earlier, like I mean these are like the things that we can ask, you know, like moderate like people, or I'm talking about like other people in the content sphere, because I think that content creators and like other like social figures, okay, like because it's people in these social figures that shape, you know, social discourse, right? They have a lot of influence over how people think. And I think us as liberals, we need to punish people socially who are complacent with people who are like, you know, DSA adjacent or whatever. So for example, that's why I was saying that we need litmus tests for those people. Like, hey, will you straight up say that like this person bad
If they
and
fail
like
the
full like
litmus test, what should
disavow?
happen?
What should happen?
Yeah, they so say
We call
I'll
that
just
guy
use him
bitch
as an
ass.
example because he used me as an example earlier. Pisco fails our litmus test. What should we do?
And also, what is it? Like, what is the litmus? How do you tell if someone who's like on the bubble, basically, is in or out?
Yeah, I mean, like total just social condemnation of the person. Honestly, I don't want to say that like as like an influencer like cut a person off, but we also have to understand that the relations that we have as influencers shapes how we view each other, right? So I don't
I
want to
just
say
want
that
to
like
say that
breakups,
like
but
it's funny that you give that. I hate to use myself as an example because it's so cringe, but it's so funny that you're kind of like struggling because that feels bad. Like, what would you do? Like, cut a person off? I mean, like, if I want to be super critical of Hassan, like, I'm cut out from every single event that Hassan goes to, or anybody that any of his friends go to. Like, he will ensure that nobody brings me up or mentions me. That's like a thing that he very strictly enforces. So even though it's hard for us to say, to even suggest something like that, on the other side, they absolutely enforce stuff like that. They won't collaborate with or work with or do events with anybody that they perceive to be not ideologically on their team. And same thing with the conservatives. The conservatives act in the exact same manner.
yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like in the exact same regard, if someone is center left but is complacent with you know, like these socialists and communists, then I'm sorry, but like there's literally no other alternative.
I don't
Well,
like.
sorry.
It's just name and shame.
The problem is that these, I don't even know how I articulate this. They're winning in a way. Like Hassan, I don't think is losing. Like his reputation is definitely hurt, but I don't think he's necessarily like losing influence by like excluding Destiny from his events. And I don't think he's gonna be hurt that much by like, I guess if we can convince center left content creators to exclude him, there needs to be like a different tactic involved in
No,
hurting
I
him.
would actually. It doesn't seem like it because they've been doing it for so long, but they absolutely do lose out. That hurts, but they're okay because they've been doing it for so long. One, they've built up their own infrastructure, and then two, they were willing to suffer the pain at the beginning. This is the thing that took me a long time to understand because I used to wonder so much because with the ultra cynical view is always like, okay, well, like everybody's just here for money, right? That's what the grifters are here for. So it's like after I started going really hard on conservatives, I don't know why they wouldn't invite me more of their programs. It's like you can look at the Lex Friedman show I did with Ben Shapiro. You can look at all my Daily Wire interviews. All of these shows did like millions. The Ben Shapiro Lex Friedman might be over 10 million. The Benny Morris, Norm Finkelstein, these are like multi-million-dollar shows, outperforming dramatically like all of the other people that these guys have on, or a lot of the other people they have on. So what's going on? Well, they are willing to make the sacrifice of, like, Michael Knowles held back a show that me and him did after the Trump firefighter thing because he thought my comments were insane on Twitter. And so he's willing to, they paid for me to go out, they film a whole episode. They're willing to eat that loss there because they're enforcing that ideological rigidity there because they know that it's strengthening their side in the long run. They have that long-term game in mind.
I think it strengthens them individually as influencers, but I think in the long run it actually hurts their movement. It hurts their.
Maybe in the long run, hopefully it does. But in the long run, it provides more rigidity to their movement because they're not hosting.
Yeah, but if you're too
critical
rigid,
opinion.
you break, and if you're
I
flexible,
understand that.
Bend.
I understand that, but the problem is that when they break, they're gone. But like we might not have a country at the end, right? Like
no, I understand.
You can do
hold on.
You can do the short, the long, and the super long. MAGA in the short term destroyed the Republican Party, but in the long term, it got us like Trump, and it made them unstoppable. But in the long term, after this election cycle, this party's about to fucking be destroyed again, right? So I'm thinking ahead to the long term. Yeah.
I just think that there are better, less I think less risky ways to beat them where we don't have to go so far as to just cut off. And I want to be clear. If you're saying it's like a secondary sanction, we're not sanctioning the DSA types. We're sanctioning the people who are just not sufficiently anti-DSA, and that's where I have the problem. Like people like Soy Pill, Pisco, Josiah, I would consider them insufficiently anti-DSA. They do not. They are actually helping to destroy the Democratic Party or to risk the destruction of the Democratic Party. But I would not
Sure.
say that qualifies them to be
Yeah,
cut
I wouldn't
out.
say it'd be. I would agree with you there, but I would say
Yeah.
that like when you're having conversations with these people, like it should be to push them on those opinions.
Yes, you
Like, that
should call them
be,
out on it.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you should force them. You should force them to address it and to address it properly. One of the things that
Well,
people
you're
have,
begging the question when you say force them to address it. That's what Ethan's question was. How do you force them to address it? And if you're saying you won't cut them out, there's no way to really force them to address it. You just have to.
I
Keep, like,
disagree.
Dude.
What's going to force them to do it?
When
if
I
you're
say
not-
address it, force to address it on your show. So if I have, say,
No, I'm not talking about address it. I'm talking about the force part. How do you force somebody to address it if there's no accountability? You're not going to like.
Well, I think that
Yeah, this
I
is what
think
I'm
you
sort of
can- I
wondering
think you can
too.
force to address it. So let me give you an
It-
example. Oh, sorry.
If these
I would like
people
to answer
can't
the
be forced to address something, like what is the new tactic that we need to adopt in order
well,
to
I think
Get 'em
that
out of here.
if you try to make them address it and they dodge or refuse to, then that should be something that you point out and scream
Wait,
from
you're
the
just saying you're
rooftops,
doing the same
and it
thing
should
though.
be
You're
brought
saying
up
we
every
should.
single time.
You're
like
shouting at
we're
them to
doing
do
that
it,
now,
and if
aren't
they
we?
don't do the thing, then you just shout at them again, and then if they don't do the thing, then you shout at them for not doing the thing. Like that's
Because you're not just shouting at them, you're just informing the audience and making sure, and kind of like a scarlet letter, right?
Well, Wick, we're doing that with like Hassan right now. Like Hassan refuses to debate anyone. People call him out on that, and then like Hassan doesn't care. I don't think his audience, for the large part, doesn't
I'm
care.
just
I don't
saying,
know if
I
like a
would see
long
here the
term
most
we're making
pushback.
any sort of like effective
Hold on,
gains
I'm seeing the
with
most
that.
pushback against Hassan and Hassan types among liberals, and on at least on social media, that I have seen ever before.
well, hold on. No, there's basically
Hold
none
on.
besides David Pacman. No.
No, I'm not talking about just influencers. We got Shannon Watts. We got
Yeah, but these are people
Neri.
who have been any Jews will have been for a while because Hassan is virulently anti-Semitic. But like these people have been fighting back for a while. But all the mainstream liberal content creators beyond David Pacman, my understanding is they've been silent. I don't think I've seen a single person
Yeah.
say anything.
So if we can recognize that this is like not an effective tactic, what do we do differently? This is like, do we have any ideas at all?
Yeah, you push Hassan. You keep pushing him until he breaks because he's a weak, feckless person. He's
Okay, but I
weak.
don't think
I'm
we
sorry,
can
like
push- no, but it's not about Hassan. It's about other content creators.
No,
Like,
no,
how
no,
do you get
right,
people
right.
invested in saying anything about it? I don't know.
We gotta stir up like I'm like just okay from like a human social relationship, especially us as influencers, right? The connections and friendships that we establish, like these are things that mean a lot of things to like our viewers, for example, right? So when I have certain principles, right? And if someone is going to be out here endorsing something that has a great risk of destroying, like having a liberal future, right? Then I'm not going to be friends with that person. And I'm going to make it very clear from a human like standpoint, like I cannot be like it is immoral for me to be friends with that person. That's why I don't like interact with that someone.
I don't agree with that. I don't on a
I
fundamental
super
level.
agree. I think that's a base position.
agree.
The only problem, though, is that because of the way the media environment is set up right now, is you're going to lose a lot of friends because right now the money is just in bashing Trump. Like that's one of the big reasons. There's a lot of social costs related to attacking the far left as well. But another big thing is that there's no money in like making a fuck Hassan video, especially as a liberal, because you're going to deal with more harassment than you ever had before, and you're going to deal with less revenue than you've ever gotten before, and your channel might be at risk depending on how hard you go on them.
Social isolation only helps to radicalize people. And I think that socially isolating creators who are not sufficiently on our side on this isn't going to help our cause, and it's going to have the opposite of effect. I think it's going to push
Well, not
people
only that,
away.
you're gonna be the one socially isolated.
True, yeah, that's why.
And
And like okay, like
in this area that we do.
wait. Okay, if someone comes up to you, right, you're talking to like a buddy, and you find out that your buddy supports like Epstein or some shit, right? Like at that point, are you
Sure,
still
there
going
are
to keep being
lines.
that guy's
No, I
friend?
agree.
Right? Yeah,
No,
there's
there
lines.
are absolutely lines where I feel like I don't think I'd be friends with you anymore. But
Yeah.
I don't think one of my lines is not sufficiently anti-DSA. I just don't think that's one of my lines.
I mean, like, what about if someone is like wishy-washy on like Hassan Piker?
That's again for friendship. No, that's not one of my lines.
I'm gonna say that's ultimately gonna be. I mean, I love you, but like I'll say like that's kind of complacent with it.
Hold
But
on, are we not any friends
wait,
anymore?
I think
Because
we need to talk
I'm
about-
not willing to cut off my friends.
Wait,
because they're
we have to
not-
talk
they're
about what we mean when we
wishy-washy on
say
Hassan?
we got to talk about when we say friendship versus like collaboratorship or whatever, right? Like,
Yeah,
me,
yeah.
like
Sure.
me, there's a rumor that's definitely not true that I was dating Lauren Southern at the beginning of this year, right? Like, this obviously this is a person that I would at least consider a friend, but the difference when we talk about like friendship here is we're talking about like collaborative friendship. Like, if me and her would have done a stream on anything, it wouldn't be, well, here's where we actually do agree on immigration and Indians or whatever. Every single public conversation would be adversarial as fuck. Same thing with me and Fuentes, although I was never even personally friendly with Fuentes, but like when he was at my house and we were dating, every single thing is an adversarial conversation. So I don't think you necessarily have to audit your friendships per se. I'm sure there's a line on that. If somebody's like pro child rape, you don't want to be friends with this person.
Yeah.
But it's more just like, what does your professional, your colleague relationships look like? I think that's what should probably
Yeah,
change.
no,
Is not
I
really-
would agree with that. I think that, for example, if someone is wishy-washy on Hassan or not sufficiently anti-DSA, I think it's not only good, fine, but that should be a problem for you when you come into any public space and have a public conversation or a public confrontation. That should be on the table, and that should be something you are bringing up every time. What shouldn't happen, and what I'm not going to do, is I'm not going to cut someone off because they have political disagreements with me to that level, right? Like, I'm not going to be friends with, like, say, Josiah because Josiah isn't sufficiently anti-DSA. I'm just not going to do that. And I think that asking people to do that is counterproductive. I think it makes us look. I think it makes us look illiberal.
So something I would propose. Oh, sorry, Alice, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I think that, like what Destiny was talking about, when we should focus on the long-term things. So when they say things like, well, they're being wishy-washy about the policies, or they're saying like, well, I support this, but not this, we should basically hammer down and present them with the idea, well, if this happened, not like, oh, well, it's bad, it's not a good thing. Like, literally take their policy that they think that they agree and extrapolate it to what it will become, and then tell them, yeah, so basically this is going to happen. People are going to die.
Yeah, the
whatever.
problem with that, Elish, is that like that's nice in principle, and if they were willing to talk to us, it would be
No,
nice.
it's not
but they
nice
just
at all.
don't. Yeah.
It's not nice at all, actually. Well, what do you mean? Who's
by nice in principle, I mean like effective. Like that would be effective if we could talk to like these people, but like most of these people just
who
like
is
don't want to
these
engage.
people?
Or are we talking about like DSA types, like leftist types,
No,
or
we're
like
talking about
people more?
liberals that we feel like aren't sufficiently pushing back against the DSA.
Yeah,
types.
yeah.
Well, like even like liberals, like not sufficiently pushing back against like the DSA. I don't know if they're going to be willing to go on camera to even like talk about this. They're just going to get too much flack.
Yes, that's one of the problems. They're cowards in a way, and I think it's fair to point that out. But these are people who there is a cost, and we have to recognize this. There is a huge cost, professionally and socially, to standing up against the far left. You will be attacked in this sphere, right? You'll get doxxed, right? You'll get death threats. This will happen, and it's hard to demand that someone face that kind of level of abuse and harassment. That is going to happen. It's hard to demand that, at least for me. I think, though, that it is important to do it anyway, but I don't know if I'd judge someone too harshly for not being willing to face that. I don't know, just a personal thing.
Alice, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we've lost the plot a little bit, and we've gotten into like how much charity should we give like our friends who are soft in this stuff, and how do we talk to them, or like what do we do? We need to go back to we just need to focus on the affirmative and the positive. I will happily, and I do liberally, retweet and uplift and echo the messages of people who share my values and are on the right side of things. If they do not, radio silence. They're going to get nothing from me. They are not entitled to my platform in any way. We need to create that reward structure. So we need to positively speak out when we believe something or for something, or are frankly like against something, right? Just make those statements on your own, and then support other people who do the same. That's how we do this, right? That's how the leftists get into this in the first place, is they find a welcoming community the first time they say Democrats bad. It's not about like, oh, who argued with them or whatever. It's they had a lot of support, and that gives a lot of people courage. And I am convinced David Pakman would have said nothing if he were expected to be the first person to say something.
No, I agree with that. I think that there does need to be more intentional support of liberal actors and people who do stand up against these things. I think Destiny has talked about on this. Stay tuned, gang. We might have an announcement on Friday about something like this, but just stay tuned for that. But yes, absolutely. Not only do we have to hold people who aren't sufficiently anti-DSA accountable on a professional level, we do have to actually support especially smaller creators, because one of the tactics of the far left is to make us feel isolated. make us feel like you're the only one doing it, right? Like no one else is on your side, and just constantly with just a volume of attacks, just brigading your DMs, brigading your comments, brigading your chat, just spamming it, like with chat after chat after chat after chat. So even though there are only like 10 people out of the 319 I have, those 10 people are 90% of the chat, and they will do this on purpose as a tactic in order to make you feel like isolated and harassed. And we
And they also try to
need
bait you into
liberals
arguing.
who agree with us to support and overwhelm them. There are more of us than there are of them at the end of the day.
And they need to be met with radio silence, whether those are bigger accounts or like small accounts. Bigger accounts, I don't reference them by name. I don't platform them. I don't have them on because they always want that. In a conversation like that, if someone's called out, they'll say, well, come on my stream and let's talk about it, right? That gives them more airtime and oxygen. Even the small little people and like anonymous accounts, they're trying to concern troll and like rage bait you into like wasting your time arguing with them and defending yourself. They need to be taught like psychologically. What they get for doing that is just radio silence and like a void. Unless you can hit back with something strong enough that then they will be like held to account to like their awful behavior, and people will ask them questions because they can never handle the same pressure. But focus more on like building up the positive. Give them stuff to constantly respond to, because liberals were always on the back foot, reacting to everything else and everyone else instead of defining our own stuff. Say something you're proud of, like find a politician you're proud of, and just we need to start making the affirmative case first and stop reacting to everyone else's
Josh
conversation.
Shapiro, my governor, has done more for this state than I think any governor has in years. And he's doing it just things that aren't just like super he's not someone who's out there memeing all the time like Newsom is, but like for example, recently he increased funding for rape centers, right? Like rape centers for
Jesus. Sorry.
Okay, maybe that was
Sorry.
phrased wrong. He
God
increased
damn.
funding for rape kits and things like that, and people to provide support to rape victims. And that's not like super popular or memeable or anything like that, but that is something that he has done. He's also sued Trump and won, and he's refused to fund ICE centers in our state, right? He's defunded them. These are all things that he has done that are positive, that has helped the state. And they don't get a lot of talk, they don't get a lot of press, but yes, he should get
It's so
much more
easy.
press than normal.
And I think like when we are liberals, when we say we're liberals, the dialogue tree by default in the environment leftists and MAGA have cultivated, your only option is to apologize for yourself. Apologize for being a liberal. I want to say, and this is what we need to do to cultivate that positive identity, because that's why a lot of people flock to leftism. Why are you a liberal? What's it mean? What's good about it? I am a liberal. I am the legacy of the suffragettes. I am in the movement that gave us the Civil Rights Act. I'm proud of that. I'm in the party of Governor Josh Shapiro, who gave like free school lunches to all kids in Pennsylvania this year. That's huge. That's what we need to talk up more. And then liberalism isn't cringe anymore. We don't need to hide. We don't need to be scared. I'm for good things, and we need to say that more. That's what gives us all of that power back.
Yes, he's not just tweeting about it, he's doing it, which is the difference between liberals and these Marxists. They tweet about it, we get it done. That's it.
And that's another point of relative power and shame. Bernie Sanders has been in the Senate for like decades, and he has not achieved Medicare for all. In fact, he's just endorsed a lot of candidates who have proven to be basically closet Republicans, like Tulsi Gabbard, right? Whereas Obama gave us the Affordable Care Act, and I'm not going to
Did Bernie
apologize
really
for that.
endorse Tulsi?
Yes.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yes.
I didn't know. Oh, that's fucking hilarious if that's true. Jesus.
Yes, he
Yeah, no, there are
promoted
pictures of
her.
him-
One of the reasons we have Tulsi Gabbard on the stage, like on a national
Had-
stage, is
had-
because of Bernie Sanders. Absolutely.
Gonzo now.
On that note, actually, I'm going to leave with one last thought on this, just from my own professional experience. Something that I think that the viewers in the panel would be interested in is also to kind of elaborate on what we've been talking about. There is a professional distinction in the advocacy world between being a friend with someone and being in coalition with somebody, right? You can oftentimes be in coalition with someone who's not your friend, and that's fine because you're, working together to achieve the same goal. And that's fundamentally, it's a liberal idea, right? Like you can work with someone who you don't fully agree with to be able to achieve something. It is also important to recognize that you can have a friend who you really like personally, but who you are not in coalition with, who you are not working with on a particular goal. And I think that for purposes of this space, I really like what Alice said. about, you can be a friend of somebody and not be in coalition with them by not necessarily like, hating on them or dragging them down publicly. Like if you want to criticize them, then I think that that's warranted to try and force a response from them. But it's also just as valid to give them radio silence. Do not support them. Support people who you are in coalition with. Or at least, I really like that framing from Alice. And on that note, I think that that is a good place to wrap up for tonight. So thank you all so much for your conversation. For wrapping up, we'll go around and I will ask everyone to shout themselves out and their platforms and where people can find you on social media. I'll start in the top left of my corner. So Alice, can you please go?
Hi, I'm Alice Poole at She's Right Show on all the platforms.
Cool. Up next, we got Alice.
I am Alicious on X. Alicious spelled with, well, not spelled. Well, yeah, spelled with a 0. And then it's the same on, well, Alicious on YouTube. My profile picture is the same.
Awesome. Up next, we got Wick.
Yeah, Wick TV. Hey, gang, I made a Patreon. I have a link to it in my YouTube description. It's Wick TV. Surprise, surprise. Just another way to support me. My editor begged me to announce it. So yes, if you want to support Wick, if you want to Wick out more, support me on Patreon. Go to my Patreon. Give me money. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we got North.
Yeah, I'm North. You can find me at youtube.com/NorthIsLive, although sadly, apparently my internet wants to kill me today. So that didn't really work out with that live stream. You also can find me on Twitter at twitter.com/NorthIsLive.
Awesome. Thank you. Please fix your mic before next time. Please, for the love of God.
Sorry about that.
Poor North.
Next, we got Ethan.
Yep. Howdy. My name is Ethan. All my handles are I'm officially Ethan. And I am going around waging like I call it like a little ideological war to like humiliate the Turning Point speakers. So I'll be traveling across the country to really just aura farm their debaters. They're like really bad. I'm the reason why Turning Point hired Andrew Wilson. And if you want to help me out with that, you can find me at all my socials at I'm officially Ethan and do whatever you can. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. And last but not
Do you
least,
give
we got
courses
Destiny.
like Andrew does? Because he has his, what does he call it? Debate warfare, debate combat course or whatever.
So I don't give courses, in the sense like we're like paying for it, but I am teaching people like the content. So I'm going over like the Epstein shit with most people. It's pretty easy to prove that like the entire Republican Party is defending the concealment of the Epstein files, and it's such an easy, intuitive thing to win on. Any college kid can learn it, and I'm teaching people about that. So if you want to count that.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm Destiny. You can find me on all my platforms at Destiny, and yeah, except for Twitch. Someday.
Awesome. Thank y'all. And that will conclude the stream. Talk to y'all later, and have a good night.
Bye.
I'm gonna go to my stream, and I'll just talk because I have more things to say. But I love you all. You can come if you want. If you don't, I don't care.
Okay.
See you.
Did you, just as a side, did you guys see that apparently they got David Pakman for Live and Learn?
I'm ending the stream now. Have a good night, all.
Bye.
Oh, wow. All right.
Nice. That was fun. Hell yeah. Oh. Yay, I'm reading some comments that are in support. Hey, oh, actually, you know what? This is like a perfect opportunity to go over I kind of want to show people the one of the debates. Yo, anyone who's here from the stream, which I want to say thanks for hopping over. I just want to show you this is why Turning Point hired Andrew Wilson, okay? I am the reason they did this. Cuz this shit blew up on TikTok and Instagram. It's like really funny. Thank you. Thank you. So this is the reason right here.
Peaceful. After Ashley Trump also told the people on January 6th to remain peaceful. After Ashley Babbitt got shot,
What about Ashley Babbitt?
Yeah, that was done after she was shot and people had already reached the Capitol grounds. And also, how come those sycophantic dogs didn't leave until after Trump said, go home? And he's the one that calls it a day of love. If you want to go on the January 6th stuff, I will cook you, dude. You're smarter than this.
I've already condemned it. I don't know what.
No, okay. It's one thing to say it was bad.
I think it's funny that
it's
funny that you're hyperfixating on something that happened 5 years ago that has nothing.
I'm sorry. Wait. When did the Jeffrey Epstein stuff happen? Oh, but it's still important. Oh, but it was like 5 years. This is a stupid talking point, bro.
When did it become relevant? I don't know. Why didn't your party
It's so
leaders
bad.
release the files when they had them?
Why did all Republicans try to avoid releasing them?
The Republican Party campaigned on releasing them and has done more than any other administration prior. If Trump was in them or implicated, why didn't Joe Biden release them?
When the Epstein Transparency Act was getting released, who was the one party that was voting unanimously for it? Who was that?
The Democrats.
Oh, they're the ones fighting to get it released, right?
Sure.
Okay, so your party's protecting pedophiles, bro. Like, that's just a fucking L, bro. You gotta take that one.
The Republicans have released 3 million files.
Yeah, and how much did it take? How hard was it? They fought every single, like, fiber of their muscle to get it out.
I haven't read
You
anything
concede that, right?
No, I mean, they fought pretty hard. I think that...
Yeah, to protect pedophiles, bro. Your party sucks.
I don't affiliate with a party. I'm a free thinker.
You are the one who was literally, you're the free thinker at Turning Point USA, which is explicitly condoning Republicans. Like,
I'm a conservative. Trump.
God damn. That will always be, and there's a bunch, because I went 2 rounds against this guy. So dude, as a liberal, okay, we actually have a huge advantage against Turning Point. Because they just go to whatever fucking events, right? They go to whatever events, and they platform whatever dipshit fucking speaker, and in virtue of the fact that they're speaking with Turning Point, they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about, right? Dude, it was... Yeah, no, bro, I don't affiliate with a party, or, like, I don't associate... Like, how the fuck are you gonna say here, like, I'm a free thinker? I'm like, shut the fuck up, you fucking idiot. You're literally with Turning Point, bro. But, this is another... really good one right here. It's so good. It's so good. One more. So, just for some context. So the first one that just played, that was at the University of South Carolina. And that was my first interaction with him. Just fucking annihilated. So it's very obvious, you know, he knows Republicans are protecting pedophiles with the whole Epstein shit, right? And then I come back on him with this. He had no idea I was going to be here. I traveled about 3 hours for this, okay?
Are we still defending pedophiles?
No, I don't. I think anybody who is in the Epstein files should be punished to the fullest extent of the law. That would include Trump if he is found to be in there. If he is in there, he's in there. I think a lot of people might be in there, and I am not morally. I think it is reprehensible that those people are being protected. I think all of them should be held to the fullest extent, accountable to the fullest extent of the law.
Now, Jacob.
Oh, you were there.
Just like we said last time.
I think all
Which party was defending those people?
I didn't know you were there, bro.
Was the Biden administration defending them when they...
No, answer the question, dude. We literally just had the Epstein Transparency Act.
The Republicans didn't. I don't think they wanted it presented because it was a big political thing, but I already told you.
And why was it a big political thing? Who was telling them not to do it? There's one person. Who was that?
Is there evidence? Like,
yes.
Tangible evidence?
Yes. Why did Marjorie Taylor Greene lead the Republican Party?
Because she's a nut job?
No, she gave... What's her explicit reason? Don't play coy.
I don't know. I know she talked a lot about Epstein on Twitter.
It was because Donald Trump himself wanted the Epstein files to stay concealed.
Sure.
Okay, so Trump is protecting pedophiles, right?
In a way, yeah.
And you support Trump, yes?
You can literally watch the cognitive dissonance happen in real time, dog. He's like, wait, where is it? Where is it? Give me like 1 second, y'all. Hold the fuck up. Give me 1 second. Just give me 1 fucking second, bro. So it was even funnier because Huberman was also there. Dude, Jackson's great. I wish he didn't have the whole Christian thing, but I don't know, maybe he'll grow out of it because I think maybe like 20 years old or something. I love Jackson though, and I hope he comes out of that. But it was unironically this shit. So these are the Epstein files, right? And Trump is concealing them. So Trump is protecting pedophiles, right? Like it's literally that level of like simplicity to this shit, bro. It's so bad. Oh, and then there's the debate against Myron. So I want to make this clear. And this there's multiple videos. These are just the 3 that I have pinned on my channel. Yeah. Well, yeah, you gotta watch like the fucking gears turning in a world where so many conservatives are just bad faith screamer. That's true. I do think that Jackson does debate in good faith, but I remember talking philosophy with him. One, I never saw him post the whole fucking thing. He posted like one clip where I said, "Yeah, both atheism and theism at our most basic foundations, our worldviews cannot be justified." But welcome to epistemology 101. Of course that's the case, right? But when I was talking with him about that, he was like, therefore both of our views are just as unjustified. And I'm like, no. I think there's a minimum set of necessary presuppositions that are required in any like epistemological framework, right? Like, how do you know your senses are reliable? Well, my senses let me sense stuff. Oh, so you trust your senses because of your senses, right? Like yeah, look, I've got senses. I gotta trust them. Like, what else am I supposed to fucking do, right? Yeah, Occam's razor is like perfect. Like, all theism is just naturalism plus 1. Because everything that happens under theism, I can just say it's a disposition of the universe. That's it. Because they're like, well, God created the universe, God created the stars, God created everything to act in accordance of blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, God could have also created everything to be much nicer for human survival, right? God could have done that. Why didn't God do that? I literally debated this one guy on fucking, oh fuck, what was it? We were debating God, and then we ended up kind of going into a logical problem of evil. And I'm like, bro, you've got an all loving, all powerful God, but kids get cancer? What? That makes no sense. Well, I'm sorry, that's the logical problem of suffering, not evil, but still, the concept is still the same. Like, it's fucking stupid. Wherever under like a naturalistic framework, then you would expect there to be imperfections, because it'd be very unlikely for all of reality to be in accordance with like human survival or whatever. Yeah, but yeah, what happened in shit, where is it? This debate, I'm going to be going on multiple trips to go against these Turning Point speakers. Because, dude, let me tell you right now, okay, like, Charlie Kirk was not a good debater, but he did have aura. You know, I'll give that to him. Charlie Kirk did have aura. But, like, if we go to TPUSA, I look at their shit every day to see what kind of dog shit debaters they're putting up. Like, this guy right here is a full-blown, like, fucking moron. Okay, this guy right here, Nick Freitas, I think is his name. Full-blown fucking Will Witt, like 5 IQ. Okay, all these people are Christian nationalist dipshits, where if you can point to like one contradiction in the Bible, their entire worldview falls apart. I know, right? Dude, I'm so fucking hyped. Tess, I'm gonna call you Tess. Are you in the Super Justice Friends? You should join the Super Justice Friends. Let me make sure I've got my fucking shit in my bio. If I don't, then I may or may not be 5 IQ. I probably am 5 IQ, Heike. You are? Okay, based. Do I? Okay, cool. I do have my link tree. Okay. Oh, and we can. We took a look at this yesterday. Turning Point. Pick up the mic. We'll take a look. I think I've got a mandatory look at their shitty little. Wait, your voting range may have changed. Oh, fuck off, bro. Why do they have 2 X's? What is this? This should be illegal, dog. Riley Nieme? I'm not. Who's Riley Nieme? Probably butchering that name. You mean Riley Gaines? Well, actually, that's definitely not. There's no way that was just a misspelling. Riley. Yeah, okay, so Ryley. Who's this? Oh, that guy. I thought Riley was a girl. I forgot about that guy. Riley is a girl's name. There he is. I'm scared. Gay. This clip of the gay couple. It went viral on Twitter. Most awful shit ever. Oh, this one. Yeah, I think I remember this. Or I don't remember. I remember seeing it, but I don't remember the contents of it.
Is speaking out. The West Hollywood couple is speaking out after an altercation with a self-described MAGA influencer went viral.
Is this your guys' son or daughter? Or? Son. Awesome. And are you guys a couple? Yeah. That's awesome. Cool. So, have you ever heard about the statistics coming out that gay men are statistically much more likely to commit child molestation?
Then straight men? I don't think that's true. I'm like very certain that's not true. Let me consult with the council. Statistically more likely than to be child molesters. You know the best way to get people. Okay, that's what I fucking thought. Do you know the best way to determine if it is true? Someone actually believes the thing that they're saying. True. This is true. So like most times people do assault children, it's because they already were in that position and probably wouldn't have done it otherwise, but they're opportunistic in the fact that one, they're a lonely little bitch who generally can't get anyone. So there are some people who are just straight up pedophiles, like Epstein, for example. But like most of the time, I think they're like really lonely dudes who can't pull anyone, and then they feel like an opportunistic moment with like a child. I think that's what the case is most of the time. It's not like someone goes and snatches up little Timmy, right? But to actually get down, does someone believe a thing? Make him bet $1,000. Be like, oh, gay people are more like it. Is that true? Would you bet $1,000 on that? No, bet on that. And if you know they're full of shit, you should make them bet $1,000. I'll only do that if it's something that you are very, very confident in. But it's something I'd be like, oh, that's true. Oh, bet $1,000, and then watch him get real fucking quiet.
Be pregnant. Who are you? And build an emotional connection to a baby. Hey, don't take my mic.
David and Anthony Volin.
Look at this little fucking twink, bro. God, dude. True. You can give them an IOU. If you end up being wrong, give them an IOU and then never talk to them again. That's what they're gonna do to me, bro. That's exactly what they're gonna do to me, bro. All right. I gotta continue on the Epstein stuff. We are almost done with the contents of the Epstein files. All just so we know. Now you gotta make him bet real money. You gotta make him bet. Well, that's probably what's gonna happen. And even then, be like, no, bro. If you're right, that's 1K, bro. That's 1K. That's one band, bro. Go band for band. Oh, you actually believe that shit? Put money on it. God, and the funniest thing is gonna be when they're fucking wrong. Like, because either A, they're wrong and they owe you $1,000, or B, they shut the fuck up. And in terms of social capital, that's even worse, bro. That's even worse. Because then they have to acknowledge, oh shit, I actually don't know what I'm talking about, bro. Oh fuck, bro. I'll use the bathroom. I'll be back. It's your boy. All right, we'll go. Probably stream for like another. Ooh, I don't fucking know. Okay. I need that puppy. All right, let's make sure all my shit's good. Oh shit! What? He's a wait. What? Oh, did that? Wait, did Kyla debate Andrew Wilson? And Rachel Wilson? Wait, did that happen? Hold the fuck up. Oops, didn't mean to click on that. Let me switch to my shit. Not so erudite versus Rachel. Dude, if she took that debate, she's actually 5 IQ. Oh, Steven versus him? Kyla versus Rachel Wilson. Not so. Did not so erudite debate Rachel Wilson? Oh wait, right here. On 7/26. Oh, so it did happen. Okay, it happened yesterday.
About can be applied, and we
Row. Oh dang, this is actually a really good image by Modern Day Debate. Well done to them. It's a really good image.
This, but it's the turning point.
What if I believe that all human life is valuable, that there's a soul in the body at conception, in the embryo at conception, there is a soul.
I would ask you, where is the soul?
Not
True.
something you can physically locate, right?
And if it's
more
not
of a
something that I can measure, I have no. There's no way
consciousness
I
can't be
can.
measured either.
It
It can't-
absolutely
Nope.
can be in
It
some
can't
ways.
be.
Yes.
Did she say Justice Camp?
See, you had the
Something that I can measure. I have no. There's no way I can't.
Oh, she said It's even dumber.
It
Why would she say that?
can be in some ways. Yes.
Why would she say
Way.
that?
See, you had to qualify that. This is something that's hotly debated.
No. Hold on.
Philosophy of science.
This
Yes, it is.
This is your whole argument is Loki's wager. That if I can't pinpoint 100% exactly what consciousness is, you're telling me that it is the same validity as your concept of the soul, which has no physical manifestation whatsoever.
Consciousness versus the soul. We are on equal ground.
If I make a statement that there is a pink demon floating behind you that spins around every time you turn around to look at it, and then you tell me I think that there is like oxygen floating behind you. Neither of us can prove that. Are we on equal ground when we make those statements?
Yes, we are.
Okay,
That's
I
crazy.
rest my case. That's it. Okay, I rest my.
That's crazy, bro. I wonder how long ago that debate was.
Okay, we're absolutely not. But if you think we are,
I think that's Tree of Logic. I think. I don't know.
Most
It was like
people
forever
miss
ago. I cannot believe she unironically said that. That's crazy. Why the fuck would she say that? What an idiot. No, it's members only. Fuck. That's smart. This film isn't doing more. I'm one about my life that Kyla smacked the shit out of her. Rhetorically. Kyla's very good at debate.
Because the ruler.
Because what she does very well, by virtue of her being a woman, she has a huge disadvantage, unfortunately, due to patriarchy and shit. But she actually plays like incredibly well, like despite that disadvantage, right? I think she's easily one of the best debaters. Like seeing her debate people. What was it? Oh my god, the Sarah Stock at the Unfuck America tour event. Not so Erudite versus Sarah Stock. Dude, that shit right here.
Today is actually I'm gonna give.
Blown the fuck out.
God made you, not because you're American, not because you're white. That's Christian. And what you're doing, you can have these principles, but you don't for a second get to pretend that it's Christian.
I think it's just like odd that you come here from Canada to America and say, I want your country to support foreign policy that is detrimental or economic policy or
Dude, the way that is detrimental. Like she has, I don't.
immigration policy.
Didn't say it's detrimental.
America,
Why would she sign up for this? Does she have no sense of like humility? I don't know, bro.
other countries.
It's just gotta be now. I'm so fatigued on Trump, bro. I'm so done with this stupid old fuck.
She's again,
I think
you're
this
just
is
not
like
talking to me. Why
I think we need to like take a look at our immigration system and like be like,
Sarah,
what are we doing?
Mercedes, I love you.
Sarah, if your best dunk is, aren't you Canadian, but I'm still beating you on understanding of American foreign policy, that's not it.
Oof. Ooh, and then she's like, ah. Oh my god, bro. Heads up, this girl is no longer debating anymore, bro. She is no longer debating. She's no longer, I think, even in like the political scene, like at all, actually. It's really embarrassing for her and good. I'm glad she's not in this shit anymore. She should have had more humility.
But you quite literally go to another country and tell them you need to support policies.
Can you imagine that if in Canada I might have the same predilection? Do you think that I think Canada should be only Canada first?
You should, yeah. I think you should.
Sorry, I'll ask you my question again. Do you think that my predisposition is that if I went to Canada, I'd just be Canada
I support
first?
French being French first. I support Ethiopians being Ethiopia
You've
first.
made it clear you're selfish. We get it.
No,
you only help others if it benefits you. You've made that very clear from the beginning.
And remember, when you help other people, it actually is helping yourself. So it's like, oh, hey, there's a person who, I don't know, maybe they're trying to like move a ladder or some shit. And then you're like, oh shit, let me help you out. Maybe that person's like your neighbor, right? And now that person is like, oh, hey, that person helped me out. If I ever see that person in trouble, I'm going to help that person out because they helped me. Boom. Right now, you helping that other person is actually in your best interest. So even like being America first, that means being cooperative and helping for the rest of the fucking world, bro.
Beginning. USAID, will I stop malaria? Will I stop children in Africa from dying? Well, does it benefit us? I'm a Christian, by the way. God's love is awesome.
True.
Do you think that people in Japan are like,
Japan.
oh, I want policies that hurt Japan?
Just so we know too, I was at this event. I'll say like the door guy, like you know, like how like you have to go through a bouncer to get into an event. I was that guy for this event here, the Unfuck America tour event here. And when she was done debating Kyla, I remember when Sarah, she walked up to me and she was like, when is this going to be public? And then I was like, I don't know. It's probably being live streamed like right now. And she's like, I want the footage. And I was like, it'll probably be up in like a day or something. And she was like, she's really short. And she was really mad. She was like, I could tell, like, dude, this girl got fucking destroyed. And she did.
And help, like,
what's hurting America about USAID? What's hurting America about USAID?
Sending our billions of our tax dollars to
Billions? I think we were saying billions. How much funding did USA? Okay, no, we were. Okay.
people.
How is that hurting America?
Because that money could go to our people and
Couldn't you
strengthen
say the
our
same thing about
country.
Ukrainian, all the arms that we're sending them? Why are we sending them arms? Shouldn't we keep it for ourselves?
Well, because
we might need it.
Well, because there's foreign policy, like you mentioned, like how supporting Ukraine could in turn benefit America because they're an ally.
Yeah, so you're talking one side of your mouth and you're
No, that's
insisting
not
that the
talking-
policy that I'm
no,
suggesting is
supporting
detrimental,
American
but then you
allies
again
can be
outline how all the policies I've
Embarrassing. Truly embarrassing. I'm glad she no longer is doing this shit. Moron. Womp womp. Don't be stupid. The role of a husband, bro. The husbands do manly stuff. That's what we do. I'm a husband.
In their home to where if their wife doesn't want to work, she doesn't have to. And until you get to that point, you don't get to take time off as a man because that's your job and that's your role. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, what I'm struggling.
You don't get to take time off. Men work. Women don't. This guy's
Entitlement to get up before everybody else, work harder than everybody. Saying entitlement, and I'm actually saying the exact opposite of entitlement. Entitlement, I'll help you out. Entitlement is I'm owed something that I didn't work for. That's entitlement.
Okay.
What I'm talking about
Okay,
is
so you're
getting
saying
up
that
before everybody
you're
else,
owed like a commodity.
working all
That's what you're
day
saying.
long. No, I'm saying earn.
Graham Allen. Who are you, Graham Allen? Who are you? Graham Allen. I legit have no idea who like almost any of these people are, but they all gotta go. Rhetorically. Especially you, Maddie. Maddie, I'm coming for you, Maddie. Maddie, I'm coming for you. Okay. Especially you. Okay, Scott. Oh, there he is. Oh, that's him? What? Wait, where'd it go?
Earn it. I'm saying
Oh, that hoodie is not doing him any justice. It looks like he is in pretty damn good shape, but you can't really tell anything about it. I mean, he kind of looks like just a dude, which I mean, I guess you can just be like a dude, but like I don't know. It's just it's a dude. Ooh. Oh fuck, if I'm not showing shit. Look, I know I don't get a lot of views at all right now, okay? But if I'm not showing shit on stream, let me know, bro. I was sitting here looking at this and y'all couldn't even fucking see the screen, bro. I might be disabled.
earn everything. No, I'm saying earn
Human
everything in your life.
relationships as a commodity.
Yes, you have to work for human.
Earn everything? Yep, that's right. That's why fucking 10-year-olds have to earn the ability to live. Like, bro, what? No, you don't earn everything in life, bro. Children can't do that. And by virtue of the fact of being an 18-year-old, is every 18-year-old supposed to be kicked out from their parents' house? I mean, that's a prescription you want to make. You can make that prescription, but you're going to destroy a lot of lives if you do that.
Human relationships. Yes, if you got.
And as a person who, wants to have a kid one day, if I have an 18-year-old who's like fresh out of fucking high school, or actually, I'm sorry, is still in high school because 18-year-olds are still in high school. Okay, like I'm not gonna kick my fucking kid out, bro. Not at that stage in life, of course not.
Bum friend that you never do anything for, you're not a good friend, are you? If you've got a spouse that you
Like,
don't do anything,
what are
for,
they
you
even
expect them to do everything
debating, bro? This isn't even a debate. It's just 5 IQ talking. It's literally just 5 IQ. God, all these people are gonna get annihilated. It's so over, bro. I can't wait for them to do this shit. I cannot wait, bro. It says hero. Pick up the mic. It says hero. Be a hero. Pick up the mic. Hero. Microphone. It says like right here in the URL. We can see it. Is there a thing for the overall background? Nothing there. Hero students. Yep. Hero presented by. Dude, their stuff is so freaking good. Hey, how much funding these people have. What's this next guy? Savannah Charles C. Paint. David Kate Paint. Yep. Dude, I cannot. I want to go against David Kate. I want to go against him so fucking bad. All right, let's lock in. I'll probably go to bed in like 15 or something minutes, something like that. Oh yeah, the shit on Leslie Groff. Okay, so Leslie Groff. Nope, nope, nope. Um. Oh, that's right. No, we're gonna come back to Leslie. That's right. Okay, so Leslie Groff. Um. Les Wexner. This guy's super dead. Sultan. Not really too much behind him. This girl's ambiguous. Sarah Kellen. Patrician comes from. They operate including scheduling women. Lack of power. Abuse of sports. Maxwell style organizer. At the age of 21 or 22. Okay, possible victim, Adriana Ross. Young adult. Working, Palm Mother says she may have been drawn into his world through the same kind of power imbalance, independence. Contradiction. She stays silent. Invoke the fifth. Okay, I'll say Adriana Ross then should be investigated too. Ross should be investigated. Yup. Okay. 1, 2. Alright, Adriana Ross should be investigated. Alright, so we got Adriana Ross, Ghislaine Maxwell, Prince Andrew, obviously. Alright, so we got just about everybody. Yo, love you, Zook. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Once I've got all of the reality points here, which is the people who need to be prosecuted and investigated, which are these four right here: Prince Andrew, Les Wexner, Leslie Groff, Adriana Ross. And these are only the people who we know, or not know, but like have very well. Prince Andrew, we know. Hell yeah, absolutely. And just for some context, all four of these documents are going to be gone over the next like month or two, so that way anyone can humiliate Turning Point, just like how I do. The only difference is I've got a lot of experience with debate, but the important thing is that you have the substance, and that is the purpose of these files here. If you want, you could call these the files on the files, I guess. So, Ghislaine Maxwell speaks for herself. Okay. Oh, who else should be investigated? Where we go? That's who are the people that should be investigated from the Epstein files per victim statements and evidence in the files. A civil war? I don't think a civil war would happen, no, but I do think that we're going to see another January 6th. I think that's almost guaranteed. I think the opening in January of next year, people are going to die. I think that's absolutely going to happen. The people should be, proceed. The fuck are you doing? Gemini, don't be stupid. So like, and a really easy example of that, do you remember the slush fund? Like, Trump literally was trying to pay the people who did January 6th. So not only did he pardon them all, but then he tried to fucking pay them, bro. Like, what? Like, I'm so tired of saying, dude, that's crazy, like every fucking day. Dude, that's crazy. Dude, that's crazy. Dude, that's crazy. Dude, that's crazy. Dude, it's just that every fucking day. But like, it's obviously like pardoning them all. Obviously, is condoning it. But then you go and you pay for it, and that is saying, do it again. I'm gonna pay you millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like, what do you mean? That's insane. Yeah, like what happened to Back the Blue, bro? What happened to that? I thought we were back in the blue. Guess not. Guess not. Oh, Glenn Dubin? So, Sarah Kellen. No, Sarah Kellen probably. Actually, you know, we'll say Sarah Kellen should be investigated. That other girl, that Nadia girl, she sounds more like a victim, but Sarah Kellen is, she's a little iffy. She should be investigated. Leslie Groff should be prosecuted. Les Wexner should be prosecuted. Sarah Kellen should be investigated. Not Nadia. I don't think. Actually, no, we're gonna say she should be investigated. Be investigated. Yep. Adriana Ross. Involving scheduling encounters. Yeah. Adriana Ross. I thought Adriana had two N's. That's a misspelling on the chat bot here. Executive staff and elect recruiters. Oh, here we go. So Prince Andrew. Yep. So these guys are like super fucking dead. So yeah, Prince Andrew. It should have listed Les Wexner. Bill Richardson. Yeah, he's dead. Glenn Dubin. All right. Let's get our secondary thing here. What is Glenn Dubin accused of doing in the doing by victims of Epstein, and who has accused him? Glenn Dubin, billionaire. Case. Yeah, I bet he did it. All I gotta do, just look at him. Yeah, I bet he did it. Yeah. And also, oh no, I'm thinking Michigan, because Michigan had like a miniature January 6th with the fucking the attempted kidnapping of Gretchen Whitmer, I think is her name. Gretchen Whitmer? Yeah, Michigan, yeah. They tried to kidnap her. Kidnapping plot against her, yeah. That's crazy, bro. Let's kidnap the governor of our fucking state. What do you mean? I've been encouraged to run for a political seat, but I think I can do more good instead acting as like a conduit for people whose agendas I want to get passed. So like for example, someone like Charlie Kirk. I think if Charlie Kirk was a representative in office, I don't think he would have been as efficient as he was, in the role that he did at pushing Republican agenda, right? So if you're in Congress, well, you got to do Congress stuff. So you got to go to hearings, you got to go to meetings with, Congress people. Like you're simply focused on doing things that hopefully is in the best interest of your constituents and not I mean, like you obviously want to pass your agenda wherever you can, but you're focused on governing. I want my job to just be influencing people to get my agenda passed, right? And so that's like social media, that's being a public figure, that's going and talking to people in a very similar way like Charlie Kirk. So while obviously, congressional seats are very important and people do need to do those, my passion is in being like, I guess I think the word is thought leader or whatever. I want to influence people. And if I have to govern, then that would get in the way of like being able to go out and persuade people. Because now I have to do governing stuff. Okay, right? But they're all very important. Both are necessary, right? So like the politicians who get elected get elected as a direct result of the people who push like the culture or like the social influence, right? Because Republicans wouldn't be shit if it wasn't for someone like Charlie Kirk, right? Yeah, yeah. You could say exactly something like that, right? So, like for example, um, when because this is going to be huge, okay? In the next few months, mark my words, this shit's going to blow the fuck up. In terms of like what I am doing, okay? What I'm doing is going to blow the fuck up, and I'm very confident in that because no one has done this, and by this I mean hunt down Turning Point members at their little college things. No one's done this before, and it blows my mind that no one has, right? Like these right here, and then with Myron, and then there's a few other things that I've done. Where's that Lydia Taylor Davis girl, the pro life girl or whatever? Can I find it? Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, the Lydia this girl right here. Whatever. The point is, no one has actively hunted down rhetorically Turning Point members. That needs to change. Yeah, it was a layup, but the truth is, he actually, compared to others, was good. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. He actually was pretty good compared to others. Because most people, if you're speaking with Turning Point, definitionally, you have no idea what you're talking about or you're grifting. all it takes for me to win one debate against a Turning Point debater is say 3 words. Yeah, he did. Well, he never admitted he was wrong. I just took him to the logical conclusion of supporting the Republican Party, right? You know, you gotta like dog walk him to it, but he did get there. And you can watch a cognitive dissonance appear in real time. But 3 words lets you beat every single Turning Point member ever, right? Bet $1,000. That's it. Grifting doesn't matter. Okay, if you're grifting, obviously you're not gonna bet $1,000 because you're in it for the money, baby. If you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, then you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Of course you're not gonna bet $1,000 because you're uninformed. You're an idiot, right? Simple as that. So by virtue of speaking with Turning Point, I win. And if they want to go into like meta ethics or some shit, okay, like I guarantee you, because remember, Andrew Wilson, do I pronounce it Levi? Is that accurate? Is it pronounced Levi? Okay, yeah. Him, since he gave all the little Turning Point goblins the little guide on how to debate, right? Because he did the debate course for like a week or something. He gave them a little thing. Here's what they're gonna do. They're gonna drag everything into meta ethics, concede nothing. Excuse me. Go into meta ethics, concede nothing, and then harp on nothing but semantics. That's all they're gonna try to do. At least for the people who are inexperienced. Nick Freitas has experience. He probably didn't need the lessons. I mean, he's gonna be a bad debater anyway. But the pastor guy probably has some theology experience or whatever. But like David, yeah, these guys know how to debate. This girl, yeah, she 100% was there. I recognize him, I think. Riley, he probably got some tips from Andrew, if I had to guess. Kai, I don't know if Kai would need tips from Andrew. Kai, I think, knows relatively how to debate good enough. She definitely got tips. This kid definitely got tips. This person definitely got tips. You know, I guarantee you, part of this entire pool down here was with Andrew Wilson. They're gonna drag things into meta ethics, maybe even run tag. If you know what tag is. Has come to us defending women's rights and MAGA women disagreeing. Yeah, unironically. Unironically, this woman will happily vote against her own self-interest because she's an idiot. Womp womp. Hate to see it. It is what it is. Dude, I hate how good their art is, man. Like dog, we're the left. We're supposed to be better than them in art. Well, they have propaganda, so that's why. Like we have objectively better art, but they have more structure, but that needs to change. So they're gonna try to do meta ethics, and I'm gonna blow them the fuck out on it. I'm gonna be like, oh really? Oh, so you want to go into the axioms on how we're able to like construct our epistemological frameworks? Oh, okay, let's go. Let's talk about it. And they're gonna be like, oh, you want to talk about divine command theory? Oh, okay. So let's go into the contradictions. I've got a little Bible right here, which has my favorite contradictions. You can see in the little paper thingies here. I cannot wait, because at least one of these dumbasses is gonna appeal to biblical scripture for like their morality, and they're gonna say only the Bible gives you objective morality or whatever. And then I'm going to blow them the fuck out on it, because I know that the only way these little skinwalkers can go is is towards trying to muddy things up with like the concept of like objective morality, which you can hold. You know, I think objective morality actually is true, but they're banking on me not knowing anything relating to philosophy. And remember, I hired Andrew Wilson, the guy who's like the new philosophy god, even though he knows nothing about philosophy. This guy knows nothing about philosophy, bro. Nothing. 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 He knows nothing about philosophy. He's a clown. Andrew Wilson, if you're watching this, I would love to debate you. I'd love to rhetorically eat your fucking skin. You're a skinwalking piece of shit, and I fucking hate you. But the debate must be in person with no audience. Probably have a moderator. I think I do want a moderator. I do want a moderator. Yep. Impartial moderator. In person. No audience. I will debate Andrew Wilson under those conditions. Trent Horn is someone I have respect for. I think he's like somewhat crazy, but that's just from like his like religious shit. Do you know who Trent Horn is? Oh, it's like baby Trent Horn. He's like a baby. Oh, look at him. So he's like young. I think he's probably in his like late 30s or early 40s now, if I had to guess. But this guy, I mean, he's just like a Catholic. I think he's like a preacher. Oh, apologist. Okay, so not necessarily a preacher. But yeah, no, I think he's actually a genuinely like good guy who genuinely believes in like the Bible and Catholicism and shit. But like, it's just it's crazy. Like you have to throw away so much evidential reasons against Christianity. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Myron definitely is the worst, easily. Myron is definitely the worst. Lydia is bad. Charlie, or wait, when we say bad, the biggest ass or the biggest asshole, are we talking in virtue of like just like the way they interact with people or their impacts? Because I would say Charlie Kirk is way worse in terms of impact. Like Charlie Kirk got Donald Trump elected, probably twice. So in that regard, I would say Charlie Kirk is a bigger asshole. But in terms of just like, you know, like prima facie, like, you know, just at face value, yeah, Myron definitely takes the cake. I'm happy to have gone against both of them, but yeah, I think Trent Horn is a good faith person, but I think all the religious shit is fucking crazy. It's weird cult shit. It just makes no sense. Oh, all right, let's go. Glenn Dubin. Did I have Prince Andrew already? Oh, guess not. 1, 2. Glenn Dubin. Should be investigated. Investigated. When was he investigated? Oh, really? What? He's only had what? How there's been no criminal investigations into him? What are you talking about? The Epstein's network. Yup. September. Attorney General, and it's yeah, serves subpoenas on him. Okay, the subpoenas specifically asked wire transfers. Yup. pursued Epstein's estate and related shell companies, which led to broader document. Dubin's name appeared in that investigation as someone with long-standing ties to him. Yep. What do you mean they never gave a criminal probe into him, bro? That's crazy. What is Meghan gonna do when John Solomon admit the election wasn't stolen? Probably still be insane. Wait, who is John Solomon? I'm not familiar with this guy. Oh, he was a contributor to Fox News until late 2020. Well, if I had to guess, if he's a contributor on Fox News in 2020, dude's probably fucking insane. That's my guess. Is he? What's he doing now? Just the News. What is Just the News? Oh, he did? Oh. No, he's not allowed to say it wasn't stolen. He has to make up some shit. Like, even if it's just... They literally just make shit up. They just lie. Lie, 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 lie. That's all they want to do, bro. It's really pathetic, these people. But... they gotta... What's it called? Get their nut? I guess what they said in South Park. Get their nut? He was interviewing, said there's no evidence that any vote was changed so far. Oh, actually, I saw one video. So a big reason why they want to get voter rolls in each state's voter rolls is because the voter rolls also are tied to immigrants, right? However, if, let's say, you immigrated to the United States, maybe you're on a green card, but then you became a naturalized citizen, okay? They can then say, look, illegals are voting, when in reality, it's just naturalized citizens. And I don't think there's a way to differentiate that in the voter rolls, if I remember correctly. I saw Legal Eagle usually does a pretty good job in their analyses, and that's the basically the strategy I remember seeing them talk about. It was a good video, but again, just about every video they do is pretty good. So, all right, so we got Glenn Dubin. Who else? Glenn Dubin was investigated. Oh yeah. So it's been released about him, multiple trenches. Okay, so 2019 unsealing, 2,000 page. Wow. She sentiment sex. Additional batches released under Judge Lorette. Dude, why Virginia Giuffre? Why'd you have to go, girl? Fuck. Again included Giuffre's testimony referencing Dubin. These documents are heavily redacted in places. The core allegation that Maxwell told Giuffre that Dubin is among the most powerful men. Ooh. Dubin's long relationship with Epstein. Yikes. Okay, so this dude definitely was fucking people then. Should be prosecuted. Alright, that's a prosecution right there. That's a prosecution. Made public reference, showed Dubin and their children numerous occasions. No, I don't think that happens on accident. Oh, wow. He denied the allegation. That's crazy. Who would have guessed? Bill Richardson. George Mitchell? Who are you, George Mitchell? All right. Who is George Mitchell? What? Who's George Mitchell? Who are you? Jesus Christ, this fucking dinosaur is 92 years old? God damn. Well, you're Republican, right? You're Democrat. Ruh-roh. That's bad. Get him out of here. I don't care. Get him out of here. When was he the majority leader? You know, I was supposed to be on Jubilee, against, I think it was Dave Rubin, but, I think around that time, that's when I left Unfuck America, and they were really great at, helping out with contacts in that kind of regard. That's just my speculation, though. I want to make it clear that that's literally just me speculating, so. Oh, okay, so, like, yeah, I wasn't even fucking born yet when this dude was fucking majority leader, so. But, yeah, I would love to be on Jubilee. Well, actually, if you know Sean Kelly, I'm gonna be flying to, Vegas on the 29th to, I'm gonna be flying to Vegas on the 29th to go. It's not Jubilee, but it's basically like it's basically Jubilee. Should be fun. Oh, I need to look into the guy who I'm gonna be debating. From what I've seen, he's just a dipshit fucking like red pill manosphere type guy. Yeah. I like Dean and Parker, but I wish they touched grass more often. That's my biggest problem with them. Like, they just sit and collect a paycheck for the most part. Like, you know, they just sit on TikTok, they debate MAGA chuds, which is easy as fuck to do. They get thousands of dollars doing it, you know, a day or like a week or whatever. And it's like, what movement are you leading? Like, in what way? Like okay, so like right now, this is all preparation. Right. Yeah, like they need to touch grass. This is there's have you ever seen Batman Year One? Shit, get out of here. Year One. Warning scene maybe? Oh, is this it? It's really good. This right here. Okay, so what's happening here? This is Batman in Year One, so no one really knows who Batman is right now. Okay, there's like rumors, there's like blah 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 blah, right? But like these are like the most evil motherfuckers in Gotham. Okay.
He's huge. You shouldn't pry, Marion. Bill has his hands full these days. We're trusting him to cope with Batman and Gordon. Well, whoever.
Oh yeah, so they're talking about Batman, blah 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 blah, a bunch of rich people. Okay, but what's important is what's Batman gonna do? Batman's gonna send a message. But what's important in sending that message is you do a proper setup.
Questions they ask, right, Gil?
And what's he doing? He's getting all the shit ready. Setting up a little light.
Steering things up. Flash. Relax, Carmine. I got everything under control.
And then he cuts the power, right? And then it's like, oh my god, what is that?
Gentlemen.
And then he's all edgy and
None of you are safe.
he's all dramatic and shit. The reason why I showed it is because one, I really love Batman. But two, we need to have a good setup. Like, imagine if like Batman just like went in and then was like, "Ooh, I'm Batman," and then everyone's like, "What the fuck?" Right? But what did Batman do? He set the scene, and also he's really dramatic about it too. As a theater kid, because I did theater. I don't know if that was obvious or not, but as a theater kid, you want to have an aesthetic. You want to have a proper setup. And you want to make your mark, dog. You want to make your fucking mark. But in order to make your mark, you got to have the setup and the aesthetic. And this is the setup Whenever I go to the gym, that is the aesthetic. Whenever I go and like practice like debate shit, that's the art of debate and like rhetoric, that is part of aesthetic. But this right here, this is the setup. We're in the setup phase right now. And then come probably mid to late August, that's when this part happens. And then we start shitting on Turning Point people. But right now we're in this stage right now. This is where we're at right now. Okay. Because remember, we want to make sure that we get our facts right. Okay, I want to make that very clear. We want to. I want to spread correct things. I don't want to just say like the wrong people should be investigated, but these are people like Prince Andrew should be prosecuted. Okay, like unquestionably, this motherfucker raped Virginia Giuffre in New York. This guy needs to get prosecuted. Les Wexner, multiple allegations have come against him. 13 women have accused him of wrongdoing, okay? Virginia Giuffre, Maria Farmer, and then 11 Epstein survivors said that he enabled Epstein. So while the 11 survivors are not direct victims of him, these are people who said that he enabled Epstein to go get them, basically. Because Les Wexner gave a shitload of money to Epstein and basically let Epstein handle all of his finances. Now, Les Wexner is like, oh no, I didn't know. He conned me and all. But like, all these victims are like, no, you're full of shit. Fuck you. These victims are brave. Les Wexner should be prosecuted. Leslie Groff should be prosecuted. Glenn Dubin should be prosecuted, right? And I'll get into these people, but like, the fact that there's no investigations into these people, there's no prosecution, there's no probes into these fucking people. This is criminal. Criminal on behalf of our own government that's fucking failing us and the people who were raped by this fucking ring. Like it's insane that like we've become so desensitized to this, you know? Like the most notorious child sexual I keep on saying that, but like it's true. And the entire Republican administration defended this. And then Turning Point defends them. It's insane. And then they just want to keep doing crazy fucking things in hopes that we forget. Fuck you. Never. Die. I'll die before that happens. So here we are. So it's on the setup. We gotta make sure we got a good setup. George Mitchell. Accuser. Alright, yep, George Mitchell. You're in there, bro. George Mitchell should be, I'm going to say prosecuted. I trust Virginia Giuffre. That girl's dead. I trust her. George Mitchell prosecuted. Yup. Dog, I had a pro-life debate. I think it was just yesterday. I think it should be uploaded. But like, oh my god, it was a blowout, dog. Just fucking annihilated. Holy shit. Just boom. Holy shit, bro. Alright. Double true. Careful talking about bombs. If you're going to talk about bombs, you shouldn't drop truth bombs. Got him. George Mitchell. This person's dead. The former house manager. The state provided detailed testimony regarding daily operations. He observed numerous... Oh. Full extent of the abuse. This person's dead. I'm not going to worry about it. David Copperfield? Who recalled standing at dinner where the illusionists performed tricks. Oh, well, this person shouldn't be. Michael Jackson is kind of dead. Alright, so I think we've gotten everything out of Gemini. So, Prince Andrew, this guy's super dead. Glenn Dubin, we got Bill Richardson. Oh, this person's dead. George Mitchell, yep. Marvin Minsky. Oh, this person's dead. Alan Dershowitz. Not gonna go for him. Oh, Alan Dershowitz should be covered. Because apparently he's recused, I believe. Alan Dershowitz. It's insane, dog. Like things like because a lot of these people justify the pro-life position based on religion. Like it is so insane to me. Like imagine like a Christian, okay, being like, isn't it funny how everyone believed in Zeus? Isn't it funny how everyone believed in, like, I don't know, like Hercules and all these other fucking Greek and Roman gods and shit? However, let me tell you about Jesus. It's like, you're the same, bro. You're the same. Yahweh, the Father. Like, you got the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. All three are God, but they're all different. But we only, like, all three are definitely different. They're all God, but we only worship one God. It literally, it makes no fucking sense. They're like, it's one of theology's greatest mysteries. And it's like, if it's a mystery, and it's something that's been debated on forever, and it's a man-made thing, it probably doesn't make any fucking sense. Stupid. Gold box conjecture. Gold box conjecture. Oh yeah, Alan Dershowitz. So Alan Dershowitz should be investigated. 1, 2, 3. Claim. 1, 2, 3. Truth. Should be good. Oh, true. Oh my god, you're so fucking right. I forgot the one true God. It wasn't Jesus, it wasn't the Father, and it wasn't the Holy Spirit, okay? It's actually Trump. It's Daddy Trump. I forgot. God damn it, dude. I'm so sick of this administration, dude. Like the Trump fatigue. I never want to hear about this stupid orange fuckhead again. I'm so excited to go all across and just rhetorically give back shots left and fucking right to every single one of these little skinwalking fucks that got Trump in office. Every single one. You know what I need to see actually? My buddy Micah, who works with Adam Mockler, debated Kai Schwimmer. Micah Irfan versus Kai. I have no idea how to say it. Kai Schwimmer? Something like that.
I think this is where it gets to like.
Dude, I don't know what the fuck it is about like this. I call it the Fuentes smile or some shit, but like it's just. It's not. It's like. I don't know. It's just evil behind this face. I don't know how to describe it.
Of like, you know what, child? Your parents may not be a part of the nation, but you don't. That's a weird word. But you don't have responsibility.
I love
to
Wick.
Your family. Your first responsibility is to the American nation.
Oh yeah, the doctor thing. Jesus Christ.
I would extend the citizenship to their parents
Schwimmer.
too, if they were able to
Kai
pass certain
Schwimmer.
checks and tests and thing. Like look.
That's a complete 180 from what you said at the beginning of the debate, which is about because you hold on. You
Full speech.
I think this is where it gets to like
Fuck off.
based liberal
Oh.
fascism of like, you know what?
There's no base liberal fascism. Quit being stupid. Let's see his speech. He's probably a good public speaker. I would imagine that.
Thank you so much, everybody, for having
Oh yeah,
us.
he's got it.
All of the college Republicans, thank you.
He's got it.
And it's nice to see that they have not been some of the first ones to get tired. We
Like I don't know if I literally know nothing about him other than what I see, so I'm speaking purely off of my own intuitions, but I just get like the most like narcissistic, like I hate minorities like vibe, bro. There's just no other way to put it, bro.
We are full of energy, and we will stay here until this ends.
But I will say that from a public speaking perspective, he's definitely got it.
Thank you. Now, as a political commentator and as a campus speaker, I've got the chance to travel to a lot of different states and speak at many different college Republicans chapters. But I can say that without a doubt, Utah stands out from the rest as the most charitable, the most faithful, and certainly the most beautiful of all these 50 great states.
Okay, I don't care about this
Yesterday,
anymore.
James was going for all the culture war stuff, so he didn't really want to debate domestic, foreign, economic. So he was.
That's right. That's right. The people. Yeah, this guy's actually making a really. Oh, I wonder if this guy's actually a really good debater. We'll see. But these people only want to focus on culture war shit. It's fucking stupid.
Like, I was like, "What do you think about Turks?" He was like, "Well, trans people." Okay, whatever. So Hazel and
I'm Kai. Good to meet you, man.
I'm Jackson.
Oh wait. Oh, that's Hazel. Wait a minute. Yo, hold the fuck up. Turning point. Yo, I think I know why they enlisted her. I think this girl is. That is her. That is. I didn't know she was a speaker with Reawaken. Of course she is, bro. Oh my god. That's her. That's her. Look at the chin and the cheek. That's her. 100%. No wonder why they enlisted her. I wonder what her points are. Let's gotta know the enemy.
Let's go rapid fire, so then we can pick something to go off of. You guys ready?
Sure.
Okay. Is Church of Jesus Christ the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints the most based religion?
God, I hope this guy is he even actually an op?
I disagree with the.
Dude, I can't. You see, like literally, we're not even a minute in, and we're already talking about Jesus and shit. Okay, all the shit hinges upon the Bible. All you gotta know is one contradiction in the Bible, which there are many contradictions. It has to be a logical contradiction. Get that right. It has to be a logical contradiction. So, like, for example, if you were to say Ethan walked to the moon, you would say that's not possible. Why? Because it violates it's a contradiction of like all of our laws of physics. So like we have gravity. Gravity is a real fucking thing, right? So and there's nothing in our reality that allows me to walk to the fucking moon. But is it possible? I'm neutral right now about religion only because I grew up around it and went to church. I'm gonna tell you this right now. It's all bullshit. As a guy who's like literally all I do is this shit, all religion is bullshit. There's absolutely no evidence of a God. I want to make that very clear. There's absolutely nothing. I kind of hate to be like super blunt about it, especially since there's a lot of really good people who I know who are religious. But the truth is, every evil motherfucker is a Christian. At least in the United States. Okay, evil people in power are Christians. You look at like Pete Hegseth, and like he's justifying like the Iran war to like bring about the next coming of Christ. Like imagine if that was Mamdani saying like we're gonna bring about like the next Allah or something. Like everyone would be like, oh my god, radical jihadist Mamdani. You know, people would be doing that. But it's Pete Hegseth saying like Christian shit. Oh, it's okay. Like it's like yes, it's insane. That's true. There's no evidence that God created the world or did that and that. Yeah. So because there's no evidence, there's just no reason to believe in it. I mean, one could hold that view that like of it's called bare theism, and the idea is just everything was created by a god, and then that's it. You know, it doesn't say that God interacts with the world. It just says God created the universe or all of reality. And one can hold that view. It's not incoherent, but it certainly isn't parsimonious. You know, just Occam's razor it off. Why would you believe it? You're ontologically, epistemologically, metaphysically inflating your entire worldview by +1. Why would you do that? There's no point. Just get rid of it. What's the point? It's like saying, yeah, I believe in all of naturalism, but I also believe that at all points in time, every single time I open my mouth, I think there's a ghost that's like mouth fucking me. It's just invisible and you can't see it. You know, like, I mean, you could hold that view. Why would you hold that view? I don't fucking know, but it holds the exact same weight. All the evidence that they have for God is the Bible, which isn't that. It's not. It's not believable at all. It's full of contradictions. Gets a lot of shit fucking wrong. Like it's just it's such a it's a fucking fairy tale, dude. It's so fucking bad. There's other religions too, you know, outside of the Abrahamic ones, like Hinduism. That's a theistic religion, but they all fail ultimately. But yeah, let's see what these guys have to say. Come on, Hazel, what you got?
Framing, because I don't think that based should be the value by which we determine like some positive
I'm memeing
trait.
a little bit, but most true.
Sure.
Most true? I mean, yes, but I think that'd be a difficult. I mean, that is like a culture war question.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, not
I'm
entirely.
non-denominational Christian, and I don't even classify. Sorry, Kai. I don't even classify Mormon as Christian, so I disagree.
Okay.
Got him. Oh, he's a Mormon.
I'll say yes. Do you guys think we should reestablish state of Deseret?
Yes.
You're just talking about boring
I'll go yes.
religious shit.
She's not getting into
All right,
Deseret.
Cox or Lyman?
Lyman.
I like the CHIPS Act as well. I mean, I agree with mostly what Kai's saying. So
Awesome. So we're supporting Joe Biden on that one, and then Trump just went recently and started saying that we're going to allow China to buy Nvidia chips. So he's kind of going back on the one useful tariff. Any opinions on that one?
Yeah, again, I think that tariffs as a policy are good. I think that the fact that Trump is talking about them is good because it has not been the status quo in national politics for a long time. And I think that do you believe that Joe Biden would have supported the CHIPS Act had it not been for a shift in rhetoric and an economic approach that was then pioneered by Trump during his first campaign?
This is such a dodge. This is totally irrelevant.
That's hard to say. It's like, is Trump the
It's not relevant.
populist movement as a whole?
Oh my god, dude. Oh, every time I hear them like ask these questions, because their whole shtick, because Charlie Kirk did this to me, and I caught him. But what they'll do, like, you'll ask your question, they'll sort of answer, and then they'll ask you a question back, and then when they ask you the question back, and then you answer, now they're pushing against you. Because remember, when you're the one that's asking the question, that means you're the interviewer. And if you're the one that's asking the questions, you have no heat on you. Okay? And he just asked him a question, and now they get to guide it. Yeah. And it happens so fast. You don't even realize it's happened unless you're like hyper aware of it. Okay? You have to be aware of this shit.
Well, Bernie Sanders and Trump are running in
See?
the exact same election, right, in 2016.
Yeah.
And now he's guiding the conversation, and now he's the one that's answering. Yeah, exactly. So like he asked a really good question about the tariffs. The tariffs are fucking stupid. And then he's like, would Joe Biden have even done the CHIPS Act if it wasn't for Trump? It's like, bro, what? It doesn't matter. Joe Biden fucking did it, and the tariffs were stupid, bro. Like, what?
And you and me
And now he's pressing him.
That the Democratic Party totally slighted Bernie Sanders.
For sure.
He absolutely should have been the nominee. The superdelegates were a total joke.
Can I make one kind of note on that?
Yeah.
So, like, right, with like Utah's like a close talk.
And even then, like, I think that these guys probably agree on most. I bet this guy is actually like pretty far right. Like Nick Fuentes, like right. People who are like Fuentes right don't like Trump because they know Trump is a fucking con artist. They know Trump is a fucking idiot. But they do have some Biden only comeback they have. True. For most MAGA, that is the case. That is the case for most MAGA. But Kai Schwimmer is a much smarter individual than most MAGA. That is true. And I don't know anything about this Grace girl, but Kai definitely is smarter than most MAGA, I believe. Oh.
Hey folks, I just did a debate on Sean Kelly's podcast with Kai Schwemmer, one of the leaders of the College Republicans of America, and I think you're gonna love
Oh, wait, what? Wait, I kind of want to see. Wait, give me one second.
Madam Speaker, another concern relates to expectations. One of the dangers associated with creating advocacy offices is that citizens often develop expectations that exceed the powers actually granted to those offices. Here's a more natural flowing version of that section that reads like a legislative speech rather than a series of short points.
Oh my! One more time. One more time.
Here's a more natural flowing version of that section that reads like a legislative speech rather than a series of short points.
Oh God. Take Grandpa, you gotta put the computer up, man. You gotta put the computer up, Gramps. Jesus fucking. Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. Wait, wait. Oh. Oh no.
Oh no! Oh no! No, 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 no.
Oh no.
Madam Speaker, one of my concerns with this legislation is the potential gap between what New Brunswickers may reasonably expect this office to accomplish and what the office will actually have the authority to do.
I could. He didn't even notice. He didn't even notice his own fucking blunder, dog. There's no AI. He just wanted to share more natural. Artificial intelligence and natural stupidity. Oh my God.
Once it is established. When people hear that government is creating an energy sector consumer advocate, may become increasingly families already stretched to compel utilities to change policy.
That's rough, buddy.
System. And so,
All right, let's log. Oh, actually, hold on.
Every single second of it. So without further ado, here it is.
I think Trump was a man for his moment. Trump realized that there were so many millions, especially of white middle-class Americans, who kind of felt that they'd been totally, shafted by the political system in the United States. They were not being represented. And he was able to take a lot of their grievances and he was able to put them into I almost don't want to say, a platform, but I mean, to some extent he had one. And he was able to voice a lot of those concerns. I don't think it is the candidates or even the political institutions that cause that divide. I think it is that all of the people who have for a long time had a sense of meaning in their religion, like in Utah, which is why we're less polarized, in the sense of being an American, that they were proud of that, in their communities as part of civic groups. All of those markers declined because we began to think of ourselves less as Americans because we were unable to define it. And I think it is that decline that created the polarization.
I think if you construe it this broadly, it can kind of obstruct the very clear point, which is that when Trump came down the escalator in 2016 and started talking about Mexican immigrants, like whatever he's
True, yeah. Mike is cutting through his shit. He's like, no, Trump came out because he said a bunch of racist shit, okay? He got famous because of the whole birther thing. He came in and said that, like, oh, we're going to build a wall. We're going to make Mexico pay for it. Mexico's sending rate. He came in and then said a bunch of racist. Mike is cutting straight through his bullshit. I can smell it already. It's beautiful.
He said Hillary Clinton should be arrested. Whenever he started talking about reporters, like it was bad for them to criticize him. He even suggested it was illegal. Now he definitely says it's illegal. You're not allowed to criticize me. It's the kind of stuff he says. He said Mark Kelly should be executed, and so should all the other Democrats that spoke out against him. He said he posted an AI video of Obama being arrested. He said that J.D. Pritzker and Brandon Johnson should be arrested. This is extremely divisive rhetoric. And I want you to concede this. That is not helpful to uniting the national identity of the United States.
Well,
it's not.
I agree.
True.
I think this is a place where you and I would agree that both sides are kind of running to the most extreme ends.
Both sides are
The boast. Chuck Schumer's extreme, bro.
not doing the same thing. Joe Biden, I did not do this.
Hold on.
Oh my God, Kai. Okay, maybe I was wrong about Kai.
I think they're very different things. Who is it? Kamala? How do you pronounce her name? Kamala
Oh,
Harris.
he's gonna talk about the bail. He's gonna talk about the BLM bail fund by Kamala.
Kamala Harris, I believe, described Donald Trump as a fascist.
Okay,
Oh.
here's a fun fact.
Well, I don't want to dive too much into this.
No, but I think we need to though, because this is actually essential to the
It's
point.
fair to
Okay, and I
call a spade a spade.
want you to be able to acknowledge this, and we can come to some
Can I say,
agreement on this.
before we get to that point, I just want to address that it's one line. It's one line. Regarding your point about Trump, when he came down the escalator, whether you like it or not, there were a bunch of people who were ready to hear what he was saying. It didn't matter what he said, or I mean, it did matter, right?
It did definitely matter.
You have to address what caused those people
Yo, I appreciate that. Thank you, Matt.
to feel that way. It was not Trump.
It was the Tea Party.
Just a heads up, we are doing really good with the fucking what's it called? With all the Epstein document here. And it down here. We got a lot of shit. And I would say we'll be done with all of our research probably by I would probably say this Saturday, because on the 29th to the 31st, I think, I'm going to be in Vegas. I'm going to be on Sean Kelly debating someone. I just want to say I love the work you do. Oh, thank you. Same for people being exploited by middle-aged TPUSA. Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate that. I think it's really pathetic that these Turning Point skinwalkers go around debating college kids who know literally nothing. When it's like, yo, why don't you actually debate people who, you know, have some kind of idea of what they're talking about? And I'll give respect to Kai here, because that is what he's doing. Kai is
The media who hated Barack Obama. I mean, let's think those people were mad because of the Tea Party. The Tea Party.
Kai is debating Micah, who's an actual Giga Chad and knows how to debate really well, and he's actually he works really close with Adam Mockler, who I'm sure we're all familiar with. But yeah, here's Kai right here. So I imagine I'll be going against Kai at some point, and I mean, Kai is saving face for fucking Trump on Sean Kelly. He has no obligation to save face for Donald fucking Trump on Sean Kelly, bro. Like, and now he's with Turning Point, where Turning Point's entire obligation is to report the Republican establishment. Nah, you're cooked. You're cooked. It's over. It is over, bro.
It was not Trump. It was the Tea Party media who hated Barack Obama. I mean, let's think those people were mad because of the Tea Party. The Tea Party. The Tea Party got those people mad at immigrants. Fox News, all of these media organizations before Trump were saying the craziest things about Obama. Obama was coming out in speeches and saying, we need to be united.
Oh yeah, talk about the birther.
Country. I want to work with.
Talk about the birther, Micah.
Republican breakfast just to hear their criticisms.
For real, dude. I'm telling. That's why. This is why we're looking up the Epstein shit. Okay. Because every single one of these motherfuckers, when you defend the Trump administration, you defend pedophiles. That's a fact. It's an analytical fact. It's a evidential fact. It's a metaphysical fact. It's a gnomic fact. It's a logical fact. It's a fact in every single... It's a stance-independent fact. It's a stance-dependent fact. It is a fact. It's an abstract fact. It's a concrete fact. It is a fact in every conceivable metric of what a fact even can fucking be, even in the ones that are contradictory. It is still a fucking fact, okay? Every person who defends this administration defends pedophiles. And that is very clearly highlighted in this document, which is free for anyone to look at. I'm sharing this to the whole fucking world. You can find this on in my link tree. You can find this on my link tree. We're going to be going over the contents of this and going over debate prep in the next week, I believe. But yeah. Oh, they ain't being... No. In fact, the thing is, though, these ain't just allegations. Allegations could be wrong. These ain't wrong. Allegations are unproven. This shit's just... It's clear as day. These ain't allegations anymore.
Relations to them and tried to get them to sign on to it. He was nothing like Trump. The Republican media apparatus, though, talked about...
Wait, who's
Obama
not like Trump?
...to the Republican breakfast just to hear their criticisms. He literally would bring his legislation to them and try to get them to sign on
He's talking about Joe Biden.
He was nothing like Trump. The Republican media apparatus, though, talked about Obama as if he was a Kenyan radical jihadist communist.
Obama.
Okay,
and that is...
Counterpoint. John McCain, who ran against him, literally was telling old women to, like, not be mean to Obama.
Yeah, correct.
And that was a great thing, and that kept the country more united than it is now. Because here's the thing: we had a situation with the media that was divisive.
How the fuck can Kai defend shit? That's crazy, bro.
Then we
Kai, what are you
had leaders that were trying to keep things unified. Mostly, of course, there was Republicans in the House that were still pretty controversial back in that period of time. Trump comes out. He starts using really insane rhetoric towards Democrats, which I'm glad that you can acknowledge, right?
Certainly.
And his rhetoric has been much more dramatic than Democratic rhetoric. And this has worked. It's a winning strategy in primaries because people are tribalistic. People want to feel like they're better than others.
What do you think has caused that tribalism? If not the fact that they have
not the erosion of religion.
Sense of identity.
It's certainly not the erosion of religion because the reality is
the most sense of identity.
The most tribalistic people in this country, probably in terms of the intensity of their views on partisan politics.
Say our religion. True. Exact. I fucking fucking love Micah. He was like, oh, you want to talk about most tribal motherfucker? It's religious people, dumbass.
This because I'm from Texas, a rural town in Texas. These guys really hate Democrats.
It's
you know?
true,
Like in the
true.
same way that like some woke college student really hates Republicans.
True.
And so people were amped out by the media. Now it's social media. People get into their own echo chambers. All they see from the other side is not how they're normal and human and similar to us. All they see is how they're terrible. Democrats love abortion. Democrats, want to kill Trump and all this stuff. And what did Democrats see?
Hold on. Yeah.
Yeah, what did Democrats
true.
see? We see stuff which is like Republicans just like the corruption,
Michael
Republicans
Wolff wants to kill
Republicans bathe in it.
trans people.
yeah. It's like all you see. And
True.
it's like that.
Donald Trump believes that white supremacists are very fine people.
Right.
The main
Well, he did say that though. He said that. He said that fucking like nearly verbatim.
mainstream media.
Right. So like you have
There are fine people on both sides.
all this stuff which is being fed to us. Social media is contributing to it. The media, you get more views. We know this. You know this.
Yeah.
We get more views whenever we fight harder.
That's why I'm
if,
bad at
if we have a super polite conversation this whole
Yeah.
time and we had no intensity, it would get 14 views.
Yeah.
If
True.
we get super angry at each other and we start raising our voices, it's going to get more views.
Yeah.
That
True.
causes division and erosion of our national identity because we start looking at our brothers and sisters.
Mike is correct, but now the question is, what do we do with that? And I think the fact at hand, what we do with that, is actually very easy to ascertain. Are you ready? Here's what we do. Because you know what? The whole, if we get mad and we try to, destroy our opposition, and that's what gets fucking views, bro. Charlie Kirk destroys Lib defending MS-13. He's got the fire behind him, and he's got his hands up like, "Ugh." Charlie Kirk destroys Utica, destroys liberal. What else? Has a solution. That's not really. Destroys man bun idiot. Destroys liberal argument in one line. Destroys the case. Just all these things. So it's like, look, yeah, you're right. The aggressive style on all this shit, that's what gets clicks and views. And you know who cultivated this shit? Fucking Republicans. So when I talk to a Republican about this shit and they want to talk about all this divisive stuff, yeah, this is the shit that you fucking fostered. And now we all have to fucking roll in it because you're the one who pioneered it. So in virtue of that, I must destroy you, rhetorically, of course. Right? So that's why I'm saying, don't go nice against these fucking skinwalkers. The entire reason we're here is because of them. That's just a fact. This is why Charlie Kirk is dead. And that's a sad fact. He shouldn't be dead. It's bad he's dead. But the idea that he's not part of this escalation is absurd.
In this country that are so similar in so many ways, and we don't see them as people that
Hold on. I love that you said that. That absolutely assumes that we are similar in so many ways to
I
the
think we
people
are.
around us.
I think we absolutely are.
I think that
Let's see what they're saying here.
Insiders kind of have this view of politics, which isn't only what people say, but the coalition they can actually build. And I think the establishment didn't see Bernie as someone who can actually build a coalition, which is a fair argument, right? So it's they slighted him, but was that for the best? I don't know. Hindsight's 20/20. Obviously, all of us can feel the burn, and we all love Bernie.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, that's really the conversation, right? Is would these things have happened if it were not for Trump? And I really don't think so. Do you think if it were not for Trump and his emphasis on immigration, that by saying this, you and me will probably get to another point of agreement. But do you think that the Democrats would have been so pressured to come up with a proposal for the border?
I think you have a bit of recency bias here.
Bro.
So the populist movement as a whole,
So
I think started with
stupid.
9/11 when Americans started saying, wait, is our government actually working in our best interest? Why are these other countries so upset with us right now? And
Obama. We're talking about the border shit,
then you saw the 2008 final.
Obama was literally the deporter in chief, bro. And we're talking about the border. Now he's kind of talking about Obama got more exterior deportations, which is true because Obama's deportations were at the fucking border. That's what an exterior deportation is, you stupid fuck. Oh my god, I would cook his ass, bro. I hope to God he would bring that up. I would say you were talking about the border. Obama was better on the border than Obama got more deportations. And then he would say they were external deportations, which means you're at the border, which means, so Obama deported more people at the border then. He secured the fucking border, you stupid fuck. Oh my god, that'd be such an easy win, bro. That'd be such a layup.
We can talk about crimes, but white-collar crimes are severely under-prosecuted. Things like leveraging debt and things.
Kai, you're smarter than that. Dude, I practice the rhetoric in my head, bro. I don't really know if that shooter could have picked a more influential target for Republican CBH. So there's gonna be political violence. Maybe we take. I know what you're saying, and I've thought about this a lot too. But ultimately, my stance is it's bad no matter what. Because it is the case where now Charlie Kirk died. Anyone could die. No one should be dying. The stance should be no one should be dying. If Charlie Kirk can die, then that means that they can potentially kill me too. That's bad. That's scary. I don't want to die. I was with Steven on the with the University of South Carolina. I'm the one who facilitated the Unfuck America tour event where Myron Gaines was there and Destiny and a few others. I'm the one who facilitated that. And there is a possibility that someone come over and fucking kill us. Thankfully, it didn't happen, but no, I don't want it to say it's a slight dub. I think it's a loss that Charlie Kirk is. How do I put it? We need to abide by certain principles. Okay. So, like, certain principles, depending on how our enemy engages with us, we should go tit for tat. So, for example, like the gerrymander thing, I'm glad Democrats started gerrymandering after Republicans started gerrymandering. Because, like, when they're cheating, we have to cheat too. There's just no way of getting around it. Like, if someone's hacking and you're not hacking, you're dead. Sorry. That's it. Okay. That's it. You're dead. You're dead. You're gone. Sorry. But with something like political violence, the principle with that is if both of us are just killing each other, then we cannot function at all. And we saw the deaths of Melissa Hortman. We saw Melissa Hortman and her husband, and the attempted killing of, I think, another I can't remember if it's a senator or a congressman in Minnesota. We saw the deaths of like Alex Preddy and Renee Good, but that was sanctioned by the state. We saw the attack on Paul Pelosi that almost killed him, right? We saw the attack on I think his name is Josh Shapiro, the governor of I think that's Pennsylvania. These are right-wing attacks. I don't think we're at this stage of going on killing people. Even though they're doing it. I don't know. It's hard. I need to think about it more. But is it a win when the political speakers go out and die? In my biased mind as a political speaker, I would say no, because I really don't want to fucking die. In terms of how much damage we've done to Turning Point, oh yeah, a huge amount of damage has been done to Turning Point. Let me not like understate that, because Turning Point, like, bro, you think any of these people are fucking Charlie Kirk? Fuck no. If they had the next Charlie Kirk, they would have put him up like the millisecond they fucking knew they had him. But none of these people are Charlie Kirk. Okay, they're literally doing quantity over quality, and you know how that goes. It's just more people to fucking aura farm, which I am going to do. If I'm the only left-leaning debater that goes out to rhetorically hunt these skinwalkers, then so be it. But let it just be known that it's going to be me who like kickstarts this, and I'm very happy to do it. So we'll do it.
There were so many
wrong video.
Things like that are criminalized but not really prosecuted in this country, leading to the 2008 financial crisis. So first we lost faith in the government, we lost faith in the financial institutions.
Yeah, this is.
Before.
I mean, they're
said, well, if there
they
are
probably
so
agree with
many
most
conservatives, wouldn't it make
people.
sense that they vote conservatively? And you said it would make sense, but they're not doing it.
Right? Why is that?
Because the Republican Party, and this is the point I'm making now, has not been as soft on immigration, which we know is a key issue for Latino voters because that's how they got here. And you're then saying, well, I don't think maybe there's a correlation. Maybe if Republicans were. Yeah.
Okay, I'll let other people go.
Sorry, I've been going for a while. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, man.
Can we get everyone that's on the sidewalk to shift to the left so we're not blocking the sidewalk for the school? Thank you, guys. Hi, I'm Sage. First of all, thank you guys for being here. This is awesome. So I have a question for Kai about immigration specifically. I think that we'd probably agree on most of it. I think that immigration is a problem, that mass deportation should be a focus, and that we should have strong borders. But I've heard a couple times on your show that you mentioned that you'd be...
Next TPUSA specifically, it'll probably be sometime late August or early September. I don't have a solid date because I have to go infiltrate their events, right? They're not going to know when I come. I'm not going to announce the events that I go to because I want them to be fucking scared. I want these skinwalking fucks, okay, to I want them to have fear that this is going to be them, okay? I don't want them to know where I'm going to be. Call me like political Batman or some shit. I want them to be scared that they're going to get fucking humiliated. And in hopes of that humiliation, there's a chilling effect such that they don't want to do this anymore. Because they might destroy their reputation. That's my ambition. That's what I would like to do. They might end up like our boy here. And Jacob, if you're watching this, I'm sorry, bro. But it was you. It was you. Generally, yeah, you risk alone is awful since you toured with Steven. Was there any close calls? Close calls? There were two. I don't know how much you want to call them close calls, but wait. America. Let me see if I can find this. Can I find it? Oh, so this is here's North. There was a commie dude. Commie Hassan Dicksuck. At the South Carolina event. This is referring to me. I was wondering if someone were gonna say something. So this is one.
Dude, actually, all you do, you said you would cower instead of standing up for your values. You're a fucking pussy, bro. How about you hit the fucking gym and some fucking bitches? Bro, look at your arms. You're a bitch. Whoa, whoa. Don't fight.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Fucking chill the fuck out. Push me. Chill the fuck out, gentlemen. Fucking push me. Gentlemen.
That's me. I broke up the commie fight.
Whoa, whoa.
Fucking chill the fuck out. Push me. Chill the fuck out, gentlemen. Fucking push me. Gentlemen.
And that was right after I had gotten done debating Myron.
I will ask again, Myron Gaines, when he was first shot, where were his hands?
That was right after that. Yeah. I love you. Thank you. I want to make a good impact on the world. I really do. But so that was your first one. And none of these are like serious, like actual like close encounters or whatever. Gaines USC. Hold on, wait, let me see if I can find it. Full event. No. Oh, actually. Oh, there's a little news thing. I never saw that video. Here it is.
On Friday afternoon, conservative activist Myron Gaines made his third visit to USC's campus in the last 10 months.
Yeah, that's right, his third fucking visit, bro. Dude, they're like, he was literally just like farming my fucking university. I don't go there anymore, but it is where I got my undergrad.
His first trip came in April on the Why Women Deserve Less tour, followed by a stop on
What a fucking cornball.
the Toxic Masculinity tour. Back for a second time this tour, Gaines set up on the Russell House patio to debate with students and community members. He talks about a series of topics, including immigration and international relations. Any attendee can step up to the mic to speak their mind. Jackson Smurl, an information specialist at the Thomas Cooper Library, took to the microphone to discuss the recent killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy at the hands of ICE agents in Minneapolis.
I was literally just walking by and I saw him. And I don't love him or his opinions. I'm glad people can come up and debate him. But it's kind of scary to think that a lot of people here might agree with him.
Most students I spoke to were irritated as they learned that the USC Student Senate allocated $2,000 to the campus chapter of Uncensored America, allowing the group to fund the event. SGTV reached out to the Speaker of the Student Senate about student concerns, but did not receive a response. One spectator, who wishes to remain anonymous, said that they felt belittled and ignored by the university as they allowed the event to take place. Spectators also did not shy away from personal attacks on Gaines, showing their opposition to his presence on campus.
Are you homophobic? Do you believe women should have less rights than men? I'm not seeing many hands. Then why are we listening to someone who believes all these things?
Turning Point USA, a different conservative
What a Chad, that guy. Why are we listening to this guy? What a Chad, bro.
Leaning group on campus plans to bring in Lydia Taylor Davis, a pro-life speaker, for a lecture on March 5th. The U.S.
This girl got fucking shit on too, by the way.
University events website has no other political events scheduled from now through the end of the semester. Jonas Spiegelman, SGTV News.
Look at all these cornballs, bro. Straight, every single one of these fucking people, dude. Straight up cornballs. Where's Jacob at? I don't see him anywhere.
Yeah, we'll go to the next person.
What is this?
All right. Yeah, we should have kept some blacks as slaves.
Yikes. Well, that's all I need to do with that. Oh yeah, so here's our second close encounter. I wasn't here for it, but I saw I heard it. I was like, hey yo.
One more. Myron Baines. This is my biggest dream to come see.
Watch this shit, bro. Watch this shit. Truly watch this shit. If you see anything on this fucking stream, it's this.
You. So I wanted to ask you a quick question real quick. So like question real quick. This is my biggest dream to come see you. So I wanted to ask you a quick question.
He puts his bag and this girl's like, fuck no.
Real quick. This is my biggest dream to come see you.
Look at this girl.
So I wanted to ask you a quick question real quick. What are you doing? My notes. I'm pulling up my notes. Nah, man, nah. You gotta chill out. Okay.
No, he's like, Myra's like, what you doing? You gotta chill. Oh, as much as I hate Myron, he handled that pretty fucking well. I'll give some credit to that, bro. This one girl has the survival instincts of a Navy fucking SEAL, bro. Everyone else has got the survival instincts of a fucking lemming, bro.
Ask you a quick question real quick.
She knew, bro. What a legend, that woman, bro.
Bro, what are you doing?
Myron's like, oh.
I'm pulling up my notes. Nah, man, nah. You gotta chill out. Okay. My bad, bro. So like,
But those are your close encounters, I guess you could call it. It's knowing particular guys. I remember watching the commie get arrested, and I'll say like, because the other guy did push him first, but I don't know. It's just the dude's a Hassan fan. I can't I don't know. I mean, if you're a Hassan fan, like, what am I supposed to say? What's up, the 1 HP voice when he's, but he pushed me. Dude, how many fucking comments are on this? Squatting the railing. Good shot. Fucking, why was he arrested for that? Yeah, they have to detain. The first guy is for shaving, kind of just fitting so the stream because the cops didn't see. I'm not gonna. I think shoving should be fine if someone's being a fucking dickhead. Like, man, like, I wish there was like some legality somehow. It's like if someone's just being like, imagine I like stalk you and I just call you slurs and I'm literally being the most vile, disgusting like excuse of a human being. I wish there was like a thing that says like, yeah, you can punch this person in the face who does that shit. Like if someone's like unequivocally, unquestionably, objectively just the most vile motherfucker that's like harassing you. Like, oh, here's a really good example. Imagine being named Riley. That's a girl's name. What's it? Didn't I literally? Here it is. Riley something. Yeah, here it is. Niami. Okay, couple. Can I find it? Here it is.
The West Hollywood couple is speaking out after an
It depends on the debate, but here's the truth. Debates are like chess, and depending on what position you hold in real life, depends like your starting position in chess. Same if that were legal. You better make sure shit you have the evidence of them stalking you. Yeah, true. That's true. Or like you should be allowed to like some states have something called mutual combat where you're both like, all right, do you agree? Do you consent to to engage in combat? Yes, I agree to. I agree to be in combat with you. We've now engaged in mutual combat, which means you're allowed to fight, and neither of you can get in trouble legally. Which that should be legal as fuck. That should absolutely be permitted. Like, I truly think that like violence is a part of life. It shouldn't happen, but I think ultimately it will happen regardless because humans are imperfect creatures, right? And if someone wants to be a dickhead and you want to be like, okay, well, you want to do all this shit, okay, well, either A, we can talk it out, or B, we'll fight it out, okay? Or C, fuck off. Like either A, fuck off, B, let's talk, let's be rational, or C, let me kick your ass. Those are your only three options. So, what states have mutual combat laws? Only Texas and Washington? That's crazy. Resident can act as self-defense against certain assault charges. Consent to physical consent to get. Yeah, that's crazy. You should be allowed to engage in mutual combat. Because, like, I was a wrestler in high school, okay? I wish a motherfucker would, okay? I in my heart, I fucking wish, bro. Yeah, true. Yeah, Washington, true. Oh, yeah, but like this kid right here, I think he's probably like he's either 23 or 24, most likely. Riley. Like, listen to this kid.
altercation with a self-described MAGA influencer went viral.
Is this your guys' son or daughter? Or? Son. Awesome. And are you guys a couple? Yeah. That's awesome. Cool. So, have you ever heard about the statistics coming out that gay men are statistically much more likely to commit child molestation?
Like, what? That's a fucking lie, for one. But two, what the fuck? Oh, Clav? Oh, dude, I think he would get mobbed so fucking hard. I don't think he has any idea how to, like, fight or, like... Well, let me also clarify the difference between fighting and grappling, which I imagine Clav doesn't know either. But... There's fighting, which usually involves, like, strikes and grappling. And there's just, bear grappling. And then even in grappling, there's a lot of different ways, There's judo, which judo is bullshit. Okay, if you want to see some bullshit, this is so funny. Or I'm sorry, is it judo? I'm thinking BJJ. I'm getting two mixed up. This is one of the funniest things in the world, bro. This shit is so fucking funny.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm joined by Joe Rogan.
I hate Joe Rogan, but like this is an accurate
and with a
thing
slap
here.
and a bump, we're getting started.
Just...
Oh
boy.
How's he alive?
Yes, the guy's real close. He's touching him. He's about to touch him.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna get you. And this dude is like, bro, just stand up, bro. So fun fact, like this guy is very much in this because like this guy, this is the thing about BJJ. They get on you get on your butt, and you're like, come at me, bro. Come at me. As you sit there like a literal infant, bro. Like.
What the fuck was that? The guy's about to touch him.
And that's why he's not going in, because he knows that's like the BJJ trap, okay? Like, this guy's basically a Venus flytrap, and is like, come on in, come get me, right? And this guy knows obviously not to fucking do that.
Dear Lord, this is embarrassing.
Get back in there! You're not done.
I don't think either one of them wants to engage, Joe.
What are you freaks doing? Everybody's booing. Now there's even more pressure.
Looks like a dog.
Scrambled out because of the pressure.
Where do you get your info and learn everything you know? I've been kind of into politics now for I think about 11 years now. And so I was about 17 when I got into it. I started doing debate about 10 years ago, but just like informally amongst my friends. And then it's really just kind of being, invested in it over a really long period of time. So that's how I got to where I am. But yeah, I'm 28 years old, so I've got, I guess, the experience. And I forgot to finish your question. I apologize. So about losing a debate, I'm really not scared of losing a debate. Not against MAGA. Against MAGA, fuck no, that's never gonna happen. I would bet money on that. Because MAGA is so indefensible. Granted, okay, in real life, actually not in debate, there are two criteria that you need to win a debate. That is substance, and that is aesthetic. That's it. Now, Turning Point USA has mastered the aesthetic aspect. What do I mean by that? Let's go to the website. But look at this. Look how strong this all. Look how well designed it is. Look at all the colors. Look at all the people. Wow. Look at all these college campuses. Look at all of this design. Like, it's a great fucking website. Fun of that? Oh yeah, for sure. I'm not worried about like the stuff on my YouTube. I usually just use my YouTube for streaming and for uploading full debates. So people will comment wherever they want in the YouTube stuff. I'm not really concerned about that. But we have to understand the two criteria, and that is aesthetic and substance. Okay. Appears patriots. Yeah, exactly. You're exactly correct. They have mastered aesthetic, but their substance is zero. They have nothing behind this. So if you ever like actually watch Charlie Kirk's debates, he's a really bad debater. He's not good at debate at all. He's like D tier. Actually, no, I'll give him some more credit. Like C plus. Okay, he's like a C plus debater. And then he gets Charlie Kirk, Cambridge. At Cambridge, he just gets blown the fuck out here on the YouTube tab where you watch the BJJ. Oh, on your YouTube, I saw a whole lot of MAGA people making fun of that. Making fun of this? Or making fun of this? Or not that? Yeah, I guess I don't know which one you mean. Tell me what tab it is you're talking about. Oh, okay, wait. Oh, the tab. Oh, the tab I was watching the BJJ. You literally said it. I might be 5 IQ. Oh, did I close it? I did close it. Oh well, sure. No, that's fine. I'm not gonna worry about it. But yeah, I bet they are making fun of that guy BJJ butt scooting, bro. Yeah. Yeah. True. Yeah. Unironically, that's Charlie Kirk, and it's gonna have to be all of these Turning Point debaters. It has to be them because they have no alternative. But you know what you're gonna do though? Like when someone tries to pivot. Like, oh wait, let me show you what it's like when you catch people pivoting. It's really embarrassing if you catch people pivoting, okay? So this is what it looks like when you catch someone mid-pivot. It's really funny. Bro, come on, don't do this to me, Instagram. Instagram, god damn it, don't do this to me. Like, pivoting is a really good strategy if you can get away with it. But if you get called out, it's really embarrassing. Dude, happening. I will try this one more time, bro. Because it's a really great example. Okay. It's not happening, bro. Wait, I believe. I just love showing things where Turning Point chuds get humiliated, okay? Maybe it's my kink. I think I have a kink for it. Okay. I definitely do. It's definitely here.
I'm here to have conversations in good faith
Yeah.
from a pragmatic, realist position, not this moral grandstanding of talking points and dunking on people, which is...
These aren't talking points, these are facts. You were the one giving talking points about, like, oh, it was 5 years ago. Again, the Epstein stuff happened more than 5 years ago.
No, that's not a talking point, that's a fact.
It absolutely is. You're saying we should just get over it because it was 5 years ago. That's a dumb talking point. That's why you keep saying that.
God. So, just for some context, Jacob, the moderate case is saying January 6th happened 5 years ago, bro. Like, get over it. That's 5 years. Get over it, bro. And I'm here like, yo, when did Epstein rape babies, bro? Oh, but it's still important. Oh, it was more than 5 years ago. You know, it's a stupid talking point, right? Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, it was like on the right side before for the BJJ. I'll find the search. Search student explodes over wrong pronouns. Body kit. Oh, I know what you're talking. God. And they'll jerk off over that. And you know what? I'll say, yeah, I'll jerk off over it. Yeah, I'll as a person on the center left. Yeah, of course I have to say that person's fucking crazy. But you know, it's even more crazy. You defending fucking pedophiles, bitch. Right? Like, yeah, you just out rhetoric them. They defend pedophiles. That's like the worst thing you could possibly fucking do. And that's why we are learning the Epstein shit. That is why we're learning the Epstein shit. Because, like, look, I think in terms of, like, social credit, maybe is the term? I don't know. In terms of, like, social credit, you could murder a man. If you rape a baby, you're, like, the worst. You are worse than a murderer if you rape babies. Okay. And this guy, not even just this guy, but all of MAGA, defends baby rapists. Like, he doesn't even realize he does. I don't know to what extent most of them even fucking do. But that is the worst thing you could fucking do. Now, I want to make it clear, there is so much more awful things that are happening. And you can rank them all in whatever fucking ways. But the number one fucking thing in terms of, like, social negativity, right? You know, just aura draining, I guess? Aura siphoning? You're defending baby raping. Fuck you. And then they'll probably try to pivot to, like, some, like, pro-life, pro-choice thing or whatever. And then I'm like, bro, what is this pivot, okay? Look, if you want to concede to raping babies, then do that. But once you get them to concede to raping babies, like, that you can just leave. Just leave. You don't gotta talk anymore. Because you don't have to defend shit. Like, remember, these people are here for you to ask them questions. They're not here to interrogate you. Like, the fuck? Don't let them interrogate you. No. Oh, come up here. Oh, do you defend Trump? Yeah. Oh, do you defend the whole Epstein shit? No. Oh, well, do you want Trump to still be in power? And they'll say yes. I was like, oh, well, Trump is, like, defending raping babies by concealing the Epstein files. Like, the fuck you mean? It's so easy.
Why else would you?
I'm here to have
Oh, yeah. So going back on this, though. Yeah, he's saying January 6th is 5 years ago. Get over it. And then I'm like, this is stupid.
In good faith from a pragmatic, realist position, not this moral grandstanding.
I love the aggressive approach you tend to take, where you nail them down on specific points. Yes, that is the thing. You have to make them say, do you concede that? You can't, like, talk about a thing and then, you know, just move on to the next thing, because that's what they want. They want to be able to just dance around, never actually have to hold anything to any scrutiny, to any fucking water. How do we convince libs to use this strategy on commies? Well, the thing about commies is that commies almost always stay on the internet. You know, so like at least with Turning Point, they're smart enough to know that like if they're gonna get like a conservative movement in college campuses, they have to go touch grass. And so, you know, here is a Turning Point member touching grass, which, as much as I hate them, you know, I respect the, I guess you could say the hustle. You know, they're doing the right steps and actually making change socially, which they have been very effective at. But commies, like commies are never hosting a thing that says like sees the means of production, or at least not right now. Maybe they'll do them in the future. And if they do them in the future, then I'll go humiliate them too. But convince the libs to use a strategy on commies. Yeah, I feel like depending on your flavor of commie, the truth is I don't even think that all commies are bad, because you could have commies who like, well, actually, could you? Oof, I don't know. I need to think about that, because commies definitionally want to like dismantle the government, you know, and that's bad. You're right. Hassan came to mind, but I forgot that he shut down all quad. Yeah, like they'll never do like in a public setting like this. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't think I'm big enough to be on like Hassan's radar, but I know in the next few months, I definitely will. Like, let me make this clear. These efforts are gonna blow up. I think in terms of their outcome, I think they're probably equally bad. In terms of like, well, actually, I don't know. Even when I say outcome, like they both want to engage in terrible things. Nazis hate people in virtue of the fact of like their intrinsic qualities. So like an intrinsic quality is like being black, right? Like if you're black, you can't do it. If you're trans, you can't like just not be trans, because conversion therapy doesn't work, right? Nazis hate those people. Communists often do if they get in their way, but it's not necessitated by communism, right? At least it's not supposed to be. So that's why I don't have the intrinsic hatred of communists as I do for Nazis, because Nazis hate different humans, like who are different for stance independent reasons, i.e. being black or trans or whatever. Communists hate people for owning capital. They think the very owning of capital is unethical, right? You know, if you own this means of production, you're exploiting your workers. And maybe there could be some validity to that to some degree, depending on like, you know, how are you treating your workers? You know, I think capital owners should treat their workers well. But how do you maintain that? Well, we probably need a government that has like, you know, strong regulations to enforce, you know, a balancing act of workers' rights and private rights. So I'm a liberal, right? But with communists, I'm more sympathetic to them because they don't hate the intrinsic qualities of a person. But their result still ends in the deaths of millions of people. So they're still really, really fucking bad. I don't know. That's like the symmetry breaker for me. Both are really bad, but I'll say at least currently in my heart, I hate Nazis more. But both really bad.
Of talking points and dunking on people, which is
these aren't talking points, these are facts. You were the one giving talking points about like, oh, it was 5 years ago. Again, the Epstein stuff happened more than 5 years ago.
No, that's not a talking point, that's a fact.
It absolutely is. You're saying we should just get over it because it was 5 years ago. That's a dumb talking point. That's why you keep saying that. Why else would you say that? It's totally irrelevant to the conversation.
Remember, the reason why we're watching this video is because this is what it looks like when you catch someone trying to pivot in real time. It's funny as fuck.
Not that many people, and a lot of people aren't paying attention. Does anybody here think that Trump should be impeached right now for something?
Thank you. Thank you.
These are all your friends. This is the guy who stormed off from the mic. I'm not talking to you. Excuse me.
Was she clapping for me? You're the one making the positive claim, bro.
Wait. The guy up. Who was the guy up before you?
Before me?
He called you an idiot. Yeah, and he was on your side.
Why are we pivoting? Don't bring that into it. We're talking to me.
I wasn't even done talking, and of course you're friends.
Well, you're talking about him, and he called you an idiot. That's totally irrelevant, bro. That was such a pivot, bro. This conversation's over.
No, because I was looking for him earlier. Now that he's
this conversation's
my interest
over.
I'm here to have.
It was so embarrassing, bro. I like this conversation's over. Bro. Communists may also engage in racism. True. Saw the deaths of the German population because of ethnicity. Yep. Almost required for them to be anti-Semitic. True, that is. These are your friends. Would you say Myron is a good debater? Define good debater. Bro, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you catch someone trying to pivot, because you literally get to do like the why are you running? Why are you running? You literally get to do that shit if you catch them trying to pivot. No, don't pivot. Stay on this, bro. And it looks really embarrassing to them because they look like a fucking coward. And they look like a coward. Uh-oh. And then when you know that they're trying to run, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I see red. You literally get that. Okay, you literally get, I see red. And then you can start making them bet money on stuff too because they know they're wrong. They either know they're wrong or they don't know. They know they don't know. And that means you just get to aura farm them, bro. You can emote on them because, like, what are they gonna do? They know they're wrong or they know they don't know anything. So you can just you can do whatever the fuck you want, bro. Like you can like turn them into fucking clay, just aura farm them whatever the fuck you want. They're totally at your mercy. Ooh. Especially if it's something like, oh, you defend pedophiles, like, ruh-roh. Yeah. That's why all these things, like, the logical conclusion to this, them engaging in pick up the mic is literally their own self-destruction. But they don't even realize it. Okay? Like, if the left simply, if the left simply locked in, touched grass, and then went against these chuds in aesthetic, I guess you could say methods or presentations, be done. Imagine if people did this to Charlie Kirk in his first year. Never would. I don't think we would ever gotten Trump. Never. I don't think we've had any of this shit. If someone just rhetorically hunted down Charlie Kirk. Okay. If Charlie Kirk was rhetorically hunted down, none of this would be here. But no one did it. So here we are. Just so you know, there's a reason why you don't see the moderate case on this list. And I talked with him privately, and he's a respectful guy. He's a very respectful guy. I could tell that, like, in the call, like, he was like cortisol spiking. He was stressed out because he was getting death threats after the videos I put, because those millions of people saw him get humiliated. Okay, it was very embarrassing for him, and that's good, because remember, the moderate case, just like all of these people, are okay with protecting pedophiles. You should get to be embarrassed. In fact, let's not forget as well. Let's go to Gemini. Remember USAID? USAID? How many people have died from USAID cuts so far? 750,000 about. Impact counter. The pause and subsequent cuts to USAID programs have resulted in an estimated 750,000 over 760 excess deaths, with roughly 2/3 of those being children. Now, look. I don't like being mean to people. Anyone who knows me in real life knows I'm genuinely one of the nicest guys on the fucking planet, because I just want everyone to hold hands and sing Kumbaya. Like, I want to inspire wholesome masculinity among people. Call your buddy king, lift up your friends, inspire them to do better. Hey, are you having a hard time? Hey, let's go to the gym together. We'll blow off some steam, and then you can talk to me about it. I want to inspire wholesome masculinity in people. Okay? Get rid of this toxic bullshit that people do have, right? I have to be better than you. I have to be the strongest of everyone. No, you have to be the strongest version of yourself. not the strongest version of everyone, because everyone comes from different backgrounds. Everyone comes at different starting points, and that's okay. That's a fact of life. But it is immoral of me to be nice to the people responsible for this. Like, it's barely been a year, I think, and almost 1 million people are fucking dead because of them. Direct result of them. At virtually no cost to us. They just said, kill him. Fuck you. Because of them. I have no sympathy. To allow them to do this. To allow them to defend pedophiles. Every single one of these people, whether they realize it or not, they do. And to be nice to them is to be complacent. I won't do that. I will not do that. But yeah, is Myron a good debater? It depends on what you mean by good. He's got experience. But, like, could he, like, formalize an argument? Probably fuck not, no. Would Myron know how to, like... Actually, I'm just gonna say, Myron, in terms of, like, actual debate, no, that guy's a fucking idiot, okay? Like, I would be very surprised if he knew how to, like, formalize shit, if he knew anything but, like, meta-ethics, or metaphysics, or, like, any, like, decent, like, philosophical studies. You don't even need to know all that stuff to be a good debater. It's really good to know that type of stuff, especially today with people like Andrew Wilson, for example. But, like, I think if you were to go down that type of thing, I think he would just call you gay and then stop talking to you. I think that's what Myron would do. Good debater as in... Oh, sorry. You literally addressed that. Sorry. Good debater as in he's more dominant in proving his point, because I watch a lot of Jubilee videos and he's super radical. He seems like a good debater, but I know you got the chance to debate him. Yeah, he obviously is super radical, but he seems like a good debater. Oh, I know how to describe it. Myron has a good aesthetic. And by good aesthetic, it kind of goes back to the whole reason why I brought up the turning point stuff and why we have to be mean to them when we debate them. Because when we're mean to them, we're feeding into the aesthetic, right? Like, remember when we were looking at, like, College Kid Destroyed by Charlie Kirk or whatever, right? People like that blood sport debate type shit because it's like a sport to them, as tragic as it is, but it is what it is. And when you have this, like, masculine, strong aesthetic, you feminist, you blah, blah, blah. That's why it's so easy to be a conservative, because all you have to do is appeal to the already existing majority in the status quo, okay? Like, that's all conservatives. It's just appeal to the status quo. And then appeal as well to the good old days. Don't you like the good old... Make America great again. Like, you get the nostalgia benefit, because everyone always thinks that, that you reminisce on the past, right? So, and the status quo. Like, you just, it's easier just at a baseline to be a conservative. It's just easier. So you have that aesthetic advantage, because thinking about the past always feels good. Depending on what the past is. If you're thinking about, like, the 2008 housing market crash, okay, probably not that. But, like, if you're thinking, like, 2010 to 2016, you're probably thinking about some good times. You probably are, at least in comparison to now, right? But all Myron is he's a tall, I guess, like, decently masculine guy who has a pretty strong speaking voice. Outside of that, no, he's not a good debater. No. That's all just purely aesthetic. And if and this is another reason why we were talking about this, because we were talking about the aesthetic of Turning Point, right? Because they've mastered the aesthetic, and the left, depending on, like, what branch of the left, has mastered the substance. So that's why you see, like, teachers, right, professors, people who specialize in shit, okay, like actual academic institutions. Those people have mastered the substance, but they haven't mastered the aesthetic. you sit in a lecture, and what do? A lot of times you want to go, right? Because you want to fucking fall asleep. It's just boring as fuck. Okay. Oh, I get to listen to a lecture. Woohoo! Right? Like whoever said that, right? But you have your substance, which is the facts at hand, and then you have your aesthetic, which is your aesthetic is you're really exciting. It's a college program, join the March American Nation, right? You know, it's not super cool, but these are all anti-intellectual, you know, propaganda pieces, right? That's all these are. So when you've got the aesthetic and the substance, you become God. Okay, like you just win, because in real life there's facts. Okay, and if you can present those facts in easy to understand, effective manners, you win a debate, because that's all a debate is. It's the substance and it's the aesthetic. Okay, so that's why like I go to the gym, right? If you go to the gym and you've got a strong speaking voice, you like lower your voice a few octaves and you speak in a confident manner, concisely, and you get your opponent in a rhetorical trap while also being like really fucking jacked and all this other shit, and then you call them pedophile defenders, you win. You win. Oh, and then make them bet $1,000, and then they back down on that. Dude, you get infinite aura doing that shit, and then you humiliate them, and then you create that chilling effect. You get every fucking win. The left just needs to lock in, and that's what I'm trying to do now. So, yeah, yes, Steel Mamdani's it depends on your goal. I would say to get elected, yes, Steel Mamdani's flag. To eat the skin of chuds, I would say adopt either my aesthetic or like rhetoric, or Isaiah Martin. If you know Isaiah Martin is god tier. Isaiah Martin is so fucking good. Dean and Parker are really good too, but like they come off as like soy boys, you know what I mean? They do a great job, but like imagine if Dean and Parker were like jacked and like they gave off the vibe of like actually touching grass. I look at Dean and Parker and I think of like some nerds who I might like want to bully in high school, which I mean like certain people just give off certain vibes. Isaiah Martin does not get off that vibe. Dean and Parker, I wish they would like go to the gym, you know, and not appear as boys. I mean, they're young men. They're absolutely young men, obviously, right? And you know, they're gonna grow and shit, whatever. I don't even think they're 21, but like they don't have it yet. They're still, I'm gonna say, for more or less kids. I mean, but they are, you know. I don't know. It's kind of tricky. I guess we'll see how they develop in the next like 5 or so years. Yeah, they're like super soy. Yeah. Oh yeah. But on the Myron thing too. Yeah, if you it doesn't matter how good of a debater someone, if they have no substance, make them bet $1,000, you win. You make up for any aesthetic instantly. Okay. Yep. Bully the pedophile advocates. True. Keep the fight going. Yes, sir. Or yes, yes, my friend. I'll say that. Does it make sense that even if you're Stephen Miller fascist type, you don't want to avoid U.S. global dominance as a result of? Yeah, but the thing is, though, you're actually thinking about it rationally with the U.S. aid cuts. With U.S. aid, they just think giving money to other countries bad. They don't even think about like soft power or influence like that, because they're like actually 5 IQ. So. Wait, so, yeah, they were very soy, true. Yeah. I just remembered seeing a YouTube ad from some Chad who made a search engine for conservatives, which supposedly filters out woke sources in articles news. Just doing the bare minimum, counting calories plus gym would do a lot for it. Yes. It's just because it's the facts of human nature, you know? Like, humans will naturally be guided towards things that look like them, and that's why people are racist. Okay, like there might actually be some validity to the idea that humans are naturally like racist. Okay, in the sense of like you see racism in like almost every culture, right? You see racism happen in virtue of like who it is people are more likely to listen to, right? You see it in a lot of different methods in a lot of different ways. And obviously, that's bad. it's not conducive to human flourishing. But maybe there's an argument to it, right? But the thing that I'm positing is that people will naturally be drawn towards certain aesthetics. What those aesthetics are, I don't fucking know. Like how much of it is like nature versus nurture, I don't fucking know. I'm not gonna get philosophical on that. But unquestionably, the aesthetic today in United States culture, broadly speaking, strong men who can speak very well and very concisely. If you've got that aesthetic, you're fucking golden. And that's the aesthetic I'm intentionally trying to fit. So, what do? I train really hard in the gym. I do a lot of public speaking. I do a lot of debates. I do a lot of research, and I try to share my knowledge with the world.
Be against also legal immigration occasionally and birthright citizenship
Yes,
to potentially be repealed. So I just kind of want to understand your arguments for both.
Does Grace ever talk, or is it just Kai the whole
Thanks for
time?
coming up. And I'm glad I can flesh this out a little bit. I didn't have
I want to hear what
and
she
I also
says.
think this is maybe a fourth point, but it's super
I want to hear
important. No one
Grace.
mentions it. Automation is going to displace more workers than we can even conceive of or imagine of.
Can we get everyone that's on the sidewalk to shift to the left so we're not blocking the sidewalk?
She doesn't even talk.
Thank you guys.
Hazel.
Hi Hazel. I want to talk about abortion policy. Is that
Yeah, we need the lib chat aesthetic. I'm not gonna lie. I am going to be so fucking proud. I will die a happy man, okay? If I can bring like lib chad to the fucking like table, okay? Lib chad, fuck you, bitch. Right? Just like that. Lib chat, yeah, I'm a liberal. What about it? Okay. Yeah, I'm a lib. What's up? Yeah, what's up? I'm a lib. Let's go hit the gym after this. We'll talk about fighting for equal rights, why I want to invest in my buddy's firm, and then how we can regulate markets so that way we can secure better working conditions for my friends. Boom. Then we hit the gym.
Okay, so your sign says abortion is murder.
Right.
I think Turning Point is literally just going to be doing the abortion is bad debate because that's literally all they can talk about. Because they've got nothing on economics, they've got nothing on immigration because immigration's just gone to fucking shit. No one wants to come to the United States, and that's obviously bad if you know anything about economics, which again ties back into them not knowing anything about fucking economics, right? Like all their foreign policies, fucking bullshit. The Iran war is just a disaster. Like everything is just bad. So all they're gonna do is be like, you kill babies because you like abortion. That's all they're gonna do.
Does that mean you want the U.S. government to restrict abortion and put laws in place for that?
Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, no shit.
You guys mind moving over as well to the grass that way? Yeah.
You think this thing is murder? Does that mean you want to restrict it? Yes. Okay. To dating? True. Did you mean to say debating or dating? Because I mean the answer is actually true for both. Yo, that's actually what's so fucking funny. I actually tell people this all the time. Like if someone's a guy and like genuinely wants to like drown in like women, okay? Like literally drown in fucking women. Be a masculine liberal. Dude, you will like actually be at like the bottom of the Marianas Trench of fucking women if you're a masculine liberal, like truly. Conservative and like try to date? Yeah, well, I haven't been a conservative trying to date, but I know people who have, and they always LARP as libs, okay? But now girls are tracking onto that strategy, and I don't know how long that strat's gonna work. So the LARPing as a liberal strategy definitely is getting patched, okay? For any chuds who are listening now or like on the VOD or whatever. The LARPing as a lib strat is getting patched, so you should actually become a fucking lib, okay? Let's make that very clear. But yeah, if someone's a masculine liberal, dude, you are drowning.
You guys are all kind of
Like the DMs I get are crazy. I get crazy fucking DMs, dog.
piled on the sidewalk. We just want to make sure that they don't get on us for impeding traffic or anything like that. And the grass is nice. You get more sun on this side.
Okay, can I set you up with a hypothetical then? Say, I decide.
Wait. I bet she's gonna do like 2 zygotes or 1 baby. I bet that's what she's gonna do.
If the U.S. government decides to pass a law that says if you are a bone marrow match, if you're a kidney match for someone who needs a
Oh, just kidding.
life-saving procedure to save needs that bone marrow, needs that kidney from you, that you are required to submit your DNA and to match to that, and then you're required to donate that kidney. That leaves you with lifelong consequences and
The symmetry breaker for this is that she's gonna this Grace girl is gonna like basically do some slut shaming and say that in the kidney example, you didn't do something that caused the necessity of the donation of the kidney. That's the difference. So that's gonna be Grace's response. She's gonna say, when you have sex, you run the possibility of making a new human life. And on her hypothetical, you don't, which Grace would be correct. That's an accurate symmetry breaker. Oh, yo, I never had to fit, dude. Y'all got me yapping, bro. But you know, it's fun. I actually kind of like this because you know I'm not screaming. You know, we're just kind of chilling out and looking at some chuds and discussing future plans. But back on earlier when I think Bad Idea asked about losing a debate. I think I finished. Oh, I didn't get to say the chess analogy because it really is like a game of chess, but not all sides start equally, right? So if you're MAGA, you literally start moving with the F pawn and then the G pawn. And if you know anything about chess, if you move the F pawn and the G pawn, and I'm sorry, and also you're white, you lose. You don't want to move the F pawn and the G pawn. That's how you kill yourself. It's called fool's mate. Okay, it's literally like you get checkmate in like one move. Okay, if you're MAGA. Now, if you're MAGA and you put yourself in that disposition because you're a fucking idiot, then you know that's just a skill issue. But as the interlocutor, the opponent, you need to know your opponent is blundering. So your base like beliefs, it's like being MAGA, that's like your starting position, right? And if you start in a blundered fucking position, then you win, right? If you know what to look for. You need to know the game. And once you know the game, yeah, like you know when your opponent is fucked, okay? You just know the shit off the top of your head. And that's how it works in chess, right? Like, you know, these like incredible, great like chess players and shit, they're not actually calculating every single move. They've just done it so many times. They just know by looking at it, by pattern recognition. They know what the best moves in a certain like situation is. That's all it is.
and you're saving someone else. Is it your duty to save someone else?
So what the difference between that hypothetical and abortion is abortion
Oh, here comes the slut shaming.
is the intentional murder and killing of the child. But whenever you're give this
Oh.
hypothetical with the donations, I mean it's not you're not like you're not choosing to absolutely like just kill.
Actually, yeah, that I mean, so the girl on the left is positing by just saying that the symmetry is that a woman is not giving her bodily resources to a fetus. In the same way, like I'm not giving my liver to a patient, but like in some abortions, they literally do like go and dismember the fucking fetus and shit and all this like gross shit. Do you play chess? Dude, I'm like 420 elo, bro. Do I? No, not at all. Like their shit is so bad. Like I've literally just been on a philosophy arc the last like 2-3 months because I want to eat Andrew Wilson's rhetorical skin, and all he does is like philosophy shit, and he is so fucking bad at philosophy. Andrew Wilson is one of the worst fucking dipshits at philosophy. I think I would blow him the fuck out in every conceivable metric in philosophy. Shit, if I play chess, I'm gonna fucking jump off a bridge, bro. If I play chess, dude, chess is stressful. I'm gonna say there's one thing. I'm always terrified of losing. In most things, chess scares me because like if I lose in chess, I know it's a skill issue on my part. I mean, actually, okay, chess stresses me out. And debates, even though I know I'm gonna win, they stress me out too because I do feel like a moral, like this weighs on me. Okay, I think about this shit like all the time. Not even just for like the 750,000 people, but for like the impacts in the entire world. We have to remember that American fucking politics shapes the world's politics. Okay, like, I genuinely do feel like the entire pressure of the world is on my shoulders to succeed in destroying these fucking bastards. I truly do feel that. Okay, like I cannot fail, because if I do fail, then that means I let this shit keep going. And that does give me stress. But I can't let that stop me, because if I let it stop me, then I just let these skinwalkers keep doing it, right? So, but I'd be lying if, you know, the idea of failure didn't scare me. Oh, and that's why I started going to like the philosophy shit, because philosophy is an important thing to understand when relating to debate, because these people are going to appeal to the Bible. And if you're going to know about anything about the Bible and debunking, you need to know about philosophy and theology.
Somebody with abortion, their choice is to rip the, or depending on the time.
Oh yeah, and she's talking about the symmetry breaker, which I think originally I thought she was going to go in the slut shaming route, but this is actually another good symmetry breaker as well, because you could say that like it's through like an active, aggressive means, an abortion when it comes to, you know, terminating the fetus. So. She's giving another good symmetry breaker. I would grant this in a good faith discussion.
It's like either ripping the baby apart limb by limb, you're injecting them with some kind of medication that will make them squirm, and eventually they will wither and die. But it's not an equal hypothetical with that. So I don't think it's a. And also, just like one more thing, do you think that we should base our laws based off crazy hypotheticals such as that?
I think they're similar, and
Yeah, on philosophy. What kind of question is that, idiot?
I don't think the government is allowed.
Like, hypotheticals are a critical part of like how it is we come to any thoughts on anything. Like, we literally do like. A hypothetical is just like, what if blah blah blah. Like, it's literally hypothesis. It's a hypothesis, bro. Like, what kind of question is that?
To legislate on anyone's body autonomy, but we can clearly we disagree on that. We're not going to reach an equal ground.
Oh, she's gonna say bodily autonomy, and she's gonna be like, what about the autonomy of the fetus, bitch? Mic drop.
I think that's okay. Can we look at some other consequences of like abortion restrictions and abortion laws? So what are the medications used in miscarriage treatment?
Tell me.
The medications used in miscarriage treatment are the exact same medications and exact same doses as abortion treatments and abortion medications.
That is incorrect.
It is not incorrect. They are. I'll pull them up right now.
Whenever you go to a hospital.
Nah, so she's blundering here. You don't want to be like, I'm right. No, you're right. Or I'm right. No, I'm right. No, you don't want to do that. You want to know you're fucking right before you even go up there. Bet $1,000. And then see if they backed out. And then if they don't back out, okay, then pull out your phone. Because now you get the social clout of being right, and they owe you $1,000, and you get to hold that shit over them, bro.
And you have a miscarriage. If you say that you had let's say that you had an abortion, right? And there's complications after an abortion. If you go there and you say that you had a miscarriage, it is completely different treatment for both of those.
For religion, that's a really hard question. I think the best answer is it depends on the context. So, against people like this, full on, like, sword attack the religion. Like, I will go at some point in these next few months, I will go against a Turning Point speaker, and I will falsify Christianity before your very eyes. Okay, it's gonna happen, and when it happens, they're gonna be there like, saying, I don't know, trying to like mutter some stupid shit at some pathetic attempt to salvage any hope of looking competent or whatever, right? Because it's very easy to falsify the Bible. So, like, for example, okay, like, we have an all-powerful, all-loving, all-knowing God. Yes? Okay. Well, would an all-powerful, all-loving God allow evil? No. Okay. Why is there evil? It makes no sense. God is supposed to be all-loving and all-powerful, but there's evil. And then they'll talk about free will and shit, and it's like that's I'm not gonna yap about it, but free will is not a good response to that. So against people like this, yeah, I'm falsifying everything. My goal is to humiliate them because I want to destroy their entire worldview. Like, I'm gonna sit here and be like, your entire fucking world is built on a story with talking donkeys. What are you talking about? You know, like it's actually just insanity. You believe in talking donkeys. What do you want me to say? You believe in talking donkeys. You believe the earth was made in 6 days. Okay? And if they say, oh no, it wasn't 6 literal days, then they don't know anything about Hebrew fucking scripture. Because the Hebrew word for day is fucking yom, okay? And if they want to talk about, oh, they're talking about the day of, you know, so for example, we live in the day of man, or like the age of man, right? You know, something like that. But that's bayom, and that's not what it says. It says fucking yom. And then it literally says there is morning and there is evening in the 6 days of creation in fucking Genesis, okay? It is 6 literal days. That is the only interpretation without making shit up. So it's like, you believe in talking donkeys, you believe the earth was made in 6 fucking days, you believe in demons, you believe in all these other stupid fucking things with literally no empirical facts whatsoever behind them. Like, you're an idiot. You believe in fairy tales. Like, there's just no nice way to put that. And because of your stupid fucking fairy tale fucking delusion, 750,000 fucking people, 2/3 of which are fucking kids, are dead because of your stupid fucking fairy tale. You're out here defending fucking pedophiles. Fuck you. Your entire world is based on a lie that has you defending pedophiles. You should feel guilty. That type of approach, that is my ambition. That is my goal. Exactly. So against people like this, destroy, like Andrew Wilson style, humiliate them. Every single fucking one, okay? They need to be, in a purely rhetorical sense, in a non-violent, purely rhetorical sense, they need to be fucking expunged. They need to be gone out of the fucking public space. They need to be out of my fucking public square, I guess you could say. I want them gone, okay? Like, imagine if, like, there's like a debate like assassin, but purely rhetorical. A purely rhetorical debate assassin who goes in and just annihilates every single fucking one. I annihilated fucking the moderate case. Because do you see him here? No, because he's fucking retired from the shit. Because I retired him. And my goal is to do that for every single fucking one of these little skinwalking fucks. That's my goal. Feels better, bro. Oh, yeah. And then when talking to, like, you know, just like your grandpa or something, I want to do that because your grandpa will probably just, like, shut down. Because you shouldn't be trying to, like, humiliate, like, your grandpa or something, right? Or like your friend who might be a little bit religious. But yeah, it's really uncomfortable. I think what you could do is bring up, like, yeah, you know, the earth wasn't made in 6 days. It says it was made in 6, like, you got to meet them where they're at and then say, no, you know, I think it's good, you know, for people to have faith in things. And like, having faith is, there's good things that come from being religious, you know, like a sense of community. That's subjectively a good thing. Religion brought a lot of communities together. It's responsible for a lot of good things. I'd be dishonest to not grant that. There's objectively good reasons to be religious. The reasons to be religious do not outweigh the reasons to be atheist, but there's reasons to be religious for sure. I would tell them that, but I wouldn't like full on like attack somebody for being religious. They're F and G pawns without, like, yeah, no, for real. Yeah, they just move like. Wait, actually, I can probably look up. Fool's mate. Yeah, here it is. FG. That's Fool's mate. So, like, just so you know, being MAGA, unironically, is starting on this position, okay? Like, you walk into the convo, you're like, yeah, I support Republicans in 2026. Okay? And the person, and obviously, of course, the guy being like, I support Republicans in 2026, obviously is fucking white, so I'm kidding. It's a joke. Fuck you. But, yeah. That is and then you just get to aura farm. So that's pretty funny. For that, I typically say, "Is God fair?" To which they say yes. Then I'll ask, "Do you think it's fair that babies should be killed, or, starved, and so on? It's not fair or good." Yeah, correct. That is the logical problem of evil and suffering. Yup. And that is an objectively like. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Actually, give me 1 second. Because I actually had a debate on the LPOE earlier today. It come to the what is it about the argument that attracted you to it? Oh wait, I don't know if it's gonna get to actually be there because my internet was going to fucking hell, bro. Oh, is this it? Fuck.
If you don't, then
Fully versed, and that's okay. If you have an organism with like
saying psychophysical harmony is dependent on our structure.
Alright.
Token identity theory is.
Wait, what page? What page? I'm not gonna find it. I'll like look around for this for like another like 30 seconds. Like literally just fine tuning, but for the mind and like thing by virtue of not having like infinite knowledge, right? But the fact that but with this guy who I'm debating, he's a Muslim dude. He unironically goes into the view of cancer is good. That is the logical conclusion to all powerful, all loving God. Like there's cancer. Kids get cancer, okay? Like you could have a good loving Christian family who does everything in their power to abide by God's word, and then like their kid still gets fucking cancer and then fucking dies, okay? You have to then say that is good because the cancer is obviously an act of God, right? I gained a few. Nothing crazy. I think I should change my handle on Discord to I'm officially Ethan instead of just Ethan. I mean, like my Discord username is I'm officially Ethan, but like in terms of what people see, I should change it to I'm officially Ethan so people know my handle better. But or maybe have like something in the background or something. I think something in the background would be a good idea. There is problems like having a blind spot, which, like,
Yeah.
if you flip the nerves in the retina.
Okay, like even if I did grant like, for example, blind spots to be like genuine flaws, it still would.
Imagine saying if I grant blind spots to be genuine flaws. Like, yeah, of course, blind spots are genuine fucking flaws, bro.
Like I guess it wouldn't follow with the like psychophysical.
Cancer doesn't hurt as good as heaven feels. Shut the fuck up.
Harmony is.
Dude, you should be happy I murdered all those fucking children in the school shooting, bro. I brought them to God. Unironically, the argument.
Like for this specific premise, like for my specific argument, it only requires that harmony is more expected under theism than under atheism, and then we can look at, for example, things like cancer and blind spots and biological.
Right, because under an all-powerful, all-loving God, I would not expect cancer and like biological flaws in our design. So that's why I'm bringing it up. So we're granting like the probability of theism. I agree that with that psychophysical harmony, I agree that would count in favor of it. But to only look at the psychophysical harmony, I think is short-sighted because obviously there's a lot more to humans than just the psychophysical harmony.
Yeah, okay, so basically, presupposing atheism, we have to look at things that account against atheism, and then we can look at, for example, things.
Okay, I'm not gonna keep on going to it, but like unironically, my interlocutor said cancer is good, and I was like, thank you. I was like, okay, so 8-year-olds getting cancer is good, right? And he was like, yes. I was like, okay, thank you. I was like, yeah, that's crazy, bro. 8-year-olds getting cancer is good. Yikes. All right, that's your stance, bro. That's a logical conclusion, and that's the exact same conclusion that these little skinwalkers have to abide by too. Because remember, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, they all believe in the same God. They do. They say Allah in Islam, but Allah is just another way of saying God. Okay, like it's really not any difference. I'm pretty sure even Christians who spoke Arabic, I think they would say Allah as well. I'm like very certain. Yeah, they would totally say Allah as well. I bet money on that. I don't actually know it, but I would bet that's the case.
The medications used for medical abortions are I can't pronounce things, guys. Mifepristone and misoprostol are the same drugs used to manage a miscarriage. So if you need treatment, life-saving treatment for a miscarriage, but we've banned abortions, you can't get those two drugs, and you can't have life-saving treatment.
So I guess kind of the question is, we're against abortion, right? We're not against every single medicine. Like we could oppose heroin, but that doesn't mean that we disagree that there are medical uses for every single plant or substance, right? Like there are uses for tobacco, but I'm not in favor of smoking it. So I suppose is your issue that you're afraid that we're going to ban some of these substances, or that you're worried that we're going to like reduce an ability to deal with miscarriages in hospitals? I suppose what is the question?
I think banning abortions has the potential to either reduce access to these medications.
Yeah, this is not a good argument. This is not a good argument at all. I mean, she's a college kid, so I don't expect her to know these things. But like trying to defend abortion when you're a college kid, like they just have every intuitive advantage. Like they'll be like, when does life begin? Conception, which is like a pretty like basic fact that most people do agree with, and even I do to some extent. But like, oh, it's a life, and if you abort it, aren't you ending that life? Yeah. Isn't that murder of a baby? Yeah. You're okay with killing babies? And that's it. Now, obviously, if the challenger, you can call this one the speaker and this one the challenger. If the challenger knows what they're doing, then they know how to approach the argument and will dissect this stupid fucking position, which I fucking will, and I cannot wait to do it. But because there's one argument that people don't run, and it actually blows my mind. I'm like, why do people not run this? But it's the conjoined twin argument. The conjoined twin argument. Because the position is this, from the pro-lifer. The pro-lifer says life begins at conception, and I say, okay. The life of a person begins at conception, and I say, okay. So the life of a person begins at conception. Okay. Now, what if I have one organism? Oh, I also want to make it clear that they believe that every human organism is a person. So, like, a zygote is a human organism, and that is true. Conception is the beginning of life of a human organism. That's not necessarily a person. They hold human organisms are persons, because what a zygote is. If you have a conjoined twin, such that there is one body but two heads, you could do something like that, but that's not the mainstream. That's not the mainstream view, but I've seen people posit the jerking off as murder, but that's very rare for people to be that far. But if you have two heads and one body, like the very real case of Abby and Brittany Hensel. So Abby and Brittany Hensel, I love bringing them up because they, like, these two girls are like the pro-life defeater. They truly are. So this is Abby and Brittany Hensel. They're a set of conjoined twins with one body and two heads. If we're looking at things from a strictly biological perspective, they are one organism. They have the same DNA. They share multiple organs. They have some separate organs. One controls one half, the other controls the other half. They have all of these things that make them different and in a lot of ways the same. If we're really going on a pure biological reason, they are one organism, and that's a fact. You can't give me a symmetry breaker. They're one organism. But they are two people. They are two people because they have two experiences. Now, if you ask the pro-lifer, how many persons and why? They're going to say, oh, well, of course there's two persons. Why? Oh, there's two heads. Oh, so it is the mind that creates personhood, and they're gonna say no, 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 then now they're in a contradiction, and now they're looking really goofy. So the conjoined twin argument is, I would posit, the pro-life defeater, the pro-life nuke, because they hold to organisms as being persons. And that's not the case. Because if you terminate if you terminate a zygote, right? You're killing a human organism. I say, okay, let's say I shotgun one of their heads off, okay? But we're able to preserve the other one. So like the whole, because remember, they are one organism with two heads. I shotgun one head off, but I'm able to preserve the life of the organism entirely. Is that murder? Did I murder someone? And the answer is obviously is fucking yes. Of course you did. But the pro-lifer cannot accept that. So now they're just in pure contradiction. Now, they could say that personhood begins at the moment of consciousness or sentience, which is about 20 weeks. And if that's the view that you hold, then you just arbitrarily say that zygotes are also equally valuable as persons. But at that point, oh, so now you're just making shit up. That's ultimately what that's what. Oh, so you're just making shit up. Like, you have no consistent definition of a person. You're just making shit up. Which, I mean, if that's what you want to do, then that's what you're doing. But like, you're obviously justifying this ad hoc because my fucking argument blew you the fuck out. And then even then, we can go into the reasons why mothers should be able to get abortions. You know, so like all the bodily damage they're going to go through, their career opportunities, their financial burden, their emotional impacts. There's a lot of reasons why women ought to get abortions given certain contexts. Not all women should get abortions. If you want to be a mother, don't get an abortion. If an alien comes to the planet and is like, I'm going to destroy your entire planet and everything you love will die if you get an abortion, you probably shouldn't get an abortion. It's probably not a good idea. There are some contexts where you probably shouldn't get an abortion. But if something is like, well, I want to preserve my career and maintain my stability, and an abortion is in favor of that, get an abortion. Definitely want to try to grapple. Oh yeah, dude. I've never seen a person take on the conjoined twin example without getting blown the fuck out. I might be able to. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. There's a debate I had on TikTok earlier today. This guy got blown the fuck out. Oh my god. It was actually, I don't want to say embarrassing for him, but it's kind of embarrassing for him. Is it this one?
Can you hear me? Yes, sir. What's up, man?
Oh, here we go.
Wait.
Hi, Ethan.
Hey, how y'all doing?
How are you?
I'm doing good. Yeah, there are some things that I had contentions with, but I think we'll hopefully have a pretty fun discussion. But yeah, I'm pro-choice, 28, all that fun stuff.
Yeah, I remember I've talked to you before.
Oh, cool.
I'll let Clementine talk to you.
Yeah.
My internet was being ass. I had like a really bad internet outage. But this is me running the conjoined twin example, and like, people just don't know how to engage with it because it just destroys their entire worldview because no one thinks about conjoined twins. They just don't.
Hey, Clementine. Do you want to start with like the pro-life conclusion, or do you want me to start with the pro-choice? I'm happy to do either way.
I mean, you could start us off. You've heard me talk plenty by now, so I could let you.
Sure. Yeah, I can give it in like an informal way or a formalized way, whichever you prefer.
Whatever you're in the mood to give us.
Yeah, so the argument basically is if the reasons weigh the greatest for a certain action, then that action is justified. And the reasons for getting most abortions do weigh the most in the majority of abortions. So like the conclusion is the majority of abortions are justified.
Why would you say that? All right, so what is an unjustifiable abortion in your eyes?
Yeah,
Is
so
there
like
any?
an unjustified abortion would be something that's not conducive to like the agent's well-being, right? So for example, let's say like some aliens came to Earth and they're like, "Hey, we're gonna like destroy the entire planet if you get an abortion," right? Then that would be a bad idea to get an abortion in that circumstance, right? Because the reasons for getting the abortion are going to result in the like overall negative well-being of the mother.
Okay. So now my argument for that would be, I believe that our government has put so much effort into pushing abortion as an agenda.
Oh, so like this dude right here, like he just like yaps about like government conspiracies around abortion. So all I'm saying is the reason why abortions are good. If an action, if the greatest reasons for doing an action, like are I'm sorry, I'm having. I need to get ready to go to bed. If the greatest reasons for an action are geared towards that action is thereby justified. So, for example, if I want pizza, but I don't feel like making it, the greatest reasons in favor of me getting a pizza is to like go and buy a pizza. Why? Well, I'll get the pizza. I'll contribute to society by the exchange of currency. I won't go to jail by like trying to steal it. It'll be very easy because I don't have to do shit other than just make a phone call and then make a drive or maybe get carry out or take delivery or whatever. The greatest reasons for getting pizza, obviously, are going to be in favor of me, calling it and then going to go get it. All right, pretty easy. So therefore, that action is justified. And all I'm saying is the same type of principle with like abortion, basically. And then he talks about like government conspiracies for some fucking reason, bro. And then I'll
get into my reasons for believing this. So when it comes down to it, in our society, we have normalized abortion. We have debates like this on value and morality, which again, I would say is a distraction. It's a psyop. Our government uses abortion as a topic of debate to stay in power. Our government uses abortion as a topic of debate to make a lot of money. This abortion institution is $1 billion organization. And again,
Thanks, boss.
lobbyists, they help with that as well. And 3, things like fetal stem cells, which I would consider on topic, but I'll say would be off topic to dive into. But things like fetal stem cells derived from aborted babies help keep these politicians living longer. So I would say abortion is a tool used by the elite. We have used propaganda to push abortion, even within the schools. We teach people that it's just a clump of cells. There are genuinely people that think that a baby throughout all 9 months of utero is a clump of cells or just tissue. We call them products of conception. We call it genetic material. Somebody just before said a baby was a parasite. This is how far we've gone to push this.
Since I have a timer, if there's something I disagree with, do you mind if I like interject? Because
Yeah, of course.
If you talk and I've got the timer, then it's gonna
No, please.
No, thank you. So ultimately, you're already presupposing the conclusion, right? You're saying that like abortion is, the debate is about keeping elites in power. Like whether or not that's true, that doesn't speak to the morality of abortion in of itself. So that's the whole point we're debating on. So that's
So why do we use the term product of conception when describing a baby?
I mean, like, if you're talking about like a product of conception relation having like a baby, it's like, yeah, obviously conception is at the point of, it's like the beginning of a human organism. Yeah.
Well, no. You would call a child, if you were to call an abortion facility, I promise you, this is the language that they use. It doesn't matter first trimester, second trimester, third trimester. It's a product of conception. I'm saying with a term like that, you wouldn't consider any human a product. Am I wrong with saying that?
I mean, when you say a product, I mean, it depends on the context, because you could have like a byproduct of like someone's work. So like, for example, like women go through a lot of work when they have to bear children, right? So like the work that she does, I would say that like the baby is like a product of her like quote unquote labor. I don't think that's like a wrong thing to say.
Okay, so now this product of conception, I'm going to dive into fetal organ harvesting specifically. A procurement agency purchases this end quote product of conception. A product is now.
Yeah, like you can. Oh, actually, my face is kind of blocking some of this, but like literally in the debate, get out of here, Kai. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck. In the debate, I'm literally making faces like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? My voice is a little behind because I'm on the stream on my phone, and I joined the live on an alt account, and then recorded it there. So my voice does not match with the video in virtue of that, but you can see my reaction. I'm like, what the fuck is this guy talking about, bro?
Somebody's property labeled a specimen. This once was a child. This once was a family member. This once was a human being that should have had rights and value, but instead is now genetic material being experimented.
But yeah, I don't know if I would even say he's like doing like a Jordan Peterson. Like I mean, at least with Jordan Peterson, like when he yaps, he'll yap on something that's like relatively on topic. But like this dude like is going to conspiracies and shit. And I'm like, bro, what are you talking about?
On inside of a lab.
Well, like, wait, I gotta stop because this is totally not related to abortion, right? Because like, you could be against, you could be against like this harvesting or whatever, but still be in favor of abortion, you know? So just
where
like,
does the genetic material come from?
what? How is that related at all? I'm saying that like it's like a total non sequitur. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying it's completely related because the genetic material that I'm discussing is a child, an aborted baby from an abortion facility like Planned Parenthood or like a private facility like the Cherry Hill Women's Center.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're saying, but I'm saying that someone who's pro-choice can support abortion and then say, hey, this like harvesting stuff is bad. So like instead of like using the discarded fetuses for these things you're talking about, you just say like, I don't know, maybe like cremate it or bury the fetus or like whatever. Like you could be pro-choice but still be against that. So
Have you
it's
ever heard of
not so
fetal
bad.
organ harvesting or fetal tissue experiments
How
before
is
this
that
conversation?
relevant? It's not relevant
Because
to abortion.
you were supportive of abortion, not knowing that indirectly you are also supporting fetal organ harvesting and fetal tissue experiments. If you
Okay,
have
ready?
ever,
Watch this. I'm just gonna say, hey, I support abortion, but then not that. So now we have to move on to something else.
so if you were to send donations to Planned Parenthood, can you like give?
Like his entire thing is under abortions, they do fetal organ harvesting, which I think actually is probably a good thing. Because if it's something that's able to advance science research such that we can save more people, I think that's a good thing, right? Like, is it a bad thing when we harvest people's organs, you know? And I would say that's a good thing, you know? If we're able to use people's organs to save other lives, I think that's a good thing, right? Do I like the idea of like you know, fetal organ harvesting or whatever? I mean, like it sounds gross. I don't like the idea of it, right? But like yeah, exactly. Do things that are conducive to people's survival. And if a woman gets an abortion, I mean like she just want to waste it, you know, like, or we can save some lives with it, right? And I mean, obviously, like, I think anyone who has like, who just thinks about it for like 2 seconds, like, yeah, like, don't just like, I won't say just waste it, but like, I mean, that's kind of what this guy is like talking about. This guy's Clementine's voice, the guy who's talking. But like, for the sake of argument, I'll just say, yeah, I'm against. Let's say I'm against that. But I still support abortion. Like these are not necessitated in each other. You know, you could say that you're pro-choice, but against fetal organ harvesting. Like you can have that position very easily and still be pro-choice. Like, and I just say, hey, watch this. Ready? I'm pro-choice, but against that. Boom. Now let's talk about being pro-choice. Yeah, it's just stupid.
A little note and say, hey, just make sure that this doesn't go to the packaging or transportation of fetal organs at your
For the
facility.
sake of argument, then like, yeah, sure, but like now we have to talk about
You couldn't
abortion.
do
We have
that.
to talk about abortion,
that
not
money,
fetal harvesting.
it's a part of abortion. Fetal organ harvesting and fetal tissue experiments stem from abortion facilities, and that is my argument. You said that if the topic of abortion goes against women, I'm saying our government has permitted the propaganda and pushing of dehumanization to human beings in the womb. We call them
all we're
products. We
doing-
call them
Yeah, I like look into the camera because I was just like so fucking done. I'm like, bro, this is a fucking
of
stupid.
dehumanization to human beings in the womb. We call them
all we're
products. We
doing-
call them tissue. We dehumanize a people group. This is a legal genocide that's happening, and our government
Yeah.
is allowing it. That's my argument. They're using women as cattle.
Look, wait. You have not established. I don't know if I guess what it is you can be against that, but still be in favor of abortion. Nowhere in abortion does it say, hey, you have to give fetuses to like harvesting. Like
There
nowhere
have
in abortion
been
does it say
many
that.
But real quick, if girls' toes are all the same length, is that a deal breaker or no? The girls' toes, like if they're all the same, bro, that's like a Minecraft character. If they're all the same length, what? All the same length? Like, are you talking about in proportion? Like, am I able to put, if I put a block at her toes, okay, will the block be kind of angled, or will it be like this because like all of her toes are like the exact like same length? Will it be at an angle, the block, or the block be straight if she's like standing in front of you?
Situations where it happens
That's the question.
without the mother's bodily autonomy or consent. Throughout history until today, there have been many situations where without
Toes are not equal in length. It's more accurate to say that they are equity and completely straight. Okay. Okay. Okay, so if they don't look crazy, then it's fine. Dude, real shit. One of the most tragic things in the world. Have you ever like have you ever gotten like a really attractive girl or like met like a really attractive girl or whatever, and then you see her toes are chopped and you're like, that's an instant deal breaker for me, okay? I'm not even fucking kidding. That is an actual deal breaker.
without the woman's consent, their baby is sold to a procurement agency like STEM Express or Advanced Bioscience Resources or Circle Allocation Services. These procurement agencies directly go to abortion facilities. So what I'm explaining to you is the abortion argument is a psyop used by the government to push another agenda. They do not care about humanity. 98%.
Yo, you want to hear some fucking facts, okay? Like, this was told to me by Master Oogway, like straight up, okay? By what's the guy from Ninjago? What's the name of the guy from Ninjago? I can't fucking remember, but fucking Spinjitzu Sensei dude, okay? Girls, if you know anything about like working hands, okay? Girls like guys with like calloused, like strong, you know, like working hands, okay? Hands of a man. Guys like feet. It's perfectly balanced. Perfectly balanced. Tell me I'm wrong, bro. You hear that shit and you're like, oh, shit.
Of elective abortions are because of financial resources. There's a reason why Planned Parenthood does not provide diapers or formula. There is a reason.
No, not Lloyd. The old dude. The old dude from Ninjago. I can't remember the fucking Sensei Lego Ninja. But replace the J and the N with a G.
Why federal funding is throughout the country for pregnancy resource centers. They would rather humanity go and abort their child so that they can make money or use the genetic material.
Master, yeah.
Okay, so now I'm just gonna say, for the sake of argument, all right, I agree with you. That's bad. However, I still think that women should be allowed to abort prior to, let's say, like 20 weeks or whatever. Okay, would you still disagree with that statement?
I would still disagree to that statement. I value.
Okay. Now let's
humanity
talk about
and
that
consensus.
because the other stuff is irrelevant to the conversation of abortion. If you want to make the broader argument, then that's fine. But we're not arguing on like, is the debate of abortion immoral or whatever. We're arguing about, is abortion simpliciter? Is that immoral? That's the thing we're talking about.
You had said if it's harming women, then that it would be a problem. I'm saying if women are being used as
Yeah, we're gonna get through this video and then go to bed. Like this dude, like, yeah, like this dude just has really confused talking points.
Cattle to harvest a natural.
He's like women cattle. Okay, let's say I'm just against that, but I'm still pro-choice. Like it's totally irrelevant. I don't know why this guy was doing this, bro. I literally get on like one pro-life panel and then I want to fucking be anti-life against myself, bro.
Resource. That's something that shouldn't be used like to propagandize a very, we'll say, delicate situation like for human rights, when it's like, again, there's a secret agenda. I won't say it's all of the reasons why abortion's pushed, but it's definitely one of the big ones. To, again, stay on topic, I won't talk about fetal organ harvesting. I won't talk about, again, how it's being pushed. But I will say, yeah, humanity matters from conception. This is a new member of society.
We say humanity matters from conception. Now, when we say it matters, like, are we talking about like at conception we have a unique person? Are we talking about we just value zygotes because we just do? Like, what can we motivate that, please?
I would say across the board, morally, biologically, legally, they matter. This is a new person.
So just
If
like
left alone to grow, it's no different than me or you. We all started here some way, and here we are today arguing the topic of abortion. I would like to believe that any new, unique human being has the right to grow and live no different than we are today.
Okay, so now usually in these discussions, this like strong consideration, like morally that we give, usually we call that like personhood, right? So would you like agree with the statement that zygotes essentially are persons, since like they're not they're the same thing by your worldview?
Yeah, I would give them value. I would consider them a person. I consider them. Again, I know that some people that give personhood outside of the species too, but for me, yeah, it's a human.
So this is where we get the conjoined twin hypothetical. Okay, we're finally about to get there. Since I don't know. I guess he was just trying to like brain break me with the conspiracy shit. I don't know.
Person.
Okay. So my problem with this is when you have very real cases like Abby and Brittany Hensel, right? Where you have conjoined twins, where you have one body but two heads. I'm going to ask you now, how many persons do you have?
I'd say two.
Okay,
persons.
but there's like because your argument is on a purely biological basis, but now I'm giving you a purely biological single organism with two heads. By your worldview, you have to say that they are actually one person, and that's incoherent.
Well, it's two different consciousnesses.
Okay, so then personhood is defined by consciousness.
I think it's one of the values.
Right, yeah, and now you can see like, oh well, it's one of the. It's like, okay, like pick like what the fuck makes, what is it that makes a person, right? Or like what gives you personhood? And the truth is, I don't even think your organism is necessarily your person, okay? I would say your person truly is your brain. Okay? Your person is your brain. And my brain is operating a flesh mech suit that is, I mean, I don't know if I would say my organism or not. Maybe. I don't know. How the fuck do you even define an organism? I don't know. I do not know. I don't know. But I think personhood is a much easier to define thing. It's just the capacity to deploy the conscious experience. That's it.
But I think that personhood is also an emotional value. I think that it's also, again, if we want to stay on a biological track, I would, again, emotions aside, I'd even say consciousness aside, this new human being is now a part of your lineage. No different than, as I brought up before, the Holocaust.
And let's make it clear too, because this great level of like moral consideration that we give to people, this is called personhood. That's the status of personhood. If someone is brain dead, it's okay. Yeah, that is the case. But some people will be against that. Some people will say that you should keep the, like someone who's in a permacoma, they'll say that you should keep them on life support forever, or at least as long as you possibly can. I mean, so not everyone will bite that bullet.
All of those people that died are now wiped off the mat. They cannot contribute their genetic material to the next offspring, it's done. That chapter is closed. So I would say for the continuation of humanity, like, no, we shouldn't be able to kill our children. I think it's a slippery
of
slope.
course, like, not, yeah, it's good for women to give birth, obviously, right? I'm not going to say every woman should get abortion and stop all of humanity. Of course, no one reasonable would agree to that. Well, what I'm positing is I've given you a circumstance where, okay, you have one organism, but two experiences, therefore two persons. But your thing is, well, it's actually organisms, or it's both. But then now it just kind of feels like you're basing this entirely off of vibes, right?
Well,
Just
I mean,
whatever feels right.
I could counter that argument. People say that it's my body, my choice. It's one body, but I mean, there's two people, it's two consciousness.
But yeah, you just did it.
Two
right there.
different. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like,
I mean, before 20 weeks, there's absolutely not consciousness. That's a scientific fact.
well, I'm saying even before consciousness, there is still moral value if left to grow from conception throughout every single new leap and hurdle that through fetal development. I think that it's all amazing and it's all beautiful. I think consciousness is one of the developing factors of pregnancy. There's 9 months, and every step of the way, there's new things that make you a little bit more like what we like to define as human or a person. You know what I mean? But again, like, yeah, sure, a zygote doesn't look like me or
True.
you,
There's not.
but we once looked like that. So my argument is, if left to grow from the moment of conception, is it not any different than you or I?
Okay, sure. But first, can I get a time extension? I don't know if host wants to do it or not. But second, actually, yeah. Do I get a time extension? I need to know because either A, I give
Yeah, this was a
closing.
good debate. I would give him more time.
Yeah, but I just don't want, like, there are other people who are also waiting. I'll give you guys like a
The host is pro-life. I do appreciate the host of this live. I don't remember. Apparently, the host apparently recognized me. Apparently, I've been on that live before. I didn't recognize the host or anyone on the panel. I was just like bored and waiting to do the God debate. But I'm pretty sure the host is pro-life. But she did give me a time extension. I was about to lose all my time, and then they were gonna drop me for the next person. But she did give a time extension, so respect where it's due.
couple more minutes because it's already been like almost 15 minutes.
Well, Ethan, give me a follow regardless, because I would love to continue to even
Like we haven't even pushed on anything like hard, actually. Like we literally, it's just been, he talked about conspiracy shit, and then I said, hey, your definition of personhood is confused.
to have this debate.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So ultimately,
No,
what?
you guys follow me. I go live all the time. I want to hear this debate.
Okay, let me go ahead and give my rebuttal. Okay, so we understand that it is consciousness, okay, or like the ability to have experience that gives us this moral consideration, because as Clementine, agreed with, when you have conjoined twins, which biologically are one organism, right? Like you cannot give me a symmetry breaker between conjoined twins and some other thing, okay? From a pure biological standpoint, it is objectively true that they're one organism. But philosophically, we treat them as two because they have two capacities of experience. So it is the case that we give this capacity for experience this insanely high moral consideration. And I think Clementine is correct. You can give some levels of moral consideration to like a zygote, right? But it goes against every single intuition otherwise, right? That zygote's level of consideration is the same level as that of a mother who, when she goes through child pregnancy, right? She's going to have to go through a lot of things like emotional impacts, opportunity loss, physical strains, intimate partner violence increases, her career's going to be put on ice, all these other very objective things that are counter to her well-being. Now, when we look at something like personhood, that's the time when we do need to take other people's values into consideration. But the fact of even talking about values presupposes that there is something to value, right? And obviously, with our values, as we talked about, like the capacity for experience, those values are generated by a mind. So that's my like rebuttal to that, essentially. Like,
So-
you're putting a zygote over the mother's real interests.
So I'm not trying to go off of the conjoint twin argument.
Hell yeah. Future streams with Mr. Mutin. Yeah, for sure. I think things are. I'm expecting everything to really ramp up next week. I'm in that setup phase with the Epstein shit because the entire premise. He was trying to. Oh yeah, he does not want to go off of that because the conjoined twin, the pro-lifer must bite the bullet that personhood is granted by consciousness because we have to understand that, or I'm sorry, the capacity to deploy consciousness, whatever. Because if you don't grant that, then you've got conjoined twins being one person, and that makes no fucking sense. No one would ever fucking say that. It goes against all of our intuitions. Now, if you say it's an organism or your what's it called? An organism or your fucking capacity to deploy consciousness. Well then now you've actually doubled I'm sorry, added +1 for every human organism because now I am actually two persons by that framework. It's actually a total blunder. Because if you're saying, okay. Like pretend you get conjoined twin hypothetical, okay? You're a pro-life chud. And then someone hits you with the Chad like conjoined twin hypothetical and you're like, "Oh fuck. My like 5 IQ like couldn't even comprehend this. How do I save myself in this debate? How do I not get embarrassed?" Oh, I know. Personhood is either A, being a unique organism, or B, having the capacity to deploy the sentient experience. Aha. Therefore, zygotes get to be persons, and conjoined twins get to be two persons, right? Boom. Saved it, right? No. Because you have to remember, the organism is not the same thing as the person. Because when you look at Abby and Brittany Hensel, okay? Well, let's count. They are one organism, but they are not the same. I don't know. Maybe a Christian will say some really stupid shit like the Trinity and be like, they are different, but the same, which is illogical. They are one organism from a pure biological standpoint. That is objectively true. They are one organism, okay? However, they are different persons. Now, because they are different persons and part of one organism, the organism is not the same as the person. That logically cannot follow. Because if the organism was the same as the person, that means there would be one person, because there's one organism. But that's incoherent. One does not equal two. Therefore, the only conclusion analytically must be that the organism is separate from the person. We must acknowledge that. Which means you have person, organism. That's what that means. Which means now, if you take the stance that it is the capacity to deploy the conscious experience, or it is being a human organism, now I'm actually two organisms now because I have the capacity and I'm also a human organism. That's two. I fit both criteria. That's two. That means I'm two people now. If you take that stance, which makes no fucking sense. So, if they go down that vibe route, then they just actually blunder even harder. Does that make sense? I don't know if any of that made any sense. Yo, what's up, music? Think it's your convo around the moderate liberals and left. Looking forward to seeing it, even if I maybe disagree. Yeah, that's cool. Ignoring the stance altogether, just showing for that's correct. And how you're insult. Yeah, but even if you want to talk about like religion and shit, then we can go into Bible contradictions, and that's something I'm more than happy to fucking go into. And I'll be like, "Where's your evidence of the fucking soul? Can you point to me where the soul is on like an anatomy diagram?" No. Okay, fuck you. Yeah.
To touch on that just for a second, and it's more of like a question. If you were to ask these conjoined twins that same question on personhood.
Yo, Rosie Finn, thank you for the follow.
I I think that they would both can agree that even though, yeah, they're the same body, that they're two separate people. To go off of what you were saying
That's what he
about
said.
I love how she was like, "That's literally what he said," and I'm over here losing my shit. User. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm gonna get ready to go to bed in a little bit since I've been. Oh fuck, how long has this stream been going? Wow, I've been streaming for 10 hours. Holy shit! It's been fun though. I enjoy doing this. I enjoy building community and enjoy, you know, building, um, building what I think is going to be the structure that really tears down Turning Point USA. I want to tell y'all something. I was actually reached out to by another person who I have a lot of respect for. I actually like this person a lot. So just for some quick background information, this is Project Lib. It is my document of the stream's been really good. Thank you. This is Project Lib. It is a giant repository of a bunch of really big events that have happened. So, for example, January 6th, we can take a look at the fraud cases under January 6th, and then we see that all of them are fucking bullshit. So, like, for example, on November 12th of 2020, you remember how they were saying the election is stolen? Oh, what's this? Trump lawyer claims their lawsuit isn't on election fraud or theft. Well, what's this? They were talking about all this election fraud. What is this?
This is a reminder that what President Trump and some of his supporters are saying publicly has very little relationship to what's actually being alleged in court. The president's been repeating over and over that election officials are stealing the election in swing states, still counting votes. But the attorneys who are arguing on behalf of President Trump in court are bound by strict rules. Attorney Corey Langhofer, speaking on behalf of the Trump campaign in Maricopa County Court, said this to the judge.
This is not a fraud case. We are not alleging fraud in this lawsuit. It is not a stealing the election case. The allegation here is that in what appears to be a limited number of cases, there were good faith errors in operating machine.
Oops, that's not a fraud case. What's that? Rudy Giuliani claims there's nationwide fraud and then admits to the contrary?
Situation is it's a widespread nationwide voter fraud, of which this.
Okay, so that's Rudy Giuliani literally saying, oh, there's widespread voter fraud. Okay. So there's widespread voter fraud. He literally just said that. Okay, what's this?
Should respond. In the amended complaint, the pleading that I'm looking at, you repeatedly mention the dangers of voter fraud, in particular susceptibility of mail-in ballots to fraud. However, neither count in your complaint seeks relief from any fraud. Am I correct?
Your Honor, the amended complaint, as it was filed, seeks the specific relief that I mentioned earlier, which is
noted. So it's correct to say then that you're not alleging fraud in the amended complaint?
No, Your Honor, it is not.
Oh, boom. Okay, so literally in the same fucking video, he's like, there's all this fraud.
During the hearing, but the best description of this situation is it's a widespread nationwide voter fraud, of which.
Okay, nationwide widespread voter fraud.
Not alleging fraud in the amended complaint.
No, Your Honor, it is not.
Oops, which is it? It's literally the same fucking video about 2 hours and 30 minutes apart. Like, what? Okay. Yeah, I think that'd be really good. I'd love to do that. However, I will be in Vegas. I'm going to be on Sean Kelly debating a chud, so. Yeah! Like, it's the same video. 2.5 hours apart. This little skinwalking piece of shit. But this right here, if you want, anyone can go. Like, my Obsidian is public. I want everyone in the world to see this shit. This is this is public. You can go to the website right now. I'll even fucking show. You can find it in the Super Justice Friends Discord, okay? This is the website. It's super easy, okay? So, like, learning materials, events, U.S. events, and then conservative violence. Whoa, the violence is bad. January. What's this? Planning? Whoa. Whoa, all the links, all the evidence and links and everything that I need at the click of a button to show that this administration is full of skinwalkers? Wow, it's all right here. That's Project Lib. And this should be made to every fucking person on this fucking planet. Someone reached out to me, and this is why I was bringing up Project Lib. Someone reached out to me because he was like, "Hey, Ethan, you seem to be really good at research. I'm creating this Substack for a very popular influencer, and we're gonna be helping this person with debates, and you'll be on like the research team that compiles articles and then publishes them, where people who subscribe to the Substack can then see the notes of this influencer." And then I said, "Hey, I support that. I like the idea of it, but one, if I do that, it's literally just gonna be me copying and pasting from Project Lib. And then two, Project Lib is a free source. And I'm not making people pay for Project Lib. That makes no sense. For me to do it, you know? Because like why would I help for something where people are paying for a thing where it's literally just a thing that I'm already doing but for free? That's like incoherent to me. And so I declined, which I have no, like, if people want to make their knowledge base accessible via fees, then I mean, if you make the knowledge base, you know, it's your work. You're allowed to do with what you want with your work. But as a person who wants to see these people rhetorically get burned to the fucking ground, okay, I want this to be public to everybody in the most accessible ways possible, where all you do is you just scroll, you look, and you're like, huh, what's that? And then you click it. What's this?
I guess the best way to describe this is when we began our representation of the president, we certainly were confronted with a very anomalous set of results. The president way ahead on election night, 700,000 or 800,000 in Pennsylvania.
This is just him talking about voter fraud. That's all these videos are. Just these fucking skinwalkers saying that it was stolen. And that's all Project Lib. And then we can even go to other examples. So, like, for example, the 2025. Didn't I have something on the conservative violence? Was in 2025. I think I had something. Not. Oh yeah. There's some that are not finished. There's some that are not finished. The counting of Alex Preddy. Ooh, I worked hella hard on this one. In preparation for Myron. Some are super like well filled out. So, like, for example, it's important to have like the evidence. So there's some important things like videos. Okay, so like here's Alex vandalizing a vehicle. Here's like an early confrontation, and then here's like several different perspectives of the Alex Preddy shooting. I'm not gonna click on this for the stream, but you get the idea. And the same is true for Renee Goodwin when she died, right? We can go down, we can see a bunch of notes, and then we can also see the different perspectives. This is all stuff that should be super easily available to every fucking person. Dude, where the fuck? I know I had something on the National Guard shooting, Minnesota fraud. I thought I had something on oh my god, what was it? The Venezuela boat bombings. Violence? Conflicts? No. War? No. No. Damn, where did that get lost somewhere in the sauce? Damn, all upset about that. Failures. This should go under. I found it. Okay, here it is. Yeah, the Venezuela boat bombings. This is under a different format. I just need to refix the format, but the logic is still good. But do you remember when we committed war crimes? Do you remember when we were committing war crimes by blowing up non-confirmed quote-unquote drug boats under fucking Pete Hegseth's like bullshit fucking orders? I have my OneNote, but yeah, if it's on this, I'm gonna look through your notes also. Yeah, yeah, totally encourage. Are you able to link the Discord and chat? Yeah, give me 1 second. It actually, you can just go to my page, and then you can see my link tree. Can you do that? It's like super easy. Actually, oh, I'll be not lazy. Okay. Okay, actually, no, just kidding. I am gonna be lazy. No, but if you go on my YouTube channel, it's like the first link. Yeah, it's got everything. But I don't think YouTube. Okay, yep. There's a good reason why Foxing is number one in the country. It's free and easily accessible. True. That anyone would bring up pretty vanilla. True, especially since that happened on a totally different day. That happened on a totally different day. Let's go and finish this puppy up because I got to get up early in the morning, or I'm supposed to get up early in the morning.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, question on personhood, I think that they would both can agree that even though, yeah, they're
Oh, just for some reminder, this is we're doing the conjoined twin hypothetical, and I'm saying if you're holding to personhood for zygotes because they're human organisms, you're getting cucked on conjoined twins.
twins, that same question on personhood, I think that they would both can agree that even though, yeah, they're the same body, that they're two separate people. To go off of what you were saying about,
That's what he said.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That
Like,
was his point.
well, yeah, but it's no
I think
different
multiple girls are like, bro, that's literally what he said. He's like, yeah, conjoined twins, two people, one body. What do you want me to say?
the mother and the baby are two separate people. People argue it's one body. I would say different. I think that it's two separate bodies. But even with the argument of
You said two separate people, but I can give you a symmetry breaker. So for like example, like separate DNA, like a mother has distinct DNA from a zygote, right? I agree with you that like they're two separate entities, but like conjoined twins, like they're not two separate organisms, right? Because they have the exact same DNA. They have, you know, conjoined nerves, that they have all these things that are shared. Like you can't give me a symmetry breaker. It doesn't exist.
I'm just not seeing the connection.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Thank you.
I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Ethan. You always have great conversations, and I appreciate having you up here. So come back anytime.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take care.
Dude, shoot me a DM.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the conversations are great, and I think that there's like, you know.
And then like chat definitely liked me, so that was cool. It's nice to be rhetorically effective. It feels good. It's very validating. I like the feeling. It feels good. But I'm gonna get ready and go to Snoozeville because I got to get up in the morning and go to the gym and all that fun stuff. Oh God, don't forget Tylenol causes fucking autism. Do y'all remember that? Tylenol causes autism. Oh yeah, and Lindsay Halligan's failed prosecutions. I forgot about that shit. Jeez Louise. Why did that fail? I don't know. I need to look into it again. Why did it get the appointment of Miss Halligan? Appointments clause. The Attorney General attempt to install Miss Halligan. Although the Attorney General has the power to appoint subordinate officers to assist in discharge of duties, the government has identified no authority allowing the Attorney General to reach back in time and rewrite. Oh, I forgot about. Oh my God, bro. Dude, the Lindsay Halligan, that shit was embarrassing, bro. Oh my God, I forgot about that shit. This is utilizing an old format that I tried to get to work, but it didn't work in the published version. So sorry if this looks a little weird. But yeah. Right, dude. It was not even a year ago. Not even a year ago. That's crazy, bro. Let's say abortion is one of the topics I'd be most reluctant to touch in a live debate. Yeah. Abortion is not a fun one to do in live settings, but the best way to frame it, last thing before sleepy time. Last thing before sleepy time, y'all. The best way to frame the pro-choice conclusion. Again, giant shout out to Liam. Okay, I love you, buddy. Got to your argument. Got to your debater. The actions in favor, or the reasons in favor of an action are the greatest for that action is justified. The reasons in favor of most abortions do weigh the most. Therefore, most abortions are justified. And then from those, because the whole reason women get abortion is because they have reasons for it, you know? Because the pro-lifer wants to be like, you kill babies. And I'm like, bro, you want to do all these things for something that doesn't have values. Fetuses do not have values. They do not have minds. And you can value a fetus if you want, but to pretend that the fetus has any agency, that it's even an agent to any, relevant extent is absurd. It has no values. It has no cares in the same way of like a plant. Now, at about 20 weeks, okay, well, now you've got an agent that has cognitive dispositions, and it's probably not good to get an abortion at that point. But before that, no, fuck you. You want to turn women to fucking incubators. What's your problem? And putting it in that kind of framing, I think is like really good for putting it in the playing field of the mother's necessities. Because you're saying if the reasons for a thing count in favor of it, then it's justified, and it's true. That's like trivially true, obviously. And then now the burden of proof is on the pro-lifer to say, well, no, this is why you shouldn't do it. And then you can go into like the whole like values and all these other fucking things. Because you need to, everyone forgets about the mother. Don't forget about the mother. That's why abortion is necessary for our own well-being. I sent it earlier. I don't know if you saw. I sent a source that shows why Democratic presidents are better by U.S. Joint Committee. Oh, I mean, that's just objectively true. Like, dude, you could send me like a fucking link by The Onion. That's true. By every objective, measurable metric, what country does better under Democrat presidents? That's just objectively true. You don't even gotta start. You could have just like said, "Yo, Ethan, I scratched my ass," and then God revealed to me that the country does better than Democrats. I'd be like, "Yeah, I believe you. I'll believe it." That's some divine revelation. You could have said that. Oh yeah, that's another thing too. A lot of people are born into poverty and then they commit crime and shit. But remember, while that is a good thing on our hypothesis of the pro-choice conclusion, the pro-lifer says that abortion is literally murder. So like they would say it's better to have some increase in crime if it means we're not literally murdering people. So that's what it always comes down to. It's a question of fuck yeah. Dude, I'm a 5'7", like 200-pound stocky guy, okay? Buzz Lightyear is my role model, bro, okay? I literally, I literally have an outfit. I call it the Buzz Lightyear fit. And y'all will probably see it when I go out debating people, but it's very important that we as, I mean, I'm a liberal. I don't know if people who are leftists, leftists can do their own thing, I guess, but I'm a liberal. I'm a central left person. But I know that I've got to outclass my opposition. Fuck yeah. I have to outclass my opposition in every, like, measurable metric, okay? Rhetoric, aesthetic, and also how I dress. White shirt, green suspenders, and, like, purple pants with white shoes. And that's my, like, Buzz Lightyear fit. I can't wait to rock that shit. It's 100% inspired by Buzz Lightyear, because I'm a loser, bro. Okay, I'm going to bed for real. Hey, thank y'all for being on the stream tonight. And y'all, I can't wait. I'm expecting to finish up the Epstein document hopefully on Sunday the 2nd, because again, I'm gonna be gone for a few days in Vegas. So we'll get it chipped away. And I think also too, when I get back, I think we're gonna start doing some preparation. I don't have to have the entire document finished, but we definitely have enough that we can work with. But yeah, all right, night, y'all.